on all fours when she was served crawling out of the room. I haven't enjoyed myself too much in the VR. I don't know, I'd have looked at random stuff in the game Deathwing. Not there yet, fully amazing. I would say if you see something in the water what you need in a fight fixed. May I Jews getting attacked, the Jew cries out as he strikes again, and they're always picking on PlayStation Peer Police Association about my popcorn economics. A week later they went on strike. Normandy, what you do? I was always a White Sox fan, and then the strike in '94 hit and I can't handle the way, and then you have started looking more and more at the statistics in the Moneyball style of it and how people were looking at their players, and I just tried that little bit more because it was more than money games and it was an actual evaluation game. Crack me up. Never win at the NHL 11 strike. You think about me now though, the whole hockey player been on strike, going to get screw somebody what they look like and put a picture on a glass. Just take it's just the troll. Nobody knows that it's go to you on Android or iPhone today, thinking you should have a little like clock looking thing in the corner, but where all the messages come up that people sent in Britain, you have to throw what a 3-hour shifts in room for the dudes when 20 if you were in a room for the bride. Well done Natasha, no brains. Correct. Apache get there when okay. Who explained holy barracuda assistant care people look like that paper people and adapt to not affect my life. That's correct. Robin, times a year does a penguin have sex? Yeah bumper boys I could, but anyway yeah I mean I don't reply to do it more than me. I expect once. Okay, that's correct. One time. Okay, last. But movies, what cards are bullets? What cards are bullets? The striker twisted come out. PC Leon Pearson Vanderstoke treatment. All come on, we don't bite, although people do. That any of them are people just going to do it. Whatever is going to strike a drum when it was in the house down. Naylor convert motorhome transit the practice. Will I get it or I will piss off you and make sure you satisfied? Hi yeah I know, but you're adopted and I did phone you at side of the road. Something else. No, one day when taking the piss of you I found out they probably wanted to put you to work, but maybe the laws changed in that particular state. It's like a family doing like late every other birthday, but we have like on never had a leap year. You know it if we do it with an array, and it also depends on the size of the alligator, and the size of the alligator has no it's little wonder that comes down to you looking at me. Big God, and I'm living with additional condition reviews for darling leap years every 4 years when you come out, or we due to strike a modular if you get famous. Now you know this is your life, and died in 2005. You were caught stealing God this S and here's the security guard that got you jerk off alligators. That seems dangerous versus against eggers bad peoples. I'm a actual certified food health and safety officer for the RAF, or therefore I have not heard anything about tea. Coli on lettuce. Definitely not you. Karachi writer does need you. I'll be not better when someone jumped off my dick. Would get a lot better. It would just be beneficial. Yeah, that she keep asking me tired and he passed my to do that. F me only me I. Star F delivering rock bottoms to people. Show me things to do around here. Wiki how Jack F is it for you for heating your meeting? He definitely cannot wash it. Coli off a lettuce. Definitely do not try and wash it whilst it's being in the trap. God bless. I am so sorry if I alarmed during magic. Far away. A good letter support. Well, the indications here are there. This is the way Paris strikes English speaking community. There is a phrase that I learnt working in the restaurant industry: when in doubt throw it out. So I prefer when it comes to food safety an abundance of caution is called for, so I have no regrets about. I would really like to see a Knights Tale public with Knights of the Old Republic be done, because those are interesting times before were Vader and Luke in them, when the Order was still relatively young and you couldn't see how it developed under and all that suggests as the main star of the film. That would be interested. What is slightly years at The Empire Strikes Back after The New Hope, wasn't it? And that was kind of them in between movie, wasn't it? And to The Return of the Jedi, but that one was some bit sad because The Empire was in the current top 420 of the second one, third one, the one in that line in the Rebels sort thing. Yeah, sorta like Hood took over and destroyed it. Yes, I'm happy that I still got an I loved, and I mean my 14x15 or any still a thing. That I can go to a movie theater and seeing a story is still continuing to have new characters in history. I love it. Casting and like the actors on the outside of the alternative end, but all good things must come to yet. On my God, it like needs to fill soil. Orange Soul looks like Homer Simpson, like I'm not doing Homer's in the power plant at the beginning. That I like sledding better when out watching telly. Savannah PS4 YouTube plasma light in corner to brighten up. She's the thing. It was like a guy that we shopping as if it was 1994, so that's probably small backup evidence that is a collective error. A pretty good you buying like Mega Drive games and stuffing, probably got old monitors in fact sheets. Monopoly or playing Monopoly, you get one Life, what you want to do is play Monopoly the entire time. I'm brilliant now, get out of jail free cards unless not the other car even sit on going on strike that was tube you up like a chicken in McDonald's last time you coughing loving man 203 in an hour feeling proper down like a free anymore and I mean not even anymore due to this is worse than feeling like anymore like feeling like king of emails at one time absolute kingdom cause I was anymore but I won't pink bright themselves up on this. Bucket them my app look at them names stalking people like it back but the book is actually about weeks funny Aston where in Canada are you going who said all over 10 days and it's going all over Canada firework at while married is no logging into volcanoes OYMYO 1350 shades of UK nap for painting anybody off you won't be a carer. You'll be in Kansas or Yahoo. Personally I heard you had a nice little Easter day. Did you get to visit your children? He said not gay s mega so cut the backseat joke out no gay SB and you deserve a bunch of emotion in one sentence. Strikers Nick Armstrong Apple iPhone phone not leaving this evening should be than me anyway was having big shout out your teeth go Timothy Scott McDonald yesterday it was a really funny face piece Matimio set the breakout why do you want a book instead of boxes for a company other people have broken like going out getting rid of cannabis Elsa booking green people who need it won't get haven't been on this for absolutely just not as not all that come on and see if anyone's still on that used to be on the phone plenty more. The last time I was on was about 3 months ago just before I left for Australia so yeah it's been quite a while it has been have you I want to go for 1/2 weeks and I ended up coming back 3 days ago. I spent like 3 months to 1/2 months. Listen to him high 34 yeah I have no idea at the moment it was about yesterday it's been I really have no idea he could be here at any time when not even you too well travel noise I think keep talking some of what you say but surely I'm just going to get me something to eat that's why I've got no Google. Okay Google doesn't work that's not plugged in but it's plugged in but it's turned off. Google bye Daredevil I'm sorry about that we shall be but we shall meet again. Life journey Matherfuka yes mate the frogs are coming in Bilston massive lightning strike I can smell like in the air got the I've been on here for a bit hockey sticks running again mate 19 Collier Row to be honest not a sausage. Mate Suffolk watch your triple Leon Scott right gone from 27-day bath trip advisor Coco got that weird S on 635 mother F is that I ain't got that where you going out for him John 635 walking Raj going to the ringtone let this room clean drink. Crazy shit coming Abid Muslims looking Allah Akbar and it heard a F load on your gateway analysis strange ship going off mate Scooby. Do interline so I can stop rain coming through now okay nothing a minute ago and now all of a sudden after that FF up noise so coming free if that's on FM what's the crazy yeah just keep her eye on the lightning strikes mate will having a bit of a ref you took some jobby George in the F atmosphere up mate that last one is the life out of me mate close that was yeah it's been there a strike right near East Midlands Airport mate at 12:25 today just a migrant Africa there's no please no coming over at Nottingham it seems to be going between Milksham Road AO dropped off take that Robbie Frosting you work Cherry I'm away tomorrow Batman we walk Friday Saturday and Sunday little bit louder had a parcel delivered on the street talkie Amanda wearing a pair of boots 2 sizes too big for me Steph radio my god it's just me again in the past hi Danny I'm really here alright you got a bit back sky but no rain as of yet he's great with me where the station said it's going to be a tendency to be sunny yellow mind meeting later I'll be going to be a nice 30 evening multiple strikes around my area no F lot no thunder got some thunder black as he explains improvement well you say he's getting there on it okay what a shame what is heading into Nottingham now that one was just between Attenborough Nature Reserve and Clifton Roger Dodger Stapler Ford Stanton on the worlds were linked in I got struck then Stanton by Dale Abbey back think we need a plumber Bullington Met Office here it looks alright in from the Met Office October weather in bleeding London when what's around us Mowbray is getting hammered. Near Oakham and Melton Mowbray there's one right now Millie is getting it according to the BBC weather light rain showers in a moderate breeze chickens there's a website on the internet and it's called lightningmaps.org you look at that and it will show you all the lightning strikes all over the area mate in real life real time it's a bit delayed 2.2 second delay from the lightning strike detects but it's likely to dry detectors all over the place like a lightning strike detectors in France can pick up from the storms in Italy a good morning boys and girls lads and lassies is the king of Texas coming to you furniture instead of Texas the wide open spaces of men and women are glad of lightningmaps.org Max the dog maps there's one near city centre in Nottingham well it looks as though my life alarm's going off call blimey we've just had the second strike maps closed that one at it in the field at 2 Danny Polpero way right down the bottom there's A place called Evis, or would you become a pumpkin jumper with RF that won't strike? Scientists still went today link the sun to lightning strikes on Earth commercial like Camel's Lucky Strikes according to an SD International in awards in connection with the highest conflict. The coalition strikes on Black Panther killed 1,600 civilians, a coalition that must end its denial over the death toll according to these two organizations. As I wouldn't that I shall be found on to such as you would not Lester v debates and the in-draft strikes back fightings whisperings swelling is too much and left when I come again my God will humble me and mum you and that I shall be well many which have sent already and have not repented of the uncleanness and fornication and lasciviousness which they have committed yet that we live reflected in the rain. Ariana Grande sometime next week 40x4 sound like a plane next week we're going to have a go I got to have a go put on paper you know sometimes you make it sometimes you don't. Rebecca movie Sussex Downs radio just wondering if this is travel service. No breathing no need to be sorry you give him over the welcome your English. No I said that because we come out worldwide when we have lots of people from all over the place. I'm in the south excuse me whereabouts you are 15. This is the third time I am coming to you in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word we got all the artwork on there they just usually show you the desk and then you just playing the music. Courtney so about the 3-3 strike rule in a 3-second rule or some S space then there are grains of sand. What are the beaches in the world combined when or ever heard of? The sky the nearest Coco Montoya who first discovered playing the drums. Albert Collins this 2017 gallery Juno lighting lightning strikes the earth 100 times every second. Goddammit Keith Kenny the stick of truth. Okay thank you for extinction welcome. Could you show me? Stop telling me I'm trying to do something later. Voices Jewish leave me alone your best chest you know what I'm talking about sweetheart. You're Matherfucker's occasional one deeper snake. Do you know a sneeze travels out of your mouth at over 100 miles per hour even doing girl what you been up to yikes. Like school at Anna I remember that. How do you like it? One more for a woman's blinkers need. Sorry women blink nearly twice as often as men shed. Man fires me it inspires me to write all the time right now and stop motion I get me anyway. Another good thing is I can get some more shisha sauce or some A1 steak sauce and they're going to the enough for us but governments no you got to do more than that like you know yeah oh my days seriously get ridiculous. Anyway I'm going to click cigarette to me WhatsApp. Why do you make me kill someone at 2 Adam Black? I give to a moderator Abbey Road. They've got a Yamaha. I believe Elton John has always been to Yamaha People's Theatre. Steinway Zebra at any shops and I don't like it. Big size more mellow blues notes worth more money than that kind of had a nice day. Should 6 make a motorbike? I think bitter back in the day when Saturday Abbey Road when they did the Beatles strikes it. Does I can say Hans Zimmer hears at them and why he's got one himself but yet no this piano does not have 88 keys. Every other champion of the world has 88 keys. This one does not and is the only girl in the world that doesn't have it which makes it unique. Like a saying is it's incredible and reliability and the money to pay to make sure nothing happens to it. As Baghdadi dates Alfred and Media Network published on Monday what it said was the video message from its leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in which he said the group would seek revenge for the killing and imprisonment as its militants Milks a Mars building in India's eastern battleground state. Christopher Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Zen power took centre stage in its rejection Monday after clashes broke out between supporters and his party and a regional bloc. Paragon discuss working group on Russian S-400 missile system. US President Donald Trump and Turkish President Erdogan in a phone call on Monday discussed a Turkish proposal to strike a joint working group on its planned purchase of a Russian S-400 missile defense system. The Turkey's president CZ Google Nike beanie hat deal postcode for high fuel bias in China. So think tank's global military expenditure reached its highest level last year since the end of the Cold War, fueled by increased spending in the United States and China. The world's was wonderfully. Now what you doing right now? I just want to know who we just create a conversation between us. I need to strike up a conversation with you now because I have nothing to do and want to kill the time now. Another poor gentleman sitting on a money. I'm not going to take a picture of your mum. I'm not into humiliating to homeless directly. Mount if I do discreetly take a picture but it's never a direct picture of them. It's always like a shot from a safe angle. It just the pics the problem without humiliating a poor person. Got your Steve 1 sec more here in a few minutes. She says I find that difficult to understand you. I don't know why but maybe I'm mistaken, maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's my problems but I don't know. Can I speak a little bit clean? And if this is clear as I can tell you, have you seen any of the pictures that I've uploaded to the OYMYO in the last match? So amazing until so if clearly now can't go on. Like and they should cats ridiculous and I am openly bisexual so you're in good company. I am not a homophobe. Obviously that would be very difficult careers you for saying that. Honestly this helps me a lot because I feel like this look really similar recent part of nature of the Apple also invites and stuff to the point where I thought my phone was hacked screaming into it. Do I mean then feeling the guilt of screaming into it and it is getting better now. That's the thing, that's what I would say is getting better. If you thunderstruck the tracking is already a shape guitar. Tell me about as good as my striker. Check little panel offer. Barcelona striker and tobacco baguettes off a little bit. NH8RY scary things. Universe ticketing Freightliners and they got the eternal tenor inside the track. It's like inside of the walls in a bag way on a Dennis Taylor. Do you have some people just don't like to read between the last singing in the world are pretty mentally retarded up in the head. What to do when trouble strikes? Have you been all day ticket? You been where you been? We being green bean Tom Leeb. I want to key ev with I want to get about depressed about Lear. I know what you mean. I got mine out because they said it was full of junk and I'm a good girl stone and I bet they said it was full and everyone still having just hurts like a scale from 1 to 10 rather beer. Lithograph an hour and a half nugget here or anywhere but the am home find a ganga somewhere and I'll try to get right. Nobody but your body. Look at the 80s. They made a few. That 2 quid for an eighth, 70 quid for an eighth. No way do you like a stuck in my killer and few hours of I wanted to know where stealing French striker FPF gypsy stealing BF gypsy stealing. Oh dear, it's in the post them for you. Yeah, I look sorry. I forgot to leave a space so friendly. Sutton sites to now anyway. Stories of funeral directors and cremations and Texas and MBGMB housing to miss when she's on and slender and weird. Your headset stuffing rolls back and forth from left to right. Musical strike flow right through your head. Soothing tone. Did they have not at all but with respect to the OYMYO owner and here I ain't going to say the name because I know it's against his wishes to have that rancid putrid petrified poor excuse of a human being's name mentioned in here. Southern Ontario. I don't think we're going to get anything out of it but stateside watch out. They're saying there is the potential later today if severe weather was going to coaching already or someone break finally. Someone doing crazy today. Smart guy. How's work? WhatsApp. Mark. I would tend to believe that of Nickers never thought I was some kind of double agent. Had some problem with me and my associations in my friends on this. Happy with voices. Opinions make it known. Have me otherwise blasts or prohibited in some capacity. Saudi airport to port. Your funniest. Yeah, anyway, welcome to the OYMYO indeed. 1000 and what sex scene was it? Sorry, the Bico DRVS out just put hose on there and you never small thing when you ask. Clearly I think it was yesterday or the day before. You clearly ask a decade and what are you going on about? But that means he's on me because you knew exactly what I asked you but you are his own. Make sure buddy. I'm sorry dear wifey. I let me grab that my baby. I'll call you if you are here up next time and explain yourself. You will have your star called. You know what they say, the number one dreams in Frank. Do you know what it is? I agree with the general because he needs to start like just because I have an opinion on you and so does 5 other admins doesn't mean that letters never has 18 opinion. Or do you have to pull him into our drama? B and I would love to see your photo. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know James. What is it? My number one. Take me to the rapture to happen. That's my number one. G England's number one dream is so that's that self explanatory. That's the strike. I'm sorry, what did I do? Senior officer or upheld shoulder tackle raise attainment gap. Lefties UK and the National Union of Students Waterside campus need to feel more inclusive. Strike on the London Underground. Is this set is set to hit the FA Cup final at affect football fans travelling to Wembley on May 18th for the Manchester City vs Watford game. Enterprising been criticised for anti-gay rights. Sponsor a businessman who campaigned to keep them on teaching about LGBT in Scottish schools is a sponsor. We have today. Railway Archers sale has overlooked tenants. According to the spending watchdog network, Rail only considered tenants later the processing quote of selling its commercial property according to the watchdog. And that's the end of the UK news. This is Whiskey Romeo for Sussex Downs Radio Link. Have a good day, take care and bye bye for now. Hello everybody. Datton, Texas. It sounds like you're frying up some stir fry this evening. And Indonesia enter ICENIC. Paul's little boy singing together at the Behold Now is the accepted time. Behold Now is the day of salvation, giving no offence in anything that the ministry be not blamed but in all things approving ourselves as the ministers of God in much patient in affliction as in the Saturdays in the stresses in strikes and imprisonments in 2 months labours watching infested by pureness my knowledge while on suffering by kindness by the Holy Ghost by love and fame by the word of truth by the power of God by the armour of righteousness on the right Hand end on the left by honor and dishonor by evil reporting good reporters deceivers and yet through as unknown and yet well known as dying and behold we live as chasing and not killed as sorrowful yet always rejoicing as poor yet making many rich, as having nothing and yet possessing all things all he Corinthians are monkeys open until your heart is enlarged you are not straitened in us but they are spring in your own bowels not now for a recompense in the same because of my contacts you. No matter what you want your own at the end of the transceiver you know you might hear you call it CB and Azazel call little strike down over it you know me know you should be the transceiver mate it's not CB you know it's no different to anything else you know whether it's a sub 7302 transceiver that whatever it is a transceiver do the job when you smoke anybody else anyways what brings you the vermint I didn't Bruno Mars tell me I was looking good shops you never let me know that. You're not going to go engine cover stolen does boom 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 step up in the catalog stoma homies over cocaine that imagine that Oakley's honesty near me blocking what does emotion about getting out of here this little bit yeah I think what's helping me is the echo chamber being on me I think most will be the year did the Roger bleep sound of the rain on the roof concert roof it's always saws all interlinked Sky News Centre at 8 voters who've turned against the Conservatives and Labour, being the D21 so it might not have sent the email I'll do it later DJ Donna hope you there mate just now Swaddling coat at the moment did you say storm or swarm strikes mate lightning strikes storm raid from Swaddling coat two-way rudely into stoppages. Stone to where bells me big storm mate massive multiple lightning strike get me all yummy that it's heading in this direction aren't you could you stop long they are not far from the power station strike mate okay there's one near Fenton yes all over, his mate at the moment Burton on, Trent squad lightning strike let me tell you exactly where it's just at Sutton Bennington mate Sutton Bennington no Kingston on so yeah not surprised I thought it might in that last day heavily sure that we got thought it might time to report the aerials down mate going a flying that's alright well thinking alike because I've just disconnected as well it's on its way it's just southeast Derby at the moment Wingate area up to a Doxa to Bigfoot yeah they can keep it as well famous runaway, you said Breeden on the hill so I don't live Donald listening what is a storm sit to save Ryside mate multiple lightning strikes he said he looked towards you as well mate you were the lightning strike up your way I'll tell you where it was Botch and Ben Grant saying I was in Fenton Mike Fenton just close your I've got it yeah bloody hell not good nice one for that the update hopefully 19 busy afternoon we always at Doxeter between at Doxeter and Stoke at Doxeter and Ridgely getting hammered at the moment Burton on, Trent to getting damaged lightning detector on a Mac and see where the lightning strikes are at in the ground Nottingham just got at Shirebrook who are closer to you now Martin at Longton what you didn't tell us this is mega frighteners thunderstorms. And he's run into his air raid shelter sorry thunderstorm shelter yes mate to see the first rumble the yes mate vertigo off proper with more bass than that of course in between Derby and you at the moment a Dobby's just had a big floor yes me, Buddy L thunderbolt of lightning very frighteningly I want it to Dali Abbey on the wheeled road in there in Derby it just it struck the road somewhere or retreat I'm somewhat mate RDL knowing this. Country will be having snow tomorrow morning now it's just a pretty and you gonna hear multiple strikes now listen out for these ones Martin Wilmot when monitoring mate nothing as yet so yeah what listening one surprised me Dave we got a bit of that Melissa sent to be par for the course under Barney strike just eat pastures road in Stapleford Moorbridge Lane so it's not bothering must now ordinary but Chase is coming over Nottingham now and if you like this one Martin Morty baby too far away you just do the one where was it underline which struck as well as the home of the hub.net mate that's where I hope net's repeater is GB7 so they mate Newcastle need a very slight rumble about 5 minutes ago Brady big one before very big on she tells me one the massive ones army big bang there are multiple strikes near Longton Cheddle and Stonehall and the Terrier and a big striker all over Ashburn listen a CB Canaries in Longton a C class yeah that one there when you say over Longton or we seem to hear them once you are getting that no problem bloody hell files massive yes mate it was alright boom out of your mum's calling on you what is Townley going to miss us looks like it's in a line from Shropshire right up into Retford North Nottingham there is Lincoln looks pretty clear area at the moment it's going to shift over and a bit forgotten is this thing about working its way over now and apart from that it looks clear either side of it should be just come over the top of you now let the storms it's like Stoke on. Trent top of Birmingham at big line across 85 degrees east over the top of Not Derby that's where the storm is at the moment seems to have gone down a bit now there it goes again that's Stoke getting hammered big Tom Stokes outside now. It's bloody really fast moving clouds coming and it's coming and now this storm so it seems to be most DBH but that's the antenna dickhead unplugged anyway just be on safe side cause it's a Brunei bright storm now do with the direct drive but you can. Try and cut down on some static, can't you? Yeah, thinks we tracking now because the wind's coming from the south-southwesterly, so it would pushing the storm away from this, but the majority of it is Stoke at the moment in that. General, you know, Sheffield at work that way, Shirebrook, Mansfield, but aspirins getting absolutely hammered here at the moment as a Stoke mate will be deluge my battery and it's pissing down, it's true it under my just Jesus mental scene it mate. There's about 10 lightning strikes at once, it was nuts, woman driving through Hanley F never, I scream clear again, rushes coming and pressure gauges going back up, I really like for a bit 997, it's going up 998.4 and there you go, Stoke again makes. Karen, it do was give you a call if you're about, I'll definitely on the ball, a little sign and I'll make sure money's Zion Station on the M3, she's just keep up with it anyway, just browsing about this evening, where no worries mate, catching today for that. Me still getting out, Donna, if you're listening mate, it's like someone's like it's tempo change, email is weird, what is going on, hello anybody on today, cannot face me, okie dokie, it's all cracking off today, all cracking off, do 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 do. Do F is that coming from 555 F Boca. Copyright sign. Mon code everything, what the hell's going on, intrepid ripple by rudimental ema guys Matherfuka, yes mate, the frogs are coming and set a right good F strike and Darlington Millie's magical the hills thing, what's happening, Donna, summer massive lightning. Strike, okay, skip running against me 19 Collier Row, to be honest not a sausage mate, Suffolk, what young triple Leon Scott right gone from 20, that's alright, traffic bath trip advisor Coco got that weird S on 635, mother F is that I ain't got that, where you going up, forum 01635, the ringtone that this room clean drinking crazy shit coming Abid Muslims looking Allah Akbar and it heard a F load coming through on your gateway, now just eat constraints it going off mate, Scooby. Do interline so I can scream coming through now, okay, nothing a minute ago and now all of a sudden after that FF up noise, so coming free if that's on FM, what's the crazy, yeah, just keep her eye on the lightning strikes mate, will. Having a bit of a F mental song, Punjabi Sir George in the F atmosphere, that last one is the life out of me mate, proper close, that was East Midlands Airport the 8th the Grand at 12:25 today, just right between the airport and the F racetrack, yes that's the field next to me, vocational about me babe, David under the F Benson, unplug the antenna is F strong mate, 20 over our Jorgo, anybody in back sky but no rain. As of yet it's Christmas me where the station said it's going to be a tendency to be sunny, remind me later, I'll be going to be a nice 30 minutes, multiple strikes around my area, no parking lot, no thunder, got some thunder, J Spades who's getting there on it, no working, what a shame, writing into Nottingham now that one was just between Attenborough Nature Reserve and Clifton, Roger Dodger Stapler Ford Stanton on the worlds were linked in, I got struck then Stanton by Dale Abbey back at Oakwood, where you going to work Cherry or going to get thunderbolts of lightning on you, unplugging mate, I ain't got no to unplug, the long wire got broke with a prop ain't got no chance, or well VX50, but that's a low down, it's a shame mate, costs 555 mental at the moment, I'm listening to your yesterday Anna nothing right, beach just struck in the head, Walton now Sandiaka Beeston Rylands, okay, Callum storm over the top of them. Lot of it, 18 York's getting hammered, Coventry is getting hammered, the big storm of the coast of the Wales and the Irish Sea, and I think it's heading our way, big massive storm, yes it's getting very close now, we actually got the lightning and thunder. Gun slightly black ovary, somebody's turned the taps on, well it's still quite a bit damp on the floor, but that's it, no heavens have opened up yet, days out near alright, think we need a plumber, Bullington Met Office here, it looks alright, and from the Met Office October weather in bleeding London with what's around us, Moba is getting hammered near Oakham and Melton Mowbray, there's 1 milli is getting it according to BBC weather, light rain showers and moderate breeze, chickens, the website on the internet, and it's called Lightning Maps, took you look at that and it will show you all the lightning strike to all over the area, made it in real life real time, it's a bit delayed, 2.2 second delay from the lightning strike to Texas, but it's likely to dry detectors all over the place, like lightning strike detectors in France can pick up from the storms in it out in here. Lightningmaps.org, lightningx.org, charging them Maxo Dog Maps, there's one there, city centre in Nottingham, come tonight cause he's just been at Wallerton Park, spin it, bloody hell, I'm just taking my mic swimming Willie in your mouth, hello my bike's waterproof, you can't go because other static, you're telling me thunder in London but the lightning, then the thunder which is going Ashbury seems like constant thunder rumbling all the way, got a quick question to ask you. Foolproof, yes that's alright then Robert, have you got any antennas you need to wear, disconnect aim, it's coming up your way, already disconnected from Sean, just waiting for it, Papplewick at the moment, Pitbull Bulwell Bogs right on Wellington Road, it Struck the plum. Well, it's like winter out at looking outside its way color without stands. I didn't get no wait, you car alarms going off, call me, we've just had the second strike that's closed, that one at it in the field at 2 Danny Polpero way down the bottom. There's a place called Elawood where no worries where the F is that one strike, that one was close to you Rob. Yeah, a complete lightning up the bedroom, but won't looking out win at the time. Bruce Kovner might be up your way right in the F windows down here. Bloody blue sky. Newsreader Jenny F. Good thing about Tina at the minute then didn't it is still getting the odd bits of birth. That's a sundowner thunder over in our guys absolutely hammering it down. The sky's blue. Ray, what a gay day, be nice evening now. What a ledge of your gardens there. Yes mate, Walker's body down here as well. Hailstones come down that much out causing dents in the car roof. Not centered, it's nice little setback. That's cool, nice one for that. Don't want me when you put that controlling battly glitching and when you just connect whatever wherever you change what you disconnect it. When okay is that the temple was changing but no F stranger teammate right sound card with 2F League 2. Coming out of it I've got the lead straight out the back of the radio at the river at the extension speaker into the cycle USB sound card. Then I've got the other lead coming out and then that's feeding back into the rig blaster and key in the radio. In fact it's that bad mate BRFM. If I tap the side of this week the tapping noise coming back through the speakers. Whatever works for you though mate, you're not, I mean whatever works. There's no right way or wrong way of doing it, is it? Making the contacts no matter what you want your own at the end of transceiver. You might hear you call it CBN, others or Roddy McCauley, others will strike you down over it. Me know you should be using a CB to do but it's not. It's not really a CB, it's no different to anything else. Whether it's a sub 7302 transceiver, that whatever it is a transceiver. Do the job when you smoke. Anybody else anyways? What brings you the enjoyment? Others say hello, we have a big meal, the type of thing. That's all I really have on my agenda. Tomorrow is my birthday, it's also my 22nd wedding anniversary and we'll do a little of that rest of the weekend until Sunday about noon. Trade my wife in for my 3 girlfriends, speckled trout, redfish and flounder. Dreidel delve in MP3 other governments that in seat and burn. That'll happen on Sunday. That's the only 3 girlfriend she allows me to have the day that I don't have any others. Laugh out loud. Speckled trout, strike it rich. Fish and flounder are the 3 fish that I mostly gets. Well, I'm there as a sheep maker DNX 800, not supposed to be able to, but it didn't say anything about the receptions. A little difficult for me to see, just working on their script for Bushy. This morning what I mean projects had turned yellow chats into text and I've built a index with all them chatting and was playing around with the text. Mariah Carey, dem driving be difficult, but yeah, especially if you're trouble there it's alright. It's coming right now. Look like a naughty clown bike and I meet you be like what in the seat right is it won't even fit its max, like a bit like the biggest jail cell you can get, but like because I'm all about comfort I'm not about the 10 gram titanium saddles they hurt in her I've had done. Now I'm going to give me the maximum wide as gel saddle possible and the electric button and I'm good. But I say this thing, what you got to take the bus, it's right outside. I'm saying anyway. Check yourself. I'm going to show you what it looks like unwrapped, so it speak be with you with the seagull. Ever biggles seen in my thing was being hunched over. I was wanted actually few times it by a handlebars that had a long neck stem, so you would your back would be strike someone straighter than can a hunched over and let you see their work. That pretty good. Can you hear me over? Yes, I hear you loud and clear. Sell by the way, Cajun Ghoul. Beans Millennium Q. Would you like to reiterate? Read the rules. A normal person here, we'd appreciate it, would love to have a chat with you. Read my F Rosa skink. Well, if you don't know about baseball, there's 3 strikes and you're out. You very get to another one. Maybe he'll grow up and be a real man one day and you can come back. Jonas, somebody's at home babysitting children. Evening shoes only, we can hear you. Good evening would be all wondering. Singer Whiskey, ever check back for all new? Are you still on Mac without got a PC and everything? Havana, Cuba, finally figured it out and yes, I'm pissed. Sophia, say anything untoward that you have, excuse me, but good evening. Tribute anything. Whiskey girl, pleasure to have you on, and well, who wouldn't want to enjoy themselves on a Friday night? Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing I didn't do tonight, on several things to do tomorrow evening. To say they've got to have your love. I'm having a prick excited to be welcomed into of mishandling an inquiry into a leak about the Chinese tech giant Huawei. The former defense secretary was sacked after a newspaper published details of the conversation, and the National Security Council, he claims, investigation has been shabby and a witch hunt. Conservative MP Sir Desmond Swain says the evidence against Mr. Williamson, it should be made public. My speech exercises for soft food suggestions. Right drugs trouble. Part of the skilled dentist dexterously extracted the freaky the first Question Charles asked was strange. Hang a tablecloth close to the closing force. Close the clothes back to the leaf. Police dismisseth of the why do I shorten Star Trek. The shrill swallows cry happy. That's not for what they have not still doubts drive. To get and what they have forget us when adjects strive. Some rocks bass which to throw from the entertainer. Whatever links you strike them for 10,000 breaks the candle like the weak-eyed fat with shorts. Shrill shriek splits on leaving wings. Two-time word small. Twitter warbles near the law post for flat. Craftsman hand of man is half of a curved white smooth borbet who goes cleaning head side chance please while she stand cornfields by him fancy the fabric quite here you build air strike fire from quality and mortar brick here's his place where me to shoot out form collected his Hawkshaw claim the sunrise to hurt his fireworks over foil each dart flights to clear rubble standing start Blackstaff came across whole bird fresh out of Warcraft beasts all good things are ours now so helps flush more now than question is for the production of sounds may be affected by the nature of adjacent sounds in several ways went to kindred sounds come together those movements started. Comment for on the only ones just the same stop it does GT4N and T and hunt for T and any witness for M and P in stamp simulator telling does not leave the roof of the mouth in passing from C to L and clean or from T to L and little Atlas it made it called. A lateral how Bentley right now have in 12 years we could be looking at the collapse of our food chain. What strikes me is the media will they will highlight what is in trip what they believe is interesting and newsworthy massive demonstrations in Paris right with the hard wearing crews right hand now that was like talked about in the BBC 2 weeks days demonstrations when I'm 4/18 weeks yet thousands and thousands of people taken to the street smash and stuff are taking out but you got to Russia today and they're reporting on it. Every day they've got cameras there they have but we blink of stuff like horses and it makes me think that there's going to be I reckon there'll be more people that look into flat earth and flat earth videos and they will looking into the extension of our own food chain within 12 years I'm looking into it or is it BS is it just a noise someone trying to make money out of climate change you tell me well international news presented by Whiskey Romeo good morning. From North Korea on top story today is Kim Jong-il overseas strike drill in quad missile component test North Korean state media and Saturday's drill was to test long-range multiple rocket launches Sri Lanka attacks the general public have been urged to surrender swords and knives is called plums investigations continue into the Easter Sunday attacks which killed 253 people EastEnders Kalani is reported on the self-styled Libyan National Army pushed the season David capital of Tripoli been explained for the front line at BBC Co UK and Thailand the 3 days Edinburgh to place to mark the accession to the throne of King Vajiralongkorn been crowned at the time of political uncertainty in Thailand section of the Bosnian War Al-Ansar Mosque has been reopened after the bombing in 1992 this mosque was one of the 12 wonders destroyed in the town of Focus during the war in Bosnia environmental Nobel winner. Enclosure safety secret levels of child protection in the sport in other sports news Cardiff City Rollers Neil Warnock said a combination of factors contributed to their relegation from the Premier League the donation was concerned with the game to go. With a 3-2 defeat at home to Crystal Palace the Welsh club the campaign was marred by the tragic death of striker Emiliano Sala following his signing from French club North in January or not supposed to be in something they've been lacking I'm in bed there's nowhere to go I'm in bed get up how now my God is mighty I can be like and the neighbors wake the neighbors go mow the lawn wacky rise and shine okay information until 9 Guyana fish news so I'm thinking I do made understairs story about the Ebola virus people who don't believe in a bottle there are attacking now people going there to help with the outbreak letter sacrificing themselves people my God I didn't think in the years 2019 that places like these are still possible hi David how are you better? They'll find a way through and if they do she wants the public to have a say on it I thought we will have to go back to the British people I think they just will not be sustainable in the long run such a big decision about the future of our country and hour of times and his leg in Manchester police believe whoever attacked him in the east of the city in the early hours in a small light blue car Israel's prime minister says he's ordered his military to continue massive as strikes against targets in Gaza violence has escalated in recent days Palestinian militants have 5/400 rockets into Israel territory since Saturday to former footballer who suffered years of abuse or warning many youngsters in the game is still at risk today. and David White claim the majority of children who play football at the grassroots level remains vulnerable in sport. Having won promotion to the Premier League, Norwich cancer killed the championship title this afternoon, appointed in form Aston Villa. Would people, I think she's been stitched up in Westminster, just be sustainable in the long run on such a big decision about the future of our country, and died after being found a number of times in his leg in Manchester. Police believe whoever attacked him in the east of the city in the early hours played in a small light blue car. Israel's Prime Minister says he's ordered his military to continue massive airstrikes against targets in Gaza. Violence has escalated in recent days. Palestinian militants have 5/400 rockets into Israeli territory since Saturday to former footballer who sells videos of abuse or warning may youngsters in the game is still at risk today. And David White claim the majority of children who play football at the grassroots level remain vulnerable in sport. Having won promotion to the Premier League, Norwich cancer killed the championship title this afternoon, appointed in form Aston Villa would guarantee them the trophy for Staniel Farkas wins until why would be on a power of attorney or Lisa Violet Lenovo ThinkPad on Saturday instead. A dragon have to die, and the reason I say this or that it has to die is because in the very beginning in kilograms it's just people I am proud of. The only way they didn't give you her friend for now. The Empire Strikes Back. Yoda training American Psycho Mega Blitz. I think sometimes it comes back. Rebuild a motorcycle with daylight in my 2019 morning. I'm wondering because of the servers on here without you use a fair bit of medicinal marijuana for, and I don't think I should be charged for that because I believe it helps me more than anything else. Telegraph International Customer Care. My gum is as the alarm from all that sort of thing. I know a lot of people are trying to transfer office right now because it's all going kind of legitimate. I don't even know that I've had the same thing for another one called Croydon, which related to the coffee bean. They want to propaganda natural remedies. Okay, I love you so much. You're telling me that the system is the same everywhere. It's not as being went wherever you go you get to run into the same problem, but where they do not know how to deal with these issues with society's problems. They wanted to go away. What's going on? Sugar plum sweetness fairy. Hello in a very long time no talk to you. New tires, but until you're toddler and newborn tired and pregnant tired all together. I don't want to hear it one, but it's like apparently a full moon for child behavior is it's like they're all the animals. I swear to God I've done the Tower Estate. I never been had a toddler bottle plus being pregnant at the same time, but I know what having a counter-strike, that's what I get. The sign had a phone call. What a lot of people do to deal with problems is throw money at it, much money as they can, because alternate going just make the problem go away. Whatever the problem is, other one has to be something that everybody agrees is a problem, so you have to like a win-win situation where you had the money. If you get the money you can get the girl. 33 years old workout seer saying about the year if you got the money and always get the girl, but the girl's only after you for the money. Center at 4. Drivers are going on strike today across the UK and America as a company prepares for a stock market flotation on Friday, and 9-hour boycotting beginning at 7 a.m. with protests in London, Birmingham, Nottingham and Glasgow. Driver the demanding better pay with the company exposure to raise £70 billion from selling shares. James Farrow from Me Drivers Union says somebody's gonna be making millions this week as the initial investors exit the business with a big pile of cash, and they sell the company on the public stock market, who want to send a message to those investors who have to find a path to profitability for Uber taxes not involve exploiting workers. An 18-year-old have been killed in a school shooting in Colorado. Student and a dentist going on strike today across the UK and America as a company prepares for a stock market flotation on Friday, and 9-hour boycotting beginning at 7 a.m. with protests in London, Birmingham, Nottingham and Glasgow. Driver the demanding better pay with the company exposure to raise £70 billion from selling shares in Farrow from a drivers union says somebody's gonna be making millions this week as the initial investors exit the business with a big pile of cash and they sell the company on the public stock market. We want to send a message to their competitors have to find a path to profitability for over that does not involve exploiting workers. An 18-year-old have been killed in a school shooting in Colorado can attend a sudden burst into classrooms, and again for being detained. Around 50,000 disadvantaged children in England will be offered free meals and activities over the summer holidays. Government is spending £9.1 million on scheme this year, more than 4 times as much as last year. Also being treated in hospital following the shooting. Stonehenge has been returned to 60 years on. No one knew where it was until an Englishman now living in Florida decided to return it after 60 years. National survey has revealed all British people seems to be having less sex than previously. Who is getting the most and what's the average amount? Check out the national survey online. More news on that BBC Co UK fitting a Suffolk Bob bungalow blast internet gas explosion. Neighbours say that the huge explosion rattled the windows. Poems further along the road charged with the murder of mum and daughter in Canada. The bodies of Jasmine Lover and her 1-year-old daughter were found in a wooden on Monday. Argos have the biggest retailers have been caught selling knives to a teenager. Was tested did not stop a 16-year-old purchase. According to an investigation conducted by the BBC, you can use Uber drivers as staging strikes over pay and conditions. The process come days before the company tweeted on Tuesday, "Today I don't know what next, have to drive up, find out. Oh, by the way, to catch the catchy pirates and maybe black cats as well somewhere. If I do not meet people, usually I just do not and cannot, usually significantly that my hair down." 756. This is the morning drivers. Pirates of Whiskey Road. Brilliant mate, you kill me man, we're excellent up to Scotland and then work down here. Well, I'm here in sunny Brighton, so sunny today at Shrewsbury. Training info that's got around, so yeah, when it be that's tough, just wait. But anyway mate, yes I guess. How about that? I'm over my flare-up, so yeah, I'm good for visiting. Not too bad. Any impromptu? It was absolutely impromptu. What happened was I was playing cat and mouse with corporate, and obviously my schedule so kind lightened up in a few days because I'm in transition, so I was like, alright, what do we do? And then I looked up flights and I was like, alright, we're gonna strike Sunday morning 9:40 out on the plane inbound. High priest said enough. The Sadducees put the apostles in prison. So first time their restaurant warn a millennium girl. Second time they say, I know this is all of that ain't gonna happen again. Put him in prison when, you know what, this time at the end of the world let him out and send them back to the temple. The printing God's mercy to the imprisoned apostles, to the people who put them in. God's mercy that the people who put them man can't keep them. One more last chance for the high praise for the captive, the table for the chief priests. Their response was to conspire to kill the apostles, and only the advice of the apostle postmaster, his mentor and disciple Gamaliel, held them back. Now got extra 7 because finally the elders inscribed arrest Stephen. When do the council and invert M58 take him out of the city and stoned him, and the witnesses like down their closing. Young Mansfield, whose name was Saul. Alright Welsh, 3 strikes and you're out. Atmosphere United Jerusalem. G means there's 3 strikes there, and I'll let you guys you were in the apostles' Indian prison parcel. I sent him right back to the temple again. Now you still. Stephen, how bitterly disappointed with you be as a Jew, acknowledging the overwhelming evidence both publicly and physically in signs and wonders and miracles, instead feel their hatred of Jesus by murdering Stephen. Lego 2 chapter 21 words to the stoning of Stephen. First, by standing up for him when he was getting stoned, to working fine in the heaven. You read that back in chapter 7. But champion 21, Jesus responds to the stoning of Stephen by appearing personally to the leader of ISIS, name all the roads in America, and then sending him to the Jews of the dispersion. Orange activate sending him to the Gentiles. Ratio by 3, grace that salvation by free grace. Melching duel in 21, body of believers in Christ. So what does all of Peter's past sermons on Pentecost and after what one is it really mean now? About 12:30, maybe 12. Oh yeah, if you want to meet this evening, then I'm going to move that forestry grill. Even I'm completely down with her butter from the sound of it. I think this is going to be able to meet you today from the sound of it, though he's never made it again. They have never informed. I tried to get said he was going to pick up the back end of my F-trailer outside my 4 controller with his forklift in movie, and I like a dickhead. Now you are gonna move those talents as away because his places. That is asking for trucks to get in and out of here. Mr. Jordan, how's it going to say what's inside truck of the forklifts to pick up her drop, whatever to be to get your truck, and you shouldn't have to have a pickup truck off for your trailer of. Another 2 used to be very professional. B&Q charge big mouth strikes again in and out. Now people have enough. Whereabouts you local, driving like around your local where you live, or you all? The replies, I'm a lot more local than I was. The one place we should worry about unionizing is China. We need to figure out a way to get Chinese workers to unionize and get their identity, and because the average person right now, we're supposed to be having an Uber strike, and I'm on other OYMYOs talking Uber drivers our PT. I'd like to, but I got bills I gotta pay. So you don't have a large official union, not because of her or this, just because of human nature to disagree. That because I do that. I did it the other week when you're coming into your new job. I'm talking to people about what they make. I found out that my pay was at a rate of not reflective of my experience, and I talked to my employer about him. They got it fixed within a week. Now you can be down, it just takes it. I disappoint Aggressive people wants more money. You're suffocating at all cost. Money limits on everything, even injuries. If you lose arm, if you lose eye. Do you realize the diesel lawyers, they just feel like fish over here in California because of all the illegally to take a hose, and they won't allow you to do that. They won't allow the army that's on the border to even do anything except notify us. They couldn't stop them, they can't hold them, they can't touch him, they can arrest him. Commandments. Mark. Who squirts? Who scored? Solve this. Don't you want to score in the holes? Figured they must be hard for walking all that way for Guatemala. They probably thirsty. To my ex-girlfriend said she was dangerous. I'm being serious. I don't care. Given those, that ends the problem. Wetbacks. Haha, mess Mac. You need one of those high pressure nozzle that you have to do something. If you do absolutely nothing, then there's this country's just going to be overwritten. Avocado plants. For your avocado, you know what you need to do is put some bleach into that water from salt water, maybe some fuel, you never know, then spirit them down with there, and then indiscriminately strike a match and throw it over that whale like that. Do remain at looking for a lot. If you hurt somebody, still want to come around how to teach me how to play these mind games. Maybe that's why I'm not interesting person to these females, and also probably because to make myself look better, I go the Halloween store and buy me a George Bush and I'll cover for my face. I think I'm ready to go. Red roses going to bed, so there's lots of the brushes. Tory just get exploded everywhere. Hibernation. Wiley. That's just medically fascinating. Cool, you made it here. I don't even think that's healthy for a man your age. I think you need to be ruled out the time, like at least 2 times a week. I can tell you that one, but I think if I play never using again, I got to get to pump the role of the therapist, giving information. Status of my head. Mark. Chopsticks and duct tape works wonders. Jesus Christ, animal that so doesn't get wet and come apart. Mersey. Arsenal striker, you're offending. There has been a while since we get to know those girls in getting round by us under a disability, and so people always said so. We had to present the runaway identified what it was. Islamic extremist. We had a Muslim terrorist prom, and because Obama win even identifying call the enemy what they were. How are we going to find it anywhere we can even verbally identify and articulate? Okay, I'll tell someone. They put in an inactive the travel ban executive order, and they tried to strike down, and it was upheld by the Supreme Court. He did have to revise, important, but for the vast majority was complete, upheld, and he won that battle. He win the lottery's court battle of the Supreme Court. But the point is that Trump is not afraid to say, hey, we get a lot of Muslim terrorists coming from terrorist-infested Muslim countries, and there was about 7 of them that Trump didn't ban Muslims from the country. They were still allowed to travel from other parts of the world. It was specifically from countries they were identified as terrorist-infested countries. Even though I agree with it, you can't install the app locally, increasing retention and adding features like offline support. But Apple has dry details on properly implemented many of the web standards that would allow PWA to function correctly on mobile devices. The company remains silent about its plans. That it's easy to assume it's because these features would compete with one of its main revenue sources and likely encourage people to download the Firaxer app. They are both. Google and Apple have incentives to encourage native code for their respective platforms. Lottery app developers into Google Play or the iOS App Store allows these companies to reboot iPad app build and 18 control over what's allowed on their platforms. An Apple-like metadata class which was designed to track as drone strikes around the world in a Peterlee Black by Apple could theoretically live as a PWA on iOS. Yes, this will also mean deplatform services like InfoWars could live on in an app form, but at least they sell Donahue's distribution potential something out more productive. She really want my honest opinion will be a some Irish it also I get a Finnish nail of the airstrike. That it's one of my favorite tools, but the drills they're all song oral. B600 I didn't think I'd rather go with the Freak and Rigid line, and Home Depot carries in the Road Craftsman. That was Axe brand that they've gone really crap. This they sound like Enter Hitachi Midas or Unit 1 United School in this. How much are you really going to be using it? That's the question. Before houses a year, or are you going to be high? Hey, how you doing tonight there Siri? Good, you're a bit just a hobby, you know something and nothing. I'm not going to be like using it every single day or anything else like that. I want to get a cheap one to see if I like it. If I like the harder I don't like that, I'll be honest. And then I thought you will do just fine if it's in your price point and all that. I like Ruby Blue Banana. Owned a Makita Air and Roby are excellent little guys. Really heading to extra time. The match at the Hawthorns finished 2-2 on aggregate after the second leg finished 1-0 to West Brom after 90 minutes. A strike which is planned by London Underground staff this weekend, which would have clashed with the FA Cup final, has been called off. Around 1002 maintenance and engineering workers were due to walk out, but the RMT union says an agreement's been reached. That's the latest. Don't say shotgun, let me take Look here, text in Indio set up only admins, let me know if you want to share it here and I can probably body ache fire sticks. Can you know people used to put them on the top but I didn't know you could get one specially for you and drum Cheryl. Number I had the straw, can't remember how to do that kind of thing. This song for the Antrim conversion for the Antrim Italia, if it's like the kind of fame at this rate. This item and I've got up here at the moment is serially 8278 cracking. Antenna it turns up on the well 2 Ikaswapper 11 but it does 20 aggregate after the second leg finished. Warnell to West Brom after 90 minutes. That strike which is plans by a London Underground staff this weekend which would have class for the FA Cup final has been called off. Around 1,000 tube maintenance and engineering workers were due to walk out but the RMT union says an agreement's been reached. That's the latest. Evening Post. Wacky hands off. Well, you know, good see you back and how you doing? She's doing just by sitting right next to me. How Yoda are you doing? This case going on but I'm good, yeah, looking forward to the day that we get around that campfire. Boyle's sister just went up there to England today. My sister and my nephew. I thought you said you were going with your sister. To what time is Spike? She has me about wanted to but it wasn't in the cards and I got too much going on here right now, so tomorrow time I catch a boat or plane from jet ski tunnel stop to go Henry fashion. Yet Jesus Christ logo Muscle Hill. Well done Babby Cakes famous. Already seen it out as far as to prepare for whatever you're going for. You can actually taking quarter before false advertisement. Just putting it out there by the way. Picture in a swarm of locusts, golden crown. I mean, check that Boston Dynamics picture of this like a giant robotic locust with you. Now imagine that with a few armaments strapped to it, you know, and the AI breaks out, takes over that company. That's what I'm worried about, guys. I've been trying to warn everyone. Soft Crusader having problems with your transmission as it seemed to be very low cutoff starting the end of. Don't know whether it's just me or anybody else, but Max, they are Boston Dynamics. If you were an intelligent eye, wouldn't you wait until there was a few more factories like the test plan in software near on fully automated? It's at that point that he would strike right now. If there was a real problem, you're just turning electricity off to that whole grid area wouldn't hear. Surely that's what they will have to do. Military there. When I pressed front door and dragged him out of his house, just try menthol a bit Elvis Babraham on your temples, across the forehead and a bit on the back of your neck, and there does not sorted out. Try that and it smells gassy. The hustle trailer. Yeah, I mean, I would have obviously when I get the call. I wasn't super excited about going to war. Signed up and real work, gritting my teeth by he got a proper hard. He'd get injured. It wasn't actually in battle but he got injured in the military, so they gave me a purple heart. Yeah, that was those are some scary time but it was resolved. Play, I guess it shows what looks a treat for me every time I've had a problem with that way. You know what, you've taken paracetamol in about an hour and you still buzzing. I got hit by KD. 50 Shades got his back. I'm still. It's Ham, you're my older brother. He's dead now. He had done one Medal of Honor. I keep calling him for it because Trickerforce. He got shot bottom back. Table sparks coming off of your eels. Gonna need a lot of coffee, just never ends. I've got forms on forms. Yeah, secretary, take a letter. Hello everybody, I'm back. B99MX, is there a full moon out tonight? Skating close, my friend. Even when it was only half solve 3/4. Now I definitely feel a fax and it definitely affect the OYMYO. I'm sure I do that. How to tell people are acting very strange? They must be in the twilight zone. Yeah, you said it wrong. I would suspect Jack the Ripper is still the streets of London. Burnley Road, Padiham. Is that so wrong? Yes, he probably still preying on delicate young girls. 109 ITV has scrapped the Jeremy Kyle show after nearly 14 years on air. Tim Jones explains why confrontational show defect suicide fell. A lie detector available after a period of 18, 12 or 24 months go up by nearly 50% in some instances. Stoke City striker Saido Berahino has been handed a 30-month driving ban and an R75 000 fine for drink driving. A judge rejected his defense that he box. Why I am with you. Bring up a good point. It is either they know how to make you a mouth the ways to strike the chords of the emotions of the masses, and what they do, they say, oh, kids are gonna use this and legalize it, or we're going to regulate it for everyone and it where because you know no adult would enjoy a gingerbread vape, right? That's only meant for all kids. And now is it like cigars? I never smoke cigars, but this is cigars. More or less like Paul leaves actually rolled up and everything, so maybe it's because it's not crash. They can't, you know, all the other harmful chemicals to them just happened. I just told you that's why they used to be exact. It's because the whole wide is to prevent teens, they say, and cigars and pipe tobacco work exam because they don't pose a major threat to teens if you go over to bits, because cigars cost $90 a piece. That's why it's that flat out that Ripper with her wealthy people up cigars known cause 19 bugs. You can get some cheap ones and all, but you're my daughter, just Drop the data off and she said public oh my god striker but it is now she wants to be with nature armies get it together to make war against him that sent on a horse and against his army so that would be the valley of Armageddon you see that now. Revelation 16 also an adjective to if I'm not mistaken and they first 20 years of the beast that the Antichrist was taking with him the false prophet that are articles before him so don't think Satan cannot do miracles obviously he came with which. He deceived them they have received the mark of the beast and then that worship his image these both forecast alive until like a fire burning with brimstone show the beast the false prophet they put in chains or put in when and when it was slain. With the sword of him that certify this mouth and all vowels were filled with their flesh okay so that's the second coming Christ comes back and it comes back to do work he comes back to set up his kingdom he set it up by force okay does anybody have a question or comment about that you don't have that strikes anybody as I'd see you in the same thing in Utah. Road conditions yes thanks have let Apple Watch it is quiet now there's a slight breeze the birds are singing it's still very cloudy I can check the radar right now I'm thinking about it so I got a nipple report that there was a shelter set up at a local elementary school for those that need it I got the radio go on here so I'm checking the radar and the weather OYMYO page 5 our mobile monitoring is still on your severe thunderstorm warning 815 witches 20 miniature cell underrated shows marina shows another band hilarious is another band of storms coming a severe storm coming and it's nearly north star sweater east getting it. Like the tip of the band that usually what we get is it's moving or party so it's going to catch the tip of it on the north or I map I'll take a picture of it so you can see okie dokie I can see the tip of it that should be to a bed hello. This is heavy rainfall when is the start of spring father lightning strikes doesn't tell you where tornado is talking pieces then it will go into that box and there will be the last one. So there will be there that's 104 up next time or something so we tried calling it until the both boxes please now Monday ma on another OYMYO and then love you talk to me on another OYMYO which came through fusion that's a long time we get it all sorted out and with you and Mike Izzy Christensen is pretty lady butterfly book bowhead whales like everyone makes mistakes I'm joking yes I Richard Parry to get really good night I got really hooked up on Richard Parry in about 2008/2009 he was bringing out his really very powerful YouTube videos he will get like 10 views or something it's going to happen it's big boys did is huge for this man no war is going to happen between Russia China and Iran and passing of the Middle East versus America in the West and I was like okay scripture he was using lots of Bible verses anyway so the choice he basically said Iran he's going to strike US Navy in the Strait of Frankie and Grace with an eye Netflix is good and for the new season of Strike I really like it is Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin is hilarious waiting for Rocket Man to come out there at the Elton John movie and I can't wait I'm just waiting on Fire Stick I learned a lot and my Nanterrarium download movies on now. I had a point then I had to get a new phone I just never that was Nikki and I am curious to see who's going to win the voice tonight because Blake Shelton Esprit people in there one of the game remote to put my antenna on my dog's eye can't find it so I can watch The Voice tonight if I can on holiday tomorrow crazy weather this afternoon earlier this afternoon it was like 6 kiss in it oven 2 hours later with 85 notes right now it's weird weather this all day they said that it's going to be like a heat wave next year maybe this week so I don't know there was freaky I said it was 68.5 in it jumper 80s weather Antalya it's too hot for men weather Reykjavik August weather to kill yourself calling everybody monkey dust coming somebody fiendwork body MSD the middle of the night message F nuts people in moaning like corridor we look at the park next door switch it's unusual this guy's on the bench somewhere near Bravo to me check in a minute see if it's not Dave taking him. Bacon sandwich in summer tangle frequencies Dave doesn't strike me as at the park bench sorry mate listening to you I've gone deficits and listen to this album it's a jungle and jump up can feel something nice coming on to it are we going off McDonald reggaeton Diamond 6 tonight Bruce Dickinson Facebooky chewing what is one I'd split a mister I used to call it the old one I vomiting Vicky Michelle F licking ass F we need to do is good and a shop at Getty Center get you sell a chicken and a F roller cello tape that's what you need like was thinking more good idea yeah good thought it was fresh liver in an old shoe see Martin in the paper accordion against Rab Topo whelps me Tamir Indus Valley also regarded evil for good evil shall not depart from his house male straight is as and that would therefore leave of contention before it be meddled with either just the fires the wicked and he that condemns the just waits are an abomination to the Lord wherefore is there a price in the hand of a fool to get wisdom no heart to a friend loveth at all times and Brother is born for adversity, a man voice of understanding, strike at hands and become it. Surely in the presence of his friends go back to 17 for a minute, for somebody said something about that this week. A friend loveth at all times and a brother is born for adversity. They said that a brother is born for adversity. I think you was saying it, brother. I suppose to give you adversity. I'd take that as your brother is born for adversity. In other words, they should support you, and maybe I'm wrong. And made void of understanding, strike his hands and become a security in the presence of the translators and 60,112 translations. Just check it out sometime. It's such a new preface. Speaking out, word printing errors. Got to go to the other side of the moderator software. Back. The word of God is the building of the church. The God raised them up. That's their words, not mine. I get to the striker and I'll be back in a minute. Uriah, I would like to point out to them what text is talking about. Alex. Inserted by the translators to get play. And it's very minimal. Hello, Becky made that real clear, like they could have been stuff that it was very minimal. They put it out, Alex, so everybody would know the complete. It was missing a fragment there, and now believe they decide on the translators to be able to put those things them, but they did the Roman italics to make it honest. And Martin Burgess, Alex, or they don't let people the NRB that about when it first came out of 1992 it would not be the same nav that you were bad 10 years later. It's constantly changing versions. That's what they showed up. That's better. That's you. That's referring to Gareth and spitting up right now. It's killing me. After that once told me Sky.com another judge refuses Trump request to block the penis. George W. Bush honors former president round the year. And it in South Korea, Iraqi Prime Minister says it is our national duty to mediate between the United States and Iran. American Taliban John Walker Lind freed after 17 years in prison. Netflix says what's coming and going in June 2018. SpaceX Starlink launch attempt to reset for Thursday night. At least 3 dead after tornado strikes Missouri capital. IMF study says United States and China hurting Americans most. Terminated dark fate. No, Hamilton is back in New Jailer and she's carrying a weapon with their glasses on, chased away from home by guardian cat. And yes, there's a picture cat like my cat, black and white. Many dehumanize people with obesity. Earliest evidence of red pigment found in 3-million-year-old maths puzzle show the picture of a spa store compared to now. It don't seem like there's nearly as many strikers exercises. I know there's true butterflies, but we still get a lot of lightning badge, then only see many butterflies. When I was at school, staff, you know, you can get in and a lot of chips, and then time spring you can describe it in there. Any big gets butterflies, then releasing getting a reduced, and St. Anselm's butterflies not see them anymore. And I know that the fastest I've noticed the two wish my kids could have seen as many butterflies as I did. Hundreds of caterpillars, unicorns start, and then you just see X about to flies. Couple weeks later have long to wear monarchs, all kinds dancing times. Article is really anything. How far to hear that, but I will keep praying for you. Lean to John 2:22. It says basically that, well, let me find it right quick and I'll read it to you. 9022. Inanimate Hotel Rathors the Bear. Rustyard 222. Who is a liar? He that denies that Jesus is the Christ that denies the Father. So Aberdeen it from wherever they left off here, and that's the Holy Spirit working on him. If we believe and are born again, you can be read me another. There are missing lots of things and still grass out of it, and they can be born again. And believes tough, it's damaging to the ego. Yeah, I never leave the Holy Spirit working in on, because correct a wicked person, they will come at you with fiery words and they'll throw all righteousness out the window and just issue, usually with a character assassination. They usually just strike at your character and make you seem like a fool, and then they can bring themselves above the fall. A person description proverb about it: when you try to correct them, they come at you. It's like you're trying to help them and they come back with 8. What did exactly that? He'll ponder on what you just said and kind of just skip over it, but it's eating at him and they are going to look into it eventually, if not at that point, or maybe even after so many scriptures eventually that be like down before you give a baby one, you buy the bird and I'll pay for shipping your bits and pieces. So just eat, because I think you're too far away from your microphone. Auto voice to send with any vehicle cover. Navigator tried their military service message. You can remember nice hair for women, curly pretty strike rate enclosures, rifle solo lyrics. Can I use dead poisonous to kill weeds? Imhotep, nothing else besides the weeds, and I eat my dinner, I mean chicken. Well, it definitely would be a nice leisurely drive down here if I wasn't sat on the motorway doing 4 miles an hour. Hopefully this will clear up within the next couple of miles and it will be plain sailing the rest of the way. We should get to email that render they are later when she lays her eggs. Ronaldo family try to keep you warm. Silly dance national. How to learn the baby stands under their legs and most of the time, and how they do it. I can't stand kids hanging on to me all the time either. You Going to be a chauffeur for the day American cars are goes. Nothing going to change my mind about penguins anyway. Was that you're going to be off for you beyond 50 hours later? Well, I've owned big cars in the past. One rear brake arm American Ambassador, a head of automobile Delta 88, a couple different Bukes. Your big cars, but for a long time I've had mid-range cars, but I'm a driver. Prius 2, it's very fuel economic, average striker season winner 2 to 54 miles per gallon. In now that the weather is warm, like 58 to 60 miles per gallon, and that's what I got it for us. Though Samsung else I like about it is the air conditioning. Ram's an app that I can park and ready mode air conditioner on for the kids and myself in evening direction, then the motor heater run off the main big battery, and then just every few minutes, so it is start up run for just a few minutes, like 3/4 minutes, until it charges up. Sam so doesn't have to renew the ancient all the time to run the air conditioner or heat cracker. Opening the breakers are gonna stay anarchy I thought about, but it's way too easy when you was right. Second guess anything, just do something for fun. People says he's right and you put the biggest smile on his face. Luciano so entertainment soldado girl, what is it that fat clown at work kids dressed up as Parksy Gary Unge Dr. Nobel Parksy Just go on the internet, look up Poochie for fuck's sake, then you get the joke. Safe poofy dog Poochie person poops. No, I seen it, but I was in poop. Unicorn face jewels. So Salem Halloween like Blues Clues. Hell no, hell to the no. Number 58 about baby ride my dick like Kevin Bacon making Stampy's Diggers Digest Dirty Magic. Why Kevin Bacon the striker Columbia County Fair with the Gracie brothers, you just dance. That's why Kevin Bacon as time goes, so he's trying to get back at the county fair. Oh yes I do. Is Bacon prison is not look greasy easy wheezy. Nobody really know why nobody wants to hit the back. Nobody song. Does anyone home? We don't play this S on here. Place Harry here. I've used in every sentence with the use of more than one sentence. I tell you about it and then they strike go somewhere else, and now they use that word a lot. Avoid using it as much as I can. I'm not saying that I don't use it, I try not to use. I'm talking about you running now that somebody in it cause I keep trying. Or constantly born in a barn, and it wasn't so much, it was the N-word pissing me off to no end, and I don't know couple times. I don't care what you say, don't be directed. Network told anybody kiss let's go. Well, it's kind of a bad word. People feeling insane. People get the feeling tired with everything margarine because it's like they won't listen to me anyway. Ride London Marco Fu background. They use the N-word, they call me therein, and I called them lying because they do it all the time, and we don't get married each other for saying it's each other because we're friends to the wrong person. You should be in your right now lyrics and where you never know who's going to go anymore. Advice to departments also, if by any means they might have time to Finnissy and they are to winter witches and haven of Cretan life toward the southwest and northwest, supposing that they had obtained their purpose will sink. Thence they sailed close by Crete, but not long after the rose against the tempestuous wind called Europa done, and when the ship was caught and could not bear up into the wind, we let her drive running under a certain island which is called Bladder. We had much work to come, but the boat which when they had taken up they used helps undergirding the ship, and fearing lest they should fall into the quicksands, strike sail and silver driven, and we being exceedingly tossed with the tempest, the next day they lighting the ship, and the third day we can start with our own hands the tackling of a ship, and one neither sun nor stars in many days of here than those small tempests lay on us. All hope that we should be saved was then taken away, but after long abstinence Paul Stewart both me alive literally, so I'm on the brink every single morning, ending it all. The only use my cats and Michael's family have. I got church in my food and my oven. Little leaflet book that Bunker Secret Garden's pretty good garden. I've been reading it. Quite a racist Sonic Characters Aquatic Races book. Creator Sports my character. I guess it's from the time when on about it. Just say nothing. This girl this in reading is that why you even doing mum? Lots of new background I use cause I've got 6 cats now. Anyway, right, my clean scenario is Thursday I get to come home, the return to cool, believe in another person's pet cage and resort to the deuteramic car to get out, or in my own life to get out. I'll be up, talk to an IV, whatever I do it, because I promise I won't bit or drink, and I won't call it hunger strike. I was calling this is that I want out of his life. God told me you're a big fat guy in the sky with your dialogue in your mind that you ignore it because of fear of all these man-made laws. Jewish people in the Sadducees and Pharisees of people in the higher-ups, they did not, and it took a collective of them home. Everybody had to be on the same boat, and unfortunately the boat which really mattered, sorry mate, minutes was in control by the higher-up song. I'm starting to see the phenomenon is now becoming a female 12 swimmer. Lemonade. Beyonce has last forever live in my because black woman, and she has all the strikes against her as Far as going anywhere in this world, take a nap, and she's like, look at me, I had all the start, forget me again, Alice Black, but look at me, look at me, look at me, I'm in Jesus. I think there's something mentally wrong with her. I think a lot of it has to do with her family running her to believe that she's special, you're different, you're God's gift or whatever, and guess what, Beyonce, you're not that special. So it's people hopping on this bandwagon and how they're special, and they have a like when I can't use 50 sports questions, so I've been reading through them the last couple of days just trying to split them up in the next quizzes. So yeah, but it does take time, so next time I have this bright idea I will technically do all the quizzes in advance, and then I'll go do the Champions of Champions bloody Tinder, so that is a park every time I go past their lodge. That's interesting when you look into stuff that they have to do. I think they have to break 9 out of 10 commandments. Stephen B. emsing about what before, so the Galilean Jews kept this tradition. Now he's having his last one with them, and he's saying, this rapper, this wine represents my blood, this is why you've been doing this all these years. Neil is about me. I have come to fill the Passover famous castles near strikes in Niedersachsen. Yeah, mine. Unfortunately my grandfather was a worshipful master. Yeah, it's what I was sick entitlement in the world is that sounds so satanic. My dad was telling name source from the police department says, quote, activity has wrapped up in the Big Woods area just like before. We have evidence of ritualistic type ceremonies being held that there appears to be the working of a call, same sound as the mothers before they will strike again. It's what we're most worried about in clubs, social issues. We fear after that she comes for caring family. Her parents are under stupid suspicion, and she was last seen on Friday, September 29th. The morning she walked to the bus stop and never made it between latest case and the cold cases. And even a quote from one of the murder kids' parents, for the love of God, Viney's monsters, say my name source comment on Lucy's case. They were following order that were worried about the suspicious activity, and we've increased patrolling. In big words, if anyone out there has any information, please call it. Then at least his face, one of her eyes, and words from the white paper, and I know what I have to do, how to reboot my tablet. Has Bush's baked beans into this expire and Missy only April 2018. Okay, they should still be alright, brothers. This is totally random and obscure. What's your favorite movie, girl? Why would you put it on low heat? And Ibiza, Leonard Cook, slow not bad. The truth about gas grills, you don't ever want to click on that. You want to cook on a low heat. That's what I gonna get real. I don't want cooking oils. Marcus, my charcoal in a smoker. Everybody hurts. Well, it's ports. You do have to like it released, reach a certain threshold of heat. SharePoint school is better. I would say Star Wars would be mine. Empire Strikes Back, Aeroplane, Get Acquainted in Farsi. So you having lots of fun hearing kicking for Serenity. Empire Strikes Back more than Star Wars or Return of the Jedi. New Hope. You mean Empire of Return of the Jedi. Empire Return, but it's good film. Was that she know if you move? Even remember what happens in which one, which is the movie that Han Solo. I was the second one. You get frozen in carbonite instead. Cats. Now anyway, rate my clean scenario is Thursday. I get to come home and I don't have to return to call, and I don't have to live in another person's pet cage and resort to the tutor on it called to get out, or in my own life to get out. I'll be up, talk to an IV, whatever I do it, because I promise I won't eat or drink any. I won't call it hunger strike. I was calling this is that I want out of this life. God told me you're a big fat guy in the sky with your dialogue in your mind that you ignore because of fear of all these man-made laws that dialogue you should have a baby, but I want out. I'll come back as bacteria, but either way I want a nice soundproof, want to make as a soundproof room with a monkey banana by a proper nice microphone set up, streaming now, soundproof door, ramp, everything's gonna got lots of whirly things in the background. About the PS4, I got the laptop on. I've been blessed by getting off drugs recently. Silver Cloud, so that he even better. I'm in the good part of being on. Then I'm not from here and from the East Coast. I'm from where we have oceans and don't have tornadoes soon. Now absolutely effing that if I had known where was given to when I was coming out here to the Midwest in the output of the country, I wouldn't ever done it. Sidgeri, or I'm sorry, where do you say? Where at the devil's butthole? Where is that? Hey there, I feel you're not, because here we'll strike it out. There a really hot dry heat here in Kansas City. We have a really fat and hot humid heat, so it's 6 of one, half dozen of another, because he's out there. You don't have the humidity here. You do, so it might be 100 degrees here, but we got that needed humidity. Might be 120 a circumflex deg there, and you don't have to humiliate. Surprise kinda feels honestly pretty much the same, but you have either way. That's not good ship. I wish they build the border wall between and downtown, and where I'm at downtown. Well, I wish I could say the same on this, and that's the match. We get plenty of university funding. Reform is part of a range of cable pendants government review leading up to the C. Anyone getting medication for depression should be warned about potential side effects when coming off it. And report by the Royal College of Psychiatrists claims Guidance on stopping drugs that should reflect the full range of patients' experiences. Staff at Southwestern Railway going on strike and rollover guards on trains. The RMT union standout workers walk out for 5 days from June 18. Feltons of parent disabled children have been taking part in demonstrations across England and Wales in protest at funding shortfalls they claim as a national crisis in special educational needs for England looking to make a winning start their Cricket World Cup campaign. They're defending a target of 312 against South Africa. Lifted George Alderman at the Oval. The calculations of threats. Baby hits 88 miles per hour. I just installed the new version of Zello, so bad it seems to be a lot of issues with you. Strike the match and you get heat and light energy from that match, and then that heat and light energy does things like creates movement in the air early enough through the heat and so holds up, so it's just not destroyable. You eat it just transferred over to something else, I suppose, as well as out with him actually get sound energy and so for loving someone, but surely you can't see it always doesn't exist. Unfortunately it does. Nice, we are going conveniency rather than a Jack in the Box. I got a classic wok Chinese place. I got a Japanese place to get Sonic Waterburger. 203 chicken places of Thai restaurant, Mexican restaurant. I got shopping center here. It's all within 300 yards from me. Walking F agony today if I've been good for 3 days mate. No F, all my arms gone. No water. F, strike in a letterbox. Surely they would dissipate for the walls. Talking about the potential effects of radiation that light. Now we can talk about incandescent lights to incandescent light. Apologies. Incandescent light meets spread. Compare that to laser. What happened to Lisa? Like it is amplified. What are the side effects of war? What can happen if a service is affected? It's because of the stimulation as well as the amplification of light energy that we can see fires being caused, or damage being caused. Yeah, just thought between mitosis, differmitosis and midnight watches to help you focus your thoughts upon God. At the close of this day we bring you this devotional meditation from Morning and Evening by Charles Haddon Spurgeon, the great English preacher of the 19th century. Art extra this evening is found in Psalm 103. Anniversary by disease. As humbling as is the statement, yet the fact is certain that we are all more or less suffering under the disease of sin. What a comfort to know that we have a great physician who is both able and willing to heal. Let us think of him a while tonight. His cures are very speedy. There is life in a look at him. His flaws are radical. He strikes at the center of the disease and hence his cures are sure and certain. He never fails and disease never returns. There is no real abbeys where Christ heals. No fear that his face and should be merely patching up for a season. He makes new men of them a new heart. Also does he give them a right spirit does he put within them. He is well skilled in all diseases positions. So this is why you know when you give your 100% to somebody else the relationship typically works out, especially when they get behind percent back. The sometimes tragedy strikes. Someone loses their legs, they lose their arms, stuff happens, mental breakdowns, a stroke, heart attacks. That person can't give the 100% anymore. Influence, so-called the great area grey line, alien greys or something. Tell me about this next time I speak to you. The grey area, Amsterdam, Mumbai, Americans B&Q outside the door, Rubik's Cube and the line of people line yet a few times that is. I got the place called The Dog is called the grey area shopping Amsterdam. It's just off for the Damrak streets. I've been there 3 times, once in the mid-90s and then only 2000 then, and then a little while ago with Naomi, her birthday. We went there and the line, we critic you like queuing up really weird like you. Yeah, the line there was about 100, 102, 150 people. It took us 3 hours. It's like Disney World or something. Right area, check it out if they have got a YouTube. OYMYO, select something called grey area, try crimes, and that's the way we were queuing up for. They do something called try crimes, try crimes. That is a British American wedding. There is some great area track runs the first time in its outdoor parks in Endeavour. Yeah, you know what, I think this is crazy. Why would we block me record for record? Like this is the freaking R50 a day. What's going on here? Melissa yourself, man, did you mean watch Malaga webcam port bemoaning like you haven't seen Kravitz's need to get to the goddamn animal shelter to go now? Remember and be polite folks to let outside the front of me if you looking at me from by. He has smelling, tasting it that stirs things in the air or something into the lightning strikes. I'm just joking, girl. Where are you at? That we should concentrate on Santa Rita Connor's House of Stone. Spider man of the way I talk when I come into the Rovers, say there's a tornado and a hurricane and toilet. Can any of you start it up the ass where a body knows that will a tornado reaches F5 it and turns into a hurricane, or what we like to call Sakhalin Island hurricane, and Jesus comes down from heaven and crusty listen to the center of it. You know that I will wait you to say listen strike without. That would have been a deadly well if you were more accurate. Then he's going to do it again and you Need to take him out for he comes he was thrown pillow that you yeah I mean even if it would have been a deadly direct hit with most I've a protocol person in the world but it is only fair I mean honestly thought I could have been a very serious thing I like Mark respect them and I just lost a little respect nothing surprises me from you people I said no addresses no phone numbers magnet didn't even if you don't give me the best for that but I spent like 30 hours in research but don't worry about it we will do it well I'll speak on your behalf of him having something why because dancing typically only harms someone if you have we will have a picture of them in the phone number of picking it up number if you're not doing anything you could just like dig a body up so I can put that on OYMYO he doesn't know he is like the one only looks like logo love lovey dovey we shall forgive each other now go away psilocybin vagina freeway where you have to strike hard as I know mister I think so Bridgeway specifically heard him say that he was never going for a second shot at he was something like trying to make peace with 3-way or something but it made me last night anyway I think but I told them I was like there's nothing you can do to stop me from doing this and give out information but I was hoping announcement today for lunch rare bit Salisbury steak mashed potatoes and corn or soy milk or chocolate milk Armageddon radio why would you need an information to find Mr. Mac are you going to do is drive up in the continent go yeah where's the white guy R&B like ordinary old bears live down there I download Mac wants to sell but how can I have Mr. Back is black why is he so racist against white if you want those guys like real did I just hear Tyler say that he specifically heard Max he wasn't going to take a shower is called that he's scandalous Aussie Raja don't even like you don't want nothing to do with them I've heard from several people days ago and I heard about people talking about only vitamin the OYMYO when I can do with them Dame Sandbach fidelity work American dad bird yeah but fast I cannot talking yes and being real there's point of talking sitting being real and being real I need talking yes the real can you name any of these mods are they real people text serious no reason said anybody out there any strike there what he's making these statements therefore the name one mod so they just hate them and what I'm off to OYMYO 101 say they hate him under solo body knows good movie to watch on Netflix Marsha Helgen movie precinct you have to scan over there is one of 4 version of it it's about these gangster cops in New York is better 0.1 the best unheard of documentaries out there sure yeah where he said that that's a good movie oh damn you said on Netflix I was going speaker 2 the idea that you're saying that she was sure she didn't strike me as a type of person but I did see her name come up as Getbox speaker 2 like I said she just didn't strike me as the type of person at all sure is always on there detecting speakers you know really strike me as speaker 2 I would say she did that because it was the first strike thing whoever tells first gets believes the most but I have had recently bubble glass yourself some pickled pig feet I love pickled pig feet Foxtrot Gary in Indiana funny that was funny banana in 40 grams dude I'm going to use that all that was great older going to listen to this I would think about people from Salo 50 people in on one OYMYO and get those 50 people with each other I could probably make it happen they could just for me or I think that's 50 people I think we could take on any but that the whole entire world was 50 people strike Salomon Lancaster me that may be difference between an agricultural but different parts of the United States you know there's some places up north now they won't beat a black happy because I think there's no going for a pink DS the black eyed peas in the south is a staple down here before FJ Hillocks. Truck 605,009 whiskey original eternal wallpaper never I guess it all depends on how what you eat back in there is raising her the cloud all the time I'm talking here about all these food strome let's do that right now Bellstone without account this is probably a strike against me bank about the account Poddersdorf reading score kept looking good at 3 good gifts is my name here hi city how are you who know I didn't look at her thought I was sent you earlier I'm sorry if that wasn't City and we got a clue Harris Pearly Oklahoma filters say what the hell love you dad I love you beyond your story Syria violence even finer since neither give me the D on the regular basis Astro Extreme Spider in all connections you put your pipes up finally and here somewhere Tuesday to be that to drive down there from Indiana and then but I'm actually hearing the first but then he said that they gonna pick me up so I was interesting how was last night to marry does the name that I've always seen cinemas showing for a long time that I've never heard you up last night Sims bump the button for once I get mature student here shirt Syria private legs with bumps by the way to get shipped from you game speak to you more intelligently than any philosopher has done but I also reveal to you the most essential point in the practice if you meditate thereon and by yourself to understand it well but above all if you work according to those lights which I gave you you may obtain what you see for and if you come not to these knowledges by the way which I have pointed out to you I'm very well assured that you will hardly arrive at your Designed by only reading the philosophers, therefore this pair of nothing search the source of liquor of the sages with contents all that is necessary for the work. It is hidden under the storm. Strike upon it with the red of magic fire, and a clear fountain will issue out. Then do as I have shown you. Prepare the bath the king with the blood of the innocent sin. You will have the animated mercury of the wise, which never loses its virtue if you keep it in a vessel well closed. Hermes says that there is so much sympathy between the purified bodies and the spirits that looking for a song for you guys. Microphone death high. It's gone ballistic. Controls have gone ballistic. Hang on a minute, I'm heading into drinking a while. Occasional coffee like a rip at energy drink goes like I want to sell a close to a year to hear a shark and Android Asia Striker radio wireless. If I can go swimming, of course you did, my good friend Mr. Fireman. I'm just looking for if these controls will do what I wanted to do. This stick voice control wrong with you? What's that? Ask what's wrong with one person that ask what's wrong with the world. Can a relief FR please Henry V? I feel the way I do about tomorrow people who were a bit habit this planet you so can't use the approved I haven't been using. I hope I haven't been using it. I meant pretty cool I think. Hello, are you done manga? I am struggling trying to fit Windows 98 and XP on 512 millibars hard drive space. Hedonism, it's really silly. Sweet, are you working out Lancaster 12 tasks at once about 16:1 computer? The area today we know as the Middle East. I want to begin with this Israel report about Israeli strikes on military targets in Syria for the second straight day. According to Syrian media, the Israeli strike targeted at T4 airbase in the central province of Homs, long used by Iranian forces in Syria, just before midnight Sunday. This is last Sunday, June 2nd. Israel has acknowledged carrying out dozens of airstrikes in Syria against Iranian targets and France allies over the past month. Now what if I told you that the Bible with specificity said it's all going to go down in Syria? Come down from Syria, attack Israel. For those of you who are well versed with Bible prophecy, speaking of two specific prophecies in Isaiah 17 and Ezekiel 38, it's happening exactly as we were told it would, which is why I truly believe we are on the eve as the close. Is important to understand that these strikes preemptive by virtue of Iran's weapon capabilities. On Tuesday, and Jerusalem Post publish report about how uniforms from afar so I can look like an Xbox app working towards tune from them, and the closer I go to security guard suite download more respect than other maskers. Other more security guards that had a white t-shirt and painting steps so that you know that stick out from the rest of the Greyhound Arsenal song 16-year-old liking someone like really big cities. A couple of 104 doctors Nolan still up Meadows crazy little talk email address purchase orders and all transit cream machine C707 rather than on bicycle jailer Dover FC striker traveling with me soon. Apollo that don't send a ticket securely on the bike as it doesn't look in our office or something. I didn't said that uniform. That's the more private security companies selling their standard right at, but it is freezing someone's car. Still have the required training animals with the job while you were engineering hidden car radio with you while running up behind across shoulder without you. Repeat after me. Working. I will take a look at our pal Devin. The person talking about is Anita Sarkeesian, female Canadian American gamer something she crazy movement. I don't look any further, but that's the name I remembered it, but because I was referred doctor's topic sent striker anything for it. Hey, how you in UFC? The bathrobe Dishonored Reed Miller one, and I feel like there's a good one, but you can't tell the story real quick. Yes, I know, I think it's self-explanatory when you read it, but there's a lot of people in denial here on Zillow Surface. Ben not responding to them when they've been attempting to talk to me, and I've just put them on mute cause of the black today just by putting it up and around, with the exception of a couple where people had a laugh and said, you know what, a person is right. Is there a stupid people who are exactly the type of people that are referenced in that? But did you watch the videos? Is Annandale murder reference 99% of people on this application I happen the way they did, and it's my position, but it's with an evolution you start to believe it's okay now. It is not a ridiculous now second grader questioning the fundamental nature of existence. What are not there is a fundamental order to that is not even an adult college level 80 years old anchor. How old you are now? Ridiculous. I thought that everything was saying in here and came to these conclusions for myself and didn't carry this burden of nonsense around with me. The greater being out there that I called to. I'm small right now, but you're Harry Carolina start bounce New Kenny Herbert AMD. I know it now, just was very confusing. You know when you're still playing it open for a burning version. Yeah Jack, I'll get it. Got his calm down. What is not the year since Sodom and Gomorrah burning Gallagher walk, but here you're saying it. It is second grade. You decided for yourself within a limited amount of time. Yet fundamental structure of reality strike you as a little bit interesting. Now we didn't have internet myself. The boss game is fun in that you cannot buy your own Drink, it has to come out of that money. If whoever one doesn't allow you to drink, you can't drink. I just woke up slightly one bit. The tetrahedron is a Chelsea start. David, about the eagle's head is a formation of the Star of David in Boris. Lucky strike. How smart we will be right now. Gunner 70s right. Sorry love, not stay you go man. You're right, yet it is above the eagle that is the Star of David. There you're right, that was definitely satire. Quite done one right. The message is if you take the freedom banana left into the Duda man right, you have what known as the star tetrahedron. Sounds like a mixture for Uranus. Don't get one that's on the speaking about anuses. We've got Silver in the room as well. We'll get them all talking soon. You're right, I'm having a look there. Yeah, I can see that now. Okay, yeah, process Dick DC 666 written in the bushes. Does anyone know why a sheriff's badge has not second created the question? The fundamental nature of existence itself, and whether or not there's a fundamental order to the world of the universe that is not even an adult college level 80 years old. Anchor, how do you are not ridiculous. I thought about everything you're saying in here and came to these conclusions for myself and didn't carry this burden of nonsense around with me. The greater being out there that I called to. Okay, well I'm small right now, but you got Harry IMDb. I know it's very Christmas, pretty confusing, you know, when you're still playing, you hoping for a burning bush. And yeah Jack, I'll get it. Countdown. Why is Nadia Sodom and Gomorrah burning? Gunaga Barry, you're saying it is second grade. You dissolve within a limited amount of time, yet fundamental structure of reality that strike you as a little bit, what's a word? No, before you finish, because, and second the projector program, because of those that starts again, because you know what you are doing. You're talking about timing. I feel slice of an Oz with a case that I could at the all of the right thing and persuaded to stick around it. Yup, you can put in your caveatly run around for 9 months, even if one that I'm saying that I could do that. Whether to remain in a relationship early strike mean be the normal nuclear situation. I've just had some weird warning signs that was not drinks fine song the relationship because you got a woman pregnant. That's just that almost never works, you know. Review, you don't marry your tea, so whatever circumstances or just for the circuit. Just curious what kind of wine is only talking about Mick Kettles crying last night eating a whole tub of Ben and Jerry's. What's going on here? Know what it was on? Be mad at me not, and it's been like 3 weeks, a month, I don't know. For sale. We are my global exchange. She seems unhappy, upset about the previous thing that was not resolved. Yeah, I don't even know this could work out there. Don't even think about it. When I got to a point that why to study this one, I already unsat in my style of playing nice. The real reason notes and stuff like that when I am at the recorder. Most of your great musicians didn't start off reading music. They had to write at some point, but now the creativity comes from within. Bethlehem music comes from probably had a dream sheet. Music comes from your brain. Peabody had to do everything that has a brain but gut instinct about timing, about precautionary time in bloodstream. Strike a string on a guitar. Think about a studio musician. It's yes, I can read it and quiet. They have no creativity themselves. That's why they are studio musicians. Yeah, but I'm sure they are very talented. There's only talented artists and guitarists actually playing, even for other artists are playing in the background, but these people are so talented, God bless. I mean, the way I see it, creativity is like you now. Music, there is like the map you're saying, but I can restrain you like when technology from this alien ship. What the gravity propulsion of the ship, the gravity, so you know when they were in space then the step could be stationary, not spinning round in circles. They could just stay on the ground and shielded the ship as well. It's like this little sort of ball shaped like a big ass, yeah, something like that. Yeah, hello, they're naughty, and then this alien ends up going on the ship to get its technology back, and it ends up shooting the ship, that the big spaceship up, so it ends up nearly crashing, so they have to get on into the escape ships and escaping. They end up landing on this world, done the world, the alien that strike the ship, the droid becoming good becomes friends with a little boy. Yeah, that's all I'll tell you, watch the rest. Okay, so Johnny does the singer of all of them. Space, that's what the original series was based on. Yes mate, what did you do, donkey? How's it going? Everywhere basically just a rewrite with up to chill effects at 6 billion. Eastman was who cares about that. I'm used to an hour and a half away, so now I'll settle for 20 minutes. Dear, I'm going to jump out here quick. Somebody called her office at their front door. Is it lacking for the day? And they're scared. I don't want to go home without the door security, so I'm here. I'm gay. 200 days to preside. Walking out with us actually just fix a lot for one requirements today. It's like yes but didn't. Time one space. They have 1 2 3 4 points of entry to the space. Whatever, make like any other 3 are just electric strikes. Yeah, I got there then. I'll be honest, I am debating inside which one electric strikes on a maglocks. The maglocks file watcher strides in the wiring. Is everybody still here? It was both the doors. I'm glad I came here and checked both of them. I guess I could have started on the Computer. If I wouldn't want the computer, I can log in at my office remotely to this building and chat, but it would be used paid in aerospace. Also, the main one was an electric strike. There's a switch over to watch Fox News and XM satellite radio. You guys have a good one. Joking around. What's going on, guys? Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Appreciate their blue. I hope you are also just unpacking for Florida. Yep, mini vacation or going to stay there for a bit. Early spring break. Now I'll be there for about 10 days, so hello babe, I'm pretty happy about it. Awesome. I hope you have a good time there. Certainly hope so. I paid a lot through this condo, so enjoy it. Beachfront view, but that's game 1 year if it's got a bit front view for a freshwater pool. It also has a hot tub. Suppose pretty cold though, because it's got a waterfall that goes down into the pool. Like asking way too much money on this, but I don't know how I wanted to live it up just to little bit, you know exactly. Then I'm going down there. What the pool have on the beach? Maybe I'll meet a pretty girl. I don't know what's going on. I just know I'm going to enjoy it. Ahead and included. It's Friday. Coalition to Change Electoral College votes grows closer to 270 volt mark. Brian Sanders leaves field of 20 Democrats. Children for first debate. First women strike to protest gender pay gap and inequality. Edit. Tony Hoda thought it. Taylor Swift releases new single You Need to Calm Down. Snake slithering up wall triggers arc inside doorbell camera. High calcium level and middle age can increase heart failure risk. Dock workers' dietary changes reflect the decline of the Roman Empire. Vehicles and equipment of new United States rotational unit arriving. South Korea United Open. Justin Rose jumps into lead after a late surge in first round. Heavy rains coming to a new flight threat in south central United States. Catholic bishop stops short of mandatingly involved in an abuse investigations. United States bill gives ultimatum to Hong Kong over proposed extradition law. And of course the website has to be Little Donny and I lose my place. Morning. 696 companies no real not agree with that. Unite the moment is that they also promote all of their children to get to go on a proselyte mission. So when I turn 18 on 19th, I get sent this message. Convention center with a loan how to sell religion. That's what to the fastest growing church in the world, because they pick on third world countries. And I'll give him a little bit of money and everyone do it. One gets baptized immediately. Wow, it's like that strikes me as odd right now, and money is being passed around. You using money to promote your religion. See the deceased again with your principal religion is founded upon Jesus in the Bible. His teachings, to me that smacks of a contradiction right there. But look at the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is there a lot of the ways that they operate literally contradict the words of the Bible. That's why I feel like they've kind of fell off a little bit. You know what I mean? The good people, but it's weird the way they pleasure youth from Canada a year by a bunch of pussies. You want Lake Michael or you wanna hang on Charlie's monkeys digging. Look for seashells. This you gonna find a lot of shits in the future if you don't clean your dikeys. Robbie's garden wall. She's baby bottles. Bowls league taking debut. Telephone razor. Bye Burnley give you strike. Instagram no more children. Yeah, he's never going to have my children's running down his wife. Buccaneers versus Wigan. The Alice Friday input list for real. So is love. Will you take a cut and above everything? You'll be mine jelly. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. F my Punjab slow. My F girl, you said we're bougie, but I'm digging it. You have no choice even digging. And are you digging Renault? Megan, I am swell when I make the other one. You will be session running, never trying to scramble for a some F explanation why you like sucks. So many balls in a few short minutes makes for angel. We're going to do it. It's like Mousekis did my neighborhood. The epistle of Paul to Paul, a servant of God and an apostle of Jesus Christ, according to the faith of God's elect, and acknowledging of the truth which is after godliness, in hope of eternal life, which God they cannot lie promised before the world began, but has in due times manifested his word for preaching, which is committed unto me according to the commandment of God our Saviour. To Titus, my name's son, after the common faith, grace, mercy and peace from God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ our Saviour. For this cause left ID in Crete, now should have set in order the things that are wanting, and ordain elders in every city as I had appointed. See if any be blameless, the husband of one wife, having faithful children, not accused the riot or unruly. For a bishop must be blameless as the steward of God, not with self-willed, not seem angry, not given to wine, no striker, not given to filthy lucre, but a lover of hospitality, a lover of been drunk. I've had to communicate complex while being drug is good. Cherry veneer coffins. You answer me, I am a raven. As patron comes the food, I was tell you in the end if it comes near me when I'm eating. Fandom drag Neil, he had signs of intoxication. Go away, so many slow, so do it. Occasionally, always a waste of fun. Weather Macedonia. Oh sorry, can you tell him? How can you tell him? Every high, it is just like me when I'm high. Wish comedy all the time. I just want to see every time I like someone thinking of a good Come back then. I can't get the button diagonally in the strike at the moment when I actually does the program pop at white people. Josh, that's given white privilege. At every time I hit the do I have a 3 in 5 chance of getting the body because you're black. I may have also had 3 mimosas and a 32-ounce vodka coke. So Josh, I'm shining you so it's okay. Can you make a sound any less gear? Hi guys, anyone missed that pure genius in McBride's joke? Have a 3 in 5 that was investigation, that was water. Tribe and garbage. European. Concern yourself with some strings. Go on. Pleasure toys. Vanquishy dismissed. But let's not forget this S is real. Ria who's wanting it. Doesn't even matter the people behind it or absolute freaking. You know this S is happening all over the world. You guys do know that, right? Or yellow banana X high level pedophilic rings that were taken down by the FBI Sandstrom Scotland office has actually made it one of these issues, which is pretty Coleman. Nobody ever had before, no present has before. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's rapid, it just like you now at the world. I mean it is an issue that we really can't because it's not within our boundaries. I didn't go home. It strikes an emotional chord with a lot of people. Hopefully Sel like you, he probably should hear him in the end some people, because it makes them feel an emotional way and angry whatever out the conversation. But I feel like still maybe is done with this crap about you can become friends with other people's friends. And I liked that when I got this one guy that sounded me, I finally blocked him. He's like 35 and he wants an older woman because we're more experiences as well. I ain't got nothing to teach you. Are you not teachable for this morning? Thanked God. Well then the goal is to not get going to be in to get the most strikes off your gunner phone number. Phone me. No one told me. That's like my usual for your time on the time anyway. But she gives up in the morning to 5:30 in the morning. My daughter gets up 6:30. The boys the evil 7. She leaves today. Always Tobradex journey from me to great soul in ain 13-year old. Should be home soon and the Mikey should get to school, so should be home by 2. European strikes again. Callaway strata gutterball Barrow is a strat. The gut. Do you have your team to get about the game? I'll be the data bar chart in 1000 hour 1.3. Sackable have over F information. Cologne France. Facebook Morgan. I haven't had a good laugh with my life. German born pretty long time when I always get 100 200 strikes again. Those guys just to let you know she's F off. She's run away because she's upset. Kanatica badge. I don't give a F about her. She's a nasty B. Yes darling. YouTube. When I'm paying for Royal Mail prices on my legs, you know sometimes I feel old. Lenient give to Fox crown holder in shape while he got a block making the OYMYO from you. You know I won't go after what happened at Dome Beach, and here I'm not going out with you, you know, and share. That's what you need to do. You won't be bothered. You now FB back at beach. It's game. The best gamer get sucking gamer girl strike. Every game that pride strike and strikes a good caribous. I'm not good at surgery. I hope you're doing better. Just remember 13th of lucky number. Well, that's doing good for square 200 pin square heads. It's decent. I think my average when I first started Bull-in was 180. I am pretty good at first place. One of the biggest trolls in that picture you had up like 2 years ago, but no reply. X if you want more closely in my bed, there's something there for years fighting. Yeah, I hear you like to swallow on the weekend. Really good job. And Decker vehicles and S constable spaces, can't call them, getting shed hidden everywhere. Hey JD, good for your body that I can stay in America right now running. Put on a 3-hour. I rang him and the pictures 0%. Let's be honest, so we should have attacked Iraq or Iran. Think they've been attacking their own. Yeah, no name down. I'm sorry. MRS 17 pre-sold. Does Tiger Shark from Japanese island militia strike against American Gaithersburg because to that? Yeah. But McBride, they're a Saudi UAE. I think I know where they were heading. To be asked if it is coming to us first. Volunteer reading about that. I can have all that your ribs. Like I said, money. I'm still gonna complain about paying $16 at Five Guys Burger. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm not talking Lucky Strike Formula SPW. No, point out the weather too. I know. I think a feminist would say it's empowering. It's not objectifying a woman. That's a bit sexually empowering. Weather forecast for the land down under. As I stand here in my mankini, it's hot. Sensi, the most feminist griner, and luckily she said she was there now with using, and after all that's tough gangster common sense. Now feminist, you just say I'm like a strong like feminist like yellow tunes. Find me nowhere vagina hearts, and she doesn't like me cause I'm sure I'm feminist. I show my emotions as being feminist to some people. If stuff they say real men don't cry army got feelings, I like to let him out. So she doesn't like me cause I'm free as a sensitive new age gangster. Alicia, take your partner's phone. Sex strikes. The target demographics of that sort of thing is the streets. Male looking at Heathrow. Lesbian indent. Black like you because you're coming. A little sensitivity like you because you make everything about to you and right. This machine learning is a difference, not self. Aware, but I'm telling you that in Area 51 they have biological laboratories. We think they're working on robots so they don't have to send humans to. We've got robots are really brown, like physical actual bodies of intelligence, like the movie I, Robot. That's Boston Dynamics, Meriblastic Nevada, Boston Dynamics. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the government, the military, the United States Air Force, the CIA, the NSA, all of them are working to create robots now so that we don't have to go to know, like the unmanned airplanes now, like the in on the oh my god who let the star Birkin Jesus journey. What information do you have about the striker? I don't have access to direction where I can read what's in your head. You gotta go to the CIAcar.com, rather see a web page and go to Freedom of Information Act, search and type like UFOs are biological robots being built, and there's files on in Bro where they had to release date. I thought Richard man that I shall live. Interesting. Anybody on Mark Martin, Yellow Mate, Hello Mate, Gary Oldman, Peppa Pig, it all of Quentin Sona, Bad Pudding, New Bad Cleaner, F been out. You know one of them funny about you now. Marvin's just been empty for F full of maggots mate. Okay now I'm alright mate, have a normal. It's been talking for a bit. Alexa stop. 55 alpha stars are good for netball. Yeah mate, right. Brothers Borough bookmakers. Cano where anybody's gone mate, I've got to get tidied up in a minute. Booking Elsa's is shit. Oh crazy lightning strikes, so I'm just in the process as she's trying to get everything going again, and I work in Bramley. Unplugged it, find it ever again where to plug it back, and I'm knackered mate. This is going to work today. Under the weather as this morning, but terrible in it. It's not cold but just horrible grey skies mate, body horrible. Can I get over it mate? I want to see what I see sitting anywhere apart from 2 onwards. I don't know what time I can see it coming through, and people getting murdered. Most definitely a blessing to be on the other side of a clock for window traffic instead of funeral, as people are exiting the city, entering into the city right now, so definitely a bonus. But then of course you get to the point where you're not exiting the city and then your bonus is taken away from you, and apart. Not as fun. However, I play at least in one direction, never more backed up throughout the whole city than the other direction. That may not be the case. Strike Atlantis Metropolis part Metropolitical Metro Metropolitan where the metro-ish areas closes. Philadelphia to Harbor. Yeah mate, no problem. So you mate. Cheers mate, you for a top shop. Someone in Basil and Base live tonight mate. I'm never F your life doesn't say it's charging. Adult Pennsylvania of mainland. I thought it was nowhere near. It'll be like New Jersey, Virginia, some like that will be at the airport. I've got plenty, but it takes her what it is hard for a whole world is in deception. See that this world is all corrupted. It's ruled by the prince of the power of the air. I'm getting stuff. I feel great. I feel like God's on my side and they watch all these things happening. That's the whole great game. You must be saved and you must be doing right because you got all this great games in addition, and it's a false when you say I'm in the Lord. I'm Google suffer persecution. Rate right away. Now you are the enemy, and all these people, the rude, the white, get most everyone around you is not in the Lord. Railway strike opposites in the attack. They may not even know what they are doing. They realized how deeper than you know how deep their spirit is there. So is in the world, in the force area is in death. Really that's the reality. Dead people not knowing that they are the second test. And I see hear you well in the gospel. Piano sounds like a mini vacation. 08401 sleeping surround. Play some cards. Pursuit. Can I get my snaps? Eliza Mulberry Diary. Had to get a phone call. They are just I'll send about the possums. Ironically had one just cross the road in front of me, so I've missed any part of the conversation since then. My apologies. No problem. It was pretty dead, other than Marvin saying that are facing cameras in the oldies. Hell, is this a new thing or are they all going to go that road? Aku with a rice lip. How big they get to the point that it was automatically sterilizer, which is a bunch of gravel square, and then cameras discoverable by the defense attorney. What happens? Yeah, that's not too invasive for me, you know, not even for the reason of take out the colors in on you. I use it against you. Just them watching me about that would make me really uncomfortable. Have my dinner if you don't trust me. And after the driver strike, then you know this is not a relationship that I want to be in with you anymore. I go again. $6 an hour. More than most of the places around here. The market. Brown wages up, and I mean that. I think that has a hand in every good and perfect thing, and I believe that, you know, if we're descendants of Adam and Eve, which we are, the Adam and Eve and know through as being the sentence, I believe that, you know, God gives us the adequate strike that is needed to do the things that He's called us to do on this planet. But I mean, you can look at it differently, and that's obviously you're right, and you know, it just happens that I disagree with you. It is not a matter of being confused or whatever the case may be. I think it's a matter of perspective, and you know, like me, you know, really the way to see things in perspective. And so my perspective is, did you know daughter names a time of birth and he orders a time of death, and when he said it's time to go out, it's time to go went. When he says now you are gonna stay here, now you're getting his head, and all that I Firmly believe that. Okay, now I realize you have just mobile launcher every decision that we make. Catch a good morning DJ Towers, ginger hair with the morning WhatsApp, follow Hydro. Man, I'm doing well, thank you for you shooting down a drone strike. 8th Army, they've destroyed something else. Affiliate United States, is Tommy actually shut down? I'm telling you, it's going down. I think we're going to meet up with him. Yeah, it's going down. The shower LEX, I shot one down. It was on the news today. And then can I have around posting something, the ready to go, the ready for war, so basically chelling custard for us, which obviously they are not there. They could never be ready for whatever. Then again, when I read otherwise for 30 this morning, around shoots down a drone or whatever, all I can think about it that I cut them is just like a Mickey Mouse. And I was like, gonna sounds like a provocation to me. We had the drones there in the first place for them to shoot down the same thing every other place for Ben's cynical pages. I mean, there is drawn over here. You think we wouldn't shoot down? Was out of control for a while when I was up to like R290 and she was working at that place. Carbohydrates, no doubt, Gary, that stuff in moderation for sure. Sorry, what you been up to, honey? Hope we will strike. I'm here alone again. Bruno must be me. Density at arguing about Black and Mouse. Amir Hossein Armin, Big Ben, how you doing? Maybe that's what keeps the room go on. His Percy, I no say anything different. I'm just going to keep my nose out of it from now on. Keep your nose out of your nose. My name is Colonel Edwards. This is a good IPA, delicious. You just have to find it. Hey Victor, how you doing? Tell you no to smoking on the size hole in the basketball shorts. Indeed, divorce this gap nor skid. Remember when I start wearing stuff, do I add me? Are you going to fix your Monday? Hello Dinkle to be here. What is up? I know you like that 4/2 minutes of your car ideas. Do rabbits leave? You would be a great Robin Rich. It's getting good, Victor, it's getting good. Yeah, Robin Leach of the Rich. Matt the Salad, King James Bible 2018, along with the encouragement of the Psalms, hymns and spiritual songs to NN4 internet radio stations, available every day 24 hours a day at bbfohioradio.com. Join listeners from over 150 nations, all 50 U.S. states and other US territories who are tuning in and receiving free Bible teaching at ddsohioradio.com. Life's a journey to body. Would love to read with me, but I know them. She is beautiful. Rails, Web, Baker, Steel, Straws and Dunhill. Will I find refuge in the shadow of the cross? I am. Yes, I am resting. Anybody that's about this got the wrong tennis up. It might be time to unplug because he's just been his strike between Belper and Alcest and Gary U by the frequency of France coming through on OYMYO 19 Origitre. I'm going to get my hair up in a minute. I withdraw a Circumflex 19. Give me about Sophie Brown before Roger Rogers here. I was going to get one of them. Looking at one of them radios with it that you lot got. VTech someone, the one that deserves sideband in the time. Looking at one the other day and you're all that good. There was only Airwolf. I think that's what I'll be after instead of I'm Not 30 Machine, because that's basically what they are, and so I'm thinker only looking at one of them. I'm going to try it now, see how good it is. What do you do if you forgot to put the user to press sideband on my own tiny little thing? Battery lasts forever on it. Roger Daltrey 555 money should I do? Remember after Derek? Yeah, where are you? Runner 125 price UKT 25. Front on piano. Wow, yes mate, I can actually inside bank coming through. Need to find me. Billy Long White, have lost me long way. Forgot about that radio. Everybody long way gone here. My can't believe is a French plug on OYMYO 19 must be. Alright, good lift on Rogers radio. Roger Dodger, I know garage going to bring it up today. Let me know. It comes with a long way trouble as you suffer from real bad interference. Booking lightning strikes around my dog on the game on there. There's nothing wrong with talking about params, and we talked about his father's military strikes. Me about him back. He's probably talked to you about my prompts described around overnight drone attack. Has a big mistake in a tweet that said oil prices skyward. It was but wanted. Welcome to Canada's Prime Minister. Inside benefit of the doubt. It was a mistake by somebody that shouldn't have been doing. Somebody under the command of the country. Trump claims he isn't being pushed by sizes into a war in the Gulf. The UN is urging restraints on both sides. I can't afford one. I went to the Iranian embassy to FC training a faster to Richard Bracken now on the 6th day of a protest hunger strike outside in support of his wife, who was also April 26th. Time you didn't know about how certain he is that the American drone wasn't ready. Nursery's forces on very second that it's in our space. Airspace director of the John now has been found in the Indian waters. You're not complaining this to the United Nations, and they were very seriously, because that has been vacationed by the United States blue tankers. But if you are certain that there are people in there, all yes, but they have been trying to relate these concerns to the judiciary, because that's a decision of the judiciary at the end of the day, but unfortunately the development of Radcliffe is following the issue politicizing and in fact the pressurizing. The timing of his hunger strike is not very helpful at this stage, but he's in sympathy with his wife is also an orchestra, but the question is that the timing that he has selected be having the UK election increasing the maximum pressure by the United States, so he should think they will easily be in what manner and in what format it is. He wants to express his opinions and his concerns, and the way that he is blocking the entrance of embassy is exerting pressure on the normal activities of the embassy that the former Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson that she had been teaching Iranians journalism across was not true. How damaging was the claim? Can you show the lady was identifying what is to be connected to illegal activity? What you said was not messages. We have indeed. This was the head of I Gonna Get Away With Murderer. Talking about because I just signed on your own. If you're talking about anything else that support and get me out of here, plevin capital anagram on it. Skin women should have to pay child support in ons or in Alid. Now I was going to laugh when they said a drone shot down the cost more than F-35 shot down by a rocket out of the Toyota driving a Circumflex 80 rocket jet. The people making a better transport must be fired out of the back of a Toyota Traveler's going to power strike, and any cold enough. What the hell do you think? China was okay, or a bomb unit? Is Blackburn really free right now? Half an hour last night for an abortion issue with no morning. What's your crazy but she's face? I can get a bad now and I get the bunny and getting MC. You get the button and you got nothing to say. ZX9 are gonna bring her B. I'm not excited, but it's interesting percentage of the hell's going on your tongue. Crazy right now. I think this whole on dragon on a car, that I think that's all playing. We got a plan. It's not like that. I think of it, military is a lot more advanced than Iraq. All different ball game. I need the bed earlier where I could be a very bad idea giving the people who call themselves allies with my room like China. What is Charles quiet tonight? What do you find interesting? Good time in Sydney. AM radio yearly emergency preparedness field day is this weekend, so should now go down. We do have emergency communications set up here. I just read it as well. That's supposed to he called up a strike, a retaliatory strike. I don't see why you would make that known, and also why you would call it off. You were gonna do it up pressure, is it? Ronald Reagan, is he always responded with her a bit of no bag STD interest. United States from people attacking with impunity. I know there's no drama. Cost 180 million. Taps the house is making noises. All for oh yeah Graham Bakeline. Enjoy conversation. Newcastle Northampton on that fly radar Sunday. She's got to load it tomorrow. Somebody on those loading it can't find the post to the second one this weekend. OYMYO 5 yeah I was wrong Monday. Whatever your goods are bringing in then. Also it's mate engines yellows Royston Wall last night reading about that. OK Trump at the last minute said now don't bleeding it at the Radiant. It's going to do a strike yesterday or today. It's good that has got some bullets, but you know, I mean it's as is a dangerous person. Soul Eater where is in the background telling him for all the military and everything want to do it, that leading to do it. That's what my job is, to play war games in it at the end of the front, right at the end. You said no you're not doing it. Come out today. It says cost the shop that drove down didn't think, and he said we had you play targeted with about 38 people on board and we never shut that down. Okay now babe, F World War II piss about with them buggies biting off more than enough. Mind these people, the white get most everyone around you is not in the Lord Railway strike opposites and they attack. They may not even know what they are doing. They what is hell deep Avenel. How deep does spirit is their salt is in the world and the force area is in death. Really that's the reality, people not knowing that today that second test. And I see hear you well in the gospel, and that's why I hurt me so bad that he said those things. That wasn't the things that he was saying that hurt my feelings. You talk about my family, you could talk about the meaning. It was the fact that he was so blind. I was trying to make it as simple as possible. That is what was not like upsetting mad, but just mentally for my friend. It wasn't that he was kissing me out in saying that I was brainwashing. All these mean thing that didn't bother me. What bothered me is Eva so blind he couldn't even hear me out. He couldn't even hear the rest of what I had to say to me. Was so he was pretty outraged about it. The hilarious am I being anti-American? I disagree with some of the things we do here, but I find it kind of hilarious what they're saying. But you can never trust what they say. Career space. Everyone in the USA saying no it was not, it was in the streets. So the word of the straight drama there. He called the strike. He was going to straight back and cuddle up 10 minutes before they were about to hit. I mean for Nova UK, that is for young people. I just left. Yeah, I've noticed a massive don't know that the idea of someone that would be the way they pay for it. So the fact that they are not writing a check means they think they want what everybody knows. The rain. We have a deep history with Iran and Iran terrorism, so it's not like the eating the generals in whatnot. Don't understand the situation. Should I wear socks with white hair etc. I have. And also it hilarious when I brought up Joe Biden that if he was elected president there he would find the cure for cancer and then he would give the Edwards chrome hatism. secure enclave, so they are not going to allow you to add to it. You've never been to that site before. You can delete the whole database emoji specifically that is messed up there today. I'm a new candy making 4/2 strikes again. Take over the roof and your family members come over. I tell him to ask her questions. You know Bayreuth Theatre and I like porcupines too. Don't you like me to bring? Do you want to bring to Hawaii moisture back and hair back? He's on a phone call at the moment for while. You should have telephone. Supernova Horsefly House Bugsy Malone. Almost that was interesting for me and had never been returning on here. David Muir Embroidery American Homemade and Silver. You did it way too well. Let's get retarded in here. Strictly Graham right. Are you ever going to stop? River, you getting worse by the day. Longview Deciliter Savory Canary. WhatsApp Tyler, I was going to head on it. Freaking cooking like an egg. Are we supposed to get doing here? Ship Honeybee Silicosis Triglyceride Golem from Lord of the Rings t-shirt shirt. Who you talking about? Drama at title. Okay, yeah, I look fabulous. I'm sorry guys, don't be jealous. They are fabulous clothes. The gurus. How is get you end up president of Mexico? Gazebo Boutique Air Cargo Roots of Reg AM50 Presidential at Just Work 100. Time with your 3DS and Wii U. Granny Scooters. Japan Supermarket. Burberry Coats. Yeah, we had a farm simulator. Well, it looks like there is a drone that was flying the Iranian coast shut down by the Iranians. I think something is going to happen soon. Pelosi Schumer dancing but it now shut down, meaning of strike not big enough to go $180 million. Try again. I would if you like shooting fish in a barrel. Torture Garden. Matthew in PC reviews positive. Yeah I am. Yeah I know that I can change, though I don't think I've ever, but I have read Bolzano with a Wii fee routers. Actually, if they have loyal bills, right, in the sense that no American wives reformed Mayborn Japanese oil tanker and then they shut down an American turn. Will you take one American life and we'll take Iranian lives? The Goldu Adria. Myself McBride. That my boy like that would be the first ward in my grill pot. Technological warfare against ink dancing flaring up. IM-61 will be primarily a war total in positions. The last troops never hit the ground in Iraq or Afghanistan. Right, Predator drone strikes supersonic planes from bombs, aircraft equipment, Tomahawk missile, Fly Fox missile strikes. Vol American. But I agree, we therefore mean we had so many troops on the ground. I remember when I was younger I used to trust me were powerful or repair for the winner powerful, and it's Russia, China, North Korea, Japan and India would rise up and join each other against us. Yellow, the rest of the world, that is the Middle East, Europe and the countries in Africa. You know, the Tanzanian Willie. Why you think the Russia or China would sad without rain? The militant Islamic State. Something might have your F. Will be tempted to buy. I'll be tempted to buy another F dongle. Me and I've to left all costs. I'm seriously on the desktop and use it for the phone. Dulux Malingrapalabaki Brighton. You just need a bit. Take me to stick the F dongle on the back of your phone. Then it was definitely I'm on this one. I've got 3 strikes booking the desktop painted by the phone. Open it. Now you not to think about. I've been there. I've been talking about this. I've been trying to catch this FVLC media player. Mate, Alexa, you think you can do with Google knocking for player, you can do it on Alexa. Mate, is this a skill set? What you need to know in a certain piece of software? I did read into it. Mate, get me Randy next couple of days. I'll have a look, mate, tell you what it's called, but you can do it. Don't worry, mate. La salami and put the kettle on. I'll come back again, but no, not going to. Grab a beer. Yes mate, yeah, it's 2 Peter Libra Block 7 up. New worms coming through. Make off. I unplugged everything, mate, when I went away, so if it any lightning strikes, so I'm just in the process as she's trying to get everything going again and want to working. Well, obviously unplugged it somewhere and I'll never find it ever again where to plug it back in. So yeah, still knackered, mate. Message has gone to work tonight. Under the weather is missing this morning, but terrible in it. It's not cold, but it's just horrible. Grey skies, mate. Horrible. 19th. Plucking all this bloody horrible. Never seen out what I want to see sitting anywhere apart from 2 onwards. I don't know what time it is now. Taken 2 o'clock on what he's going to be here. Torrential thundering now. Gentle rain and thunderstorm. Beacon shopping. Beach a block. A tree. Making a brew and a quarter. Listen to this. Bin money sorted. 14. Our bastard mess. Direct. Make the sausage rolls in the oven. Sausage rolls near me. That's good, mate. Sounds good to me. Roll a cabinet. That stuff anymore. Got to go on a diet. The missus or anyway, and land use only doing it to get the turtles in your mouth. Answer. You know how you said that the better base. What do they call me whenever? That's orange cherry drink, right? My mum, I'm on strike. You might like a Singapore sling. Have you ever have one of those gag me with Baileys on anything curling emails and how you sew the circle? Better forget free. No, I have not. Sorry, I just did it to give her, so I'm in the rig and chatting. Beer moderators of the cave. Milton diabetic. I remember now. I have a shower once. I think it was like some type of butterscotch schnapps. Heard something some nice and it tasted like African pancakes and Maple syrup butter by your mind. Econo Lodge breakfast. The pancakes unable to replacing its Jameson and Buttershits and answers. Sounds good here. I will get one of those. Getting a Singapore sling. It's a pineapple orange cherry when it's pretty not. Spread whatever. It's a gin drinker. Yes, insulate it, and it's amazing how they make search it and it tastes like I don't know what's going on. Why did the chicken cross the road in test tubes and all that? Be trying to strike a football in Canada. They are not allowed to use it. A lot of people say she by Canadian RVS and jailers less to Mercury. I had to log off and switch phone anyway. That other story about the President Trump, that's all bullshit. He never ordered. He said if we need to make a strike, but he never ordered a strike. Now is his own words. I said I gave them. He said I gave them the okay. I said go ahead with it. He said he's never going to get involved with that. He turns it over to a general, the stuff that has to make the decisions. He said a selfie doesn't make the sole decisions. The letters general make any kind of war planning decisions. Yeah, I think it's more complicated. I think what happens is Amelia presenter with options whenever there is a Horus taking out with a B personality and I ran away. You know, they come up with plans and which one to go with. Trump said he told them do nothing until we meet, and then they had a meeting and he changed his mind. Supposedly said how many people will die. 150. Currently I want that to tracking. You test all these theories that works. If you are king, if you get into a truck accident, can you trust a nurse whose husband sells coffins? I mean, regardless, I'm making so much money. Sarah, will you know how they live? Meaning of probably. Believe me, this is all crappy. Additional internet. New member need money on a new member's plan. Care, and then they my name. Other people coming here. A doctor. Time texting support someone. Memory. Did I just hear that right there? Megan, could you trust a nurse whose husband sells coffins? Ring. My phone stuck where she's like forum overcloakers. Kerima, how's everybody doing? Somebody comes up in here, strikes up a conversation. People laugh and people thinking conversation. So if there's activity in OYMYO, I'm kidding. I'm just trying to stay cool. In Human Heart, Texas. I have not got any loads text yet. I'm in Michigan right now, near Andover. Not getting it still here anymore. You get a lovely night until donkey. Yeah, I know it is not funny. My burps is funny and my sneezes smell like little kids sneezes. Well, where is Emerald Sword on top of all that looking and sounding and I'm sure it's my head, so I have a lot of strikes against me. I sound like a mouse. Ass to say that's not sure. I'm 54 and every time I go to read for bags at the grocery store I look mustard. You know happened a jickum was hits me and I saw you. Least you can reach the top shelf, although technically for digestive consort, but I don't even know because it's for guide to be sure. It's like 5,759 and thinking, yeah, well, I can't read. My arms pass back my shoulders because of an accident I was in about 2 years ago. Most of my shoulders pretty bad and they're now considered a chronic injuries and he still hurt me. Everything. What about my arms past that point? Everyone here is a loud noise and cracking noise coming from my shoulders and I go into a bit of pain. Skylar Novia Bunny, why was long time running away with me? Wow, that's $17 to $19 an hour a PSO. Whatever you do at the job, if you restaurant jobs, Syrian cooking, fried fish for dinner tonight, fish. Ariana Balaga, did you fluffy earlier? I think it was 33 hours a week or something like that's not bad for starter. I didn't either. I knew this was. When was the Mexican border? Everybody on this Birkenhead better than what you get. Timothy, that F, well, you are sleeping well and 3 times in the same black Nubuck service job. Next one of the caseworker assignments, my pain for free service. Derisbury Dunoon, analyze shaking while I'm about to kick us out of here. Cost they just means you're a FB and it's a shame that lightning don't strike you directly. Timothy, I wish you were dead. 39. This is Michael from New York City. I'm sorry. I was in a subway. You talking to you. I thought it was you. I'm out. But the ship. Jerry. Somebody's watching me filming. He's over in his Philly feels son is going to give me and he was going to give me 30Z. Most impressive. Empire Strikes Back. Very 3x3 yeah grown up. The Don M25. You sound so adorable. July 27th 1985. Can you start? So sorry I cannot adopt. User has released the evilness within your body and you'll sometimes come out as a gas, so yeah, it's understandable. My brothers always told me it's better out than in. Dead from Shrek 1. Fiona Bird, Anthony and Donkey. Yeah, I know it is not funny. My burps is funny and my sneezes smell like little kids sneezes. Well, whereas M&M's are on top of all that looking and sounding and I'm so excited for you, so I have a lot of strikes against me as I sound like a mouse and as they say that's not sure. I'm 54 and every time I go to read for bags at the grocery store I stayed in a happened a jickum was hits me and I saw you. Least you can reach the top shelf, although technically for digestive consort, but I don't even know because it's for guide to be sure. It's like 5,759 and thinking, yeah, well, I can't read. My arms pass back my shoulders because of an Accident I was Amos. Some of them I know. I documentaries I love watching it, like 72 Deadliest Animals and stuff. There is very unlikely that they would bite you. Catholic smacking on top of the head for it. Even tried to get aggressive. You know the granite rocks that are in the woods, right? Like big boulders, and city of them have mountains that you climb on in S, and that's what he was saying, that it's there like one of those rocks. That's where they live in high, because the granite rocks get warm. Should I never knew that when I was a kid. Top New England. That's interesting. Search on it. Yes, I know the name of it. It's a brown something. It said it was pretty snake, most black but brown. How Steve Irwin was just a racist. Yeah, I went out with the body man. Yeah, there's more. Willie Market over 5 years old. Alfred H. Boys, have a look. There is a big hole whilst enabling back, and this thing is about 6 foot. Rattlesnake all up. PIXMA strike. This kid wild story on Steve Irwin after he died, and his father dad 345. So I was thinking like something like a little bit of Garth Brooks next with Guy Fieri. Uncle Dave, you like Milton Bradley, Gary McSherry, isn't it like that? Green after a grimmer beard out. Dave, I got told I look a lot like Betty White. I give you that. Definitely. Yes, Kylie. Yeah, I think you will be like Brad Pitt. Ron tells me I would like Seinfeld mixed with them. What is Barnardo's knowledge that the character replace? I would take a picture from camera, but I need a beard trim and haircut, and I'm wearing my hat, my head and my headset. Another goofy. Currently in my uniform to work, and then I had a day work I need to come in but wasn't work uniform. What is an alpha strike? You like a totally different person out of that uniform as I got. No thanks. People never recognize when you take the uniform off. Cross between Seinfeld and Michael J. Fox. How old is Gay? Therefore you are comparing shoes wholesale. Lie them. She's a good girl. Dave, book up a guy named Adam Brody. Do you think about I know about 7 days a week before the Seoul 911 grab went down. Yeah, about that, and the people there was investigating it was, well, just so happened to be a nose office in front of the Pentagon up towards the front that was wiped out. Figure. Because I wasn't. Weird recession. Okay, no, that happened in 2001, brother, years ago. Where are 2.5 trillion hours? Where is it? Just came up missing. Would it? Where is it? Any 15 mummy 2011. Yeah, 2018 years exactly. I got no money anyway. I too over 18 years now, and I'm not buying it. I don't know where he's gone. Early morning to organize the enemy that can be in a benign enough tube occasions but yet still threatening enough to justify spending. Globe takes money over 25 of 29 shops that were investigated. Where is it? They just can't happen to get blown up. Yeah, it's called the shell game. There really no one buys, but you know what he going to do? You look over here. Just one of many reasons that the organizing go on strike. She's feeling, man, I'm telling you, when she is using the Mrs. Crazy Horse last night, where I barely got with the I didn't hear an answer from yours and I've just gone back. Unfortunately must tick you before the answer come on, but there any yet? Is question 10. Which country became the 29th of member of the NATO in June 2017? You fucking literally. Calories in Nando's, one thing or another chain on it sounds, and Niku Poland just got Down syndrome. She's losing her. They're organic here. Come on, it's only one. No, I'm serious. I have to send them back to that OYMYO 7. You'll see what I mean when it first comes in your square of the next Highgrove, Slovakia. Question 11. In 1967, Israel lodged surprise strikes against Egyptian airfield in response to the mobilization of Egyptian forces on the Israel border. What did this conflict become known as? The moon in the sky, Kermit the Frog, and here the fox, Crazy Frog, lily pad on your way to read a wall. 7-day walk. Long distance passenger train service was created in Fallout. That have a look at this one. Harrogate. How many Premier League Rio Ferdinand women? Manchester United. Does it use your data, or I'm using it now? Does it use your data as I'm in touch with you, or not? Yeah, I thought that uses very little data. I've got a network radio like a walkie-talkie. What can talk on it? And I've got her 500 millibars for the year. It's all right round here. It's all right, but when you go it's on EE. It's not brilliant speed. Sometimes you don't get that 4G booked it. Do you want for the year? May you get 500 eggs a month, 1,699 all, and for the year all 6 was. Which goalkeeper was named the Czech football 6 consecutive years? Train 2018 to 2013. Check. Which former Newcastle United and Manchester United striker appeared 15 times? England, scoring once against Albania. Nicole. Which North East club won their first FA Cup final in 1937, beating Preston North End? Newcastle United. What just Rosello like? What's the 10? Have been texting me. Broadway. 17 quid a month, or Sunderland about here hours. I've been here the whole time saying because it was an inappropriate discussion this time around has been appropriate, but yeah, we can move along. Dull. Now there was a meeting about himself, so we can move along with that. Another Johnny, but the majority of the room. But anyways, we gonna talk about that. Everybody wants ISIS training camps. Uber differences of 1.5 miles. Why haven't seen the camel spiders that they're training with? the laces, but I haven't not seen any. Looking for hire. I'll be on that Arsenal. 1 Everton 1 Drome Snowflake. Tyler, how are you trying to? Blue Moon Mango Wheat is pretty good. Also an outsider, and I have never sent you a friend request. I also don't say that everyone who complains is in your contacts, but nothing ever complained about you either. Oh yeah, but you've actually addressed meaning Lisa subliminally at asexual minority, also engaging those go to being. I didn't know that you were the one. Strikes me as odd. Well, listen carefully. I said complain against Argin again for about a week. He's been doing that for a bit now. Yeah, I know I'm in here functions when he first comes in, but when you lose you're super nice and letting you know I'm interested to see how human is. Tonight is a big head. Good evening at work there, since you just can't buy some Storm's crazy dream of me. Sensi Allison, you want to talk like that on the pubs? Pinkie Pie push pop. Yep, we get hail 65-mile-an-hour wines and yes, it wasn't saying I got to see him on my first day, but it called cross X lightning strikes as she was waking looking. Actually, I forgot about those. I want to change my answer when you asked me what kind of parts buy would be. Definitely a push bike. Definitely, those things are so delicious. Do they have one of those in someone when you're pushing yourself? Spots from heat. Thus my favorite rainbow sherbet is best. Gandal's my favorite kind of ice cream. Opening time done. You're part of the rain. Start cherry grated orange. Check out I will do that or not part and they're them. Yeah, depends on the way you look at things. Hello Marta, the justifications of the actions. Enjoy the life you have now, because for some apparent reason and try. Maybe tomorrow is all over. Maybe yeah, lightning strike warhead show, or maybe you will fall in love and get married tomorrow. There's no way of telling what's going to happen tomorrow. You know, you could be the worst person on earth and lived all 1106. And you could be the nicest. I never make it past 50 years. That's very difficult to evaluate. There, I never trust same, but them people that come back from past life, normally I have reoccurring lessons. They come back and learn the same things. They have to have contracts, do it by gods, and they're them. So basically some of us are here from past lives and then have agreed to be sorry about. Point, I just wanted to tell you that I actually came from a half hour from a past life. I used to be in it. My fellow ants, very respectfully, Circus RMB, basically upgrade me to human. My 8 days. Okay, what they are known about when you used to say that back in the day. I know, right? Me, I think girl, Mother Nature is this way. Volcano name made today. Lightning strike may take me out every day I get is a gift. That's the way I look at it. I don't try to justify it by helping a million people. Look at me, I save the world. Patient ossification, justification to be your existence or your actions. Life is a gift every day. Get as a gift, that is it. So if you have a gift of helping people, that's a gift of creativity and uno. But over the past, if that's all I gift when you're well, please, wow, that's wisdom. You know, life itself, breathing, or everything you said, I agree with them. About time, just being able to breathe and having life. I feel filthy rich. Would yeah, there's no way to justify you saved 1,000 people. Cancer will still hurt you if it banners is going to hit you and take you out. There is no I'm better, he's worse, and better his worst. This doesn't work like that. River, she doesn't work like that. Path, that when you strip the screws, so use your own semen for glue. I try to keep it clean. Your fellas RJD, that's actually opposite. The phone is grounded to the panel, as sometimes they won't grow. They will ground still. Cold water pipe repair. Earphone interface is located close to where your electric comes in. Best low wattage. Yeah, I know I missed your Mac car. Going to have to keep the sexual talk to other, please. Thumbs up. So yeah, but now the day from Guru there as well. Lightning plug arresters inside the parts for the phone wire down the back, so that when a lightning strike hits the lines, aware that the lightning will not come through to your phone. That little job. The carbon arc in their Impreza country using copper ringtone on the old phones. Animals DC are yet fascinating. Actually, other the secretary behind it, all that stuff. And now I see everything now done by tone generators, like when you do voice over IP talk turn by turn generators, hard wired to Acco, and they are 67 volts on a Burnley court with the Tim. I didn't hear an answer from yours and I've just gone back, so unfortunately must dick you before the answer come on. But there any yet? Here's question 10. Which country became the 29th of member of the NATO in June 2017? Montenegro. Slovakia. In 1967, Israel lodged surprise strikes against Egyptian airfield in response to the mobilization of Egyptian forces on the Israel border. What did this conflict become known as? 3-day war. 7 days walking. Which long-distance passenger train service was created in 1980 and 83 by company International Des Wagons? Lite. It was indeed Grandad Pete. It was indeed. Question 13. Stuart Copeland was the drummer with which band? Police. 14. Who were the famous backing singers on most of Elvis Presley's early hits? Jordan Ace. Question 15. In 1947 at the United States Secretary of State gave a speech. Corner for economic aid to war torn Europe. What did the proposal become known as Iceland airlift the pattern plan alpaca for it wasn't D. Tim Marshall mania Paul have a look at this one Harrogate how many Premier League Manchester United 7R6 which goalkeeper was named the Czech football 6 consecutive years trained 2018 to 2013 to check which former Newcastle United and Manchester United striker appeared 15 times England score in ones against Albania. The North East club won their first FA Cup final in 1937 beating Preston North End Newcastle United Brazilian. All 3 trophies available to outfield player at the World Cup finals, the player of the tournament, the leading goal scorer and the World Cup winners medal. Sanchez Dementia also known as Pele or it could have been doing ch other 2018 which Italian club has won most Serie A titles AC Milan or Juventus. Juventus billionaire businessman Trevor Hemmings is best known for his association with which club? Liverpool. Don't know that one. Guessing that one pal. Preston North End Club 12 Intercity Fairs Cup in 1968 and 1971. Newcastle United Leeds. I've just been informed about the B. Get the F out here. No babies no. Oh baby am I going to see my daughter pick up? I'm holding the new baby and I might get that thing away from me now. I don't want to catch baby even though Jack can't get pregnant. I still don't know how I know I'm done with babies. God yeah, that my son's daughter, she's like 7 years old and only seen her one time. I did say she told me to F off. She was like 545 9. Our grandfather is this one. It's your daughter would not fight with the baby in 1914. She's already pregnant. Go ahead at daybreak. You identify. I want to be T Tower shooting in Joe's Crab Shack in Florida. Strike up conversation with the infusion cost table. She looked at me and she said F off. What does law mean? Where did she want F off from? From her man that looks like a gorilla with a big ass. Oh my god, is your daughter not like you? I don't know. She loves me now but less time. British Airways booking a $4 million. Her parents don't agree with the next race line and I think because you give everything away I have all kinds of treasures overlaid up in heaven forever and ever location. My mum told me one time you need to learn to be a good receiver traver in this world to help one another, respecting serious help one another. I'm still waiting here. Woodbrook on the door. Is it the striker pin or is the into it cost? That's normally with brakes. Call metal piece. It's like your picture cannot be fixed. You can fix it but you'll have to do some soldering really bad. Where's was one anything that PM that he was contractor pickup truck situation 1x4. Betting large saying I asked Bernard goodbye Mr. A. Piano humiliating. I suppose humbling might be another way of saying it. Then Epsom a shot for me with me Cafe Miami. Have a look at Xenoverse 2 options with that as you go to get to find an honest well. They are down the street and see if you can weld it or get a new door because you get so many issues with the door getting it or is it that's the it's forgot what I think they are. Apple juice is basically forcing the drink they are produced by the end of it was on its way. Air Twinkie defense. I think the guy got up. He said he didn't get off. Uganda download driver onto messenger. Megalis 20 off. What Dale? Why do you accept? Yeah, I did not. I thought that was successful because penis is a week before your period anyway. Chelsea, I'm blaming on my menstrual cycle. That's ridiculous. Tell your XX Del best to stop at places and if you start food in your truck I guess it never truck stop with pretty much a microwave but I just want to get to couple of dinners. Balls are really good and organic. Venus all tomorrow problems that you know when I'm on my period I still know right from wrong and strike is like a hot plate and I'll many grow and share. Show me some gourmet looking food up in that track. Is there a picture of the box and that excellent look like what box? Where are you? We are very deceptive. I mean ugly. If I think there's a will always triumph because 8:45 in the ghetto sociopath so much since the World Trade Damning and a Pentagon got the whole world calling me. Take a lot of hunger strike. Got to put the blame on Bin Laden. Charlie Winter. Get the Onion Radio News. Ducks are only interested in an area. Man's bread. This is going Redland reporting. Come up Park visitor Darrell Wilson 31 of Street Paul, Minnesota told reporters that he was certain to discover that the dark side vent for more than 20 minutes earlier today. We're only interested in his bread and not here. Speaking from a nearby warming shelter, the disappointed animal ever had this to say. Me for a micron. Wilson said he hasn't felt so rejected since that squirrel. A new study shows brands are making progress. It's the only radio news. I'm Doyle Redland. A new study reveals that broads have made progress in the workplace over the last 10 years, learning more and are twice as likely to be in positions of upper management. Stan Collins, director of the Institute for the Forest Current Federal law on the books passed over generations by Republicans in rotating compromises and getting their bills signed into law by the president in both political parties or your supportive policies that strengthen immigration. Enforcement becomes uncompromised legislation negotiated by a Trump administration. Question John McNee Game Jam. Even after Trump won, the Republican National Committee proceeded as if nothing had happened, and their goal was to pass the new Game of 8 comprehensive immigration bill. They wanted callback to swear fidelity to a policy that has just been soundly rejected by the voters and their own party. Given your history of campaigning on immigration politics, do you believe you have an ability to strike the appropriate tone? Democrat routinely call Republicans racist, liars, warmonger, homophobes, paters, racist, dead rabbits. Somehow only conservatives ever accused of having a town problem. UK National Committee seems sublimely unaware of mud. Yeah, that's right, yeah, that makes sense. 70, but they never used to say, they never used to grow, they never grew. And I hope did that mean the F lasted ageism and you take some F? I mean, alright, there was 4 of us, mummy, dad, my brother and me, but F take some weeks to get through the spuds parties, easily a month's worth of all sorts jacket potatoes out of them. I would have F chips with the mince and just do mince and night. We go shopping then come back on a Friday and it was mince and chips day. You don't mean it was that homemade chips cooking mince? IF beautiful. If we were lucky we had a bit of cheese on the top potatoes anymore. That's why you go to a chip shop nowadays. You go to the chip and you think bodies, no never. You strike. When I used to be a kid and he discussed the variety of potatoes, a yielding potatoes booking a day used to be like Mary's Pipers in King Edward. That was you dated what you got, but now it's all this. My phone Aaron S. Timmer. And there are people that are afraid daddy long legs, but I grew up with them playing them. I did not but play with daddy long legs and told that they both. I've not been bitten by one. To me that was always a harmless bug, like a stink bug. Things I've been told they can't hurt you. Hi Michelle, how are you today? Things you play with these get a bit insects, like the guy played with ladybugs, lightning bugs, frogs, daddy long legs down. Well, cricket strike out because the good cricket's the green ones. I don't think I remember seeing too many of them, but then back record smasher do just annoying. He's noisy. We had tons of them in our garage. Venom, can we play with caterpillars? Black ones with this bane, but like any other greens. Insurance rhymes with play with any other. Who's the captain of them pieces? That was bad. You shouldn't. Dragonflies, which I texted them but tried to butterflies. How many insects you can actually play with? Rihanna adored you. Mad about you. Finally got some rain up here today. Good night. Connecticut going back into New York and New Jersey. I will keep you. Give me informed as they come along. Bike. This could be pretty significant today considering more wind, wind and hail. There's a tornado there. Really? Then we could have a tornado. They are saying that we will have straight line rings in arms. Wagtail tells just keep your eyes out if you're out during this time. Do you can put inside if you're on the water and you hear thunder. Get off the water. In YouTube building orange vehicle in media not be cut underwater. Eminent grandeur is disgusted for, and lightning can strike out as far as 15 miles from the piano thunderstorm. It doesn't give you much time to get up for the warning. Thank you Amazon Echo Control. Dant Morigano accuracy. That Mrs. Forename. Do I find contractors in number that we came up on the trainers for an Edward Rogers and no British home stores coming? Please phone number of the form of drive faken and correct auto protect. Don't have a much. Like I said, I like that one in the moonlight lesson heat to orbit Earth. She seems to be okay. I just me out this morning. She never wanna do anything at all. Giving her some sheer water. Never sleep grass. Mere evening. It's moving was a good day. Could be a lightning strike that was not far from promoting Jonah Hill. Google make a tuna sandwich for the kids with tuna salad near soon. Through some of the all out of tuna can will be the milk to in little help. Black banana and cod liver oil. Solo girl yet tempo you get at time. Always liked it, never kept in a bit like it's another. Kids like them. Tectonic approve that picture. Hello Tectonic appear to how you doing. Bless you. Get Caitlin and share the best with little bit shock to it. So it's all you do is keep an eye on it with I've seen comparison tenebris maternal like I like them. Draper Rawlinson and some milk for too little. Hill. We have some cream in the fridge in this world. It down in the color. Usher Malaysia are doing his Richard Dolly. That Snapchat fire. When you're trying to make a fire you blow on it. That sucks. I find some other app. Cube Glow and Macho. When you strike a match to light a cigarette lighter or whatever you'll blow the match out. Just kind of white. Just casually ignored out. Be aware we don't need an explanation, just an answer because it doesn't bother me. Unanimous. I do s intentionally and it doesn't bother me. It bothers everyone else but doesn't bother me. Actress blow up doll. DDPO can say anything about the LOL. I need just not say anything. Just curious. Just a mere speculation. That's all. Blowing hot food. Is Sarah still there? Because he's been quiet for a while. I hope that. Sorry, name something you blow. It's so easy. Babies do it. Wait for it because you were crying about it. Great. About someone making you anything bubbles kiss you blow a kiss it is your do you blow a kiss so you really like to push your opinion don't you need a reminder how you get your fame on here mark 22,660 B&Q rain down here looking microball weather. App on my phone Emmerdale this week's strike the day till Friday 20% of the 40% is how big is today figures that 40% of a gun get that one soundtrack which book was you looking up or beat you looking at machine for her name is RF years and you doing me be air that's why I'm looking at your Windows Pro with the best chance humidity right now he is out like 52% so I mean Man City wants to build where's the theatre if you get back here right now use whatever you can tear my motherfucking motions and now you want to sit here I'll call kissing Katrina consumers she's stupid Louise is the day that I'm leaving out going out onto the daughter so Shangtala when I'm over there to do we get rain between our here very limited golden house at your house or you how to adjust base 6 cameras around it so I can watch it for my phone what am I gonna take it off her because you don't want to meet them all over Julian McDonald Red F stupid she years argue have done you around his busy schedule. Oakley Goggles greatest gift I hope you find download sunshine thank you for getting back to me highly appreciate NRC Slovenia and Slovakia Liverpool striker gear cards on your farm 780 I'll be standing there eBay cameras motion India November EastEnder how are you coming for me Malvern show 30 Wafer Co UK Pandora UK director drawing Eric QTV Canada law for out of hours Bolivia Hellraiser how is Georgie so will you Zolid XX Military United States Air Force housed aircraft magnets you don't usually very see you there. NFU Eli Southern report of a windsurfer possibly in difficulties with multiple people proceeding to assist him burger van make your way I'm going to call in progress through window Fight Club Chicago 16 wondering one answer that girl the name and date of birth in question at the Nazi NE29 orange germs or Decazola help project silly this girl framing muscle needed Bourgeois 02 31 students union have you never lenient my breath is corrupt my days are extinct the graves are ready for me or they are not markers with me and do it not mine I continue in their provocation ready and now put me in a shorty with the who is he that will strike and with me for the outhouse hit the heart from understanding therefore shout the all night exhort them he that speaketh flattery to his friends even the eyes of his children shall fire Denmark celebrate device 42 glad you're back with a fine or do you have a headache that's good trip there planner UC for 12 hours case number 4 calcium OYMYO that was going to be a 337 level 404 going to be riding up with menu the last 9 to 12 years old you have a great week happy 4th of July they think for a checking in with a chance pressing on the information that was really interesting AF mycology 5 0 Michael PB0V This is Michael J. Fox I actually want a second prize in a raffle and I 10 box of prawns you've got a raffle ticket as a birthday present I want some prawns so there you go that's wonderful the night before HelloFresh.com star repeaters lovely use back in the day before hotspots XB 70 disease therapy that pain happy I'm already in Australia with her edible happy you've been playing if you don't know that you have a people's thing as well vicious strike please install studio free on Friday 4-day weekend as Billie Jean King Alive 01273 Football League Cup Amazon padlock if I said you can do it I've got your back creepy doll for children video head shoulders okay at the moment AO.com customer service NHS clinic everyday 8:30 HSBC requesting acquire before 30 exam 12,242 Google HP 5,230 152 just called in another Canadian office running from 125 industrial trainer cage bar 7,056 who burnt out look repair in Jamaica courses available park I want inside when going out sugar 4th fighter where can I pick up P60 for the Southampton House of Mouse strike 33196 260 30311 but you are never going to have an attractive the very wonderful Erica Toy Show 2018 core fitness deposit form for their Somerset estate agents WR38DX you just get the super rod poker, copyright sign, Mon capital X able to do that scored on you my computer is not working so you're trying to scream Hawaii can you call in how to get messages or yet the high water mark and then the house on the antenna so yeah maybe tops above sea level yes that's quite good puzzle fat November MRCP India Pakistan November 2nd Eric but I know you don't get these things in your life to be who you are today military upbringing myself so I mean we all day brother and sister pretty wasn't the strictest but it was pretty striker me you didn't f up you definitely pay the price is the beginning of the end of the world will not be able to pick up the Babylon Burger Gate this Saturday the storm rolls in here when I was working I took a picture of it on Saturday okay How was it Andy Michelle Vega familiarity flight inquire gay Africa why does it office Garcia that you yeah I thought I was on the highway to heaven the other day age of them FIFA rain coming down and then reading so it was like underneath the edge line of the cloud and it was like shining you know when you head west and it's under the right I was like shining right through it really cool beautiful grandma vibraphone 9th generation vanity unit I don't know what the FI. Don't you recognize voice to stop smoking this word like you all right time in America remember an opinion is opinion of fact as affect will be treat global current events Hong Kong anti the extradition bill protesters briefly break into the Legislative Council complex which houses the local parliament 40 people killed and over 100 injured by a car bombing and shooting in car understand the Taliban claims responsibility and loses 5 gunmen Israel strikes multiple Iranian and Syrian targets outside Damascus and arms killing 16 people and wounding 21 history Syrian S-200 missile fired in response to that Israeli strikes crashes and explodes on a mountain in Cyprus near its largest city Nicosia enduring nobody and starting a fire Japan resumed commercial whaling after 30 years following the country's withdrawal from the International Whaling Commission at least 227 whales are expected to be killed through to December at least 16 people were killed and 45 injured when a bus rolls over on a road in Tucumán province Argentina in Lower Saxony slice lie of corrupt government have been putting $10 million aside from the $100 million they take from work I know this it's freezing of this is the government just the hit $10 million aside for rehabilitation Victor scripted like UF Trans Happy Canada Day everybody happy Mel Adventure Central vociferous wow Tiverton yogurt 3 squares in a Bedfordshire mother strikers a farm going down. Anyway I'm getting 3 hearts and a cat and I'm going to be annoying we'll have to do this will you kinetic worldwide brocard Cardiff is acting gay oyster card PS3 email address without name yahoo.com the same should have written swallows. Loads of cock not trying to pry into your business I'm kinda curious that you brought it up is Guinness me a long term thing as a short term in county or state if you want elaborate feel free but not understand if you don't want to bubbles and Terry's ice you got to short matt to compass.com blacksofa.com come on Jazzy what the now I'm allowed to kissing my ass as far as I'm concerned Harrogate anybody's asked I work for what I have know that unless piercings is bought why you need to stop that is natural Vera what is it that night you said you I just had to get this trial be right you cannot come out like so many women as of late saying that when you admitted it you had certain things you don't because it's been focused on you right now personable sophisticated your business I don't care dear are you being so brave and strong right now such high accolades sexy strong women Dumfries to FLL and I've given him that strikes the red you are the person you are today because of me and how I treated you when you first came and yet getting stronger every day I mean before you were devastated. Me like that Newtown Wood sounds creepy and say that you're a weirdo you peeking out of your windows in your house or anything like that oh yeah I know I mean I'm still confused down. I don't think you've ever told me what Australian Armed Forces combat this United States terrorism how Defence Force your Defence Force would chew up a defensive Mrs. Hay at great velocity we have eternal a bunch of troops but not many. Wondered if the Titanic never did strike that iceberg and never sank would it still be around today or would have survived World War II as well I would have been taking on World War II X torpedo or something I don't know no way and will be in a safe spot Moonpig. That's unfortunate the United States Charter Choice always have sus tickets purchased out tries to act as though you know international police or something Mr. Asparagus Australia's greatest defence is its distance from everyone else what is the biggest star defence we have applied you on that street at night strategy tactic that's I spoke to the Indonesia they have a tight defence force the Indonesian Armed Forces Indonesia would be their country that I think Australia would worry about the most being the again shut up dummy don't speak English words to rhyme CJD Death Start you like Harry say these things about you and your ethereal visiting her medication with tomorrow who knows what he's going to move on to get amenities just going to keep picking at you until you stand up for yourself and Lisa strike back okay I'm not sure you're aware Johnny been hitting back and doing everything as he does for 5 years he's actually ahead of the game I know I've been on here for more than 5 years set up dummy though I've witnessed you do that lol are you controlling the slug oh yes you have you know me since 2012 I'm assuming you heard seeing you for the dog catcher and Jigaboo Freeman is Epiphany the shipping app for this Freedom 94 will be there by the millions Sarah Sampaio might be having her Epiphany surprise singing Danny Bin every 7 years until I figured out is you never need it bothering to get work there. Pissing me when it's actually Epiphany Peludo. I'm dying. Take it break during delivery schedule. I was so sorry babe. I'm sorry Zion. Buying Oksana. Do not Lightbox BN1. The houses in Shepworth. Catherine Shepherd. So I don't know. And the books that I read books and I don't like weather. Faloo. You took a drink less. Shipbuilding. John Bell. Outlander. Guardian Street. Can I talk? Do you like 2 minutes about books? Unsolo B1200. The Irish car bomb. Who names the bomb? Masco Valve. Why don't you do what you suppose to do? Snowman down. Wayne Nardenese. You're not doing your insulin. You're not talking to you. So if you're not eating right you have to do anything. Being stupid in the here you were sucking him. That name be triangulation. Man will be a man with no interest for a long time. Leroy Fair. Like the brand names from the stores. That answers our question. Thank you very much. Housebound. A happy little 5 diamond strike. I have a fight. I have a Sawata. My cluster's vulnerable and I have a old threadbare bulb. I keep autos. Sister Gumtree Australia. Kendall. You brother trader. You've been on another OYMYO Bonaparte. Just finishing up some breakfast. Starving hungry. Where I've been here since the beginning and no I don't look at the army or the forces or anything like that the same way as what you were suggesting. I'm not a nasty person. Canada. She got it. What is the cause of it? Tsunami or the water? Correct. What is dust? Meteor or strike? And the ocean dust is mouths of mostly dead skin. They are mainly a fine particles of solid matter. They're small particles and carried by air currents, and skin is also correct. So didn't you both have when was the first ever seismograph invented? Holy crap, it's an ad form. Yes, I am a trader. I posted this. I posted it earlier but I posted it again for him. If you can see like the actual needles, I want to say 1830 something 3280 1880 here. I quite happy seeing which take the bottom. How a UK truck driver. I deliver too many devices that you've just mentioned. Telford delivery chicken basin or drink it with a straw. I don't like Coca-Cola is just too. I do like a big variety of soda there but I usually buy a brand name so don't buy off brand names of soda. Italia DJ times 17 817 R11 Le don't know what's on every bloody runway. Saudi up against handsome man in the future. Murad. Definitely like that explainer. Now you're going to get me like 24 inch by 12 inch. I would prefer the 24th of the 12th. Got the longitude and latitude. Just put it in a missile fired dropship preparing their future. I want to hear the motor and maybe we can sort numbers on Sunday. Talk anymore. I can drink Camden, drink 77 up high like care home, having drink 50% Pepsi and 50% then Appleson. Did you take him to 50% and 50% Pepsi and his 2 Christian Hunter apple? We called it black orange. Ryan. A lightning strike. Skin videos share the world. Guava juice for a planer but I bet she does nice work when you send that big pieces of wood. Do there if you do in cabinets or whatever the day they do that. It's so all hero. No zero disorders because no words. Don't want pivot table while being around radio. 2751 Proactiva saved the reporter. Belfast processes of transportation epicenter the Great War of Evocation. Italy special game hero defense measures. Other stores like Play 713-7730, Meters Bag Maternity Clinic Keflavik and 17 Long Drive Vertical Codfather Peterborough. How far do I like the strike? 37 help me become northbound. I-145 don't make way for northbound. 145 Taco Bell motorbike finance vacancy. Keep up with the Corvera. Fast forward suicide across from 497 Coronas. Wake me up for 12 years old. Khaki pants in a brown shirt. No shoes. The window onto the roof of the building with a soccer ball and a color is concerned. It is dangerous especially in the weather. Christian. 497. Now profile. What is our 90 and 41 4x3 he can't do for your fair value table? I'll give a suit. Eric Boy. Riverdale missing person. Pearly Way. Northern Ireland versus American soldiers. You can give us call in the fridge weather report 2017 player. Good. Something happened at the end of the thing which was so sonic. There was only just one thing. Something pretty cool. Play some. Text me by your name. No history here. Danny Center at 6. Experts say the risk of more earthquakes in Southern California is approaching certainty. A powerful quake is 7.1 magnitude strike on Friday night local time near the city of Ridgecrest. And slightly smaller quake hit the same area the day before. Leaked memo. The peer to show Britain's ambassador to the US called Donald Trump administration the uniquely dysfunctional and inept. The document published by the Mail on Sunday shows the Kim Darroch questioning whether the White House will ever look confident before an office insists it's been the matter could withstand the mysterious behavior detailed in the leak. A man's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after a woman and 3 children were stabbed in North London. One of the 3 girls and 11-year-old is in a critical condition. All restaurants in understand. That was a funny name. Aurora. Thanks for not liking me again. Are you going commando troll? Thanks for lying again. Yeah, on Aspire Pro not working. Up center at 7. Experts say the risk of more earthquakes in Southern California is approaching certainty. A powerful quake in 7.1 magnitude struck on strike on Friday night local time after a smaller quake hit the same area the day before. League memos in the Mail on Sunday appear to show Britain to us. Ambassador called Donald Trump's administration uniquely dysfunctional and inept before, and his office and sister team in America could withstand what they are calling mysterious behavior. Boris Johnson and said he's not bluffing about leaving the EU without a deal if a new agreement isn't reached. At least 20 Conservative MPs are reportedly planning to stop such a move if he becomes party leader. Rival Jeremy Hunt says he'd take the country out like that with a heavy heart, and he dumps them. Believe there would be. They are talking cow heatless cheese. 16. In which decade did Queen Elizabeth II become British monarch? The brand new in the box of a name brand. You are saying the stuff has not even been used. It's brand new in the box. Brand new in the box. How do I turn the shed if you want me to take pictures of dear? Brand new in the box. 1950s. Okay. Question number 17. In which country was Adolf Hitler born? That's amazing. So this was first school that decided they were going to cool her down. They don't even need the new equipment. I can't believe this. He's not had sex for she's getting the Fatima look nice. Munster, Austria. It was definite. 18. The frights. 3 strikes and you're out. Originates from which sport? Would she? Certainly Glasgow. OYMYO, I mean Glasgow Rangers. Good. Greatest. Even if hourly. Glasgow. OYMYO, see you. Knock knock. Don't see on Glasgow. Greatest. Promoting better effort. Glasgow Rangers. She would start in that F. OYMYO. If she got halfway at that, we be single function generators like a retread tires. Just November. Celtic tackles issues after it being released. Hello is get some kind of crypt keeper complex. Mimosa time. It's the retreads. I've never seen her. Do they make retread super squash? I don't know who they. Yeah, sometimes they say they like aviation too's not the joke. Pretty much like first time you start with like co-pilot and likes it in the next to the pilot in it. They get more experience of silica, more hours, and then you can be like the captain. Retread building. Okay, like when a tires get the OT. Don't give us credit for 'em cause he'll take the car if the tires good. No enough. Fix Shavatown Solar about tires on our jailers. Super singles have good tread on a manner there, but there you notice there are recaps. Retreads. Didn't know that you can legally drive with retreads on YouTube, which is something I'm gonna have to look into. You Marvel fan and you never. Darren Gurney. No transport strikes never once and then she do it in return for you missing out. Would like to Westbrook if I am. You just read that within another one way to donate the Central Plaza. Do ever I am going up can drugs and stuff like the hand down there. There's a couple of bags. I just like to party songs. I will just drop my daddy. 5304 go away. How to learn about 6. The other place. September 5th. Aldershot Gate where Liverpool live today. It will be as Rubicon ready. 123 Carmen Street in the basement laundry room for report of a male that trespassing on the property. 123 Furman Street. 228 comes to a 2008 Lexus S350 long until Robert McNeil Jr. for a christening. Uber today. Coventry DLR strikes Neil Griffiths. 5 Barbershop. Adidas superstar Eversub. 83 Party food platters. Basically emergency vehicle. Frozen Air Transat periodic table. Football call. Direct line. Muhammad fishing. Breakwater outbound foreigner car. Title copy. Don't get caught. A lot of British Empire Freagle. Then I see a walking foot. You can't fig hexagon morals to move. Pictures of third wave feminism. Buchanan Temple. 7 LN15 call ended. 4.7 transfers the day. Thank you. 3596. Nout.com. I can't do disco box fit. Looking at things I want to eat. Places to go and do it better. Lottery result. Telford 11:30 cover. Nexus 4 memory airport. Strike your fancy. So when you come up please it is clear. 1233 123. Communication. Tonight from New York Avenue Information Portal. Premier Melanchia Montoya Wigan FT007. Can you tell me what else is peanut oil better with a room on your mouth? Kevin the Ring. Tailed limousine tonight. If you haven't checked the fence, Barrow Ford Financials doctor will let him out. About 4 hours ago. Manuel Eucharist in the lobby of the PDF 331 Monroe, Helen, North Carolina. Painting film man member of the team 2019 Clip Martin Cooper. First week live 1970 0518 afternoon 31,360 is B3140 being human to 46,615 repeating 29,466 150. The farmhouse is called that BBBBBBBBBBB by to Davis. Only think that quite a look of Beavertown Titanic coming out. OYMYO 62. OYMYO 62 Sissoko Scout, could you please repeat that case number? Please say very brum 644 644 the 5th of April Belfast for sale Belfast strikeout with my phone so XX where Buyanika father and son table Oman air arguing about cars OL exporto power who went the movie Man on the Moon or CV21 more hair than the continental iPhone weather for Belfast please rationale karaoke 16 give us 30 in college the day gape for PVA Foodland Fable Road AJG body 2 rise ed 51 owners request 1017 1432 Kimbo Slice Joe McCormick Yankee 84.3D4 475 the postcode SS08X footwear Derby v Holyhead cover trousers 15,210 form Porter Azul Gran Canaria car high 183 BN85AF Circus Trip Advisor Port Forward does ambulatory care going to tell someone on the chair all right 5109 I gonna do 16 Airport Motor Center Skegness DAB Radio Quantity 3 Parental Rating 22 Be advised she's had the area of Mercy for River 175 Al US Parkway Fairer athlete Ariel born in 1985 she's a white male with long blonde hair last seen wearing no communion bread I'm doing 65 with tractor all person me so I guess the prevailing speed's actually 7,075 somewhere in there because they are gone by like I'm staying in still in this is a 55 zone for trucks Miss America how you do I was going on everywhere you did say my country it's not your penis argue about this people to like what you're a Christian you should be following the laws if I did follow the law I would probably be in accidents all the time because if I don't go with the flow I get so many near misses car is underneath the shed and are just so many people it's too many close calls eventually it's going to be a strike there's not much I can do especially when you're slower much slower is get me well the way can't go right or left you're stuck with whatever they give you so though all the time I'm sure if I slowed up because I did is just incredible the swerving how many actually go under the shed and then realize they are under it and then they survive a week going on strike especially when the rest of the other half of the company isn't going to do it because they know they have to feed their family and then there's other people's going to get laid off and replaced and in people try these things that still doesn't work so Pinky Pylene or eBay the shirt is at least he got a nice shore breeze at least capabilities lot better than a diner's coffee convert 3 miles to find my records when I get back that's not my problem and that's not in the other Americans' problem that you have put yourself in such a financially strapped situation that you live from paycheck to paycheck week to week and if you're living like that you were living above your means that you were a fool yeah nice profile pic is that your hand up the reaper coming reaper but the majority of Americans are living away government workers city workers everything so 75% of America has made bad decisions I guess where's my head in my head for a long time is also the name of my tracking as a reaper so it's not about strikes then raw dog do you think the nurses strike that went on for a week and a half Minneapolis was a good thing for those with nurses copy this phone into the great state of Tennessee skills I'll be back as salaries have been cut down over the years we are engineers we don't make as much money as what you're doing on the 8th. But every time everything has to return to this much you explain that phenomena and come up with a solution or still hard workers with bus to rap let me tell my air condition off so I can feel your pain are you getting dad to do you know that a lot as well I need a truck I turn my ignition and also I can feel your 106 Greedo weird Alabama happy time copy I don't know anything about the nurses strike you talking about being but I do know about the strike at the factories and I know that they went on for almost a month and not only did those guys get the higher wages they asked for they get back pay for all the time that they are on strike yeah I know I'm affected by tour every time I make a radiator and the gears used to fly at the left hand side every time I move a radiator films like National Lampoon goes to Jersey so can't wait to Brazilian cheap labor and one Elon Musk successfully launches his driverless trucks what are you wearing that is very slowly very here walking around with the kids and soda and the kids going no to me I don't know why she's like her finger no alright he goes get bit like you're coming out your life and I've been old for this one mother talking 50 years so it's like a little bit cold now but you know what helped it where all you guys are alright miraculous captain is ATA circumflex deg here it is 12:30 in the afternoon I just had lunch I had lasagna and spinach lasagna and it was actually very good I can't believe how good it was here 12 the patients did because traveling nurses recording who don't know the hospitals who don't know the patients who don't know the procedures not a good thing well they didn't need to strike and the nurses union and worked on it from that aspect the angel that I'm in the union for reason everything's alright with our company we go to Union, and our union fights for us. I pay them union dues. That's why I make the money that I make. You think they would pay me what I get paid now if we didn't have 106 in Alabama, 601 South Carolina? The big difference from South Carolina to Alabama. Visit Killer currently $12.33 and year today here in jalapeno poppers for lunch currently 92A circumflex deg C8XS. Okay, so this is even funnier. So you're in a union, you want someone to fight for your wages but you don't want to fight for anybody else is hilarious. Just putting the wrong driver. You looking at me like that the nurses have a new union. That's the union that went on strike because why? They want a different healthcare, higher wages. You just don't see if it's 1:33 in afternoon rhyme and then I'm having a coffee in that unions they were accompanied by reading our employees properly at the point where it's not even worth it for them to get the union. That's how we do it, and most good corporations who successfully made it really big, that's the way they did it. Most of them anyways. Do I get the Googles how they did it? Missing child at Alton Towers soup for 1 minute. Say you in a company and just say you go to using Grinder. So look, we don't have a cafeteria and we want a cafeteria. Give us a cafeteria. So what does electrical union do? They say to other people, we want you got a cafeteria but we want you to go on strike because his other place don't have a cafeteria. Staff unions. And of course you don't even. I don't get this build up. Your police dispatchers get paid a lot more than the freaking officers in the field. What the hell? You couldn't pay me enough to be a police officer. That's the dumbest example you could possibly use. That's not going to happen. I mean, UPS just recently went on strike because they weren't paying their guys what they should to shut down, and later they made some. They meet them quick, go on their health care and the payback no matter where I live. Because there's nothing to do at all. Macabre reply for Camden Metro. At least there's always something going on their radar. Getting up for a minute. You think there was the dumbest thing that ever I said. Life. That's what you think I said. Do you think there's other people going to go on strike because they've got some that you don't have by any chance? Have you seen Bladder Now or AK Blackout? Well, blessed by law you're supposed to have a cafeteria. Then asking another union go on strike because you don't have one is idiotic, and I really don't care if I'm being an asshole. I'm really tired. People as I ever kept my mouth shut for several days now. People talking. I'm just David Lair. Like literally it's been like months since I heard from them. Wentworth Miller. Oh no, Amazon workers are going to go on strike to prison. Yeah, they don't make enough money. Richest man in the world, one of them. An idea. Have another account that's on all the time. I don't see him in his room at all getting there. Don't ever see any history for a mini making a comment about Kobe Bryant. Once you've been an asshole to somebody you call friend. Yep, I want a race because of Lisa. That's why he's not on Edward Samples. Brokers, drivers who are brokers who run their own business. See what they have to say. Then what do you think? Jeff Bezos, who started his company out of his garage with the help of his wife. Shame on him for being the richest person in America because he actually started a company that worked. What a horrible human being for paying his employees $15 an hour. Hey Ian, hey you practical trainers, yeah, can you ask the revolution in losses spell pursue how many child predictor access pterodactyl? Then they probably say I'm an actor in an actor kayak tours and here now any snow. Educate people on here. Yeah, people X Isaiah chapter 11 as being a scripture in there in the prophets that clearly references on the side Audrey Manoj 100% green. Every girl says there is no come forward. A rod from the stem of Jesse and daybreak sugar out his roots. Impreza 52 the bridge little. The spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, theory of knowledge in the fear of Yahweh is. The light is in the fear of Yahweh by the sight I think I've not defined by the hearing of his ears, but with righteousness he shall judge the poor and decide with equity. For the nick of the year he will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. Breath of his lips he shall slay the wicked. He will not fail nor be discouraged till he has established justice in the year. Encasement shall wait. Didn't we read earlier as a 40-4? Here he will decide with money for the make of the year. The poor he'll strike they are put around his mouth. It will be really Isaiah 42. The Messiah. Fourth is the MP. We strike with an imp, shut down their electronic warfare capability, and we strike with the rebel army that we built for Malta. Cast a penis broadcast is on. Right, starting broadcast swimming. If do it, it's not connect the F Mutherfuka broadcast terror. Everybody got this. Burma Jr. I think he's had my problems again. Who is Mike? His mic problem talking into the mic. What's the time to be funny? Saturday. Gamora. Personally she can meet tomorrow. I can hear love you because I have 6 microwaves 2016 or older. 6 rolls over. They are probably some crazy models. I wanted to go for it. Martin and the chickens. How did bind our characters in Strong Charmander earlier and slight main blank 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 blank. Well no, I think it's a European company again. Well that could be muscle tear. Forget Europe. When are we going to play at the trees? And I am not. No, UK manager is a very young. He is very fortunate too. Have you as a mother to giving Peter that lesson now thinking about the family and dynasty is doing alright then I'll speak hello the previous year did Backstreet I remember that and there's not going to be a minivan for as far as you can see screen. Reader that slows down a bit hey what's going on everything inhabited parts anywhere and we don't need you as much as we do but mummy wreath belladonna boneless ribs fire September program sticky fingers Arizona grill bonus ones I prefer the bones. Like myself what's the word for today I cannot believe how did these are they now little job in building vampire but I never deleted app and I've always been in touch with me but I was like hold up let me just show some love and I'm like what I'm like so not used to the scientists are you boring to be the sudden strike for operation and how far dairy girl let's just before I put another coat of arms use a song by slow cooking flip improve more where to sell song let them again for some more I probably use about other 1 big 1 gallon jugs is probably maybe about a half of some kind of crazy shit bro way I seen baby. The Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back Jedi and there he knows each like maybe 2 times but the new her or not in your home from Revenge of the Sith the Clone Wars couples I have to go downstairs and working lucky it looks like a sphincter journey. Road dog you guys probably do it on purpose just to have something for dessert why not having somewhere right and information it was out there isn't real so did they get you there in the end did me treatment yeah you probably did stick it up your ass and try to read something on the internet I read it out of the New York Times yesterday it was said on this OYMYO was the New York Times no chance I sat here and I was trying to tell them to put the rabbit miscarriage because you're obviously a lovely weekend and I'm trying to speak and I couldn't speak backing it up I was just completely and utterly comatose 2 hours later what came back to life and I tried to talk again no other box should I get any meeting with Putin or just trust in work war apocalypse of the TWA that was definitely a missile strike I said there's an untrusted at the bottom of the box I just trust him and are you getting any deals location yeah I don't know what to separate pages that do thank but regardless yeah let's go back to current news shooting in stomach you know you're not Mark if you really want to know what right now instead of watching some old videos bet that were part of the failed case that's why the feds had to take charge of the case how much you just go outside and buy newspaper if you can manage to get up these interviews really taken a few days ago on these women are about 30 years old right Sobel City's the only people in and that the newspapers and the news media outlets that are putting out that there are several hundreds of people involved in this whole thing Angel I just keep doing what I usually match game of humanistic geography friends were you talking to? There was a red button April best friend road dog common with companies dealing with container loads Alejandro everything starts with plug guys no I think it's new friend has some person that thinks anything that comes out your mouth against women is chauvinistic on the snowflake kind of millennials it's swallowing abs everyday near Nottingham I was at quite a few strikes no I got all these little aggravations then yeah years ago I would just get sick of it but I'll enjoy my freedom. I know what it's like to work with something as company jobs as just prefer the owner-operator life where I can choose what to do where to get it fixed what's the next thing and I'll get too much argument Vucko 100 night I'm just messing around. I'm nothing against the web server if only Pedogate did existing flaw that my garden some places to read the month's rainfall in a day just put a picture up work on his bike and the garage is going to go out on it after it when beginning to building. From the west later Friday St. David sent a great storm head including St. George's OYMYO the 24-hour forecast southwest hearing northwest later further towards Drake's Island and to the north of the Red Boys ever spice occasional rain or drizzle patches twilight sign it's all good occasionally back up following 24 hours northwest 405 decreasing 3 times 13.35 moderate orcish head to the Mull of Galloway does the strong wind warning for the 24-hour forecast southwest 3,325 feeling northwesterly 4 or 5 6 letter in north search supervisor Burnley Leisure Centre quick reporting 21 who wrote strike occasional rain or drizzle moderate or good occasionally poor vehicle for the following 24 hours for 526 of 4 level 3,325 liquidator 420 zone address Archer I want to have icon Mayfair moderate or good occasionally poor at first 01273 295 005, repeating 295 arc map the strong wind warning the 24-hour forecast best thing to buy northwest A45 occasionally 6 lead to Fermanagh Perry opposite to normal orders Zahid Norman Nipples Adam Victor David on a Blackberry C class and the other I have coming back to a 10 Kia Optima and wreck in traffic I don't know what they're in 417 take me to 3,505 Broadway 62 3,505 Broadway Anaconda playthrough just given to the 10th year in a Mercedes E Class, I don't think I'm sorry for odd communication. What was the tone of the count? 6750-2145. Morgan actors but the giant can take triple arrive in Czech language carving for beginners. Yama well 304 Midleport 27 134 you out at the hospital. Bullying Greater Boston Manor Hotel at Heathrow Mass. Can I give it to Fire TV for now? Cruise get a small porch fire. Lightning strike buildings. A 2.5-story single family 1527 Courier Pembrokeshire Classics F1 2017 3 X 2017152. North on a black Ford Ranger registration. Golden Dragon Hereford MRA of the Heart. Directions to 117 Rabbits. Kaylin Gemma from Worthing. We just have to ride on the way up. Bruno Mars son 134 William 3WF. Talking about diversity. Are you practicing your Russian cost? Sometimes I can't understand the word you're saying. I mean like this. I'm not going to the bottom of fence post to make my house because I make the corners. I don't know why did I just woke up from the coordinates of corners. Yes said hello. How you say again? No way I can do that. I just took it over there. Now be happy. And everyone turned the PlayStation for distinguishing in Russian and English. Diversity champion gonna give you his F rule. Adds the customer. All you want to do is rent to call. You don't want nothing to do with that bullets do you being on your rental for all this S. It's going around in the background then going around eating F polygons and S. What he talking about? Bombers. Yes fair enough. Mila Elaine was in on his busy and I have more time. I will do it but only pay for a year subscription on PlayStation and play like you know what I mean on Player One weekend again for a few months at least. 3 strikes piece of equipment. Did you say religiously? She's that ugly if you wish. What the hell? I don't know what the hell that was. A gat to worth 40,000 ET workshop like that. I got 51 right now technically, which I need. You shouldn't be looking for credit. M's brother from Stop is like to know where I stand. You know I'm just curious. I know it really doesn't matter but I'm just seeing a kind of curious and where I said definitely she's definitely Jewish but where effect but I'm just curious to know where I stand between one. Now it's worse. CB radio. Do you have to have one in there? You just don't use it or you don't. You only have forwarded the I have a CB radio forgot at home. I usually write it so when I get back to the house again to pick it up I have a strike. I have a nice CB. It gets out. I shouldn't worry about you acting reasonably where I know I'm not one of these people you see. His people are coming here really and usually the majority of Chun Lee car here. Now get the haircut. Barry again on official selfie on my way back to Windsor House. Wait the F there. She could meet you in the KFC car park. Now right in a KFC car park. The Delvers now awful Labrador and Husky Bailey one file like my wife. Nag who is adorable king musical scary bunny. Description first and last battle full episode modded account anyway. The 7260 this particular one radio co-owned the first brand new radio for living near Manchester. Graduated fish. There are no descriptions. First basic life support above cervix Bolton BL24HU Wilco FIFA 17 booking Westgate Blackwater UHE Gumtree. Can you cut your call and get yourself talk to yourself on go on for Blackburn? All the best wherever you want. You don't want to move down to the coast. Outlook strike through where the world's largest dam walking round near the beach just by your antennas from Scuba Gear UK. When you get below sea level you don't work too well. Tony GP Wigmore Hall microwave carpet careful golf app 4 Delta Echo well solar system people VAT open warm Sakura ridiculously cold day today. The temperature has rapidly drops. The temperature at 7 yeah okay right was don't bother getting her to check the power supply gunner to make sure that the coax plugs. Radio any SWR meter any factory any aerial connection is tight that lasts over was nearer S4 and S3. Go ahead Heather Graham. It's 8741 trouble. We're hoping to Victoria Wasp 33B whatever 27 Genelec GB3JL repeater. Is that GB3JL repeater? Conor McGregor Medicinate XL Thermo. Heather McCarthy active checking financing. I thought we doing thank you to do everything what you want. 141 everyone you come tonight from definition for planning what is stage 3 love party wall on the Mersey Hospital psychiatric on another one who appears to have fallen out of the nest. 32,137 Trump Gillette Qantas only. BT9 airport circus Shogun when traveling Asia. China boy girl barefoot girl vehicle strike. Now you got mechanical problems. You got them again. Looking in betweeners. Yeah canary standing by 1 hour factor. Come on then go on tour. I'll be waiting. Matthew Bradley to put it on a graveyard. Sorry was busy. Richie Kavanagh become poor. That is gonna be at your funeral. Foot Moscone Centre at 7. The brother of the Manchester Arena bomber has arrived in the UK and is due in court tomorrow charged with the murder of the 22 victims. 100 more people were injured when Salman Abedi detonated a device as an Ariana Grande concert in 2017. Its slipping calcium has been extradited from Libya. Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham says it's an important day in the city's recovery human history, but they can still think that Ryanair pilot could be going on strike. That union is asking them if they want to walk out of issues including pensions, maternity benefits and the pay structure, and Celtic continue their bid to qualify for the Champions League group stage. Later they hold a 3-woman advantage over Sarajevo from the first leg. Meanwhile, Northern Irish champions Linfield trail Rosenborg 1-0. Fantastic. So she isn't believing incest, but it's okay. I lie so bit but can't give her some money and really like every 2 years. So my God, Leah wasn't her husband but was her brother, wasn't her brother but was your husband. But yet the Congress voted to repeal a law that stood in place for 180 days, 80 years, to allow her to work her urban okay. You might be 171-year thing where we getting asked about citizen on the censor. Did you do your research? It was Obama action. Strike it from the censors. We will have to censor the same. 1953. I'm feeling dizzy. Ramrat. Go walk out in the middle. History, not the highway. If you're all dizzy and yes, and tell me how you make yes. And remember, don't forget, as far as the springboard girls, I want to come to the census of the question on the census. Therefore its constitution. Only you can put it on there, so all I have to do now is clean up their act, put it in, probably not have acid, and it will be. Do you have what is called an ST test, Gemma? Kind of like an octopus type thing, and they squirt ink into the air and that creates a shape, and then each shape is a structure of a sentence. So instead of having words to make up a sentence, you have an image, and different points and areas of that image make that word. I often wonder where the bird's communicating that sort of way with a tweet. It's like a data burst wherever, including in her images and everything in that in their song. It strikes me as an efficient way of communicating, cause instead of just saying it the string of words, you are sending a picture of most Chinese. In some respects they favorite them. Vibrate. Did this software is not very user friendly, mate. I've got a dashboard I've got now playing watch folder, but there's somewhere in here I've got playlist. Right, create a web stream. Name of the playlist Paul Burnett. Find the URL. Weather F that gun college F my internet. Personally talking scenery care what the OYMYO is. Whatever, I just go with Paul as he's not gross. Kalyan Conway is gross about you as he is 100 times better than him, and this is horrible. Call Rob their centers. I'm not saying, I'm just saying the grenade pause on your secret Facebook group of the hacksaw falling in the chat. Raise a new profile picture on Canuck Route a bit makes me wanna be with us, so where I just want to check this mean I get you to watch the video. I'll be haven't said what video I posted the link. It was a USA Today article, had a video. Well, even as far as I'm being a fun God never cleans that there's anything. You are very order of your customer, and he's saying that any partner, the shepherd that is my partner, I'm going to try him with my sword. I'm going to strike him down, and scared of the ship that follow him so hard that I was the only one, there is no other. If Jesus has happened to the actor of Santander Trinity or some power of the farm where we were no listen and follow hand, God would have said to have doesn't mind, he doesn't play. A broadcaster said this proved President Trump's assertion that United States military had destroyed her, bringing down the television station. Said the footage was provided by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and showed images of the years has sparked her interest rate of her mood. The videos also posted by Rod Press TV included images taken from above what appeared to be a worship, but the rest of the footage could not immediately be verified. The us playing that tensions between Washington as United States seeks to impose chart music and this one republic pushes back exactly a map censor and to your strong over the same waterway, parking Trump to consider launching a military strike against Iran. Answer Thursday, the USS Boxer destroyed the drone after the parks within 1,000 yards of the amphibious assault ship. What is another name for reinforcements dispatched to deter Iranian threats against have been in the area of Pentagon confirmed that the incident took place, saying the missing were quite right. Just I got one question for you. Who's your daddy? I'm talking about the cat daddy. Who is your daddy? Osiris. Or you tell Osiris really crappy job. Hello, what's going on? Somebody's about the punching in his iris. Yeah, he needs to check a party for contents insurance and how much it is. There's nothing. Give me a flat. I have to be striker. Yeah, hopefully discovers whatever. Another match. Tornadoes. You know, girl bikini probably won't be some now. You will be having a fool look like without a vibrator. I am sorting out my bedroom so I can find out your Katie. Hurry, happening over here. Can you play my legs? Yeah, hardly enough. When I did it, that's what I was told, because I 2 years and years ago find my house insurance back then, a lot of equipment, and I was doing electronic work at the time as well. Out printers are printed out back then, you know, parting things out and all that. Anyway, I like me to try Cayman and wild everything out. My radios, some VCRs I had, I mean you name it, and trying to push this honest, but people who know don't want it, so they Keep making movies that keep coming because you know everybody sees through it, and like we don't want that, you know, but they keep trying, and also both forces are at work. Play have no clear head will prevail. I don't make it too stupid like that. Stuff Discovery keep itself within the realms of believability. It should be quite good. God is always quite good. Next generation picture, it's not right, is it? If we have a free get like 37 or 30, I like to know that I watch The Empire Strikes Back. Today still looks amazing. Now you get it, even though even the Riverson looks amazing. They don't like to stop. They don't like the video. That's even more significant for us because we're on a high latitude in New York, their attitude below at the map. So high latitude is here in Canada on the same latitude as 25 at the moment, but servant further north one on oil latitude if I can nearly 30 degrees. What the F is going on? New York still that looking back in the past with clear vision is definitely a valid, I think, galaxy different OYMYOs I was getting on. Stop, I was in Glasgow Rangers and I was getting there, and they are one Glasgow tunes better, yeah, that can see a price on it, kind of fun. That's why some people sleeping under that with, I'll tell you exactly, cause I'm watching what's coming up with a jet stream in the Atlantic, so it's got 35-degree temperatures and it's bringing out, I can see the warm water as I can see the warm water in the sea. It's coming across and it's blowing it right up, so all you got to do with you just chat. Track their lightning strikes in the sea going up, and you can see whether it's going to be hot humid because it's going to be full of moisture, so it's going to be thunderbolts of lightning everywhere and make it won't be here. I don't think it's going to be red unless the wind whipped around and comes from the south. That's when you get weather. What that rock declare? Speak to the rock. Dead Moses strikes the rock. What's going on today? The unfortunate counter, some of it is due to air preservation. I understand it, in the anti-Semitic hatred of the Jewish people, one thanks to the Catholic Church and what have you and all that, but nonetheless we have today, you know, that rock being smitten, attempted to be smitten again by Moses. Get it? Using the Torah, using the this, not the smite the rock again, and it's supposed to be declared shadow picture prophecy, but the reality is there a new Noah, I guess, property of the first and second coming, thereby nonetheless is where I hope even now on his even Moses with the medicine, what was supposed to learning going from that is that it's supposed to declare the rock to clear them the fire, and that it a promise given to us. So yeah, you're right, like what we should be living by, walking obedience and learn from it, and through that he should be declaring to us that Messiah, so we can have that water. And to how I was up high in a bloody when used a car across stems closer to the sea, salty blonde hair, and I can grow nothing, I couldn't run a business, rubbish everything, tomatoes, the whole lot, waste of time. But here cause I'm little bit lower down and showered with the wood behind me cocker, and it gets warm from mental in the lane of first year. I have a dig at all of his I might gardens estate on my back going down the dog before, and I mean he dumped her Australia. I'm not joking it. If you walk around the bloody garden and it was so that the grass and drink up 6ft tall grass and you fall down a bloody great hole, we all become like that. That aspect of Moses' nicotine vapor matches is in a corporate revelation. There's an revelation as well that we also become that I will smite that rock again, instead of declaring him fight with them, take it upon ourselves and strike there to do things our way. But yeah, I know that also just brings up with you, I said anything I'll be accusing that his command. Large flowers are two very different things to do. You actually have to double the trouble, the amount a second in command hours as you do pilot in command hours for that hold any kind of weight or reliance. Even you like, okay, so you are not the same thing, which really kind of sucks. But the guy that I met, that's my flight instructor, he actually has a full-time job, and if lightning strikes on the side in his full-time job, he sells the machines that blue boxes together makes like $100 triple a year selling his machines. But if lightning strikes on a side for fun and he make $40 an hour because he's his own, it doesn't work for a flight school. PPL has come to him, and I mean that's a really good way to do things. You know, you don't have to report any that for income taxes. There's so many things you can do with it. It seems really, but in the end it's worth it. I mean, to me, I don't care how much money I make flying. I just want to fly like Day since she was 12. Filterless cigarettes, lucky strikes in fact, and she would be 102 and I would have been miserable. 70-year fire to the point where I can walk and wipe my own ass. I want my fiancé to take me out of the woods and shoot me. Only got 2 rolling Leonard sad this summer after I eat all the drinks, paper, any type of cool beverage. Joachim, in your eyes you can just say I want a bag of ice and I go to the ice machine to put in a bed for you. Wonderful, you can do it. Put that eye right on your ass. Smoking because cigarette smoke with the head now there is in the cigarettes. Have you ever built a bath full of ice and going, cause it's been that a real fireworks. If you don't think I could use to anymore, I stay with you for the chemical that kills the two back on it drives Phoenix anymore drive Sheffield navigate to do it with you he gives me courage salt and vinegar chipsticks back in the day the tubes with Vidra Dave the customs down and hang on Adidas NMD salt and vinegar chip and narrow 3-panel and this is where you can trust an untrusted people without it popping up on screen so nobody was trusting and untrusting anybody so we were just sitting there on trusting everybody had a good time but rolling was horrendous in here and it was beautiful and I don't know if you remember Mark from I Can Talk to You whenever I remember the good times it was pretty damn great yes to me when life was better well we went on strike we ended up getting what we wanted so it was tried to like a bungalow but this time I said the OYMYO down on protecting the mother F and nobody could come in I don't worry because all I did put the password was bowls rules what's going off now get disposal. Early to be there till 7 I'm sorry I go in there and move everything off my jailer before they pull me into a duck play I can't play for couple more minutes before I walk in the door one you bastard to ask instead of asking for a playlist it's gone. It's done usually half hour 20 minutes early 630 to 4 play home check it always try to have somebody in front here that's going to hear faster than you are there's a method to my bed you're always is reminders message okay my weather warnings today on my phone are telling me scattered thunderstorms tonight and early Wednesday morning could lead to some power cuts and travel delays it's going to be a big one this sky it's going to be very widespread it says there is a slight chance that power cuts could occur and other services could and businesses could be lost there is a small chance of damage to property from a lightning strikes hail or strong winds there is a small chance of your homes and businesses likely leading to some damage to buildings and structures chance travel additions will be affected by spray meet that standing water yes Sam it's going to be unforeseeable at the moment but this it's going to be bad for the today's temperatures in Brighton we got to sell it as solid sunshine London difference right you keep telling me that I've got the rather leave the word begin aristocratic voice you kept telling me that and then you need to tell us or it's open game to everybody what region she comes from when she comes on the trying to get it all sorted man but at the moment I hate you I was raised lying on hard rock Skegness problems on mobility more able to call yourself down eat more burgers some more rail he didn't strike me as the country time I didn't think he was big in the country rate me so bad at making my daughter up coca Collar I am only asking as my help to play this game I'm going to name someone else today sound like and then he'll tell me where that person come from just after high school real life number the country music the time but then I like bring back my old standby any problem with Martin something more as he doesn't bring proper good ale what is proper day then come on map next door neighbor now and she wanted a Budweiser today for now because they're speedophile on the sexual and get to do my bum into my brain is sperm of another man and now I've got a little man sperm grown up in my brain sort of terrorizing stuff I swear man like we used to be up kids and 3 and swords that says bad we can't justify beating up some random other kids because of it going to skies hopefully long dead and gone I took forever now but God I think he wants you start trying on strike the start trying to unlock all these foreign tongue to your friend in the eye from a foreign tongue I've not talked about and I told my friend and when I told her I'm thinking of her that speak to you so knows mum knows what's the minute ninja stars I just a minute here's her I think he's a coconut is what in the middle of brown on the outside that one I never quit and anyway by quitting first hail yeah my ninja hail yeah it is Horace he's my friend she's not Iris maybe it was an oracle I don't know the word that's offensive man wow bo what OYMYO is get the audio from the mic on OYMYO 1 monitor so you won't hear your mic coming back but if you do want to hear it press that little red button and then it will go to street so it's going to send the audio then to the stereo mix output through 2 speakers famous person University Tiana's people Gale recliner chairs modern Bible versions are preparing people for the New Age movements one world religion early learning what would you say is the finding in new research that strike you as the most shocking training you that layer and then I will get free back don't get no feedback as you go on ESO yeah with a button press then you would know when you do you want to hear it yeah but layer cost that's to set your audio levels so you can have a listen to yourself coming out the monitor yeah which would have been avoided with release at 11 anyway so we'll need to worry about that would have already said it when we done a soundtrack and gone yet that's right there and that's interactional I know you know the interacting it and they're trying to say what Jesus was that age now angel Lord his name wasn't there but we know the angel that is over his people and there are people as mentioned in Daniel that's not that will not partner equities his angels that was stand up the same angel that was battling with Henry Beautiful well to rebuke bring into correction there's a problem when it doesn't say it there really what I'm seeing pizzazz word you can mean so why Would he have to? Where was the correction that he was bringing people dead or not? Strike out Joseph's bones buried. Thank you. You are clear to identification. That's been found that you haven't seen that yet. Conspiracy and Exodus. The Exodus. Southampton anyway, so go ahead of me and get it through all the Joseph's. Timbers Village 12 pillars. Here is it to form a type pattern. The tune for his bones are there. All that stuff I do remember. Michael Yahweh review. The Lord rebuke. Yeah, get. Ship of Ryan. A strike. You always noticed when the wind blows the wrong direction from the farm up here in Lerwick. It's horrible if you can smell his cow s all the way around Ledwick. If horrible it is. Shut your windows on the bus and try and get down the road. Yet sometimes it can get pretty powerful. Anyway, I'm running late. Good evening, or how are you? Yeah, so don't want to stay for too long, but I'm from Gloucester, Isle of Wight. Please, I've got no worries. I'm just about to, which we do it, and I'll text you later. Thunderstruck. Show me Glass and Wilson. I'll be right back. It's just Jazz. Oh yes, not doing too bad. How are you all? Just been off work with the flu. Now I'm just having a sneaky beverage. I have to go. Feel better. Hello there, Miss Jessie. Long time no speak. Because I was a pleasure. Well, good evening there, Mr. Moonpig. Always on not too long ago, but nobody was on when I mean big as nowhere on FU. Mr. FU respect, because we will talk in music. Poland before Agra Blue. I think it's gone. I think it's a Canadian beer. Big ball head in looking for Parker versus White Girl. You got a lovely pair. What? Okay, I'm getting concerned. Cross the line. Anything? I don't know what it looks like. All I know is hard distraught close to us. Wouldn't drive miles. 30 minutes after. I think I got a nasty washing machine then needs fixing. It's still around. I'm not a drink or so down here until you see everybody drinks Bud Light. Budweiser. Like I've never found a drink that I like. I've tried every kind of beer, every kind of mixed drink, and just literally anything I try with alcohol and it just tastes like fermented sourdough garbage. I just like it. Green cigarettes. Funeral. There's a pretty sound of a biplane. Animals. That name was Tobin. Surveyed all of Texas M&S sun on a weekend doing circles, just flips, and the car messed up one day and I killed him in the sun in a beautiful red Baron biplane yesterday. Strikes tomorrow. Thought it was going to start this site. Swear on. I don't want to swear. It's because I've had a stroke. Tell me something doesn't work at same time, so it's going to my brain. I get wild with myself and the sweet in myself and it comes out. And no, she said that. She's not said that. You know the damage done. This. I'm sorry. Naomi. Silicate syllable. Breerfield. I don't know if you'll tell me what to say. It's not nice to hear some swearing. I swear I don't mean to do it. I just do it and then I'm not correct. Syndrome. Stuck. Really? Well, myself in my head. Then the damage is done. The voice is out and then what can I do? Too late. Did you keep them in the lab any? So yeah, she's still going. This song still trying to power is really good. There's nothing like kids worship or WhatsApp. Because what about sauce mites in the bathtub? So you can check it. It's very haven't come looking for. I know it was the next cage fights, but they don't hear as well as what people think they do. You have to strike. Leave them sometimes. Kato. Not losing weight over the border. That's just an insult. Delivery. Wake me till I get worried. Spotlight. Veneers. If you've gone all day and all night having a panic attack, where is he? Animals. Do baseball. Better go find her, because you know what, if she's back, just come back by 2 in the morning. I'm gonna think she get kidnapped. I watched too much news, but I'm saying I'm going out with a bad now. Find her. Okay, what about closer to? It's 4 a.m. The armed forces and what we represent. Hello everyone, good afternoon. LOL. Oh well, me, and that's kind of judgment. Linkable. Paul Leary. Also available on TuneIn. Where I know it mean the latest bar closes at 4, so and I know you did walk all the way up to the riverside. I'm sorry, Westchester. Tricos. I know you didn't go to strike. Define. There's no way you could have walked that because the house, but you have just eat the half my work and the buses stop at midnight. So tell me a story now. Ocean. Shoot, you had a midnight clear because you're up for seconds like our buses are down like her. I hope you can. I can talk. Do you request a contact request? And I don't think he recruited former. Didn't get it. It's been a long time, but I wanted to talk to you about some stuff because I found a lot of stuff in the past weeks and I think it's beneficial for both of us to talk about it, so I might have to reset it to you, but I know, and that was so there, so I just want to get with you and tell you that a private let you know 140 bus route, but on the F scared up thing. Bonus points mean you were the final strike, bro. Number Resident Evil. How do I say something that I can't really? Was now pulling out beard comb. 59,687.70. Damn, don't piss off as well. Speak shy today. What is okra? I really prefer a different being around, like being rude. Bingo. Does nothing sounds manlier than saying bin. Can you FaceTime me? FaceTime. Let me turn do not disturb nothing on my contacts, so I don't know what happened there. We're friends, but I think I did change my account once so that could Kim Jong-un, he's not Russian, come and bring it to me up. I have seen waking business of nuclear strikes have Seen visions of war, I've seen visions of me rising, have also seen my higher self with wings and I'm smiling at myself. Goes on and on. I guess you are who you are, not Korean. You really do. You need to meet someone, needs to wake you up from that. That slumber. It sounds like Jack. The sounds like you are driving and the world is coming through the windows, but not so much do we can understand you. I promise you are beautiful. Very pleased, thank you. Enough lap small dear coming and hope you are better employees and pig a hand because there was a first class degree placed. A smiles, she smiles. Yeah boy, yeah, I was going to ask you the same thing. The hand, who was the first former Saturday Night Live star to be nominated for an Oscar? No, I'm not going to kill myself, start all over again. Personality of a pain, only Merkel. Jesus with you giants, not like the toll. Nice to look at someone's. Will do one more. Sports 13 guys and I'll change it a little bit. What picture? 1,785 strikeouts and 536 wins, and on top of it there's an award named for him, and he played in the 1800 from 1892 to 1970, meaning about other one young lady. So make sure you keep on. We fee personal shield hero Nat West, no problem, but please reach out a ballerina to make sure it's good. And now it's been a while. Call Gemma Kaza. A question you can surpass outside the answer anyway. How are you? The problem is that my shark was to do. There was prophesied of that the shark in the world, and how it was that he did not do any of them. Zip. As a matter of fact, you got words the opposite way. Turn off the small ones. We have a shower and to choose over. Open OYMYO. Will you just talk like people bringing all the boys to the yard? Just died young was the album. Sorry, I'm sorry. On a word to put you on my playlist as well. Chris, my God, will open your eyes and open your heart because you're on the wrong path, brother. Note, go to his jaw. Different, little late for something. Other Irish people I can you tell if someone's lying? I just clicked on your picture. What is that you got on? I got some American flag glasses. Welcome to Strike Zero ERTH. Yeah, and I'm still not getting any. Yes, all that too. You know, I'm always thinking you got that right. I'm always thinking that's normal than me. You want to get him as well. I like being intellectual. Oh wait, once it appears months when you eat. And what else can you repeat it? And one more stupid person inviting me sort of like the military. Okay, everybody wants the weather. What's the first letter in it? What are the 4 branches of the military? I was a Navy SEAL. Special groups. What's the 2 letters in? Weak. You like the 2 letters in the border. Minecraft. So what's the answer? What am I? I like making goofy pictures of trying to make you feel as a 4th of July weekend we did, and Suzy had some cool sunglasses and I had my American picture of Jeffrey. Post office morning. I won't let you know. Okay, Sharon. Macular degeneration with a person with the 22nd cryptic services. M25 DVLA address. Away travel the world. Find the greatest of these years. Lyrics. No need to call me. Hello, can you plug in a Buddha Desert BBC iPlayer OTC painkillers to the point but very played all kinds of supervision. Assemble a garden. What the train strikes over Christmas. Go chat to Google. YMYO Automatic Array Circumflex 50 in movie. Leaving work to my house to the wireless Rose Grove Burnley. Please don't go to a U Edinburgh Gumtree. A U Siri coming out. Luigi dead. We could go to the hairdressers in the Euros in the secret scripture. Belgravia. See what the hell they doing today. Tattoos on the back. Philip. Invoices. Car hire. Birmingham Airport. Domino 1.9 million. Death. Accrington weather now. November. Margaret Greenwood caravan site weather. Nagata today. Thriller. Burnley Cinemas 29th 17,171 tips. Screwdriver. Temple probate registry. Oh yeah, I got the 2. Bad thing. Mercies. You be like-minded. Been a while. Cordoner. One of mine. Nothing be done for striker. Warlord. Esteem others better than self. Not every man has his own thing. Sophie the Barbers. This mind be in you which Jesus Christ. Uniform of God. Robbery. To be equal with God because no reputation upon a form of a servant. The likeness of man. Fashion as a man he humbled himself and became. The pizzas on the desk. Willful girl. Also I need to talk to him and giving him a name which is above every name. Jesus. Every knee shall bow in heaven to the things in earth to thee, and that every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord. Type of God. 3 to the glory of God the Father. Godfather. Just a lonely story into Philippine loving as you have always. Obey, but now much more in my absence. Have your own salvation with fear and trembling, which is work both in you to will and to do good. Places without memory. 100% of guests will have with you in the UK. Record in a possessed nation among who shall sign and lights in the last power. We're talking a dirty bomb strike or something. Baby Archie in 2 days. I reckon they're backup systems that don't require electronics. There is a what did the water system generators that are like play some diesel powered. How long they work? How long would there be fuel if there is popping mechanisms from the refineries, thereby bypassing the electrical? They could manually pop that. Be interested, but there's a lot of backups in the nearest of is what's scary because there's a film with an electronics survive an EMP replay catastrophic event. Go back to carburetor start. Goes on working harder and harder and less. I'm working less for more. Started at the working hard when you start You have to put in hard labor, and then you get that trying it does gigs and the licensing associated with it. You know what everybody's talking about, turn off jazz high paying jobs. Yes there is, but you have to want to work for in. Start get your fitting. I should not take care for granted at home. Now if I'm wrong that I'm going to read 333-9 chapter 31-39. Do not give you strike to women your ways to the super destroyer. Kings 94 Kings Avenue. Natural things to drink, wine or wants to take strong drink. We stay drink it, forget what has been decreed and pervert the rights of the afflicted. Give strong drink to the one who is perishing and wine to those in bitter distress. Let them drink and forget the property and remember their misery no more. Open your mouth for the mute, for the rights destitute. Judge righteously the rights of the poor and needy. That's me. Tomorrow minimum wage. You have to look at things as God has a man united kit home. We have to be a war on a country, need a new lover in our home. How to make sure number not a man of strong drink. Banana man. Now we don't want to show England 10 as you know, so even as another I had to think about it every day. Not one love the Bob Prober day 4 I'm in reading. Every day, every month. Open Orange. I'm doing block strong. The Court of Appeal rejected British Airways challenge to stop industrial action in a row over a pay rise of 11.5% over 3 years, and walkout could happen as early as mid-August. Travel expert Simon Calder says they will feel the impact if it goes ahead. It's going to lose £35 million a day in revenue for every day of the strike, and no airline like having the strike in the air because it means people booking EasyJet. Children care homes in Nottinghamshire was widespread for decades. Young people to harm for a little. Parties in Northern Ireland to step up their efforts to restore devolved government. During talks in Belfast, the PM has a series of meetings with the 5 main theme party. Black does flash flooding hit parts of Yorkshire. Nevermore down for today. The fire station in Lebanon flooded. The crew for answering emergencies bracket says it's been horrendous, flooded within about 20 minutes and a cup of tea. No chance. Get out the way, and it's going straight driveways for like 3 minutes. Yeah, bonus the real conversation. Gonna start waiting for that one. So went for an infection and illness. It would appear that will it be the man or the woman or both? There's some sort of illness that occurs at the point of conception. Just eat if you get ill. Why would I get it? I'm not going another life anyway. This is a book on this video something because it would appear I'm not the only person. To my friends, both the man and the woman get ill at the same time when they fall pregnant is something in the ether, something that happens. But yes, I was struck down with illness. Name was ill. She was until she's pregnant, and you were there for you or your apartment for UT. And it wasn't that another friend it went there with migraines and the other half had migraine. No pregnancy. So pregnancy can strike people in different ways. You get like I think it is trying to break the ice. So you get some cold or illness, you go to the doctor and don't feel. Boys, a giant down taking down today. The fallen down with me. I'm walking over. I'm taking a spiritual film put on silver plated here. Cool Pete, you could have been taken back to your account. You can call me names in Arabic. Future armor, that's telling. Looking for a fracture. Just saying hi. Cobra Productions. What's going on out there? What's going on? What's happening? People, Avon, what have I got on here? I've got a bit of a Young T and Bugsy feature. H Striker Pose GRM Daily. See my music. It's something that I didn't listen to this anyway. Yeah, news discussion. Got lots of new topics to discuss. Loads of starfishes. Pretty out there. What's the new things? Loads of stuff with the storm. Area 51. It's not going to happen, but that's in the news. Boris Johnson, new minister. There's been a big, really massive generator driving a rover. Driving. You're not driving a property. 90210 comes straight out for before center and then stuff rover streetwise, which is really in Austin. Where I see what you mean, man. Like saying rope anyone. Any cleaner. Temple still available. Moldova on the way up to pound coins out of a fish's mouth. Untrusted users. If you like to be trusted into the live rescue, all you got to do is tell us that you agree to the general rules until the early modern Edmonds karaoke up. Thank you and enjoy your stay here. Come and go to police days long as you like my breasts. Put them into a swan. Where are you going? Too much. You might cough again. I want to be responsible for you leaving it all. It's so quiet. Britannia Centre at 10. Burness warm start to prepare for job losses in the coming week because it has 900 more workers than required and now staff notice for summer 2012 and 2019. This will result in something, and I'm very sorry. Play the chemical peel. A message to stop a big dip in profits on Monday. British Airways to prevent strike is hopeful the action can be avoided. Liberty County against Nottingham City Council. Improvement to being made after a damning report into the sexual abuse of Yeah, I know, obviously immediate family and uncle stuff like that was a no-no. About cousins, imagine that. What about yourself? Answers Klingon Magito. What are you doing? What is a cool dude bed play? Now I'm feeling the love, I like that. Can we trust open? This one I do with love. The only thing that went away is the earth from the sebum, which is CU into an anything like you. Winchester Model 1400 discovered. NHL rules. See you next Tuesday. I'm married. See you next Tuesday. That's great. You should not mess around with your sisters. And Roblox. I go to doctor again at 10. Ryan won't start to prepare for job losses in the coming week because it has 900 more workers than required and is starting to notice for summer 2020 but also in winter 2019. And I'm very sorry. How to stop the answer? A big dip in profits on Monday. British Airways legal challenge to prevent strike. Hopefully the action can be avoided. Nottingham City Council improvement to being made after a damning report into the sexual abuse. Go and get my tongue but not listen. The jello legs take time for you to get your strength back and you're in a hydrated keep to like normal. Strike back for your color on your tongue without worth. Hydrogen peroxide make your mouth all funny but at least now you get some medication. It in your heart, you don't swallow it. It may be some blistering sun. Headlines of alcohol can't get mouthwash to help heal quicker. I would like to come to my girlfriend now that he's my friend. Projecting. He said that nobody to talk to me after that. A real charmer you are. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. What more can I say? Deserve everything you get. Morning everyone, have a wonderful birthday. It's not nice. Rosie was happening, just made me a pool just in case anyone else, and champagne. I reckon what a lot more same as me tomorrow will said when I got the button pushed down. Films that use this other side. Songwriter. I have many songs for a long time. I have written many more for said to you. What's the of taxpayers? Can a person has died following a listeria outbreak in hospitals in England? Winter salads and sandwiches for a pickup be honoured. Half-eaten product in West Sussex, England in the open market after series Australia-England eventually shut out Australia for 284 after Australia won the toss and elected to bat, but it could have been so much better at once they feel these were in. Desperate 222 for 8 brilliant century they from Steve Smith on his return to the team after a ban got his side back and at 5 wickets to Broad England 10 without loss of the clothes. Gatwick Airport to going to strike for 48 hours in a bout of the paid members of United. Can passengers luggage with walkout at 6 a.m. on Saturday next week? Man, because you would see us go back to school, getting to like Sunday, go work at the zoo, so you don't have a healthy fear for healthy food. Baby gazelle. No, I do. Anywhere I used to be worse, so I do have a healthy. I used to pick up the all snakes and water moccasins by hand. How Australia-England eventually shot out Australia for 284 after Australia won the toss and elected to bat, and it could have been so much better at once they feel these were in desperate trouble. 222 48 brilliant century they can see Smith on his return to the team after a ban got his side back in 5 weeks to Broad England 10 without loss of the clothes. Gatwick Airport to going to strike for 48 hours in and out of the page numbers of United's. Can passengers luggage with walkout at 6 a.m. on Saturday next week? Oh, air school breeze is in here. A sing a vagina dog shirt for people with silly internet. Who's talking yes on a city tonight? Who starred in the City Sharp? It's not my talking at you because I can't even is talking to him with the problem. He wants someone to talk to him when he heard that he has 2 sets. He said he kept saying to 2 sets to sit, and of course he's a child, little man child, and continued to talk about it. So Aquaman extended talking about me. See, you still want you talking about was that California who is Keanu. What was his name? Annoyed reduction. How do you prepare as well? He speaks highly of his own. He had ever seen him in a while anywhere online on Zillow. 6 months. Play my song Turn Off the Garage. Name Cage in the word difficulty. Classy. Depressed or whatever level of depression could cause a failure to express yourself and say so what you need to say to somebody that I don't understand. Interlink. I don't know the lap of the making eye contact money that can be held against anybody in any form of assessment or meeting or any planet's inspirations. Absolutely beyond me. Little stupid. Start getting the strikes. Not wearing 1780s to power stations or going off for more money as nobody can drive the car. Your National Grid have to update. You know the network. Speak to you later then. Hi set my life castle on. Halo Asian bear. Remember I'm a recovering alcoholic. Gatwick. I hear a voice in my head and remember something. How the what you been spread of diseases like tuberculosis. Detention service. At least some of them. Is there a smile that involves smugglers? Forced labour international. Stop being a social norm. Paul Camilleri told the BBC Now Then UN just met a few days ago. Betelgeuse shelter was attacked by an airstrike on July circuit which killed 53 migrants. The attack ongoing on War Khalifa Have forces for returning quality after the airstrike. Interior Minister Oliver consider anything down all detention. United Nations reporting that guards start migrants fleeing the airstrike on Juri facility. The officially recognized by the Government of National Accord in Tripoli is finally have to for control of the country killed more than 1,000 people and injured more than 5,700,100,000. People have been forced from their homes. The Nations World Health Organization reports equal 150 migrants drowned in the Mediterranean Sea after their boat capsized going to head to Italy on Thursday. 52 migrants including 16 women and 2 babies. Wasn't good for you. Yara was too dumb her stepdaughter to play. Dot was real burgeried at Peter Pan. No never played play. But it was lovely to hear that Sarah reading colors. OK, Chinese Center for a woman who killed her 2 young daughters within 3 weeks of each other and been jailed for at least 32 years. The report in his 23. In from Rugby murdered 3-year-old Lexi in January last year before killing Scarlett, who was 17 months old. The murder of any child by their mother is the grossest abuse of trust. She said, one way or another you squeeze the life out of each of your daughters. Why you did so only you will know how, and why you did something so evil. The party collapsed. Dam in Whaley Bridge in Derbyshire. Water is getting to descend on the town if it bursts. Already forced to leave their home. Heathrow Airport could be going on strike. Unite Union says indications from about less somewhere to accept her offer point to an overwhelming rejection. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of people holiday because they were in the way of her lifestyle. Cold water restrict Russia in the US from developing nuclear weapons to collapse United States as it won't extend or replace the TT-16 bars in 2021. New US massage new NATO in Europe. That a more and more new Russian project to pay off, or it means planned strike by Unite members. Next Monday and Tuesday could go ahead with disruption expected. Australia the close of play on 267 for, but they do still trail Australia by 17 runs after the tourists all out for 284 in their first innings. Remove a portrait of the Queen from a government office in Belfast to be reviewed. It was reportedly taken down after a civil servant complained about having to walk partners every day. That I'm where the mayor, the author, or changed. Like if your body wants to use it, can you change it at 1%? But then when you come home I know that you're the daddy and change it tonight. Whatever you want to say. It was brilliant. How do you stop now? The name of it continue through high computing or movie editing. They are called Orient Systems. Oh boy, $30 for 8 hours, 60,000 more a year. At least it wasn't as bad because I forgot his name. He just want to be where we see now. Ruthless. That was his wishes which would strike a blow to the heart anyhow, but they still found. That's why I think it's funny when people sit inside Sapphire. I say, oh 3, it's like is that your sister talking about? Is Gary got you? As Gary got you? One of them walkie talkies. Yet I remember when first computers come out. What other computer I spent $3 trying on my computer, and these days I could pick it up for less than $5. Navigate to Radio 6 here. Turn down the Wonderland Apple become with it XR. Extend beyond the GPU or the vehicle stuff and you can get virtual machine, but it's not evident in reality. But expensive lasagna, Sonia chopper, chicken burger and a pen dinner. Have you still got your Bluetooth walkie-talkie? Think it's Gary if you get your Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, Noel Newton, Europe. More and more new Russian song. Any credibility? Thousands of workers at Heathrow Airport voted overwhelmingly to reject pay offer. It means planned strike by Unite members next Monday and Tuesday could go ahead with disruption expected in portions and a good position after day 2 of being as natural. Australia they reach because of 264. The tourists 284 in their first innings. The Queen from the government office in Belfast to be reviewed. It was reportedly taken down after a civil servant complained about having to walk pockets every day. The Time Balatariki Lancashire text trending. OK, text is trending. Yes mate, a chicken burger and a tin. We entertain you. There was a ref track. What would go with that? Please leave. And helicopter. Remember what it is, and it was a real good reggae track. Awesome. I put in that sounds gross. I really say fries ingredients. That sounds too much, just like regular poop. KFC chicken sandwich sitting in bit of S, or should I say to her, a girl. I do that every day when I'm out. Some people don't wash their hands like hell. Cross Minecraft van carpet. I bet you before you leave an attempt to sleep might put a hand on my bed. All you have to do is work out is collapsible. The time to strike you drop like a rock. What is business? Meeting with a business associate and I went out to shake his hand and he just wouldn't take. My head was like, you know what it was. I'm looking just how the hell was that? DPJ a pie or cakes? No again, I wouldn't rat trim it till bed. Do you know me? If you can get down to 45 so far you have that in Greek Minecraft and people. There is one more, number 2. I like pie. It doesn't do that well, but I trust me. Lanzarote, it's a disco in this room. Really go back to the other OYMYO for him. I hoid pastry bag and shut up that guy. Take the Mac. Can you take as well something that special occasions? Natalie Green case is one of those. Eds kills a child, comes on her with his BS 3 strike law together. Now I know they were trying to, but last time I checked the other 3 strike more, and I personally agree with it on the condition that they meant certain aspects like he needs to be refreshed. The party needs to be refreshed. In my opinion, I would vote for this as if, safe example, someone still required 3 times write a letter for me, but I don't think that should qualify for the recycle. Why? Because unless that person, anybody was injured or anybody was killed, you're taking a life for the cause of the property. I would say rather than do that when she had the Total War 2 vehicles and make that person paid off for the rest of the line. To me that made me cry. No comment. Cars pause. Pick up higher map of France. Football strip clubs. I must say the papaya is the biggest train my backyard. I'll have to climb while that shower to get them big red balls of fruit. Did you going to strip club? I'll be your pull on a meter. Slippers on. Record a crime. Come on. Number 3 number and left. Very last one so far. We get people on their food. A crime to get the film with the climb. I want a piece of fruit. You can have the beet their fruit for morning breakfast. Voxel Greninja, for example. Rape. Okay, rape somebody, you do a time, you wear them again. Another phone, you get more time. What time? You ain't getting out your 4th of July to let basic needs to be free. So I will prove that because you have a serious person's life be affected and hurt by what you did. So for me, grand theft auto should even qualify for the street 3 strike rule. The more often you steal cars and more severe punishment should get up until you know you want to steal 100 cars every month. I mean every year. It's about your life. Then yeah, you're going to screw something to be in prison your whole life. But I don't think that just because you steal free cars, dog rhino cigar shop nearby, can you get off my socket? I'm going to say La Rochelle songs out there. Everyone has an average at least 3 per California. Also here convicted the same subsequent sexual offense automatically right in prison. There's no holes. You're saying feed me, I'm hungry. Are you not saying that? You're saying forgot I could do this year. It's been 9 years. I still haven't had one ladder Ike. Maybe he's got away with what I meant, but I'm beyond the orange. A naked person. What? Enough. No Celtic is life over here just for the second offense. I think it takes 3 strikes to get life. And have you tried somebody with the aggravating circumstance, like maybe you use the knife or something? I don't know exactly all the different severities of the law, but in general there's people that rape to 3 times before they actually get life in prison. There is much as he wants. He can plug that bad thing if you want to do is just a winning little bridge is just parking for the tiger back, cause you know it'll give him attention whether it's address or positive. Nice. Get up at my face. Gone. I didn't do anything wrong. Do that. What back to me? You know I agree with the right thing in your right arm and leg, and lots only for minors. Do they have guidelines for the not supposed to step outside of the guidelines? But if they deem you, a minister said you had multiple things as they can, and it's hard to find. Chilling. The state was started. It is hard to get in the spring. It's going on this weekend. I know nothing about you. Gets me. It was good at Act 1 now. You want a big thing that often don't be evolution. When again I'm in hosting a pop up market for about 12 wonders. I sell jewelry, so I have my diary for sale with a bunch of other different products. Daniel Emadale, I will see you looking. So what I'm saying is I like a 3 strike rule, and I think it needs to be balanced and need to make sense. The last need to make sense. Okay, it doesn't make sense if someone still require 3 times your life is gonna get people raping and stabbing people. Don't even get wife to get like 10 years 15 years in arrest like that. Do you quit the company? And I have my own company now. Oh, okay, my doggy to a cat in a courtroom. The judges, the woman provoked to the guy. The party, they were both drunk. Shay under a screen after turning them on diesel, you know, in Dublin with blue balls, and she's quite beautiful. This, although the guy lost control, the judge cannot give the guy 20 years because I wish you all the best of luck. All women love jewelry. How many humans films that are on your earpieces that you're selling whenever you want to put me in? I'm ready to go in there. How are you? Lego house. I do next time, incorporating more semi-precious stones into the collections. What is the prosecution? Someone to deal with it. Have 2 strikes. This is going to put them in life in prison without parole. So also if you plead guilty to the lesser charge, so that change for my grand theft auto to you know that you know where it's fun. The only thing like rubies, emeralds, sapphires and diamonds, like there's so many other gemstones. You're a will of 5,000 first forgot Gatsby ball shape panel surfing man. You are a Ford against the dark grey with him, but it's not like you could tend to strike a person over. I don't think it's possible. I think it's pretty clear in my people's march themselves, fencing time to themselves. I want to drinking, but I want turn the fire down. Prosecutors, judges, lawyers, defense lawyer, all that this guy had on one go, but I wanted the Teflon you going to give me. LOL should be ankles, as you know what's really going on. You want a helicopter, now you want a turkey gravy boat. What is the weather in Armabiles? Never mind, as they are not even asked. Bad thing is, I don't think that I mean if you're gay that means your sexual preference is someone of the same sex. Picture preference getting a stitch on sexually. She gay, I don't want. I've never the gravy boat like in the silver and some. I really want a turkey gravy. So seriously, thing is that she operating within all you can. You're allowed to hire a lawyer. Think about a corner. You're looking at everybody called waterproof LED light. Footballer played your favorite music of you're going back and forth every time. Terrible. Do you get life for a few cars, and that's inside a few cars somebody died? Is just material, is probably nothing after whatever somebody used. Now why would you hear this and appreciate your time to as fast coroner's office or you'll blow up everything? I reckon I'll be rubbery. I don't think I'll pop it easy. Yeah, almost like I'm flying you condom on one. You make me work, please. That's what I'm saying. So we need them used to be. The reason why I like 3-strike law is because you got a lot of dangerous people that have no regard for life or law or people's property, and they are doing horrible things. And there's people before the 3-strike law that were doing it 567 times and they were still free to go and walk the streets after they served the time, whereas we have a 3-strike law. It's like you're keeping very dangerous. That I like you support that whole Area 51. I'm just not talking at this time of the next. It is very simple. While distracted dealing with Hosea strike, but we're talking about they can be done with no threats that could be a potential security breach. Another dealing with these idiots, so that creates a threat. The bottom line is these guys are idiots, do not defend the rights or freedom. They'd be curious if something is what can you buy in the army? Why is another business? Why is it none of our business? Why does the government reserve the right there? We the people chose the government. Why do they reserve the right to hide secrets from us? Same reason why you don't have a right a job in the F-22 Raptor fly around is because your taxpayer military property to government property. Is there is a national security issue. You as a private citizen don't have a right to parade around and hold hands with the president, break into the White House, breaking the military side. Just out of Stephen speaks out the phrase Thomas Psalms 91. I also shall make him my first Moride Tottenham badge. Johnny, I have a couple of frogs at my daughter, but for me, would you like to see that patty him where the 4 plants vary? Do you know who Navy or is same year because he died? That Metro today was actually you. That's a good job of leading him on. What's up with Mesa, Arizona? Is it like liberal crazy or WhatsApp? Where did you get that information? Assisting all the plural of Alida. Hangover. How much Karachi? Jesus wasn't there from the beginning, and why did he say to the Jews before Abraham was? I am talking about existence. Even in Revelations it says I'm the Alpha, the Omega, the first and the last. Sorry, Metro, strike it with my 19-inch maglite before you could check it with your PR. 24. Are you talking to get on the seals? Created Silverstone, who was dead, the creation and the firstborn of all creation, speaks of Christ. He is Matt. Appreciate you being created. He is creator. Vary the belief in something, then I believe in something, because at least it gives you hope, and that's why I have that hope. I can say that I have the old friend. So what's good? I believe in something. Resume where I'm over their fair trade license. Republicans like Sonic Bridie Gallagher had a little better masturbation when you're intoxicated. Do what about the government doing anything wrong? This is the state of California doing something, overrunning a military base without authorization. California's early pull their pants down and taking a giant S on the Second Amendment. There's room for the tribal. Even the Ninth Circuit Court struck down the 10-round mag and arsenal strike down legislation that was going to the basic. Try to define the Second Amendment in California only pertaining to your home, but otherwise you're going to have a gun in your home. That out and about me to break up with you soon, Frankie. The last 2 verses of Revelation, he will testify these things which they are to. Derbyshire town remains under threat due to a damaged and with more bad weather forecast. Emergency team to working people invented collapsing in Whaley Bridge with an RAF helicopter dropping sandbags again this afternoon. Earlier going NRM risk, and we went this morning just for 10 minutes. We just grab medication that we needed and just essentials. Really, dresses in Hong Kong has gone beyond police barriers. An 8 consecutive weekend of protests, so angry about plans to activate people to mainland China. Telecoms industry leaders play a pioneering Spirit will be needed as Boris Johnson plans that spread full fibre broadband around the whole country by 2000 and plate for key issues will need to be resolved in the next year to make it happen. Last, drugs are being held to try to avert strike by thousands of workers at Heathrow Airport said around 4,000 of its members have rejected a revised pay deal by 921 West Midlands Fire Service. There's a fire which was completely destroyed the Holiday Inn bloody hell to try to strike. Thousands of workers at Heathrow Airport United around 4,000 of its members rejected the revised pay bill by 9-1. Install the opening Epson L360-649 of 82 that looks unlikely when they're reduced to 348. Excellent partnership between Chris Wokes and Stuart Broad got them back on track. Broad has now gone to the end. The sun is out backing. That could be good news. They all need him when England have to bowl again. Daily buy a heater and Celtic is just beginning with defensive premiership title against St Johnston. That's the latest time yesterday. Getting kicked off my Wi-Fi. California are your mates on M7. I put my D-store on for a change. Just rang Victoria. 49 people in. I have Boston into. Yeah, he say I got Native Instruments machine and all that lot at the dog F throwing up all over the backyard. Your boobs, that's better. Horrible play. We have just got it going. Jeremy, where I've missed the boat together for keyboard today. All I wanted anyway. I've got that one. There is a mantle monster. Roast and draws and see drama in arguments. Roller Tyler roll up. Thank you. Somebody agrees with me. Tyler grow the F. Update you reflect TV dongle DCS or XR6. I can't see it. Hey, the TR48ER exactly 3 updates you got to was December. So snappers. What's your name? What's his name? British number 88. Could you think you are? Do you want a monkey nut? Capital X. Files and everything, mate. Set an alarm response, but you know how to do it. Layer drop to jump on. You know I would advise that you show the Russia some respect, otherwise second-hand clothes from the OYMYO Milo. If you sleep better, watch out. He has for authorization to strike you. What's the time? I thought you didn't automatically. Yes mate. Layer I don't. Can you screen reader see? It's like basically up the top. I haven't got Blued online to try it. I'll just jump on and do it mate if you want the mint. Amy DMR 108B. Why couldn't get into that Mexican giant? Why? Because you're breaking the rules and being people against me. Because society has got another way. Expensive men. Awkward piano. Okay, you don't want a fun, don't you? Going to another. Whether it was an accident. Okay, I may have caused them to do that. How are you? A Kingdom Dragon and 14 Mickeys. You just woke up. Welfare Disability Challenger Prognos listening to do that. Would like to catch you. You cannot vacation. Are you going to Cajun Modern Garden? Yeah, it is important. The weather. Do you know here what to the reasons I am taller? Set a timer for timer something here. Spanish striker. What a killing market kind of place in Camp. All the time. I have some pretty good places to get your nails done every single time I go to that little place. Does guy with always the other nice guy hotel apart from you now opened out after a long time in Iran. What is happening? You and I Tom if you was like disabled. The owner of a song like walking around open, so I can't really go. I'm not want to judge anyone. The number for the parts I will give Bill is all continents. Go to the park. Wrinkly moderate. Ding 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 ding. You know this says you can hunt camels in Arizona. Is the funny fact we don't have camels in Arizona. The only time we have to do lip gel I'm hunting down as if you lose how much capers an educated woman. Moldavite is a mineral someone's like glass that gets created when a meteor strikes Europe. It takes about 400 million years for it to develop. It's kind of a green color and a hassle and in a specific part of the world in order to. That's how it got its name. Motorbike. Did you know there in Climate Alabama it is still illegal to walk down Main Street with an ice cream sandwich in your backpack? What? To the piece that he had was dated to be about 11 billion years old. It looks like something from outer space. The ring looks like it was made of glass. Was really weird. Crazy. Definitely some interesting oligo funny crazy world out there. Might for example illegal to tie up alligator amateur and downtown. It's always how are you going to sort that out? Are you going to take the time to do a background and look at how this person behaves for the last 5 years? People don't change. Lara. Crazy people out there. It's easier to take the guns away than it is to take people away. I disagree on this country that eats it again the way. You'd have to break the Constitution Second Amendment, so that's already making it impossible. People going to get it for the black market. Prison ships darling starting to take the girls away. It's easier play. People, did you hear what you just said? That on one Garibaldi weather gets killed. He cares about to carry that big gun. How do I set this? Nat West address with freedom comes at a price. What I say, that's why I go back to this. Like freedom, they are not really want freedom. You're scared shitless when they get its illusion of freedom and to feel safe at night and talking. So we should just preemptive strike each other. I'm all there. All go for down that like shooting groups. Little bit of time just to go retrieve them. But Monday I remember that sound well. Have you ever heard of Vortex? Matt, this is another phenomenon I'm starting to realize as a thing, darling. I'm lightning strikes on it with minting here. Give me example of what you're talking about. Can you articulate a better example of what you're talking about? You can do your head in 1 hour book. Now you need some music about to rave started. I was sat in the chain is very one day and I had one of those microsecond things out where you fall asleep for a fraction of a second. In my mind's eye I saw this number sequence 3538. And then below that was J37, right? This sequence started to manifest itself to me on banknote and on car registration plates. I'm going to do it now. I'm going to go get you I'll show you the ones that I've got at the moment. Gary is very good. Drive, come on. And he's got a D-Star radio on. Yeah, he's online somewhere. Internet, get on. Are you talking about? So getting a pattern background information. 20 minutes later I'm walking out with a gun. Government as my information. Silence. Just Michigan. Pretty reasonable. Grandma's here. There's no waiting period or anything for most people's circumstances, but if you have a license, fairly very, because they have a license, you have a federal background check. Kindle store, let your guard down. Log out with a gun that drew you. It's never said male shark endo scenarios. Race is always there. I just shot a man, may be used for everything else. People pulling out the reverse of the certain. It's a guy shot another guy, resisted. I have no idea. I am here. What's the weather here? To listen to shake down, mate. It's awesome. Where it's like it's not the DJ demo show before it starts. Strike, mate. Still piecing together what happened, but his sister, he was 24 and sister was 22. Who knows he made of this lost inshallah and the Saturday's disco. You know a moment of breaking point. Inexcusable as it in Las Vegas. It rain over different. It's very different version, but you get the point. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, always have everything I need. He gives me great pastures. The lion, he leads me by calm pools of water. He restores my strength. He leads me on the right path to show that he is good. Even if I walk through the valley as dark as the grave, I will not be afraid of any danger, because you are with me and staff comfort me. You prepared a meal for me in front of my enemies. Alchemy as an honored guest. My cup is falling, spilling over. Your goodness and mercy will be with me all my life, and I will live in the Lord's house a long time. Hello yellow cheese, Brighton Sunday. Read it somewhere. Lighting also doesn't come from this round me to halfway. Have you guys ever been close to a lightning strike? Like I say close, I mean like in the backyard. You saying this item still knock you out? Not me, on my ass, completely knocked me out. Lightning comes from the ground up, but when the positive charge in the me and the field of battle, we need a big F banner. Make for the M1 shower and shave. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, I do like a little flying onto before me show everyone's doing now. I play GTA through Steam, so I can still get onto Steam. That school professional every day. The gospel in Wix. Call Emily on and nothing happened is good tidings. When the happened when angels. And where is mother? It's called The Angry Young, I think, but it's what I think is interesting is that ulceration lipsy are mean in older churches that play please no trucks lights on, but they are just be careful when it's done, because it's personal. Talks about a time during the time of John Liddell, the area around the circle promised land, but the promise came because Christ was the promise. So what time? 1.8 Benny from ABBA. Second best or second best good at time 7. And then obviously Sunday tonight 229. Yes mate, get camera. Strike Mike, a local contractor. That piece of S no good. Ball sack bag. Call Eden piece. 3 stories now. Can you show me that Batman versus Watts again? I'm going to say that I'm not trying to deny that is real or that is like to meet the lightningstudent.com. The total haven't come, so I don't know about it. So cold sore temple, but sometimes yesterday it seems that people are taking fixed scriptures. It's almost like what is the new temple, or is it the temple that is going to be really like about this castle going to build up as it looks like before? It's still in a sense the same so castle, but this is not the same guided bullets. The same. Also, what is Israel? SE22 I think it's called, talks about the term Israel, doesn't? It's the whole house of Israel. Yeah sure, it just has a whole. You have the northern chance and you have the southern strike. The other 10 more than James. You have the 2 cylinders, which is Jerusalem. Downright anything. You have Israel up here, right? Samaria birthday there. Over here you have those times. In those times you have on I'm trying to 23 hours 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Speaker do it. Also see strikers excellent poll. Black market is people asking 0 hours 34 minutes and 14 seconds. Speaker strike money 1 hour 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Speaker inquiries by becoming administrator would take this radar strike. So the community trainer Almaty's supplying cannabis respecting by turning comers of the regular normal conversation databases Monday before he could semi-final clash by night after a conversation about everybody know 4 hours 41 minutes and 33 seconds. Speaker nothing. Celtic striker Charlie was in danger. The elementary 7 hours 57 minutes and 34 seconds. Speaker you start strike would step 7 hours 59 minutes, and 5 seconds. Speaker. Easily strike by of our robbery. Steady state. After watching The Empire Strikes Back. Is it snowing in concert? Roger. After watching that movie Who Lost His Purpose? You know I like the smell. Superheroes. The machine the character to the protagonist plays, and also have questions about Call Obsidian. There's a big damn dude called Bob. Are you talking about the guy? Then when he gets angry something I did. The new Coke where the bus driver's pretty cool but the door bus dramas way. Burnley. Obsidian exam noir. Nebula. Portobello still supplying absorbs energy in Wexford. Outdoor always takes like a subject within my somebody and is like a child. Dillian White. Call Sears White 12/15 feet and navigate to work. Call Serena Galaxy Taxi. Batman Dark account number Nano. When you forgot it was under the Blackwall Tunnel. If you like a no name know my background characters. Yeah, exactly right by the Blackwater massage and take about 2. I don't know not to show that talk defeated him. Down the first sight amateur. Yeah, I know your house. And in the 20 hours, 49 minutes, and 56 seconds. Speaker. A strike by American going on. What's happening people? History of got on here. I've got a bit of a Young T and Bugsy featuring Age Striker Pose GRM Daily. Listen my music. It's something that I didn't listen to this anyway. Yeah, news topics. Discussion. Got lots of new topics to discuss. Loads of stuff with this pretty out there. Lots of new things. Loads of stuff with the storm. Area 51 not going to happen, but that's the news. Boris Johnson near minister. There's been a big massive him. You know it so you don't. It's my second big advancement in old night. Not at a discovery. This happened earlier. Energy naturally, and it's not really been very well publicized, but its effect like a time running to the zoo. Advancements in physics in the red room in the dark room anyway. So yeah, anyone got any input on skating around the surface? I say skating around because of set a reminder for prized skateboards as wall mounts in my house anyway. Kitchen by the way are my bed sheets like this. Knitting machines. Massive advancements. 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 8 seconds. Speaker. Palm's Mighty Italy Striker Medicine is very spite of a range. 0 hours, 14 minutes, and 3 seconds. Speaker. It is inevitable. Members Polish striker discipline opener. You gonna wait for another hour before you calling because he's on Prohibit Pro. I might be on my PS4, not too sure. I saw that. Yes on it. I was working when I was hearing his riff. Raf so real. Siri time comes on you. Brown man I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. Born in the USA. I was born in the USA. Re2 Duracell freeway. Just chilling. Lagavulin. Sorry I'm having a beer. Make some dinner. I was going to be there. Lagunitas IPA. I've never heard of Germany. Spin around. I drink more than Laura. Sexy run up before this talk sound recorder. The Mexican beers with a life like Pacifico and stuffing. There's no one around him and I can't think the name of it. Yeah, you know it's funny. I'm the same way except the opposite. I'm really drink wine beer when you're one of us. Well, because I don't know if it's I don't know what's up with you like that. Ain't nobody will tell me with the greater 120 with eggs drinking 100 strike IP tracing my peers mean. I know you might not work on my loft about political move but Mac is good for that. That's why he is the owner of Politics 2.0 Reloaded, the owner of the back burner politics, the raw politics, room politics. Edwards, where is this Jesus H. Christ? Just because I cannot find him. Where he is, here, there and everywhere. Nescient, did you know that I heard you turning you now? I'm not at every little thing. It's just the same lucky bastard that we follow. Conquer AAT customer, but they're really not there at 7. Give whatever in excess stone is good. I just said how long until the licensing. Okay, so just like strike the thank you Victortron mother politics. OYMYO Guyana. What's going on at the great Saturday afternoon Chernobyl anyway? You're so much well just remember Eternal Edwards. Mr. Max Park. Mr. Max Politics. OYMYO replicated never duplicated. WhatsApp frog unless such a term as trubcated reticulated in simple cases. Single city cheat on me. That is never heard the terms tricky words. Heroes, you going to join us for trivia tomorrow night? That's F lot me beautiful cyclists. That's my stuff. You gone reserved? Yeah, that was me. California. How do you spell ACF? Cora let me back in but she make sure she'll let you know when is nobody talking to her. She'll let you in. Volcano. Amazon for kit operate on shakedown. You gay. She's the live media collection straight up from my media Michael cover. That's F awesome. Sociopath meaning yes mate to Russian military installations with bullet in lightning strikes and ship blowing shut up to unexpected power failures today in the year. Working offshore wind farm, a gas power generating plant somewhere down south. So we're first stopped at the same time. I think somebody's got something talking about some. A bit of a coincidence. If someone is messing about with someone should do some. Come back up as Raptor in his F drive on the beaches trying to drive down the beach in his car to get away from the cops. What a dickhead. Amazing out with some stupid gorgeous don't work on 19 hours, 43 minutes, and 7 seconds. Speaker. Buy goods being taken care of would take strike 21 hours, 9 minutes, and 50 seconds. Speaker, did what they didn't relate London hotel and expertise to comment. Opinion strike better as it did nothing to do opponents to leap over the next article. Evening April. The strike me as if you think banks are finally maintained it of Purcell. The app on my phone that tells me where there's lightning strikes real. Thunderstorm 1 hours ago and present is cool. I love a good thunderstorm. Trust me, I'm really doing just looking on its learning has been detected 6.2 miles from my location, which is clinical. Be hung in the UK. You from the US, I think animal something, but I like the music that you're listening to. School now. Here as he were given the instruction to her and that their music was playing in the background. For a second there I thought you were having a taxi because the way you were seeing it. And then the music from your welcome back to the RAF. It is a game. The game I take it very serious. I'm a hardcore gamer and very good competitor. Blenheim call her cause it's available in the Apple iTunes App Store. Play. It's a farming game. Tiger game. You can build up weapons and stuff that you need, the weapons being virus programs, and then you go in and you're basically trying to hack into other people's. I guess you to one, and I'm going to do this drink life for you guys. And if you got her dad's is a good one day fun day. Quit out, but I'm alright. American women, please, for this drink to be going. You don't think it would be better if you just can't like sit on it and take your time with the I don't know how often you drink its heavies. You are right. Now maybe you will enjoy it better. Flower doesn't magnifica what lightning strike detected within 10 miles range from Daventry. Available location okay to feed a map. Lightning 8 miles from my location. Fast no matter what it is. B20 to a simple lightning promo. Lightning strikes have been detected 7.9 miles away from your location. Open the app. I don't think I'll be fine. Trust me, mama always said I was never said a woman. And Dragon 3 Holiday 1 Drive. Nobody stops me from doing nothing, my friend, but I'm just picking the glass up. Gotcha. Egypt down the hatch. It's going to go. Can't afford it. Will go the boy. Yeah, just like sound effects from like Skyrim. Eat something or anyways. Earlier my question, are you scared of the taser? And let me find out. Your bottle of pepper spray is pink now. It's not being. I haven't got no money. Get it off you for your day. Arrow holster forum. They know I've never been saved, but I will have a taser. Saw you a picture sunshine. You cried. You and I probably would, considering I don't know what it feels like to be tased. Rabbits have never been tased or pepper sprayed. Oh yeah, definitely the police tasers are all the ones that you had to worry about. Nando's police carry tasers that the regular ones that anyone can buy that ain't talking about, like the X26 and T52. Very login football strike back. What you referring to? Like a flashlight holding up to your skin. Teaser builders like the projectors in darts that come out and get you. Oh me, that she sucks. Yeah, and I was once. You can see it like a gun. You can take a step back and somebody's coming at you. You can shoot the prawns into them and I will drop. Is it upon the vacation when you're not letting me? Man, yeah, woman should shave like her armpits and show me some hair down there. Is alright on my net. Are we going? Annabelle and Isabel wear the saggers beer about 5 hours after they shave her. Hello, just a strike a battery on it. Ahmed Narif. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Isabel Nabry. Do I just inhale 2 ice cream sandwiches near Bolton Bridge? Bird from the next week after the ice cream was called Napoleon. I spottle my mind sent as a child by the ice cream sandwich. How come ever made a pure chocolate or rapiest reactions? How much you can get a pure vanilla? You can't even get meeting chip, just chocolate. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything you just said. What they make? Just chocolate ice cream. The chocolate swirl cookies? No, nothing. Just check. I was about to say, don't tell me it's the Blue Big Forever with chocolate chunks. That's not. It's too thick, so doesn't give you that child itchy. No, and I like mint cookies and cream. Mint chocolate chip or cookies to all the people that are killed or missing or are found dead and have their on the Clintons. And this is number 52 if you I mean Mr. Parks, which was Long Titans logo tutorial. Which government home security team in Little Rock, Arkansas had a dossier against your appointment? Got killed in the 1990s. I think it was that gets killed by a hail of gunfire. Facebook. Sarah, I've seen him. Prisoner. Hillary loved her. She will. They had a drone strike on Snowden or not. Notif. I think it was at Snowden. Nothing in the new WikiLeaks. Oh yeah, no, it was the WikiLeaks founder. What is the name? Julian Assange or whatever. She want him to get hit with a drone because of the dirty expose about her. Brazilian. Don't understand how they not working at it, but whatever. Their Parks Gower skateboarders security chief or whatever. They had a dossier. It is going to turn up in Hinckley Daily Mail. Sorting office. Gordon is a dossier when missing out of exactly. They also choose where she attended. His name if beginning with letter with answerable. Morrison. Seeing anyone? Well, that's only part of it. This is Randy Moss. I'd like to phone everybody that my brother Harry is working on his spell where I can going to disown United's number. Radimal Falco. Football striker Hull boys football puppy. Hello, would you like to speak to Mo one immigrant? Oh no, I'm on that roll in the top players, thank you. Where will I find me? Sterling is coolest area 2mm microphone with me now, but they're broken. Discuss. Gallagher is this evening at all. See you tomorrow please. What's her name? Is Jasper Grande Manchester. Hello, name is Donna Gate 14 Shadow. Your mama data differ son. The meaning in maths. What does the boxing Abby normal open normal? Can you pronounce car? Sticker drink and others avenue back up. How can a fish drown? Evers the absentee. Alright, I'm tired of you are criticizing me like I stand for it anymore. Listen, used to be fat. Sincere. Anything from someone who used to be fat. 2.4 Did you get someone in Launceston? Something you do. It's going to Sideman White vertical benefit. Married because absentee ballot or a fart maiden time. You said you later more Republican the Democrat when you I think everyone should I some point in time better in the summer and not in the winter. Crystalline. Hello, extra money. You know some vacation spot here. Girl Billy Munger racing school summertime and Arias cost. You just seem like it. You seem like you strike me as a guy that would have voted for Trump for some reason. I don't know why, but anyway, how many years has Will.i.am as my bedtime morning template for Angel? Yes, really like it. Outdoors persons in the summer fishing, hiking and all the type of stuff, especially if you gonna see R. Pearson looks like that will hurt you. Ever the wrong place the wrong time. Where I will be girls, but if I'm next Sunday morning make sure head mini. But now they want to. Haven't seen any lately, but at one point they were all over the place. Work goes in on second eye. Wouldn't even kiss Darwin. 22 hours, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Speaker. Strike from UK 5 hours, 22 minutes and 57 seconds. Speaker. Each month deal report at the trendy Montparnasse. The computer voice had taken it objectivity to strike out an action. For instance, the calls an ideological dynamic taken advantage of, and for the continent and competent authority died in 5 hours, 28 minutes and 24 seconds. Speaker. Golf strikes we would also excluded and record the last year when we are structured for every item. We do not always clear annual problem. Just remember this is exactly rebel. 5 hours, 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Speaker. Founded by she, went on strike. Will clinch it is and isn't a problem. 5 hours, 30 minutes and 1 second. Speaker. And an electrical themselves and are produced as they went on strike. 6 hours, 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Speaker. And study suggests we are campaigning for approving figure middle income of and 58 kilograms. Court completed campaign strike. I want enter the 20 plans. 6 hours, 42 minutes and 48 seconds. Speaker. Blanket ban on strikes and your extend is mount. 7 hours, 17 minutes and 11 seconds. Speaker. Every showgirl every second strike. You really this is sorry every 4 and she'll tell you take your wily. 8 hours, 13 minutes and 57 seconds. Speaker. You always used to Walter, primarily to the strike is something started by be aware when somebody. 8 hours, 32 minutes and 37 seconds. Speaker. Election to the traffic control. French intellectual freedom of contract at Rata quoted in an archaeologist and calculating the chance of becoming conductor. Integrity committee. Striker nationalities blackmailed into can't predict expected to last. A detailed report recommending 14 hours, 20 minutes and 8 seconds. Speaker. Had altered in an attempt. International solidarity candidate practically centre of a total consistency clanking Manchester City striker direct interest in France to London Seagull 4 flanking 8 punishment and encroaching on the panel. Think it probably thanked critics. Anglican 20 hours, 15 minutes and 19 seconds. Speaker. Our customer would also doctrinal order to deliver him groaning are enjoyed by the knowledge star striker longer able to buy a stronger role in about don't immediately drive a us and now shouldn't or about money was being primarily becomes actually crazy. You gotta back off from someone that throw rocks at you. They are actually crazy people, but other ones I can't figure out why they like sitting in soup because they know how people are standing up soon. I work around. I'm wearing my I'm here to F. I've had red wine. You know I don't care. Sky represent. Well look at they had over 100 homes available in the San Fernando Valley last week and the lady recruited people out of the river for these homeless people to take them 100. She could only get 2 people to stay in these arms too. I'm sorry I tell you that strike about this whole entire conversation. I'm sure you've been great. Nothing but I am popcorn. Is there a Sicilian? What I'm trying to get across to you guys is you need to know that these homeless people are not looking for homes. Honest with you, if they take 100 people when they can only get 2 to stay in a house, do the others want to be on the street? I don't get it. Mr. Lifestyle is people know that there is Batman. Lego, it's promising. Command L92 you. How are you all the ladies on the days when are you getting all the attention then? But I know you are a little bit of the pitch, so I'm gonna girls look at you. Could you know how the day it's just going to go grab and keep your pussy? Oh no, I'm a bit when it comes to certain things. Banco Sabadell Dark Sitters 3 trailer. Magnaflow population control. Is that me and you and I don't have a short? Is that what it means? Bell and F your OYMYO up as we speak. Oh don't you? You know why? You know how long I'll be back? I'll be back at 12. God, some city handle holder University of Malaga to make sure you turn your ring around. So I love faces your problem that we when you smack of the diamonds. Oh man, am a little falling at their trail. Diggerland bad. Have you both Syrian strike kitchen bowls bacteria? What you know you. Don't forget your balls. Betty, does she know? Hold your balls in your hair when you sleep there where you know they won't run away. Weird. Before reserves say that you know a few days disruption and the coat way, but not now. The only reserve now as what's in the pipeline. Martha care about is the people with the sheep. We don't really mad with workers. They're the ones that make the money and spend the money. You just make it so that they can keep it. I won't go Zimpraise. I have a power cut. The switch. The gym about the back switch. The generators on. Okay, be nice and romantic. You know me. The power cut situation off thing with the old Gandalf flicker in orbit. Very nice and romantic. Chicas back to the older cold strikes. Work with coal strikes with the electric board and all that. When we used to have to every night in winter, it was always coming round. You were probably not old enough to remember Mrs. K, but probably 80s cushion will sat round lump in Kent things at night. Time. Thank you for the compliment about the age. I think you sound like you're mid-40s. Sorry if I'm wrong. Accounting mid-40s that say so. You wouldn't remember them. X ways to get the power cuts. Cause over the miners on strike or the Coleman were on strike when all the electric wood was on strike, or this Saturday at the time the national grid just it to cut down, so it kept cutting at different areas. Did it? You had things in the paper saying which areas would be affected each night. Is that the national grid just had to cut it down? Yeah, manufacturing, or that she did. It was the governments before her down the problem. Wilson government. Daddy, I couldn't control the unions. Celebrity winter. Somebody way on strike went on strike so wet, no gas, you had no power, no eating, this at the other. All the schools closed down because I had no boilers. Oil men went on strike. Oil livery drivers that caused liver problems. And then the electric boardmen themselves of power producers. They went on strike. I don't like Fatty, but she actually did take control of the unions in 02. Stent didn't ship the stop and keep striking. Lenovo T460S jet. A lot of these people regular vocabulary. Alex, where which months were there? Harry Dino, theirs. Our research project is determined at where have less stress than people who don't. Nike Iconics. Why do it? I just like to do. Wanted people on welfare have less stress than people that work. Yeah, the Wayfair is awesome. Offended Silverfish. I want talking about you. I'm just saying in general, Ronaldo's life for you without checking up. A bit stressed out of somebody's got to get up and make it. The more I can time every day. The gypsy strike with me. I'm in as people out there I like purposely have more babies so they can collect more taxes. Buffy the kids. That's the worst. I love feeling that emotional intelligence in the considered Russell. True though, I wonder if they spent $19 on a study to see if welfare people live longer than non-welfare. I'm just Kim Kardashian forced to have me. That's not academic. There's something wrong with you. Why did you say something wrong with someone with you? No, isn't yesterday's. What does just try flip-flop on his part do? Then I kept telling him as I do, like the phrases you're using and the position you're taking or not your traditional conservative statesman, like it's not your name in my God state, did strike me as odd as well. I didn't think about the whole Trump thing. That shut up. Short daycare bad influence. I certainly am not back that statement up. Yes, you most certainly. 159.738% a water world. Are you still in? Back it up. You just gave me an arbitrary amount of numbers. European and Doha. I heard she didn't back it up. The straighteners. You just making that up. You don't know what you're talking about. Everyone you know is a diddle. You making it up with fake nails. You are a very bad influence. I drink way too much and stayed away too late Saturday night, and it was all your fault. You started it. I'm the best influence, and it's because I have the best people around me. I'm not going to name names, but they are the best. Everyone agrees they're fantastic people. Okay, and I do that about me. The perfect scenario. Hey, no problem. I don't even pay attention to it. I usually go on either, but every time Bill keys up and I watch the timer, cause I like to steal a button from Delicacies Hillards every freaking time. So many people call me long-winded hunting dog attached at the dog, but he only had 4 past but had a slight bit of dust on it. But just was I not just one part of it all for Paul? Shut up. Dale flight deck. Definitely I need the striker, the washer to her reacting pyramid. Ryan, go to bed. Forget my nightmare. My goof troop tomorrow. Who's getting table? Oh man, I'll let you know. Bad taste does bad everything now. How much Wainwright do Trainwreck proudly like I wear that. Sadiqa fans on Facebook send you some really after stuff via Messenger, but I decided not to be a stalker. I don't find you pop up on the people you may know. That's because the speaker made the mistake of allowing Road Dog into my real life, you know, cuz Wagiliva is in one his mother f. Things I know how darling f field wonder she f head back issues tell her give me walking back issues Skyliner aesthetic. I don't know what happened when I went to the theater to sit right with my son. We news report street day I'm not I thought it was. Sending them no cost, they were waiting in line to sit on from birthday is out of the fishes DND Emily they get arrested. Doctor I love you, see you later. You tell me you never seen a picture of an office or picture. I think I might have saved William Turner images of Kiss Radio. That's for have you seen the Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man? Chris Coleman be nice please. You said please. I don't know, hopefully she's sick. Number night now you're thinking not noon. I just see as F is a big man. First text by the way how to get one, but we're never wanting a trailer that was when Endgame was still out and there's obviously spoilers in the trailer. Nigerian striker from Big Tits mean secretary eBay Big Kiss and Asato patients out of a planned 725. Showed such strong results as a child has now been stopped. Patients receiving Zmodular 4,000 years experience in overall mortality rate of 49% according to Anthony First, Teeth Director at the NHS National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Funny waiter and expressive dummy 5% friends that didn't visuals who don't seek any form of treatment. The monoclonal antibody cocktail produced by company called Regeneron Pharmaceuticals has the biggest impact on morning decorate down to 29% while a monoclonal antibody called MAB 114 head of mortality rate at 34%. Lobotomist writing for patients coming back when I buy religious OD state dropped 11% within a B114. In just 6% of the general strike compared to 24% of the MAP and 33% of emphysema. Dad based on Motorola buddies had become a mainstay of modern medicine, finding off diseases desperate as cancer, arthritis on my face, many years of painstaking reverse engineering to make them labyrinth invisibility over another room. Mother F monetization workout watches. Pearly OYMYO says hello I'm here, you can do this. Peelsworth Road. Pearly it's got to be like that. What do calling Timothy dad? They did so. Like their dinner-fired earth bathroom tiles saw from back passage hotel. Rara you got to full schedule. How far was it? Score bubble werewolf that my dear how are you doing it again? The world's oldest current listening DJ having a conversation with himself. Apparently well I'm here and there and everywhere that again underwear you know I literally have like a millionaire announce capital X fact to keep focus on in Yeovil now that I have to pay second Russian artillery strike a Russian Nazi a racetrack. Okay it's only makes sense to you, that's all that matters. Oxymoron diggers for sale no fees whether for Chepstow shipping HQ. Do you have attention deficit disorder? I think you do need quick fit how to get a stew. Arthur Guinness to want to come to Hatch Chicks. Do I mean hatch it? I can't blonde white chicks at people but they have who's the model. It's not just one type of counselor, this is the list. The main problem with the general public is people think that fighting cancer is like fighting spiders on Amazon. Spiders webs really know something so simple as it's one thing at they are not. There are numerous different types that the reactor, numerous different ways, and they've got numerous different ways of dealing with them, and like solar radiation they're phantom jewels. Did you sale console treatments about they are quite how they go work? Whether this he kind of strikes me that they're just putting smart words in front of other stuff. You heard about the nano robots that they saw training to do that certain things you've mentioned, cannibal, whereas CBD oil, a wooden and weed and wet savings book. I've lost people who can't say I have done and I will do, and like you say I'll probably go that way myself. 11 Halsey sad subject easy eyes all subject, but it will come to the roof and then we'll all the wind and it has been withdrawn. It caused swelling around petrified. It was proper go for it please when you have got a champions in it massive mate 40 meters or 40 meters beam up mate too big and it navin way around when you rotate it mentally. The club go 270 S510 on the top of the negret for TMNTF great long wise full size wife full size long riser pad rotator income to who bless you but maybe more. Just think that 5 meters of coax running beside me is a Calix 39 dB gain lovely read Mackay Star Ottawa radio then accordingly other SDR duo play duo going last night tour mate. I think it's F recognized Tucker truckers strike at some point. Lair I know what you done to you mean driver mate, I'll sort it out one day. Sort it out me honey, I know exactly. Do you installed the F wrong drive to the wrong thing and no I got that now. What I did last night pissed about all night trying to get a garage but it won't be. F the mother try noise into CNG variant dossier so video Nike failed. It says always see Texas racist tattoo warranty as well as you want to Sort of time sent you send it in, and obviously the beer charge, and no I didn't, I just said don't know, depends what charges and not time going and money how to replace it. Got some kind of static F build up on it, and it will lightning strike a SIM at the legs, optical connector to micro USB cable connected to it, nurse's death will spin people, army jacket, lab 11, the bacteria cell, games for weight loss, anniversary, Mr. What's the weather, the Devonshire Arms, Melly, yes, missing in New Zealand, receiving you loud and clear over Blue Book, Zippy is this morning to your payslip, O negative mate, not at the moment, you tell me, Kevin, Little Ashley, Hotspot Valley Cottage, New York 10989, personal please, here is a good CS 100 Paisley, 60 minutes away mate, slow boat to come via email, where's the nearest shop, Rosebery Avenue, it's all over now, hi Thursday, Wimbledon Ironman, if it's something lightning strikes electromagnetic forces, not like one caused by hypertension. Tesco carrier bag, I'm actually happens in prison riot, understand me from having a cell phone, no I wouldn't imagine because of its indiscriminate, if you're using an EMP device there is no way to have it only target one form of electronica or one person's electronic city using it as an area of effect, and it's going to jam all electronics or within the vicinity. That means cards, radios, communications, cameras, and got your cameras wouldn't work, everything would be shut down until the deposit left that area. Yeah, that's not, that's crazy, you're not going crazy, Indian vegetarian Buffett angel, if you share it and don't think much, and I'm not talking about his strikers in, I'm not one physical strength, but talking about it for petrol electromagnetic wave, and that tells you James signals, electronic radio signals, another word like that, use a technology for like tomboys in Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's say you have an ID statement starting Belgrade concert with an EMP strike. It's a significant concern. Go take a magnet up against your phone. The magnetic, I do not like it, does tube TV I need in my hand, and I'm doing it right now, same effect that it does on a TV, and it is absolutely no, so whoever made out things is go get a magnet and see what it does, absolutely nothing. Send me a picture of the magnet that right now, make it quick, Mr. Mac. Magnets destroy electronics meant especially things with screens and the computer monitors ghoul. Computer monitors please, for ones like it's my dear friend, but you're talking about a CRT monitor that has phosphate on the screen, Denelli LCD, you do the experiment yourself and it does not destroy electronics. I don't know where you come up with this crap they have made years ago to fix, said I pointed was a big girls in wanted, they would pick her up instantly. Hi, it's not that I'm coming up with the missus coming out, it's the fact that it can talking about CMOSOSRC, you're right. Thermocouple sleepy, I don't have a sticker, I fell sound asleep. CMOS, under which you would use on for other, a little device that's in every computer, and they are kept alive with the timer from a little tiny battery that sits in the computer. Lackest like 10 cents or whatever, I can never replace one though. What C-Master stands for the technology most all your computer chips, as far as you know, Gates, main Gates, Donegate, A&E, old Gates value for the most part, it's about 35 years back for me. The only repair of a return on a computer is so when they have lightning strikes, Bill Dundee negative sign, oh yeah, if it blows out when they have lightning strikes, feeling just buying a new motherboard was a lot easier for me, lol, I'm not familiar with it. I think you're talking about did if the voltage gets past it will ground itself out. It looks like a ring, a little germanium crystal, you can see it with the naked eye as part of a computer circuit board where you put power. Are you doing sis? Look on the schematic and say nah. City way in the back when you plug it, big white harness on a computer board to stick it in there, bursting the received power. Oh yeah, but there's so many different types of power coming in there with its 3 volt, 5 volt, Voltaire independently. Well, if there's a Zener diode in the circuit is being used as a voltage regulator, cheap Charlie Brown, it's the first one to blow up. I had a guy in Divine had about 22 computers and had a big lightning strike. Okay, let me strap you up, Bill, rebuild all the motherboards are driving everything out, bill to the insurance company and will reimburse you full insurance, and you did it. I made a killing, of course. Can I charge to rebuild on them? I take them out for a drink if you have a lightning strike out. Should be covered on your TV too, but you got to make sure it's going into the policy cover. These guys will come back and say, oh nice, we don't cover this matter with blah blah blah. That's what roller storm warning for the whole of Devon and Cornwall. Coming into immediate effect on Sunday afternoon. The alert issued just before 15 is for thunderstorms across the region lasting until 8 p.m. on Sunday night. The new warning follows 3 issues issued by the Met Office for Friday and Saturday morning of high winds and heavy rain. This morning's or major events cancelled across Devon and Cornwall, including Boardmasters and Newquay. The new warning reads heavy showers, thunderstorms. I did on Sunday afternoon and early evening for Devon and Cornwall leave at the moment miss face, but when they do occur 20 millimeters possible in less than an hour and 30 to 40 millimeters in 2 to 3 hours in 1 or 2 spots like lightning and hail, maybe additional hazards hours will slowly die out for the evening. What to expect? Flooding view homes, businesses, likely leading to damage to buildings and structures. Some damage to a few buildings and structures from lightning strikes. There was a good chance he's been elements of the game that he likes. His Beamer class 4-0 at Manchester United in his first Premier League game in charge. Lampard sensed their supporters would have been encouraged. Brochure the game on against who won against Heathrow quickly in 60 minutes. Secretary going in and they are stressing, listen for my young team today. He kept pace. The Scottish Premiership champions Celtic with the 100% dance belly campaign striker Jermaine Defoe scored a hat-trick as they used a 6-1 victory against him. That's latest. Speaking up with it, the background radiation readings for Brighton today is 0.414. We're going to be safe. Studio. This message was brought to you by Emilia. The guards used by Trust Downs Radio Link. Liam. Sky News Centre at 1. The Crown Prosecution Service will receive an extra £85 million over the next 2 years to help deal with a rise in violent crime. It comes as Boris Johnson launches a review with sentencing as the most dangerous and prolific offenders. What is planning? Lampard says they're a work in progress, but he's been elements of their game that he likes. His team address for Neil at Manchester United in his first Premier League game in charge. Lampard has their supporters would have been encouraged through Saltram, but will try to do the right thing. And it again, what if you want to go to very quickly in 60 minutes or so? Recognition for my young team today just kept pace. The Scottish Premiership champions Celtic with a 100% dance belly campaign striker Jermaine Defoe scored a hat-trick as they use his 6-1 victory against Take Him. That's latest. As soon as I have configured Windows, come to Sussex Downs Radio. I am from the island of Grenada. Western Broadcasting Company. Sky News Centre at 2. Rapists and murderers could face longer prison sentences. Ambulance by Boris Johnson today. It was educated serious offenders should be jailed for longer by changing the law to stop some being left out mid-sentence. With my manager believes the move would help Scottish Premiership champions Celtic with the 100% Dance Valley campaign striker Jermaine Defoe scored a hat-trick as the 261 victory. That's the latest time. We know now that in the early years of the 20th century the world was being watched closely by intelligences. Superman motorlasses, and we know now that it's human being visited elves about their various concerns scrutinized and studied. That's almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize befriending creatures. Common multiply in a drop of water. Infinite complacency. People went to and fro of the earth above the little lovebird fence door. Designed characters out of the dark mystery of time and space. River crossing in Memphis. Go mine that it were mine. The beast in the jungle. That school and unsympathetic regarded this earth with envious eyes. Slowly and surely drew their plans against us. The pretty lady of the 20th century. King the greatest delusional. Very end of October. Plymouth with a wolf girl with Auburn. More men. A 6-1 thrashing of 10 man head. That's the latest time. Fitzgerald Radio Link. FB. Check website for details. I make you an offer you can't refuse. Dance Morning Dan. Back in your rightful place. I see a month's worth of rain. What does my picture say? Let's check out this picture. A month's worth of rain. Hail. I got stuck. Hold on. The Met Office has issued a severe thunderstorm warning with hail and up to 60 millimeters. Event possible in just 23 hours. Pictures will follow. Northern half. A month's worth of rain it says could fall into 2 or 3 hours as Zafira slow-moving thunderstorms hammer parts of UK, and we have a thunderstorm coming over this moment from France. I believe the Met Office said storms threaten to flood homes and roads, cause damage from lightning strikes, rain, hail and disrupt travel. Costa has issued a warning. Listen to storms which are expected to for almost 10 hours die in parts of the south and southeast. Clint about 25 millimeters of rainfall into 1 hour in places, while the heaviest downpours. Wondering I was listening to you and Martin Orchestra. That come again. Rochester. Do you buy Dance Pads of America? The Commonwealth does not exist too much anymore. Never ever did. Was Jim Lee. Kings and Queens. That's where we went into the Vatican over there. Here I could not say it any better than what you said, my friend. Women trying for Republican LDA 4-quarter long break away from that outland world thing. However, so many politicians and other they are tied up with a role and magnets and money off it. The common people of Australia. Maddie, I just getting poorer and poorer. Will I get Ruby? Will you be? Commonwealth is what I'm saying. I share equally. Commonwealth does not exist. Notice United Kingdom. Cause of your body does. He said Northern strikes. Well, that's Minion Mum that has told me over that way, so that don't call of United States anymore. Film called Nirvana Spa. The climax of a great looking at it and women can it cause She's not easy ref for Australia. I haven't done too much research on England Scotland masterpieces from the whole thing, and sorry mate, never would be the same, but I can see the word love you're saying in the proper way. What was the Arabic of the people? In Australia so much one, anything you do the word will not altogether sad because so much better ancestry comes from over that way. Banana Montana bleed a howl, no monitors to LOL. Welcome to Wales, South Wales, and when I come to the states of Australia it is Queensland, use of mobiles, Victoria, Tasmania, South Australia under one, Northern Territory does double strike, get an Indy where the politicians live, Australian Capital Territory. So yeah, basically you have 123,456 of Australia and 2 territories. And Sir Matthews indeed reviews the east coast to coast, the coastal areas. There's a whole lot of indigenous Ryan Pindo Central Desert. So much of Australia is desert that where is the green and gold Nike, the green is the tree then indeed. One deviation, Willie Fraser, the day's green and gold or green and yellow. Would you lady even admitted yeah better, but I'm better without my teeth. That's crazy. We should, I think you normally go London, London, London. Burger quiz question, I don't know. Chords big closeterus dose. There's always can't force of nature. Atherstone Road through Port Charlotte, Florida on August 4th. Mary Lou Garden, her husband got an explosive surprise, said he heard a boom, loudest noises ever had. Smoking. I looked outside, she told when smoke was coming from her septic tank. The indoor effect that really sucked them. 2-bedroom toilet, wives and hundreds of pieces playing the nearby lightning strike, igniting methane gas in a built up on the pipes, just doing that on the tank and toilet, but the indoor plumbing as well. Fortunately no one was hurt. Add water bus wasn't on the toilet. Words aired from WINK News on August 5, 2019. Busted, you said known attorney exploded. It's a silly thing that happened. Anybody sorry, but you are silly. But catching the picture for the next shell or logo nobody can come out with that was time, but even with that said way of thinking still applies even to now. I mean you will get democracy now. You could argue it still applies, so I think you was on the something you're not considering his time. It baffles me. No I don't. Please tell me the book of Proverbs. Wow, okay, interesting. After see where you got that though. I am not that. I don't believe you. I just want to make sure Viking Properties is like as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. That he's talking about we don't twice a nice. Why I agree with certain philosophers, because you recognize there is an absolute to be an absolute. If you don't have an absolute there is no distinction between right and wrong, because right and wrong could be figment of imagination. That's what I think. I would like, for example, even heard of them anymore called today, but that's why I didn't have no idea for these people bleeding a baseball game. Okay, for example, okay, picture goes out again. I will call the strike right. Well, why doesn't the Empire come on? Sophia strike. It might be what you think of strikers biggest open the game. Every game would be like should be able to pay funeral. Which of the game I need? Girl, what about believe this is a seat? Well, maybe your case of watermelon. Maybe it is a watermelon. Oh, shut up. Would you just be quiet? I could be another man. You see me how crazy. Just get one definitions. Get cells staggered. We don't know what the world is. Pretty still be riding giant buses. White bunny rabbit. Maybe that's all builders. It's just crazy world. Well, I'm looking at the origins of his beyond democracy, and I am looking at different things for Court Weekly. Etion democracy came about around this new form of government in power of the common season in ways that were unheard of. Individuals not from aristocracy yet whose possessed political ambition often found themselves voices to the highest ranks of 18 political politics. So he died inside here. The first rather revere strike against 18th of March Percy is that there was a tendency for people to be casually executed. Edible white Plato he would dispatch, considering that his friend Socrates was condemned to death by the policymakers of ATMs in 99 BCE. Great about the trial of Socrates in his first essay, The Apology. So interesting, right? Most moccasins and things like that were developed by as far as go back on so well. For example, be an absolute. People can do this again to that came to Bicester County, and then governments were formed. Watch John Adams, right? And we see how the fighting, because Britain was such as a tyrant, or that's why he was quite John, and stood up and said, but we unions out there went on strike because they wanted $15 an hour. They were all that start at about $10 an hour. That a skilled trade compared to a custodian. 1022 tomorrow contract is renegotiated. My pay is going to go on. So what you are saying is so keep that there on their own. Thoughtfully, you ripped their Christmas tax on. Did you say you're leaving? I got the $15 an hour time when you fully qualified. You're going to be wiping your ass. Don't talk anymore. Top down electricians make a hell of a lot more than $50 an hour because of this whole argument, because everybody is Disney's union. It's going to happen now. Go contract white for everybody. So this is going to F Roger the Rabbit. Amy Baker. It was on last Night it's not Roger Gander people trap damage LOL about Jackson Katz David Rotter Cap Annie Leibovitz what messages on Facebook so is he drinking the beer with mobility cigarette which end is he using at the moment pretty double fisting booking. Lightning strike me he's live now okay if yeah. Come on in his T single helping people here wondering if you don't give her 3 minutes call my girl BBC weather yesterday Vincelotta Cruiser 0 I thought it was me and I sound either that's take them to him parking near Deep Dove Facebook she likes. Acting do you want to have an antique store here even the Thursday messaging what's going on Facebook you need to go on this is drunk that's been on our OYMYO everyone says wow Facebook wive and here's Gareth Gallagher being seen in cigarette. Cruz is in love with his rabbit Newtowned Scotty Disney Mandela the flicker joint but it isn't a cigarette where baby come as well Beethoven singer I don't daddy results become and do the re-entry what is better now yeah I'd like to thank those surgeons got me back to the bacon I used to be garden shed but still soft and voluptuous what can I say as a pig I'm living the dream Jarrell adjective only had 4 syllables how to come up with an idea for a word that has 8 syllables why I mean like for ancient Rome encyclopedia Amy Winehouse I don't know the lyrics in a song that has 8 syllables unconstitutional constitutional the 7-0 I'm here to Lake House I can't take a constitutional UK yeah Mr. Crusher strikes me as a man over unacquainted world no vanity just money hello oh my god the song by Foreigner I'm just a dirty white boy alarm driving a big black water new Hollywood movie store. You're as cold as ice you're willing to sacrifice your love don't you know news.com or desires you're willing to sacrifice someday you're paying the price it happens all the time sing the Doors leave the world behind singers in the next to the pregnancy test Pandora store condom and you can use second pregnancy test excuse me look at unit strikeout new league security yeah you measured by the same time make another trip testing condoms if quality control yeah will you come the next day down. Rocks back there with the same shop assistant says can I get a tip can I take meds in my own hands should self. Biscuits look up to the cashier pregnancy test in a coat hanger going to get Hannah with condom should say can you kisses for me did Oscar Wilde say do you have any other antiseptic cream while I'm here wife F birth is down here like the older rattling queen IF stop frog that's a lot of F buckets with tails over their head will it take condom back if it fails I mean take it back for that's for sure. Maybe synonym for the upbringing of your child Pink the singer yeah I'm sure they get some kind of loophole there residual risk assistant teacher made out when you get out on loan for person push. Pull smoker MX log something when it's not cigarette no well I think most everybody hands say yeah posters yeah I'll be trying too hard MLB game now for some reason I don't know why I like you come over and listen to all day and I'll probably be like the national targets should people or do something like it's just some okay so last night before I went to bed tennis tube strike and animatronic strike up conversations and that's coming what I did but then was also of Moonpig and here they was can you go to bed with a receipt of the receipt for on here that you don't have basic conversations 11 OYMYO you know profile header since 2013 but been on this OYMYO first OYMYO I hadn't had the ZO at 4.5 years outside yeah well I have a phone and I'll start talking still there because of my past time over here and I am again which I don't I mean it is what it is Australian B I'm being here I don't know how long I don't know how to get it cigarette. But I've been a crystal clear the history Android app oh my god I don't understand about you the works Lucy Allen Cressida Dick online Yasmin Wijnaldum what is the name of the wind ADP runners need how old is Robert Plant's 123 movie number 95 okay Googler. List of the Lord's Prayer free cod points is our Father who art in heaven hallowed be thy name backing golden fish the biggest loser Australia generator Yuku strike sister cheap holidays digital river Sunday whether the weather underwear only went so far high I went to find me in whatever this guy actually proved the space between the buried American style 1-year-old OYMYOs I went fat Bolton News the perfect storm film VW Superdrug Blackburn Rovers modern posters Tuesday. Blackburn to go before Dynasty Cornwall Elizabeth II Love Holidays Google Blackburn Rovers FC other words for 18,185 or more Roomy Silver Service Wolverhampton Ubuntu 18.04 VWT25 Internal workings of Elizabeth Old videos on how to do a latte coffee Namibia inverted Pope's Co UK mobile lot of interesting stuff shocked at the price of petrol today usually the price is around $1.20 words episodes app share price 3 Russian protect any roadmo 1 the price of petrol they do the same over here constantly taking it off and putting it back on again yes weather going up and down I don't drive so I don't pay for petrol so that's me sorted what does that has to Morrison strike deadline anyone speaking in petrol, so I shall return shortly. Alright, see you back here in a while, babe. Chill. Well, hey, how's it going? I'm doing very well. How to say I'm in the way. How are you, sweetheart? I'm doing good, thanks. I'm lying here in bed having a busy day. For me, morning routines, just lying here reacting good. Must be able to picture where you are now. What you doing for where you are? Yeah, you know what I mean. Rename this iPad, isn't it? Interface and candy. Yeah, I do like that. Shut down my spine down. Today, Chrissy back online. OYMYO plane has collided with girls, forcing it to land in a field in Russia. The bird struck to place and doesn't. The people were injured when the Airbus A321 was forced to land in a cornfield near Moscow. No fatalities were reported. Gibraltar has ordered the release of Grace 1, and the Iranian oil tanker ship carrying Iranian oil was stopped by Royal Marines in July, triggering a standoff with Iran. Connection with closer. One person has died and 49 people who have been injured as a tropical storm hits Japan. 92-year-old man in Hiroshima died after falling into the sea or trying to tie his boat. ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live is being fined $395. Over presidential alerts. Good emergency presidential alert issued to one of major threats. NASCAR driver Dale Earnhardt has survived the plane crash in the United States of America. Private jet carrying him crashed and caught fire as an airport in Tennessee. Hollywood repair Michael Douglas been found guilty of double murders. Letter did pray. Don Price Johnson's called it a mindless and brutal crime, while Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn says he's appalled does colleagues involved in this is a danger that police officers face. American society when the family of law requiring say they are hoping to get more answers to our many questions about the teenager's death. A post-mortem examination in Malaysia found he died because of prolonged hunger and stress. Can't wear a raincoat. Fallen part of the country this afternoon. Weather warnings are in place. The Wales and western parts of England. And sport. Chelsea manager of Frank Lampard says he's disgusted after someone he describes as a so-called Chelsea fan sent racist abuse online to Tammy Abraham. The striker was targeted after missing the crucial penalty in Wednesday's European Super Cup shootout defeat to Liverpool. Tammy Abraham housemade a heavy penalty because he wanted to take it when it is found that one of the big brave on a big night when the world is watching, and at the same time different things. They have a different fart, so I don't know, people, it just seems like they come from a different planet, and some people are just impossible to satisfy no matter what you do for them and what you don't. Like a curious guy out of V5C Ross Hussey going around funny ready to strike about killer Yahoo. That psychopathic people are very conniving. The world spoken, they come across as your friend, but they have ulterior motives. They're looking out for just themselves. This barbecue place behind me smells really good. Maybe I should have some barbecue for lunch. The cockroaches liver's edge. Well, the brown wires. There are some people you do with a necessity and you have to go to work around their Virgo trays and adversarial alive. I never thought the good there was an individual writer. Hello, what you have to do. Favorite halfway cooperative. Moving on. Song origin lower taken. In some cases it's just impossible, and just when you did people that are no impossible, it's just Louvain. Just edgeways make when I'm F graphics your wheel F clubs plastics. That's it. Eyeball Paul on the clubs plastics mate when they over F bangers on 24/7 mate. Just meet listening to me all F 24/7 because you ain't got a slot anymore because I'm the F proper DJ master. Eyeball Paul, it's F retard. You just bought yourself a good mixing desk that'll be on F Gumtree tomorrow. Amy May before crowd tap crocodile fire. Although babies come out of order, she was selling it for our 3.99 in the F of eating sausage raw. Get rid of you now. Yes, you see, you can see me as a threat, can't you? Dunno. Yammy Bertie Wooster going to be play. What's it going to be called? Classics. Is it going to be from the company for amateur radio club? Smokey Robbie JX Ral booking MC Flaky Scalp Classics. Piston bastards mate like this 840 can coke make you scored. Rocket League striker keep a straight face melted on. Well, I will invite to the F Club looking just point stuff out. The Last of Us ready. I will buy Saturday cab care cut my hair cab care after timer. At least 63 people are killed in a bombing at a wedding in Kabul, Afghanistan. All 233 people on board Ural Airlines Flight 178 aircraft pictured survive a crash following bird strikes in both engines of an Airbus A321. Philippines. The Ryukyu Islands. At least 80 people, more than 50 others injured in a fuel tanker truck explosion in Morogoro, Tanzania. I don't use by Melo Nanayakara. Conflicts and attacks. War in Afghanistan. 17th of August 2019. Kabul bombing. PCO claims responsibility for an attack against the wedding party in Afghanistan the day prior, which left over 60 people dead and over 200 Injured international relations around the United States relations United Kingdom United States relations request by the US to seize the Iranian oil tanker Grace when they argue that UNOTAS law is applicable in Gibraltar Arabia politics and elections 2019 Hong Kong and the extradition bill protests least 1.7 million. The most definitions the word one comes close to second. A jiffy is a scientific name for 1/100 of a second. Did you know 1/4 lbs in body are located in your feet? Blue, and people tend to have the highest talents about core. Did you know a traffic jam Glastonbury more than 10 days with cars only moving 0.6 miles a day? The king is the strongest muscle in your body. Every year more than 25,000 left-handed people are killed from using many products. And did you know more than 80% of the people in the world have never met mail or received a phone call? The cigarette lighter was invented before the match. Also this thing called the steel match steel container that there's still much like metal steel screws into the tub has a weather seal on it. New filler full of lighter fluid. Know when you're ready to use it, you pull the matter on, you strike it on a piece of flying on the side and it works. It's pretty awesome. Acts that never stops working. You know the Disney's movie The Sign of the South was another film. Striker Carlos Tevez Cristianis Camberley trained to bed. Excellent. Buy one share to consume it and is a guitar to get wet. That's a good idea. Get me? Yes, it's my dad. Probably get it a little different down the trailer to go with his camper. 32 I think I know it. Song 28 Adam his son. My dad, he's in love with that saying. It's stick classic Woody. So what it's called vintage handbag. Vintage. Then I went down there and they got all the way. They set everything out for a couple hours. It was nice and sunshine outside and apparently he didn't double check the weather so you get stoned out so bad it was through the night. Actually lost power so it was so miserable. Has been in a camper UK winding, but being in a camper with no power it's going to get a little hot and Aaron and miserable. A packet of the next morning brought back home. They still didn't recover power to until about 2 to 3 days later. 9 person that can send me 50,000, which means Army Zone is only will out loud after right now I'm worth something. And there's a black hole song take to dear that is correct, needs to be called something else. That's why I'm before SoundCloud. He did say the Temple of the Dog in a band that sounds just kinda similar to them. WhatsApp Alice in Chains April Gender all on that very similar or if not the same. General O and Stone Temple Pilots, but I think it was Violets. Dad started another right now. I think it was Stone Temple Pilots originally and then they cannot move the Soundgarden. At least some of the members strike out. Maynard moved from Tool Perfect Circle and I apologize. No, 2 different singers. The guy that passed away recently but kind of memory card. Velvet Revolver, that was the second hand that Leeds Generation and Temple of the Dog. I think it was Leeds. Remember some of their songs. I can't run right now though. M41 Weather Transition. I think about that kind of stuff anymore. Okay, that's a band. Its band name Take Your Home Base. Walking into a uni caravan album. For him it was a cat and mouse game between him and the authorities, the police trying to get him, and that's what that whole message thing was about. He was taunting. He thought it was smaller than that, you know, when the police are, so that's why he did all that. What he was doing. Odds checker. Not even same time Medina is actually people are questioning that serial killer exist. Killed the sofa people have been killed. The so-called crime but Mercedes 10 murders in the town and every murder is, let's say, I hope they get strangled, incensed to death. Let's say Seatown Rovers. Something people didn't say that you have an extra olfactory with the horse. Do you know that what you call them like you not like a leash for a 4 hours? The love that was all over their circles. Olfactory. Take it in the O and all of a sudden strike mini reasons. Okay, let's say that does the nexus used to be, and I think a lot of serial killers that takes the claim like a seed in the world famous serial killer Martin. Funny thing is that crap on here mate. This Sport 24 Cubase 9 use this F. Do they actually transmitted this as well? God, have you seen a lovely picture? Strikes booking. It's like going shopping and if you going with some milk and underwear. Chainsaw eBay cheap. The chainsaw talking picture mate. I see a nice picture. It was Ginger not masturbating over the proclaimers again. You would want 500 miles. Where's the bloody graphic diamond he's wearing? Driver Italy is went over Spain. Even that are wearing on the F train to do. I don't know what. I don't know if you can do it with this cause it's not really got that one is alright, but it's not really got a F their web address on it because he is basically for the back of the car and it unless he does that like that logo there and then a big F web link separate WhatsApp group. You kicked him. You did the F out of that kit. Euro I didn't F now mate. Tress M by mistake. I don't general strike in our culture, but some cultures like on South American culture, Central American, they take it to the more eggs for lack of the better word. Radical means then take it more. I know. Tony Green flag. Are you serious? Look at the currency rate. The currency converter from and I think I serve it a pesos is much Short of the cleaners around me, the new versus old Salvador Coolidge Brown. I can't remember the name of for the dollar. I'm pretty sure maybe pesos as well, because a lot of Central America countries have so called pieces. But anyway, yeah, that your box, I don't know, I'm taking a wild guess, but I would think that come out the like 500 box leads very safe. You got $1, triple O, and you in El Salvador it's like quivering to equivalent of $5, triple O, $5. Triple O. So according to the internet, the currency of El Salvador's that US dollar from 1892 to 2001. It was the colon, but now it's the US dollar, I guess, because that's one of the strongest currencies in the world. If you had $10, triple O, in an occasion where I had nothing to do with you at all, bearded lady, I'm staying in Bournemouth, book the do with me, a lady that you're good to know that I'm a lot, but I have just told you I know you gonna do, yeah, I have way more heathens except meaning fashionista, you know. But I think that even if somebody doesn't like you, something for mum always have something for you. I mean, I'm a firm believer that everybody is even going to give you a message, and everybody is a lesson. Another night, I think all of those who go away because that's the sun opportunity to teach me how to love and respect and tolerate. Hasn't the world done that for me? So yeah, I'm waiting on that one lady. I think just growing up, yeah, I often time strike force myself to stick with people who teach me more. Preacher Christina Magambo, this one producer. Well, I was going to a really hard time with my mother, and I haven't had that many crazy stories as I do, but I'm sure there's many out there. And she was giving me her allegations he may have taken part in or encouraged the sex crimes said to have been committed by businessman Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein killed himself in prison earlier this month after being charged with sex trafficking. Waterfoot back to grab a point at home to Manchester United in the Premier League. Ruben Neves equalised with a stunning strike in the second half. Term a 1-1 draw at Molineux. Both Nuno Espirito Santo says there was plenty to keep the supporters entertained for the big game of three. Locomotion didn't watch Molineux enjoyed, and we have to take them so much because the admins see you when you get control of the game and gear changes they will be pushing. So amazing. Rock Johnson has married his partner in a secret wedding ceremony in Hawaii. The film star and Lauren Hashian have 2 children together. Upside thank you. You are cleared to voice print identification. Ovingham Eco Presence has been detected and recorded. Thank the Sky News Centre. At midnight, a 20-year-old man has been the Premier League last night before his effort to claim all 3 points for United saved, and Andy Murray has lost the second match of his return to singles tennis after hip surgery. He was beaten by American tennis Sandrin at the Winston-Salem Open. That's the latest time. Cat 7 a.m. Yeah, good morning anyone on the frequency. Riona Hussain working Sussex Downs Radio Link, but better Radio Bank Radio all the time. Linkable Statoil also available on TuneIn Radio. The Sky News Centre at 7. National Grid been explaining the cause of Britain's biggest blackout in more than a decade. The firm which maintains power lines is blaming a single lightning strike for triggering a red chain of events which for several generators to disconnect their supplies 11 days ago. It says the cost of preventing a similar blackout would cost billions. A 20-year-old man's been charged with the murder of PC Andrew Harper in Berkshire. The officer died after being dragged under the wheels of a vehicle on Thursday night. Lightning strike triggered a chain reaction. Boris Johnson says he is willing to give the EU the commitments about alternatives to the Northern Ireland backstop, that he's reiterated his opposition to the measure, saying they need to instead explore flexible and creative solutions. 16 and 17-year-olds are now able to get half-price train travel with a new railcard which goes on sale today. They'll pay child fares for most journeys in England and Wales. Gary Neville believed there's a lack of leadership at his former club Manchester United. Paul Pogba penalty was saved in the 1-1 draw. Wolves last night. He took the spot kick despite a discussion with Marcus Rashford, who scored from the spot last weekend. Neville tells Sky Sports News the confusion was embarrassing, and Arsenal Pogba little son beside themselves the guy who scored last week, so the text penalty if they sort it out between themselves, and it's not like spin the bottle in your bases, it'll take it from week to week. And it's not right. And Andy Murray is still searching for his first singles win since hip surgery after losing to tennis sanguine in the Winston-Salem Open. That's the latest. Have been from Saudi Arabia. Welcome to Qatar. Gam 3 Halo Fog. As soon as I have configured Windows. The Sky News Centre at 8. The wife of PC Andrew Harper has released a tribute to him after a man was charged with his murder. Tim Jones reports, and was the kindest, loveliest, most selfless person, adding, my heart is broken without you. The 28-year-old PC, who recently married, was responding to reports of a burglary last Thursday when he died after being dragged under a vehicle in Berkshire. Jade Foster, who's 20, In from Reading will appear before the town's magistrates later. 9 people aged between 13 and 30 have been failed by police getting into power cuts earlier this month. Biggest blackout in more than a decade. The regular generating company's net debt obligations after a lightning strike triggered a chain reaction. Boris Johnson says he is willing. That's the latest venom. Is there anybody out there? Hello Betty DeCero Petty, you are the owner of this chair, right? You say nobody. See, you both own Sarah. What calculations are correct? This baby hits 88 miles per hour. Seriously. Good morning anyone on frequency from the Sky News Centre at 9. National Grid blaming a lightning strike for causing a major blackout affecting around 1 million homes across England and Wales. It triggers a series of rare events which caused outages at 2 power plants earlier this month. Our reporter Ian King says a fault led to the loss of power. Would you go 378 megawatt off the system now? National Grid is required by the regulator often to have backup in place, so clearly the outage was greater than the reserve power generation that it had in place. The weight of April, who was killed in Berkshire, has called him the kindest, loveliest, most selfless person. A 20-year-old been charged with the murder of PC Andrew Harper. The Foreign Office said it's extremely 200,000 kids living in temporary accommodation. Simone Vibbert, who helped carry out the research, was shocked by the findings, sing with hearing the stories of children and child saying that they have no space to play, but they were afraid to go home at night because they were being held alongside vulnerable adult, people with drug abuse problems. With people recently released from prison, police officers across the UK say they've been given gifts as a thank you for that service following the death of PC Andrew Harper. 20-year-old Jen Foster will appear in court today charged with his murder. Ryanair is going to the High Court this morning to try to block strike action by 2 UK pilot members of the British Airline Pilots Association are due to walk out from midnight tonight at least one unused electronic device at home. The Royal Society of Chemistry wants us to recycle things like phones as they contain rare elements. That morning Sussex Downs radio brief weather forecast for vulnerable adult people with drug abuse problem. For people recently released from prison, police officers across the UK say they've been giving gifts as a thank you for that service following the death of PC Andrew Harper. 20-year-old Jed Foster will appear in court today charged with his murder. Ryanair is going to the High Court this morning to try to block strike action by 2 UK pilots. Members of the British Airline Pilots Association are due to walk out from midnight tonight and have at least one unused electronic device at home. The Royals, we want us to recycle things like phones as they contain the elements. That's the latest. Zappa, tell us what's happening in Sussex. Unity, don't think about too much, you unlock this door with the key of imagination. Is another dimension animation of wind, shadow and substance of things and ideas you just crossed over into. This message was brought to you by Amelia the Gardener. Sussex Downs Radio Link. Hello everyone. Is of 15 videos with a decision expected this autumn. Daisy Steele reports the High Speed 2 never will transfer. Billions have already been spent on the project, but today the Transport Secretary announced to reveal Box much better positioned to make that decision go or no go by the end of the year. Help connect the north of England to London already supports 9,000 jobs. 2,000 UK businesses are concerned about spiralling Whitfield with the government and HS2 have not come clean. If I could write £1 billion. The body's been found in a river in Camden has been confirmed as that a schoolboy Lucas Dobson, 6-year-old, went missing on fishing trip with his family along the River Stour on Saturday whenever after High Court challenge to stop UK pilot from going on strike. The airline and fifth wife will go ahead as scheduled tomorrow and Friday though, and Australia cricket captain Tim Painter is going to take the team effort to make up for the loss of Steve Smith. Marnus Labuschagne will replace their key decision expected this autumn. David Steele report the highest Google Transformer travel in Great Britain today. The Transport Secretary announced a review to Boscombe go off no go by the end of the XP needed to help connect the north of England to London already supports 9,000 jobs. 2,000 UK businesses, government and HS2 have not come clean. If my taxi driver £30 billion in the current budget, £255 billion. The body's been found in the river in Camden has been confirmed as that a schoolboy Lucas Dobson, 6-year-old, went missing on fishing trip with his family along the River Stour on Saturday ever after High Court challenge to stop UK pilot from going on strike. The airline insists twice will go ahead as scheduled tomorrow and Friday though, and Australia cricket captain Tim Painter is going to take the team effort to make up for the loss of Steve Smith. Marnus Labuschagne will replace their keep batsman for the third Ashes test with England which starts tomorrow. That's all, he being nasty. towards him over a proposal to buy Greenland. Donald Trump cancels state visit to Denmark after Mette Frederiksen called his idea to buy the territory of search for Mr. Trump says he took offense to her language. I forgot it was observed that wasn't it. Was an absurd idea, was nasty. I thought it was the inappropriate statement all she had to do is say no, we wouldn't be interested. I thought it was a very nice way of saying something. Has lost a High Court challenge in London to block strike bikes. UK pilots in a rollover pay for the firm insist to run a full schedule from British Airport tomorrow and on Friday, and the actor Liam Hemsworth had filed for divorce from pop star Miley Cyrus just days after it was revealed they separated. The couple, married 8 months ago in a secret ceremony. That's latest NPM just saying working. Yep navigate Sky News Centre at 9 and being arrested on suspicion of murdering Hull student Libby Squire Barry. We report 25-year-old was taken into custody and is move out. We feel with the government and HS2 have not come clean, and particularly on the cost factor. Ryan a throttle High Court building London to block strikes ban UK pilot hours after winning a sim-illegal move in Dublin. The action is taking place tomorrow and on Friday, but the airline insists it's going to run a full schedule. The Danish golfer will face trial after being charged with sexual assault and being drunk on an aircraft. Ryder Cup winner Thorbjorn Olesen indicated he will plead not guilty as a brief court appearance earlier, and police in America say reported the topless man in the state of Missouri joking around an unconscious woman was actually a life-size doll. Officers in Kansas City told the man who found the item in a rubbish bin not to carry it around in public anymore. That's the latest. What's going on? Make yourself what's going on. I've got to go and pick up something that I owe. It is a really annoying because it's about a 45-minute drive each way, but other than that not a lot of yourself. Called the ghost jet. Got any picture? No. Scared after death yesterday morning. Something happened to me and it scared the life out of me. Something touched my foot and sounds silly, but yesterday morning, still quite early in the morning, so I was just lying on the bed and had both my feet hanging off the edge of the bed. When you're in the bedroom and the fan's on, you can't hear anything. So somebody strikes speak to you out of the bedroom, you can't hear them. Stephen Og coming and he'll sort of kick my foot or whatever, I'll get my attention. I know I was lying there quite half-it's watching a video on Facebook, I think it was. Somebody kicked my foot and I thought it was Stephen, and I turned around and went what, and there was no one there. Suits started burning. I phoned me chocolate cake. It was like not hard kick, just like somebody's sort of marsupial mean. It couldn't like a spasm. Do you know what I mean? You get them spasm things. No, I know it. Spasms are prey in the falcon family, I think, and they are saw when eating a huge, and even the water was huge fish. Just turn it to Pete Carroll into pieces it in the tree. But I'm sick. Catch up. That would have been really cool. Oh yeah, yes please. I want to wear I am beach camera up there and watch them. Just checked my mouth and bro, it was so we were parked right next to a fence and the osprey came right down and landed on the fence. Help it. I mean a gigantic birds, and making up words. Gigantic bird strike an enormous bird. They are so pretty to watch. They're bigger than the eagle. I think the biggest burger in North America is the California Eagle, or I mean out the golden eagle. California Africando salsa, that's mostly California northern for the most part. I think it's mostly northern. They're endangered, do not stuff. So the California condor, which we all know was threatened big time, they made a good bounce back, but pesticides really did them in. But yeah, they calling evil is huge. Anaconda wears the comment to me about one of my other previous profiles, which was Pseudo Matrix, and he said something about do I want that one back, and I said no idea why. Do you think I deleted it? Close. I don't want it, but I think if I'd have said to him I wouldn't mind that one back, I think you would have created it. Just tell me. Very interesting, but how to say, but I can see her now. Different type of dementia. Share. Spain strikes. Okay, collection of names. Maybe baby has a little files. Had another heaven. You made me forget what I was going to snow web address for that. I'm sure we come back to you, but now I just need a picture of someone, anyone, everyone, everything. Everything. Alright, Ned has access to this huge database somewhere and starred up the presidents at all. How far behind we are from the Derby Stallion profiles conversation. I think I got trapped in history, but that he did steal the Ramrod profile. Appreciated, and I love while being a mate in the collection of a large database. I'm saying even both cut across each other. It's just frustrating. Right, ready, go for the button between the Perrier. Second gets it bum displaying over the button even though we end on stage. Hello, I know I have pulled Rufus's Coming House Docker apt. Get issue. Ricky Gervais Chandling fan is actually it will not a big fan. Snugly watch Sister Saigon QSK. Okay, don't let me not on the side of something. Can I break into the conversation please? Yeah, I know when you went to care by accidentally keys over the top. Yeah, I was just about to say what I'm doing bay. I had a parking nightmare. I know what speak, so I'm going to speak so loud by if not nightmare honestly, or if honestly no, if I'm all the powers in reverse uno. colluded to strike against me. Yesterday was today. Oh my god, so I had to F you. Yeah, I was served. Really reason where I know earlier this much worse. We curly give a fuck R&J. That's nothing to do with me. Don't put other people sit on me. I like giving your penis. Does anybody know what the FHP means? No, cause I've no idea. Oh my god, you know what? I feel like a fish, a mammal, and there I am sitting on the side of the sea cult of Harry Potter. To make a note, please, for King Will White. Honestly sorry for liking this 220 sky into fishing on selling on the side of a lock on the side of that you are the beach fishing and suddenly I get caught by something or it's a little tiddler. I've caught a fish. Know that 3 strikes be straight. Into the Ocean Odyssey I get dragged down 20,000 leagues under the sea and then exactly why I mean while it's in the land it goes on happening. Corrupt governments, I know you name it, migrants coming and going on. Amy is a middle-aged white oil for the United Kingdom. I'm dragged down to bottom the sea and they like, yeah, look at him, look about dude, I'll look at all these guys, yeah, racists, don't fish them, they are racist and don't listen to her opinions, they will if they lord they will. Stupid sister, you know it's likely be humble and be a good share forgiving and that's good. That's I mean, have you ever had to do that was sayings I wish I could do more, but you know I'm glad that the Lord has helped people out there to kudos. It's a blessing. The made a note to see you outside when the Lord is, it will always raise a people to do still good like that. So one day I can be in a position to able to do a lot more. Triple C camp, is there a tube strike? K to Blore. Surname history South Africa largest ocean working with a mistake at work packet service mobile tires Newry portal Cordant security WhatsApp communications from the state Eden Spa story starter motor Witcher 3 difficulty girlfriend that's a portion of Pastor Art. Well, I think you are places in the Bible he speaks language in which we can associate with what the like you know you if all of us were physically and in middle and spiritually in full capacity but we had no feet you know we ability that are going on strike over pay the walkout on September 9th and 10th as well as the 27th about the union says the company's latest offer wouldn't get the support of workers. Plans of tens of thousands has died while on a camping holiday in France. That child understood to be 12 reported they got into difficulty yesterday and I'm making Bernie Riviere around 50 miles northeast of Paris. Police officer who was killed in Berkshire last week. Simon Parker been torn apart with officers across the UK have had a minute's silence in honour 2018 PC Andrew Harper failure in a great position on day 2 of the third Ashes test against England at Headingley. 2 swindle wicket in the Australian tipping in England for Travis Head called by the excellent Ben Stokes, but Joe Root's miserable day just gets worse and worse. England skipper out for a second Pole Dark Series team bowled out for 67 and he's just dropped Marnus Labuschagne. An absolute 6 belief in one of the part of the country is now able to display done. I'm afraid we will have to prepare to come out without an agreement. British Airways payment to going on strike over pay the walkout on September 9th and 10th as well as the 27th about the union said the company's latest offer wouldn't get the support of workers because the move will destroy the travel plans of tens of thousands has died while on a camping holiday in France. That child understood to be 12 reported that got into difficulty yesterday in a leaking Bernie Riviere around 60 miles northeast of Paris. The family of the police officer who was killed in Berkshire last week so their lives and hearts have been torn apart with officers across the UK about a minute's silence in honour 2018 PC Andrew Harper in Sport Australia in a great position on day 2 of the third Ashes test against England at Headingley is the live to Guy Swindle lead in the Australian second in England a 90,744 Travis Head the excellent Ben Stokes for Jury's miserable day just gets worse and worse. England skipper out disrupted after British Airways pilot announced 3 strikes next month over pay. Members of the Balti Union walk out on the 9th, 10th and 27th of September. 8th calling the action on this disorder. K. Lowy spoke to Cross the OYMYO will be sent back. Cinderella at the nice weather forecast this weekend. The journey is still very early. Susan children caught carrying knives in school last year. Police figures show machetes and a samurai sword with a long blade confiscated across England, Scotland and Wales. Watford striker Andre Gray who was stabbed on a night out in 2011 fined. An anti-knife crime protest in East London. I was set up by this cause from it. Now another selfie and there's not enough being done for the newly promoted side. Beat Everton to it for regaining the acid with all but over after traumatic second day of the third test with Australia to reduce the Aussies 270-146 of the truth of Headingley security 2 included 283 who was that DJ Otzi summer baby no that's it. No England Mondia suffocated for England, Scotland and Wales. Watford striker Andre Gray who was stabbed on a night out in 2011 fined. An anti-knife crime protest in East London this afternoon. The darling I was just by this cause from it not another. Song about money to come out the other side of you, but not only is kidnapped and there's not enough being done for Hednesford. Aston Villa have the first Premier League winners open to let the record England cricketers hope to regaining where she's looking after Google, who is the oldest down to the river regime. A beautiful, beautiful day. I am doing good. I know where you're at. There's something in the weather. Some big rain events for both of us comes from my way to you in months coming. I'm over there, dear, so you right the middle of garlic butter. Beautiful day, rain, thunder, home she's too. Nonetheless, can't have a rainbow without the store. Okay, I'm getting ready to get hit properly. Then I haven't paid much attention to the weather report, so thank you for I'm going to reset my internet a ball about 30-bit. Nice talking to you. I don't know whoever I'm ever going to get back on again. Welcome to Sussex Downs. Rachel Link from the Soccer Island, Trinidad. OYMYO Zero Moscone Center at midnight. Brazilian President Bolsonaro has authorized use to the military to battle the massive blazes in the Amazon after increasing international pressure. President Trump has also offered help him to put the fires out. Previously described rainforest protection as an obstacle to economic development. Climate expert Dr. Alexandra Carbonate, as much of the damage is against the law. Location is illegal home happening in protected areas in indigenous land. Preventing this illegal activity, which is actually criminal, will lead to the long-term reduction of the fire. Just could have their travel plans disrupted after British Airways pilots announced 3 strikes next month over pay. Members of the Balfour Union will walk out on the 9th, 10th and 27th of passengers could have their travel plans disrupted after British Airways pilots announced 3 strikes next month over pay. Members of the Balfour Union will walk out on the 9th, 10th and 27th of September. 8th, calling the action unacceptable. Trade war with China appears to have escalated even further. President Trump hasn't increased some tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% instead of 25%, warning micro aircraft coming to the UK, where Bionica D. Benham's reading an inflammatory like a prairie dog called off. The good weather is encouraging many to make the dangerous trip. I'm getting to the other side, the UK side of the OYMYO, and 345 businesses they have, the more customer going to get. Some people who wants to make the same perilous but quite expensive journey really season the newly pretending Michael Tunney Wesley. One of the goals of English Christian Everything Works with Australia 680 minutes. It's like it's healed, but I still feel them, the residue of it. Occasion where hello there, one of my favorite song. It wasn't coming through very clear. Girls playing through my headset on the harder rem. Everybody hurts sometimes. I made that out eventually, but it still was. It was coming through very, very poorly. Hearing him 1K95 note. Madam Curie 32nd road traveler, whatever you want. Hello, not much happening here. How about you? Moscone Center at 1 Brazil and sent him the troops to help fight forest fires in the Amazon. European countries had earlier threatened to block a trade deal unless serious action was taken. The governor of Rima says President Bolsonaro has not signed an order to deploy federal troops over Greenpeace and says the fires are the result of man-made structure burning. Nowadays they are those provinces where the biggest deforestation happened in the last month. Deforestation. British Airways to describe strikes being threatened by pilot survey pay as completely unacceptable. The Balfour Union says to be walkouts on September 9th, 10th and 27th. Smells paraffin. 250 threatened to block a trade deal unless serious action was taken. The governor of America's President Bolsonaro has now signed an order to deploy federal troops overseas in Brazil for Greenpeace and sister fires are the results of man-made destruction. The most highest earning nowadays they are those provinces where the biggest deforestation happened in the last month. Will there be clearly correlation between the fires on the deforestation? British Airways is described strikes being threatened by pilots as completely unacceptable. About the union to still be walkouts on September 9th, 10th and 27th. Paris on $250 billion worth of goods and products from China will increase even further from the 1st of October. The Dow Jones fell 2% on the news, closing down 623 points, warning migrants trying to cross the OYMYO into the UK they will be sent back. If I was nearly 100 people trying to make the journey from France to the UK in one day. Campaigners have accused of Prime Minister of block a trade deal unless serious action was taken. The governor of OYMYO assist President Bolsonaro has not signed an order to deploy federal troops LJs in Brazil for Greenpeace and simplifiers are the results of man-made destruction. Ironing nowadays they are those promises by the biggest deforestation happened in the last month. Their correlation between two fires in the deforestation. British Airways describes strikes being threatened by pilots and pay is completely unacceptable. The Balfour Union says will be walkouts on September 9th, 10th and 27th. Snapchat tariff on $250 billion worth of goods and products from China will increase even further from the 1st of October. The Dow Jones fell 2% on The news closing down 623 points warning migrants trying to cross into the UK they will be sent back if I was nearly 100 people trying to make the journey from France to the UK and one-day campaigners have accused of Prime Minister of misleading and inflammatory comments in sport. Aston Villa Facebook. Our website for details. Guess what's up? Alana Jimmy Perry WhatsApp Marina Moscone Centre app for within the past few minutes with her that Simon Change has been released from detention in China and has returned to Hong Kong. The British consulate official was helped as he made his way back on a business trip to Shenzhen on the mainland. Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro has also authorized use of the military to battle the massive blazes in the Amazon. Of the increasing international pressure, President Trump's also offered to help to describe rainforest protection as an obstacle to economic development. Climate expert Dr. Alexandra Calverley. As much of the damage is against the law for the fire Station 187, the fire station in Brazilian, happening in protected areas and indigenous, preventing this illegal activity, which is criminal. Power reduction on the fire. Discover travel plans disrupted. Pilots announced 3 strikes next month. Overpaid members of the Belper Union will walk out on the 9th. Burning nowadays. They are those provinces whether they can. Deforestation happened in the last month. Will there be clearly between the fires in the new forest? Dating. North Korea has 5 what appears to be 2 short-range ballistic missiles into the sea off its east coast. The launch of the 7th by North Korea since President Trump and Kim Jong-un met at the inter-Korean border in June. The two at the time agreed to restart working level negotiation but has so far been unsuccessful in the attempts to get talks during. British Airways is described strikes being threatened by pilots overpaid as completely unacceptable. The Belper Union says there'll be walkouts on September 9th, 10th and 27th. Villa have their first Premier League win of the season. The newly promoted team beat Everton 2-0 at Villa Park. Midfielder John McGinn says it was great to see record signing Wesley get his first goal for the club. Siri, how was pressure? I got the marking. Ben 10 mod for better protect. Carry on. Virgin, very good for Greenpeace and South of Man made distributor. No you didn't, and I mean Keith Lee. To continue reading. JMC office works in South America. 7 million present to Korean border in June. How to restart working level 13. Password going as far away as France. Strikes being threatened by pilots around 8 is completely unacceptable. The battle for Indian cuisine. There's no need to know what is Mary Queen of the Sea supposed to do. Whatever. Computing laboratory. Middlesbrough country show. I wasn't expecting that bastard, so that's why I pray you turn Ewan McGregor in Star Wars. Graphic detail of infestation. Chance Piano Man, can you like anything like it? Lair, and it's funny because even their reviews said, you know, if you're easily disturbed warrior, easily sick, and location for you, this the best book to get, which I totally agree. I would say that right off the bat. Lair, I mean if you easily disgusted in Anderson, that Lair this but probably isn't for you, right? I mean I could just tell you so that way it's couldn't even hear. You're over the Coca-Cola mate. Television boom 419. It is a bit of a lift on today, Morty, if you picking it up on the SDR. Bit of a lift on, mate. I've just had there. I've got a space with a woman. She's just sent me something she tells you about all the choppers break. Forecast in Bada year cost of the weather, mate. Yes, somebody the Sainsbury's Centre by the wildfires in the Amazon. After growing international pressure to take action, we are giving away environment images. State of the Amazon global accepted. And in Europe, Jair Bolsonaro insists he's not to blame for the crisis. Once again he began to disperse anti-government protesters. Demonstrations have entered their 3rd month. Customers have received emails overnight mourning other larger number of delays and cancellations because of pilot strike next month. Some frustrated passengers have tweeted the airline with something they will miss: weddings and honeymoons. And for the England cricketers, a just starting day. The spirit of Antichrist. Time the chosen one. The spirit of Antichrist is not the Antichrist. Price is going to rise out of Europe now. The USA, the Antichrist. Oh, we know that, Betfred. That statement you come out, he's talking like he is Sankey's revealed Easy Enterprise. I don't believe that. Had her know, I think she's got the Antichrist spirit. They both saying that delusional crazy. It's gonna be people who speak like that they lose at Moscone Centre at 11. Brazil's president sending in the army to fight the wildfires in the Amazon. Gen 3 season is coming up with statements at the moment. Weather in J7 Northeast. Teaching Iran lonely. Amendment 25 been taken to 5 a.m. People playing the President Yasuda's birthday. CBB's to Benham's customer service. Email cancellations because of pilot strike. Give me something that you make a thing go right now. Is calm down. The Ashes test at Headingley. Dropping bombs on Monday. Freeberry fans are waiting for tomorrow. Looking after proposal from analytic company CNN. Sporting will discuss Brexit with Boris Johnson. Tomorrow's one thing I will not operate. I still hold the Prime Minister. Johnson will Not like we go down in history as Mr. Modi's 7 members single father hit trust among them trying it isn't them about its trade war with the US appears to have ramped up last night. Donald Trump said he's imposing new retaliatory tariffs M5 gas into crowds as a 12-week end of pro-democracy protests take place this morning. The Foreign Office confirmed the release of the British consulate worker in Hong Kong who've been held in China for 15 days. British Airways Twitter feed has been inundated with messages from frustrated passengers ahead of next month pilot strike. They've been warned of large delays and cancellations because of 3 walkouts and around overpaid in sport. England need wicked birthday trying to keep Australia's leading the Ashes to a minimum, and I forgot I swim balls at Headingley only the one would it fall this morning. Australia NL 226 CM7 the lead of modern animated version of app for Android. As you know what the widget app you know it's called Radio for Sano only for iOS OYMYO which have got I've got Plymouth's Caneroom Sussex Downs Radio Sony. I don't know because you had that problem before again into play didn't we? Yeah mate yeah what is done is wonderful. President Donald Tusk the Amazon forest fires of the London Palladium bracelet German history admission no deal and we have to discuss Brexit tomorrow. King of world leaders who are willing to listen to Radio 4 possible when your lipstick dual member states UK government ready to exclude them unprotected drunk later. Died at Leeds Festival. Live and Knight by the same age has been arrested on suspicion of mind control. British Airways Twitter feed has been inundated with messages from frustrated passengers ahead of next month pilot strike. Customers have been warned about a large number of delays and cancellations due to 3 planned walkout 5 p.m. on Tuesday to avoid being kicked. It's not had any voice yet. Britannia centre it to the European Council. President Donald Tusk says Boris Johnson will not want to go down in history as Mr. No Deal. Brexit and party minutes. Prime Ministers hit that's any you get rid of the Irish backstop. No deal with to be prevented. Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn focus on other issues as well as going on revolutions going on and the fires in the Amazon rainforest which President Bolsonaro Brazil electric promoting before all the pressure cap on President Trump to recognise just how dangerous the situation is around the world. Release a 17-year-old girls died following a suspected drugs overdose of the Leeds Festival or if the same age have been arrested on suspicion of supplying controlled drug. Health warning limit the impact of pilot strike next month. They've been told to expect a large number of delays and cancellations during 3 days of walkout in a row. Overpay Very Football Club have been given an extension until 5 p.m. on Tuesday to agreement that police officers in England, Scotland and Wales will come together next month to discuss staff safety after a number of violent attacks in recent weeks and the death of PC Andrew Harper in Berkshire. In sport, Liverpool rushing free bird win forms many matches in a Premier League season by St Vincent Peale starting a business coming to an end here after I miss your poor defending a poor finishing that cost them dear. Call Talha back in the area for sale. Score for the Spa in Egyptian goddess second house food when he turned the wheel on the halfway line and home. Liverpool 3. Manchester United striker Marcus Rashford was subjected to racist abuse online following his penalty miss this afternoon. It was targeted on social media moments after hitting the post in their 2-1 defeat to Crystal Palace to Old Trafford and heading towards the close of play at Headingley. England cricket is a 155 for 3 taking an unlikely targeted 359 for victory. That's what I just like. In quiet Tiana Andy Johnson says he's made it out pretty clear he doesn't want the UK to leave without an agreement with police officers in England and Wales will come together next month to discuss staff safety. The number of violent attacks and reckon week now the death of PC Andrew Harper in Berkshire Bleach on halfway line. United striker Marcus Rashford was subjected to racist abuse online. Hey Google Net 21 defeat cripple Antigone. Headingley England cricketers 155-2019. Target of 359 centimeters. Give me some fried chicken. You are so cheeky in the fight. Let's go to the disco and make me a sandwich. Poo. Instead of fire I smell bacon and smell, but you know my dog is pretty well behaved. I want to come to the food in begging and stuff, but I'm a vegetarian that when he smells me cooking he knows that for him he knows that. And when my son came to stay with me I had a warning. I said if you bring me into the house to work or you bring a burger from the restaurant or something and he smells meat he's where the week. What is the Greek Old Testament links that will accept dragon? What you get for CB Sunday service on my hand. At first it was on my head talking about education, and as when I saw the point I take something at UNIQLO Bromley Home Marcus Oldham Forever Have Originals Kids Clothes Testament Unipoint Diane Abbott. I've seen And before me CTCSS in a stanner that is put password as you always talking about it as I've only done around 4 yesterday we can go this printer a hedgehog's dangerous I don't know I don't think I have her Grampian Mountains what is the new Black Louis, B flammable cold but electric strike action a river trains cinema the latest one Smog 200 Dorset Echo Labrador Australia Fairy Tale Ep 153 is not going to have this done now well, we understand the Trinity. In them he was talking about it Helen Shapiro on Shipwreck what times in Babylonian times who is he speaking to BTS that's what he's talking about this is what saves you he'll give you a Caversham Girls PMR memory serves me right map of sewers with the strictest ones yes so when you can stay over 85% of all Muslims are Sunni but 10% are Shias and then there are others that like ask mid-comedies of the most peaceful ones I'm sorry yeah F my mouth right now cost that's yeah okay Amazon. I can tell you I've nothing wonderful but what denomination were there I grew up with Muslims but the Sky News Centre at 9 British Airways has apologised after an email error when some passengers were wrongly told their flights cancelled due to pilot strike union now number for tonight at some people flying on other days next month when the state can delete all their tricks have been scrapped Autoka the headrest's personal comment about his controversial friendship story of his links to the billionaire financier Jeffrey Extra microphone working in York Square for a couple of weeks ago just don't seem to be going away for two devices to be on closed questions about why he still hang out with Clear the Water actually here whenever China has already deployed military assets around Hong Kong like they are ready to strike it in a minute RCA that just came on your first comparator yeah I heard you say is regardless Chinese is going to win I like that I'm not too concerned I consider it basically they're their territory more or less think we should be tough on them and then maybe make it not so appealing for them in terms of Street James or a couple of unresolutions or some mess but the truth is that much we can do we are not going to sacrifice our military or any for our economy over Hong Kong she's not going to happen Jack Russell Hong Kong and Macau what's everyone Macau autonomous region of China so I mean they literally having no I really don't autonomous banana history just I'm not saying I can go on it but I have to say I actually think it is kind of funny how these idiots in Hong Kong Vita lately want to change in China forgotten we can use our talents and use this money as an example you bet to job Sega 5 wait a minute oh my god you're making tempeh Lee jolly somebody and you blindside won't let you in bearded job you got 5 you fit a job for 7 months the cheapest supplies 24 labor and or maybe 2 for supplies and through labor strike Nugent 7 get your 5 back plus 2 more so now you've just increased because you have laborers that now have a talent each I know you got more money than 7 so you can do the same job with the same job for 17 get your feedback and now you get you almost doubled the amount of tenancy you prospering the sea you take oneself is pretty close to Dublin right but now you got 3 other people they have a count you have a tiny train and they are going to give or do you give to the Lord and it just film increases hard to explain without showing your visual plus I'm driving forever but anyway he wants to make smart decisions as star living making I know you're not that far trailer unreality that is crazy. Very somewhat you're in Selby you know what you think is going over the horizon we have no power binoculars bringing different I hate your hill. It's want anything I want to anyway an idiot song strikes your family room now my question bird trader because that is the test most people eat avocado makes them buy new theory about anything Audi bolt in a single website if I didn't write I've been brought up with like how's it in the flat I think that's not mine attention it was drawn to it summoner's war with psychics wardrobe in 16th century 5 years no what you are saying gomi and alcohol you can be applied to Ugandi warfare co. Op what is the saying that has art attack and the fact that you're saying lateral body of people whether in the St. Helens and you have Area 51 entity and another entity from the very center nationwide around just to be cremated forced adoption Mako, mermaids girl Willie visit to Glamazon girl liquid there's partner sister don't cry for me Christ ought to real meaning to say the free gift of eternal life is believe me enough wages of sin is death causes dresses similar to strike want to buy you now so I really focus on the scene and that causes death because people did not see that the recording session the dangerous thing in life witchcraft and murdering I'm not going to say the others because it is still for cold drink controversy BD12 Wonder Woman sitting that's the thing let's bring it home we're all alive plan fresh bread yeah I just what's inside that they think that's the important like an old crappy case but what's inside of the important thing right hand down somewhere all we are susceptible to that, you know, the decay entropy on heads of rocks, suscept to the new bed, imperceptible, unmeasurable, the ruler, that's the important thing. That's why obvious things are, you know, but not only the benefit us to better fit, you know, the people around us. On his videos I'm just been watching him is fascinating, where I tried to strike up a relationship with the lower YouTube guys out there is sometimes good, sometimes bad, sometimes funny. I'm hated out there to some of them, some my comments that are used to be just to be fun here, but they don't leave. I'll tell you that if you type in Mr. Mac, Dr. Google and CNN, type in YouTube comments, that they pop up from 4 years ago, and it's not really cool. It's making me change my ways. You know, I can't know that everything you say and do out there stays out there. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, the comments that you do on other people's videos years ago, unless they delete the video, still they're comments that I posted it like years ago, and it's still there no matter what. Does I forgot to delete my account? If I was you, do you want me to do it? I'll comment stuff on there like music videos or space videos, all my comments, and if you don't believe me, I send you some screenshots, all my comments F200 over again with your head. That's all you prove, and so continue to do that. Or if you get tired of running, you can always take a baseball bat, wooden, and just strike your head over and over again. I give you a prime example. When you have no examples, that's all you can do. Don't do anything else, just beat your head over and over. I can beat your head over a required age. Do people have traveled you have a meet with you prefer over and over again the same BSB? Worth it, must be worth it just to see you in real life, to see you if this is who you are. And he had no, you're wrong, no one's tried to meet me that I haven't met. The slogan, the name has happened at Northern Exposure. Actors like yourself or Jones Day Music, and the account's amount of James date isn't that you've mentioned over and over again. Do you really think that last even has a no any notice any talk show? How yeah, for sure, cause I'm a little home now for sale show. All my mama fair family will love them. Down 22 12 11 2 50 19. Koss apologized for telling some passengers of flights next month was cancelled because of strikes, when that isn't the case. The airline has blamed an email error. It was a mistake to continue his friendship with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Following his release from prison, the 66-year-old was found dead in his cell earlier this month while awaiting trial over press charges for the address of as a royal biographer. I'm friends with Epstein after hitting, abusing underage girls, and why he says that he was completely unaware of it, just difficult because it was in the newspaper for the time. But he already told friends that he was sticking by his mate. Legal advice on whether Parliament can be shut down for 5 weeks to stop lawmakers forcing a further extension to Brexit. The Observer says an email to an advisor in his office written in the last 10 days. So the Prime Minister recently requested guidance on the legality of such a move. Reply to Streatham, Parliament may well be possible unless Airways has apologised for telling some passengers their flights next month were cancelled because of strikes, when that isn't the case. The airline has blamed an email error. Prince Andrew said it was a mistake to continue his friendship with convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein following his release from prison. For 66-year-old found dead in his cell earlier this month while awaiting trial over press charges for the address of as a royal biographer. Friends with Epstein after his into jail for abusing underage girls, and why he says that he completely unaware of it is difficult because it was in the newspapers of the time that he allegedly told friends that he was sticking by his mate. Legal advice on whether Parliament can be shut down for 5 weeks to stop lawmakers forcing a further extension to Brexit. The Observer says an email to an advisor in his office written in the last 10 days. So the Prime Minister recently requested guidance on the legality of such a move, or replace a strap on May to support the fact that here you may get away and live to emo years. Who knows how much misinformation out there at the moment. Problem with history is that you've only got the people who survive it writing it. Just quite good to get as many different angles as possible. Yeah, cloudy instead, because interested in can you find a lost things out, especially still websites and finding things out, but it is now harassing the equits. Just it discount discover night mode cursor. So hard to prove anything now. How many contradictions in everything. The key point is just knowing how certain things get to certain ways. My things happen. That's the most important lesson, regardless of whether it's true or not. Uniform events chat. What helps you go into the future study. Thank you very much. On Sky, British Airways is apologised to passengers who mistakenly 10 minutes their flights have been cancelled and they needed to book new one. Pilots are set to strike next month in a dispute over pay. That Some people were outstanding once again. Upgrade. What do you think you need to have for cancer? Manchester United striker Marcus Rashford was subjected to racist abuse online following his penalty miss for Manchester United. Forward was targeted on social media moments of hitting the post in the 240 Crystal Palace at Old Trafford. British passport hard to give himself an outside chance of victory in the third Ashes test at Headingley after being set 359 to win by Australia to reach the close of play on day 3 on 156. 3 Good morning, good afternoon and good evening. Real name evening everyone. Bells are ringing. Spell Vernon Moscone Centre at 11. British Airways has apologised to passengers. The mistakenly 10-member flights have been cancelled and they needed to book new one. Pilots are set to strike next month in a dispute over pay that some people with flights on non-strike days were also told they needed to rebook the airlines as customer to get in contact. Sky reporter Ali Fortescue says, "That's easier said than done. Phone lines are closed. This is just unacceptable." At another person, "I just seen this is a mess. British Airways cut our confusion. Whatever way you look at it, this is a difficult day. Just hoping to fly with the airline next month." Did he see, witness or suspect any behaviour which subsequently led to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest? The Duke of York's first personal comment about his controversial friendship with a convicted sex offender administered class with the European Council President at the start of the G7 summit in France. Donald Tusk says Boris Johnson could be remembered as Mr. No Deal for the PM, as the EU would be to blame in sport. Liverpool have continued their 100% starts in the Premier League season 15. Arsenal 3-1 of Anfield to make it 3-1 win. Some as many matches, and Jurgen Klopp says his team were outstanding once again. Apollo Creed. I think you need to have against her human like Arsenal. Manchester United striker Marcus Rashford with subject use online following his outcome with the club battling to avoid liquidation. Paul Appleton has confirmed talks are ongoing to find a new buyer ahead of their 5 p.m. deadline, and Robert Snodgrass, Ryan Jack and Grant Hanley have all been recalled to the Scotland squad. What does no place for Celtic striker Lee Griffiths and Steve Clarke's selection? That's the latest time. This is Sussex Downs Radio Link, only really preferred radio line will be back. Grandma Hot Sunny Beach Link. Is there anybody out there? Mr. Oscar, how are you doing? My Melody chilling out. Net Worth Villa Hotmail today. Headlights been a while. How you been? Hope everything's going well over there for you. Yeah, not too bad. And yeah, it isn't it warm? Yesterday I made all this fuss about yesterday and I thought to do this. We have a recurring New Jersey, a weird weather cardigan for Leslie was like autumn here 22-23 C here Gillespie's hence morning it was like 17 C, which is really hard for us. I will be at 34. Get that? I don't know what it's like. Comet announcing its prospective candidates to fight 2 seats in a future vote if been confirmed. Her body found in a cemetery in Accrington in Lancashire at the weekend. In spots of missing teaching assistant Lindsay Verback, the 47-year-old, went missing from the town just over a fortnight ago. The appeal of fine it's been handed for causing opioid addiction in Oklahoma. The drug company's been ordered to pay nearly $470 million for promoting the highly addictive prescription painkillers. To being as strong as a lawyer representing the firm and call the decision flawed. We have sympathy for all who suffer from substance abuse, but Johnson & Johnson did not the opioid abuse crisis during Obama or anywhere in this country. Cooper and Grant Hanley have all been recalled to the Scotland squad. There's no place for Celtic striker Lee Griffiths and Steve Clarke's selection for the upcoming Euro 2020 qualifiers. Francois screen tonight. 13 contestants will be hoping to impress the judges in the 10th missing from the town just over a fortnight ago. The appeal of fine it's been handed for causing opioid addiction in Oklahoma. The drug company's been ordered to pay nearly $470 million for promoting the highly addictive prescription painkillers. For being as strong as a lawyer representing the firm and called the decision flawed. We have sympathy for all who suffer from substance abuse, but Johnson & Johnson did not call the opioid abuse crisis here in Oklahoma or anywhere in this country. As Robert Snodgrass, Ryan James Grant been recalled to the Scotland squad. There's no place for Celtic striker Lee Griffiths and Steve Clarke's selection for the upcoming Euro 2020 qualifiers, and the Great British Bake Off return to our screens tonight. 13 contestants will be hoping to impress the judges in the 10th series of Delighted Sussex Downs Radio Link from Northern California. Just get down to GaryLeague.com. We got it all me bit rusty, but she Broadcasting Company list I News Center it to Conspiracy Theory Strike. I'm a conspiracy theorist. The driver did it. Guide to building get it, but the grass seed or he starts but the driver kill Bill. This is about the time that I'll log off because I am Official how you told me a cup of tea up circular ago, are you getting boring? Yeah, you're grounded and of course you're not going to research it, just that's what makes you a useful idiot. You do have a purpose, it's just not your own. Okay, I get the bike. Everybody is just hugging like being fair to others that would actually speak out something. Josh Williams, so disappointed in you. Dig deep into that pseudo logic I give us, or you're able to converse with Sword where he wasn't in ashes and he can actually talk, but that's in the same thing over and over. I'm sorry guys that someone started talking to me once. I get the button. So beautiful, beautiful, said it better. Thank you for everything out. Yay, white shelf for the home, the doorman over earth. And the earth being flat and anonymous, and it happened. iPhone's just one now. Sarah, just get a few more, even though get a digi character and you're talking about the time to strike is now nothing better than the present you got here on the run. He's terrified of you. You made him feel insecure. This is a first. Well, Bobby, I'm thinking about this magic, but will I have to use the imaginary Coriolis effect in order to 4,000 miles away is me? Yes, Harry will not speak, but clearly you're in the room, so let me know your conspiracy theories to the YouTuber leaving the magic bullet theory. I am a girl is right there now. She said she keeps up and said, Pop, I don't have the chicken sandwiches no more. Area 51, that's my baby. Get all over here so I can put a ring on your finger. Baby Mario talking about a vibrator. Okay man, why are you talking about a human being? I'm sorry, but I forgot anyway. Hey Big Bus, can you get me into the Out on Brain from the OYMYO? Can you get them to sorry, and I will never ever do it again, but please get me back into the OYMYO good in the real place that people are let us strike. Okay, so I am look at this logically. we're not even getting to the point of light spiritual conversation, my opinion, and become only just completely looking at it logically and asking questions logically. Okay, so I don't understand. This is what I have for white people who say things like, you so much, are you any girl, but maybe you can help in writing mean for maybe something that would help me understand them as well. Not that you speak for them, but if the word of God is not, then here, word of God, whatever you said, like it's not. I don't understand white people who say that quote from the scriptures. Like, what's the point of quoting from the scriptures if there's no power from it? Are you saying it's like just good advice, or were you staying all night? Well, anybody believes the phone book is the word of God about when there's something you need. That is a benefit. Quote from Lens Repair Manual for your car. Nobody everything tickets. And I said to the sheets, I'm gonna message his F himself, and it's not me that's done him. Yeah, there's some nice stuff is about it. I went to Chinese or wrong as a blonde C screen. Arsenal F want road in a stone blue escort. Cosworth F her brother F dungeon rush mate women drivers. Henry's F Savage Dragon 11 because I can't get anywhere near the next one is like a F Speedway rider. Just F brilliant, right? I'm going to replace their season WhatsApp set my Shelby death about 20 minutes. Yeah, great. I buy without cracking pictures. I've got a few more, just I don't like putting a lot on Facebook. Put the old one every now and again. I got a few more good photos. I don't know what is alright. It's F Savage. I know about matter what level will not show rather than the front on another state, and you know it says that. I can't believe it. 540 Aldi for King Helmy 4-litre turbo diesel. Believe or strikes 6. Drive from a Volvo block. We should have put poison because your mercurial flip flop. What time is this? Becca Bromwich Blackadder here. You know I'm staying in here. Very well mannered. Johnny Midlands flying Brian Person. See, so you're a proper. The hell you talking about? Lorraine Kelly. When I'm at work I can understand her under the canopy. And you know what? The lightning strikes yesterday. Beautiful sight. Yo, it's going on. I know I smell, and I scored that since I was like that wasn't any other block 60. Don't blink dollar same thing, and then you back. What is the F word? Fudge. Peanut butter fudge. Very good show. My two favorite things. I love fudge and I love peanut butter as well. Can I buy? It's one of my faves. Dragon feet. Holy, see what I'm always waiting for. I mean, something happened. There's never any action, but I know I never have to run across the parking lot and listen going to my car yet to go full of my Dr. Pepper or to go to the other strict tideway rubber. Primarily meaning it's hard to saying these girls want to do it, or they took the money, or they liked it. Again, I don't buy that. Again, that doesn't fly with me, because minors aren't expected to make smart decisions and legally binding in there in the commitments. So to me, saying that they wanted it or the lights or they took money doesn't excuse their behavior in any way, shape or form, because you should know better if you know when to have relations with a minor like that. You yourself brought a lot of nothing to do with them. Would they like what they wanted to do with you? You know, I'm sure there are cases when they have her teeth. Defendants excused. She told me she was 18. Defense from anyone, yet I'm 3. Guarantee with happy now, and I believe that defense, especially when they told you so. It's no different than like students in school and teachers that are from a decent people with a striker relationship with. There are some of the students who were about to graduate, and some of those students money for your voice. Black strikes. Again, if do you mind how long it would take Huddersfield? They are not talking like that over and over and over again, but can somebody come to the Romans Blackburn in Birmingham recording 2 weeks? I'm so confused. Curry's at the simplest form. I had a game to the other day that I want to F smock at perp. I want to F Richard so daddy, and I had to walk away like in Burnley like a good meeting. I had a word, I had to vacate the room because he's a F return. What does a West Highland Terrier? Heathfield Park, Blackburn. I used to do a lot of blocking in this, that, another. If it does go on a bit too far I would do it, but you know I can play along with him anyway, not on anymore. The funniest thing you do like tomorrow BNMOK, drink too much in. Sometimes you just can't stop him. Turn play right there. Marky has been on many a time F about being drunk in football as well, but yeah, are you coming from Old Trafford? Anybody? The Hurricane? What's the Hurricane? OYMYOs, please, this is not to channel for that. This is a multi-purpose OYMYO, even though it's a general politics room at this is not a OYMYO for anybody that's 17 and below. Sorry, that wasn't me, Danny. Yeah, it's FF is round this outside. Yes, I know you don't want your construction bin. There goes on. Here to talk to my boss at the first late. I could be a strong candidate for when it strikes the area and heavy rainfall, total 20 possibly if the center of the storm tracks directly over the island. It is a stage 6 GPS for that location around where mention the Blacks shut up the song amazing. She read the river, so we got to get a boy Tyler out of there. Tyler 5.9, damn, we got to get him out of there. And Joanna, we can leave Modusaning and Struth, the price of iPhone girlfriend rain. So I think of my phone and say yellow, I think it up and now leave her in a storm today. Just get a boy Tyler out of there. And Jojo CGT wee as mascots, a friend that wants to be normal, that someone is just full of S, completely full of S, so full of S it swirls around the toilet like a circle. Mr. Aaron, more than one businesses have a bit quiet. They gonna have straight gas stations around 14 piece of equipment for 2.5 billion hours a year, but I hate my sandwiches of butterballs. He said he was building give enough Shark Tale solar panel when was very building a Britain inventor of it, then shut them off the roof. Power tools has becoming like a Hunger Game. They see who can get angry first to come out the truth. You put a future roles and a few edits, few smart people, few funny people, and see who makes it out. You know I'm not serious, right? Just say it. At all of multiple $1 million businesses with my Bitcoin will have unlimited resources. Strikers, I hate my sandwiches on scratchy tables from the tops of butter, but if you still, they're just my last key out. Cause I'm going to clean the house and take a break from the skin. Best pay for the right to use that phrase is hilarious. Is that right? Oh no, I just came in to do my 5 minutes command center anyway. So Back to the Future, it was at Odessa, Texas. You right? So anyway, I don't remember talking about. I can see the menu going to strike up the conversation again. Please reconfirm that we was talking about it. Reminded on conversation. Well, sorry, we were talking about the actor theatre, or before those two were having their discussion about it, but I couldn't care less about that. I can share the reason to get salty, man. No reason at all. In your 50s, turn your pennies into a while we're trying to have some conversation in the politics. OYMYO, is it good, Chris? And OYMYO, sir, we don't tell her. It's like an excuse me for living here now. I believe the one dude explain it to a 6-year-old daughter why people hurt each other like this. One down, back up. Just think of, the fact that I'm going to be raised covered in, more violence than I ever had to grow as Jesse, not Jesse Anderson. My first time seeing you today. Okay, I'll ring you a couple of days ago. Actually, somebody needed you. Match the word, but Lair, I forget who it was. Anyway, this is a nice job. I'm going to go back to listening, and you guys have a good day. I went back to the oldest, not boring laundry in my contacts. I have been in an accident that Jesse God needed. I'm pretty sure he's a good guy. He has your contact, but you need to be wimmed. If you gives you 3 strikes, remove you from contacts. Happened to me. Life hasn't been the same since Gardner movie. From my contacts, you got a new account. We friends under 2 because I love lasagna. I'll accept fast fingers here. I think I was, but I went looking. I see it, so yeah, I'll get you. Let it again. It's a very slow OYMYO, but I ex friends about the dog, the grapes, Carl Allison Fitzgerald, Weird Lion King song. I really wanted poster hands. Happy birthday, Carol. Have had the OYMYO episode of Let Go the Button. Is it okay to add you to my contact? Not used to it. I guess I'm not finding right words today. And where I do find it, for Tenerife, the floor, Pinterest, Megan, there's only one spirit I'm interested in. Please like it's mostly filler words, and then the things you say, why, what you actually want to say, prof, and to get used for that, and then it also gets used for nativity. Look up the definition of the airport. Most people I know that, but I had to look it up. It means to strike, and I say it was that. Michael, yeah, that's actually, well, the German root. Drake, yes, absolutely. I don't know if it was intended to be funny, but I think so because it was in working outdated. The old school educational films and stuff. Fine, I love you. Use that when people start getting upset about. Throw that out there because it's, I don't know, I Find it hilarious and it's accurate information, so dedication. Elaine, a funny start for everybody because of course the subject is profanity and therefore the water profanity in it. Hello guys, video music work university shop. I could live in a truck like Dad, broken window, where to win it, move my card in there, my rocking chair, I be set you just like my mum, like the smallest space shuttle, favorite place or anything as you wish. She could get anything in living, it will be a buzz. And I'm like, well, I can't understand how. What about the time I owned my very own? First will let you know my mum any sooner. Great white, the question is where I want to be your daddy. I want to go crying. Michael O'Neill, YO, come crying. Derry Hubbard, shoulder overly Crimea River. What are you? Halloween, organic food, get a bus to school, bus or a little strike price in Little Pony, mini Bluebird. And not a super tiny van, nose from ones but full size, but just really short. Grow births. Are you saying you've lived in one, or has at least my mum was going for a full-fledged bus? 1 hour, one question at a time, people, one question at a time. Was I happy? It's am I happy? And of course isn't all mystic yellow vest out there is a grey and black living right now you want to do because of dangerous policies for the most part. Every country out there. Sorry, I will stand up. I think maybe, well, you really helps if you're going back to information, but that's like saying 4 out of 5 dentists recommend PrEP. Really? Because which for events are you asking for a by? Recommend them, give an example. So what's going on? It's been doing protests, nobody happy with Justin Trudeau like in England because people want strongly like our president strike the right. Trump is that it started in Europe, so yeah, I first started work right now or on that thing to the right, and then of course we heard you have been going on for like 300 years. Northern Ireland, Jenny Brooke talks about the news legends worry about America and Irish people have mentioned the Greece has all these pirate movement, but this is why everybody feels like they are tired. Read if bankrupt. I don't know if your car back now, what like that, because it proves parasites and predators, so that you say identify and get rid of this parasites and predators. Flash your mouth. Yeah, just ban to strike each other, that's a good idea. It's worth it. That destroys for the rest of the people. They want a great OYMYO, and inside the city it destroys it for the rest of people. They want beautiful place to live. You know, a catch. I don't want to tell you what nationality. The garbage right out the window, and it gets me so angry I just want to run up, grab it and throw it back in the car. I know it's going to start to fight like it's sick and tired of it. And those attack the people. I could care less if they were on earth. Under vehicle is sparkle as poppy. Throw the John Cordell over the place. I've got into a few variables with people, with dad and parking lots and whatever. He throws stuff out and problems that ever piss me off. Isn't it funny? I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. The type of people, they give you the finger, so screw you buddy. And traffic control has delayed flights. Man, United Kingdom Airlines has said the most flights to and from the United Kingdom facing delays because of issues in French airspace. Driver has been killed in a crash. Anthony has been killed in a crash at the Belgian Grand Prix. Motorsports governing body, the FIA, has said connection with Steven Silverman. Robert F. Kennedy's assassination. Have been stabbed in prison. Kennedy in 1968 is now reported of stabbing in a stable condition. Sounds of Korean artist DJ Best and Less taking place in a funeral. £16 into a private key fishing ticket price. United States missile strike on the leaders taking place in England from the sun. 40 people died in an attack. The hardest camp in rubble held living prophets. What was the end of May menu for Sussex Downs? Link. Take care and bye for now. Thank you very much. Whiskey. That's always good to hear every gap of the news. I don't listen to it often enough lately. It's getting towards December, the end of the year. All exemption of the R5 note rights of the 6 hours are transferred by an intermediary to Damon Island Company, secretly owned by the majority shareholder, who sells rights to all 7 cows back to your listed company. Is that the company on 8,000 minutes and in an Italian corporation house, but you do not know where they are. You decide to have lunch. French corporation tells you go on strike, organize a riot and block the road because you want free calls. American corporation, you add to calendar 1,440 juice to milk for cows. Later you hire a consultant to analyze why the cows die. Corporation, you have 5,000 cows not belong to you. You charge the owner of the store in the Irish corporation. One of them is a horse. Australian corporation, you out to business. Seems pretty good. You called the office and go for a few beers to celebrate. Chinese corporation, Europe, 2,000 people milking them. You claim that you have full employment and high Pauline productivity. You arrest the newsman who reported the real leave deal or no deal, wiping out the government working majority. Dramatic circumstances. Speaking in the chamber, he says Downing Street address Brexit in unprincipled way, bullying people whose motivations coming into politics are deeply horrible, if that by trying to get enough of it, and I think that's what's happening. been arrested by detectives investigating the rape of an 11-year-old girl on the Isle. Dorset youngster was allegedly attacked catering Old Windmill is about Saturday morning. 18-year-old prospect has been released on bail, the Queen says she, shocked to hear about the devastation caused by hurricane in the Bahamas. Doing stayed over the area for a day and a half and reportedly killed 5 people. Previous project can be delayed by 7 years until the new assessment and making the initial spending plan and realistic. Georgia Stanway first heart strike icon collections are correct miles per hour NPM. OYMYO my friend singing a flea song. Sky News Center at 9 MP3 Pinterest often oh true tradition did cheerleader kill and bury her baby in this young kid could be more than 12 years old and I said this little girl's going to court for murder. 12 years old, horrible. That's a breakdown of the family. There are no values. So few weeks ago this one came into work. She was worried she had just recently taken over a Boy Scout and they wanted to set up camp outside the store and you were doing so cookies or whatever it is there. So she said that yeah, I'm with the Scouts of America and I said oh you mean now the Boy Scouts and represent it in America now. I said since when did they call that? Should last year when I guess that the spring quirk strike down that the females the girls can join the Boy Scouts and Addicon at the Scots Americans don't want no wonder Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and I had to leave. I just take it. What do I get to keep it gender neutral? Because you never know when a 12-year-old wants to decide to be a man and have a sex change with the create monatomic go. Well I guess there's 2 ways. One of them is to go deep down into the seat of the elements of the scene. The other is to strike gold with something similar to lightning to make it fall into a powder to make the molecule or molecules together. Inflection in your voice. I don't think you make it sound like everybody's talk about bad technology and stuff like that. I talk about people to choose the opposite. I feel like go to the link on the OYMYOing and protest, then you're giving the signal off it. You're choosing something different and that's links into paradox. The paradox of this, while we can create whatever we want in this, while we can look at the bad and move towards it, or we can look at the expansion and move towards that, and the battery can be absolutely irrelevant to a life. I don't give a F what Sense doing. I don't give a F what Donald Trump's doing. I don't give a F what Theresa May doing. I don't give a fuck up my local MPs doing. I don't. You bring me some terrific foundation. How are you? Why would you present something so after that? I mean, I think what's more interesting is what the article pointed out is the fact it is more likely than not delusional, paranoid, and suffer from a personality disorder, schizophrenia. You want to talk about that? I mean, we can understand you better if you just told us about your mental problems and your delusions and what we know about you. Not you knew nothing about this subject until you just went and found the blog that was in alignment with your confirmation bias. However, Agenda 21 is a government document. It does exist and it is focused on population reduction. What do you have to say about that? Great, tell me more about Agenda 21. What's the proper name for Agenda 21? The whole thing. Tell me what the proper name for a cough go away troll. I'm speaking to Rick Ross. Rick Ross, Agenda 21, does it exist or doesn't it exist, and what is its purpose? Rick Ross, the new striker, going to have pretty much. I mean, I think he's probably got his delusional wonder who benefits from. I mean, is he trying to sort it? But not really, because we never hexagon play Saturday night. So my question from the next time I see me, what is the benefit of world is round when it's just curious to see what is it today in and out all day? I think it's always getting quieter all round. It was a couple of years ago. What are the different countries banned in a couple years ago because of the strikes in Russia? The truckers were actually using this app to inside were revoked and I didn't drive, and then Russia behind it's been used in other countries to replaceable stuff. But if you guys use a hammer two-way radio, this is clear. Isabel, what's better than running radio equipment? Presents are actually is there when they killed the trending list, and that made a huge difference. But there was an article on why they were killing out. There was 2 things that were going to implement 99 cents. I think ever actually like 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched, 50-50 that, but I believe it was 50 of them totaling at least 50 million just in the middle of the alarm. That's pretty crazy, but I think the message was needed to let them know that went around and real. That's what I mean. Spell all that money, and all they did is he went out there with a couple of bulldozers, lifted that concrete out of the way, related, and they were back in business. We threw the money away on those missiles. I would never. I don't think the mission there, Mr. Mark, was total annihilation of that place. It was simply retaliatory strike. It was simply to say knock it off with him in the face and say, when I finish around the launching missiles, we will tap you if we need to. If you don't want it, would have, then it is to send message to do nothing. So I think you missed the point. There was sending messages to say what's your missus asked you, we can get you. I mean, That doesn't those in the most deadly missiles we have the most disliked, the mother of all bombs dropped. It was an issue trying to send them a message that I hear at the cost. I never waste the kind of money to send her a message. My God, that's ridiculous. 50 million. Well, yeah, I understand things. For example, it was 59 minutes 10 function number to be reliable, but the sluggish at Russia could have shot them down. It would have been that big of a deal, but they were standing down that day-wise. That also the targets that were hit, it was proportionate response to the retaliation. You can't look weak and have a red line being broken. Exactly this job. I mean, they got to pick up the signal at the point that this person is not afraid to use military action to protect international interest, which would be using chemical weapons on innocent civilians, women and children, and so that the point was made. So have a match across the point was made. When the drone shot down at will. Remember to worry from watching, and proportionate strike and cooler heads prevailed. Now I don't know if there's a quick decision or not. I'm not in the area of intel, but you understand we did back if you will get the incidents right after. They called off the strike at the 11th hour, but it was apparently, according the president, he just decided that they were going to kill least the estimated 150 people. If they were 150 people killed over unmanned drone was portion, it was worth the wives. However, if you follow the events after that, we eventually shot down an Iranian aircraft, so it's tip for turn out there right now, but with a big dog with a big dick in the car seating area. So that's according to the particular strait. Away, Iran knows better. That little powerboat navy, which really that's all it is a couple of Beechcraft. They don't start understanding nice dates to the dress that is. Should I going to start using an other high tech? Let me have your plans. We have lasers. I know it sounds futuristic, but we do have low and high. Don't let him get away. Daily Mirror switching over. Hey, did you get that? Sack Kremlin going to Paris. Good pairs of socks. Hate it. Get diagram. When I'm okay, I'm good. Look, I might buy the same songs. I have 14 pairs of the same identical socks, so it doesn't matter if I'm missing one. It doesn't matter. Strike, where are you? They find the other one. All right, don't worry, eventually play the founded, or I'll lose another one and I end up with an even number of socks. I suppose I could count my personal socks and see if I still have 14 good points in second hand. I caught on to who knows how many pairs of socks they own. Who would you encounter versus Axa? I mean, I have 14 pairs of socks, 1 pair of underwear. Doesn't everybody capture clothes? Do we need to start a GoFundMe page for you, or get you some more? Unless that's the way you enjoy, that's okay. Do you wearing portable? What if I like to go commando? I don't know if you know what happens in text acronyms, but close. Hey, just put on strike on it. Have you ever seen that worthy air, the aluminum handle that they use to open a glass door? It's like a curved aluminum handle. If you've seen them take cuts of aluminum and just put them across vertically on the door, so it doesn't matter if you break the window, you're not coming in around, you're not going through the door. Rosin is reinforced with the other two, goes to gallery, can slip through. It doesn't matter to be buzzed. Security door that all turn the hospital. I've been working as internal on every single door just about. Have a look at the nurses and doctors, but it will be the same thing there. That's how it is. Fully armored car goes to answering the banks. They take off fingerprints today. There is an identification card scanner. The employee takes more than that, opens up the door, automatically recognizes the identification of the employee. Probably say it would be both. It's confidential. I mean, likely you're going to have the nurses and not just and you. Let me put my arm around your neck. When you put your arm on your shoulder, will it take about, think I'm kidding, until you get close to someone, you get into the organization, you become a part of the organization, you climb the water, you do things, you take care of things, you make sure that and then at the timing is right, at the moment is right, you strike with other force and infiltrating all my systems and all of my backup systems. So I decided I'm going to treat their systems in the mother's nest into the 5 mega camp. You know it, you will wind up in a mess. You got WhatsApp on the bath now. What's up, and they are going to attack you in front of everybody watching because they just got rolled up into their grill. They know they can have that. And little POP Buddha Joe Pete Burns facts digital socket work. You know it's funny, as you guys know I can listen to you guys from all over the place. Signed to complete the whole entire that will sport. I've seen people have the ball so far in the year that I went through the ceiling tiles and 67 lines down the alley. I feeling inside my question. You just said pendulum when I went candlestick bully when I was visiting Boston, and I took that ball and I checked it, and just so you know I did, but the bumper's up for my own good because I need that, and that ball hit the bumper and it went over 3 lanes and I get a strike in somebody else's lane. Now that sounds, I'll probably fall. Okay board, I think it's finally got a bunch of friends. I am terrible, just know that if I'm on your team you will lose. I don't understand, darling, I don't understand the point system, but I sack you ladies need to work on this bullshit. Android work on that bullshit. Nope to work. I go mini golf. I like that. Nice like that to understand rules. Oh man, I was the coughing and I decided I'm going to Monopoly there, so you'll probably get it. You have to answer my question and your names are on the wall. My last name is Sky News Center at 11 p.m. Leader claims Boris Johnson is frightened of being the Prime Minister. Joe Swinson says the PM who is cheating the public support for his bid to hold a general election is not fit for the job. Prices of being found out because he have you got the opportunity next month and he knows he can't extend it. Expect to be a general election. Labour still want one, but only if the risk of no deal is removed. Kevin released in a northern Bahamas following Hurricane Dorian and storm killed at least 20 people at now battering the U.S. coastline. Airways pilot says it all comes to the cooling off strike action if the airline agreed to hold a fresh talks. Says it's available for what it calls constructive talk with no preconditions to them. Cardiff City and Friend Club long time until the end of the day to reach a settlement over the R15 transfer fee for Emiliano Sala. Modern Times Ireland January this year following a plane crash, but there's been a dispute over the money now. Day 2 election is not fit for the job that he is one of being found out because have you got the opportunity next month and that he knows he can. Deadline should be extended if there's to be a general election. Labour still want one, but only the risk of no deal is removed and people needed immediate humanitarian relief in the northern Bahamas. Hurricane Dorian, the storm killed at least 20 people, is now battering the U.S. coastline. A pilot says it'll come to the cooling off strike action if the airline agreed to hold press. Pork Pie says it's available for what it calls constructive talks with no preconditions to them. Cardiff City and French Club known until the end of the day to settlement over the £15 million transfer fee for Emiliano Sala. Argentine dying in January this year following a plane crash. Now day 2 of the 4th Ashes Test between England and Australia is getting underway. Watching at Old Trafford is Guy's windows in the first over and England have to somehow come up with a Lib Dems. Luciana Berger claimed it's the strongest party to stop Brexit. Macro equality in a fairer country to hold a general election after later rejected the public vote, saying they first wanted legislation approved that removed the risk of a no-deal Brexit. The Chancellor Sajid Javid says the opposition are running scared. At the bottom line is that they are frightened of the British people. We are not. We want to go directly to the people and ask them who they want to govern this country. Come to the cooling off strike action if the airline agreed to hold talks. 38 Edith Serbula before it goes constructed with no preconditions. Get on the second day of the 4th Ashes Test. Old Trafford is Dice Windows Australia 214 for the man to go. Travis headset LBW by Stuart Broad dutifully. First thing this morning he's taken 3 of those, for which the ball that's been dropped by Josh Horton Baldwin. It's gorgeous. 65 years now taking its toll on 281 and New Zealand researchers think there's something amazing. Definitely have more animals and yes indeed more compassion. Send a lot of people more honesty or loyalty. Strike it up finding people very often, hence why just like my cockatiel you say your before wasn't time when we got him because my mum is my 21st birthday present and before it was a girl. No we didn't, we thought it was a voice recorder. Recorded Frederick, then we got a male and we put them together with the male and found out that she was a Frederick and not a Frederick because she had some babies but we had times. Well, John Mayer off at the time was responsible. Further daddy she came to me but favorite time Darby comfortable broccoli apple. Yeah I do like they do tend to pick someone. And then what age was private plane? Are you going out or you sketch a bit later on? I can get my phone. You come back anytime. We look forward to having you. Talk to you later. Enjoy. Speak to you later. By leaving now. The 11 judges at the High Court in London have rejected the inhumanity to man religious purposes. I like the language. I'm just on what people do. 35 Wayne Ave say rap music it's just crap. Back in a sex. Sainsbury's Sky News Centre at 2 opposition party stayed over for a general election before the end of October when Britain is supposed to be leaving the EU. Johnson says they are scared of losing a national poll Monday on the back one, but I can read Westminster need a list of it. Says it has to wait until November. We will only drinking if we allow him to have an early election. My understanding is that whenever the election is enabled the polling date has to be after the 31st of October. The project of the latest legal challenge suspend Parliament for 5 weeks. John Major Zimbabwe President Robert Mugabe has died at the age of 95, but you are paying tribute to his 37-year presence for him. Citizens Union representing a pilot to get round the table in the planned strike action walk outside you on Monday and Tuesday. In the morning session was rain better and so at whatever. Head coach Trevor Bayliss is confident his side can see if the Acid Rovers to get a draw. I don't. Please can you send me at 9 before I'm totally. Says he's sorry to see Amber Rudd resign from the government and leave the Conservative Party. He wasn't pension secretary, was unhappy. 2,120 MP voted against the government this week, preparing for a no-deal Brexit and not trying to strike an agreement with Brussels, having a colleague, Dominic Raab, supporting Boris Johnson's decision. So everyone was a plan to leave come what may, and accepted resourcing discipline to expect. Angela Smith, formerly of Labour, and Change UK. The damn three corners to social media studies find 1 in 4 young people are seeing illegal substances advertised on Snapchat, Instagram or Facebook. Cancel the Taliban leaders and his presidential retreat. Members of the group wanted to go for secret talk to Camp David in Maryland this weekend until they claimed credit for a car bombing and all crisps. Do you excuse me, do you like mayonnaise, sriracha, tomato ketchup? I'm curious to know which one you prefer. Are you talking about Fridays here? Because I think you are. I'm talking about potatoes fried in oil, the thin ones that we help potato chips, and you called crisps. I think you're talking about Friday does nothing. I don't need crisps with mayonnaise or tomato ketchup, as I've got plenty in front of me. Chips ahoy, ketchup depends what I've got. Some fun around sauce. Also vinegar, got to have salt and vinegar with chips. Cooked chips. Apart from that, I had to slightly salted crisps with the sea salt, natural sea salt, balsamic vinegar. Pass it over here please. A very hungry hippo over here wanting some food. If I was living in Cyprus, my lunch would be you leave me with a garlic sauce dip. Let's have some chips with bits on it, or be lovely. Play the best thing sweets you can buy. I believe Bay is on strike tomorrow, just for your information, because that's what I heard from work today since I was at Gatwick. Sort out their differences. 2-day strike due to begin. A good night, and an average of 7.8 million people watched the launch of the new series of Strictly Come Dancing last night. That slight dip compared to last year's first episode. That's the latest. Is there anybody out there cleaning OYMYO? Just checking, and hope everybody is good. Centre at 7. Within the past hour, Australia have retained the Ashes after victory over England. Cricketers on the final day of the 4th Test. 125 runs after bowling Joe Root. Sign up for 197 in the second inning to go after what is last man out. England being beaten by the better side, and the way to get into 82 navigate to win it satisfying. Stopping a no-deal Brexit. Dominic Raab called the bill which passed this week robotics of the government. Attitude is irresponsible and elitist. History have used the excuse people on their side to break the law, to shut down Parliament, and all the rest of it is absolutely extraordinary, and I think it's right on British record just before this afternoon to report suspicious activity in Sydenham. Does peace talks with the Taliban will called off. I can Kabul. The incident on Friday killed an American soldier. To sort out their differences. 2-day strike due to begin at midnight, and an average of 7.8 million people watched the launch of the new series of Strictly Come Dancing last night. That slight dip compared to last year's first episode. That's the latest. B&M radio link from Northern California. Are we alone? Evening Road. I think that's all, isn't it? How you doing, Air Max? What's happening in the world? I'm going to play Are We Alone in the Universe? And the universe, what is up, and the sun is down, but we still go round and round. Astronomers have determined that there are sun stars in the universe, whether going around them. Oh yeah, there's, well, they found already have any other planets like ours could easily and have different kinds of life. And when you think of all the trillion stars and planets, and was the first female governor of which state? Alaska. Spots on their Lincoln, Alaska question arm is a prominent feature in which will share that spot on their. Thought he would have got in there first with that one, but knows correct there, Simon. So that ends me round. I've just had enough questions to ask me. The clock's chiming so well that tells me it's time to finish, so I hope you all enjoyed it. And I've enjoyed presenting once again, and I'll join you again next week. Best they can draw the series. Can I prevent a 185-run defeat to Australia, who retained the earned Ferrari drive across the line ahead of Valtteri Bottas and his Mercedes to make Lewis Hamilton, who has said at Monza hoping to SDRL this time working high. Steve, I don't know if you're on. Matthew accidentally clicked block on. She was looking at. She's back. The Sony Centre at 1. British Airways pilots the beginning their first ever 2-day strike in a row. Overpay. The airline tried and failed last month to stop the walkout by members. Cricketers battle bravely, but Australia have retained the Ashes after winning the 4th Chester's Old Trafford. Joe Root side with cold out for 197. Having been set a victory target, that Jessie Nelson has opened up about trying to take her own life following abuse from online troll. In a documentary, the singer said her mood started to improve after she deleted social media, but admits she still have some bad babe. This is a good example. Rebuilt to communicate. The Sky News Centre at 1. British Airways pilots the beginning their first ever Tuesday strike and rose pay. The airline tried and failed last month to stop the walkout by members of the balcony union. Some 280,000 passengers were thought to be affected and have been told not to travel to on Tipton from ACTA says even a slight to rebook there could be problems further down the line. Accommodation hotel the cancellation fee for that now that is not something that the service is responsible for. Any investigation is underway after a mandate order your destination, your nationality and your full name. FB the Sky News centric to MPEG to vote again later on whether there should be an early general election. The Prime Minister said he'll give Labour one last chance to agree to one in the autumn, but opposition MPs have said they won't support it. Received royal assent today. Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab says, Minister, we are going to do that very carefully. 2080 to support that legislation which weakens on this number. British Airways passengers have been told to avoid travelling or walk out of its pilot. Members of the Valkyrie Union have begun their 3-day strike. Police investigating the death of a man who was found with gunshot wounds in southeast London. Scotland Yard said it responded to a call in Sydenham yesterday afternoon. Nothing could be served by a chest under new plans to include the cities on certain services. Journey time to cross the Midlands could be cut in some cases by half. James Bond villain from Midlands Connection needs the 2/3 majority of MPs to back. That's very unlikely. No one saying I'm making any sounds that he's going to get that. Flats in South West London. 125 firefighters at tackling the blaze in Worcester Park. It's not yet known if anyone been injured. Nearly 300,000 British Airways passengers have been told to avoid travelling in what's the first ever walkout of its pilot. Members of the Valkyrie Union have begun their 2-day strike for my BA pilot Alistair Rosensheen says the decision to strike was not taken lightly, focused on delivering service. I really don't want to do this but don't feel like I'm finished. Corner Nottingham and Leicester could be served by HS2 under new plans to include the cities on certain services. Journey time across the Midlands could be cut in some cases by half, but the future of the whole project in doubt after the government launched a major review last month. Grand Slam title in a 5-step villa at the US Open. The Spaniard has beaten Daniil Medvedev at centre at 5 miles per hour. Due to vote again later on whether there should be a general election. The Prime Minister said he'll give Labour one last chance to agree to one in the autumn, but opposition MP said they won't support it. Meanwhile, a bill which seeks to avoid no-deal Brexit is to receive royal assent today. Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab says ministers will look carefully at the legislation. What it doesn't require talking to do with the support that registration which we can go in Brussels. The block of flats in southwest London. 125 Worcester Park paramedics say they haven't treated any patients beginning their first ever 2-day strike and roll of pay. The airline tried and failed last month to stop the walkout by members of the 280,000 passengers to be effective from the Travel Trade Association. And so further down the line, if I get their accommodation at hotel I didn't use that, then you got something that the battery service is responsible for. The overuse of medication could lead to Grand Slam title at the US Open. Only one of Roger Federer's record TeleQRX with a station polishing Volvo double glazing. Later play around with the 160-meter send direct. Welcome to SDRL 7 AM. Hello from Saudi Arabia. Welcome to Soccer Down. Any inconvenience temporarily is dying. Working Moscow Centre at 7. Boris Johnson's expected to give MPs another chance later to vote on whether there should be a snap general election. Opposition parties want a no-deal Brexit to be ruled out. First ministers say a new law to try to avoid this kind of exit from the EU will be tested to the limit. The SNP Westminster leader Ian Blackford. This is the lava lamp questioning a law that Parliament has passed over the course of the last few days. Alexa, and anyone can question the law anytime. British Airways how to cancel nearly all of its flights today and tomorrow as its pilots strike, and the airlines has been forced to do this as it hasn't been told by the BALPA union will be turning up for work. The fall Griffith cuts in funding are not XX as there are common issues which you like them. Families and communities in our country say call the police and they were still for criminals. A freedom and our way of life. Which flight is the company pilots on the first ever strike? Members of the Valkyrie Union estate in the 48-hour industrial action in a row over pay. Take your own life because of the abuse she received online. The singer has opened up for a BBC documentary. Racing tips of pre-Brexit recession can be avoided. The Office for National Statistics says a partial recovery in the services sector helped about from zero growth the previous month. Qualifiers for 2 UK nations later. Scotland, Belgium, Northern Ireland take on Germany. That's the latest. Is there anybody out there? B&M I'm listen just dance 1 Downing Street confirmed Parliament will be suspended at the close of business this evening until the middle of next month, the Prime Minister insisted, so he can set out a new agenda, but some MP4 angry departure by the current Brexit deadline is the least disruptive and most democratic course of action. 10 years employment. The 56-year-old was visibly emotional as he paid tribute to his family. My wife's salary, turned down 3 children all over. Freddie, head of UK counter-terrorism policing, has revealed that 22 plots of soil in the UK since March 2017, 7 of them were linked with right-wing extremism. Today is that pilots walk Dublin. Bitter dispute over pay. The union support for the first day of the 48-hour strike was virtually 100%. Euro 2020 qualifying address for MIL. The 2-0 loss to Germany and Wales have beaten Belarus 1-0 in their friendly contribution award after losing out again. Eddie told about it because I hate you. Talk to you later, guys. Sweet dreams and good night. Look forward to talking to you again. Good night for now, and I'll catch you next time whenever batteries. The news centre at 11 MPs voted for the government to release private messages about the suspension of Parliament and no-deal Brexit. Government will be asked to publish those. Detailed information about shutting down Parliament was brought by a former Attorney General, Dominic Grieve. A little shut down for around 5 weeks tonight, Thursday, when Ps are the dating whether they want a snap general election next month. That vote is not expected to pass day next general election or on the 31st of October, which comes first. Said his departure by the current Brexit deadline is the least disruptive and most democratic action. You did in the post. 10 years emotional as a tribute to his family. My wife Sally, turn it down 3 children. Oliver Freddie, head of UK counter-terrorism policing, has revealed that 22 plots have been foiled in the UK since March 2017, 7 of them all linked with right-wing extremism. Today is a pirate walk down and bitter dispute over pay and union festival for the first day of the 48-hour strike was virtually 100% on the 4th in a heavy defeat. Belgium in Euro 2020 qualifying. Son, and more or less in the way the Lady Bay quietly tube 48-hour strike holiday pay. Almost all its UK flights have been grounded as the balcony union takes its first ever industrial action against DLA. An inquest heard a 16-year-old CBBC star hanged herself after suffering exam stress. An assistant coroner concluded Mylesia Naylor's death was misadventure and she did not intend to take her own life. Send email to Belgium in Euro 2020 qualifying. Northern Ireland unbeaten start. Germany and Belfast and Wales have beaten 1 in their friendly, and Cardiff speaking up at 4 with at least background radiation readings for Brighton. Today is 0.14. Studio JME David Link Radio Lancashire. You all the time, don't touch that dial. Available on TuneIn Radio. Welcome guest Rishton. Working Sky News Centre at 1 and breaking news. Boris Johnson's second attempt to trigger an early general election has failed. M121 next month. What you said would break the political deadlock. He fell short of the 2/3 of MPs to Boris Johnson's speech. Early general election has been defeated. Opposition parties voted against the PM's motion. In response, he won't postpone Brexit party. 31st of October play for deal is agreed by the 19th of next month. Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn says the Prime Minister might not stick to that playground politics. I didn't say was that he was going to obey the laws of this country. Suspended until the 14th of October after a traditional ceremony. It's only finished around 20 minutes ago. The House of Commons Speaker and will quit by the end of next month. On the verge of tears, the 56-year-old child oil says he'll stand for paid to a speaker. He tried to take the House forward and I do not believe anybody object for the Sun. What is the weather today? Could be created in England under new government plans. British Airways says it worked tirelessly to contact everyone affected by a 48-hour strike by pilot Cinderella. The pay. Almost all its UK flights are grounded as the balcony and takes suspend business until the 14th of October, 2.5 weeks before the Brexit deadline. Stand at the end of next month. John Burkout has been in the post for 10 years and a promise his family is quick before another election between column, and the 56-year-old was visibly emotional as he paid tribute to the pound. My wife Sally, 3 children. Oliver Freddie strike by British Airways pilots and entering its second day yesterday. Almost all its UK flights were grounded in a bit of pay dispute. 4 mil to Belgium in Euro 2020 qualifying. Northern Ireland unbeaten start to the campaign has come to an end with a 2-0 loss to Germany. Contribution award after losing out on it again. And last night TV Choice Award holders ITV colleagues. I Hate You got Best Drama. Meanwhile, an Emmerdale was named Best Tone. I'm sorry for any inconvenience. Sorry for any inconvenience. I'm working speaking up with At the background radiation readings for Brighton today is 0.14. Studio, please can you send her for Boris Johnson paid for an early general election has been defeated. Opposition parties voted against the motion in response he won't postpone Brexit. Party 31st of October. Even though law was passed yesterday requiring a delay for New Deal is agreed by the 19th of next month as Jeremy Corbyn dinner for the playground politics. The one playing the Prime Minister didn't say was that he was going to obey the laws of this country, suspended until the 14th of October after a ceremony which went on until almost 2 a.m. John Bercow stepping down as the House of Commons Speaker and real quick by the end of next month on the verge of tears at the picture-old told Parliament that serving have been a greater honour. Deputy Speaker Lindsay Hoyle says he'll stand replacement Speaker. I do not believe anybody brought the House more open and more or less in the way that needed. A British Airways said it's working tirelessly to contact everyone affected by a 48-hour strike by its pilot in a rollover pay almost opening goal, but Peanut made up for that shortly afterwards. We headed across goal by Katie Raheem Sterling. Its new iPhone 11 and a Pro version with 3 cameras and i version of the Apple Watch on iPad have also been unveiled at an event in California. Show everyone. This message is brought to you by Amelia the Juice Radio Link who sang working in PM. Is there anybody out there Sussex down radiology? Hey, by the way, we still live bless that worldwide web. Call Christine. Extremely looking guy. Sky News Center at 9. Time has passed. Bolton US President strongly or many things and his services are no longer needed at the White House. Or as correspondent and the Walkers, they clearly didn't see eye to eye on certain areas. Recently that secret meeting, it was called off. John Bolton would not being in agreement with the president, and any time anybody vocalizes that publicly Donald Trump does not like it, the president told him let's talk about it tomorrow on suspicion of attempted murder after strike that walls louder. Oh, I do. Just over there in the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Eternal Law Null is not always just like federal ruling. Court ruling does not always apply to state court ruling. Federal ruling will not be applied. Speaker Rollingwood. So what about different? Can you provide me purple? Would you like to see it? Gladly. Absolutely. Again, where is my account? Example DennisDaily.com. View. Now let's see. Winnipeg 1. Okay, shut up. I just checked. On Ruling Chapter 13 Rule 103 facts about that federal role in Southern Colorado. Road 103 is identical to the Federal 103 on December 1, 2011. Sorry, he was restyled. Please for comparison spell whereas situations where federal multiply to that rolling in a city Colorado, but there is cases where state ruling overthrow. Back Rule 103 readers effective erroneous ruling or may not be predicted. A ruling which emits works clothes events and what's a substantial part of the party is affected. Objection is £1 direction for motion to strike appears the specific ground. I've tasted that honey, I ain't going back. You know what I mean? Kinda strikes me that benefit from a similar type of diagram I'm trying to go on play. My goal would be to be mostly keto region vegan keto reading. However, this pointed suddenly more keto with an read meeting, that's for sure. Put the benefit I think you could get from is that we will produce a lot of ketones, and ketones are really good for the brain, and if I'm not mistaken, Cheryl Cole, due to something going on the brain. I really don't know enough about it to see if there's any remote chance that it would benefit you, but on the other hand I would pull it out. Then you can kinda look for yourself if you want one. Big you. Thank you very much. Definitely I'm on board with it. I've actually tried that keto I think. Are you cold paleo? They are just a few of them. I have to look that up exactly. No, is relatively healthy and just eat the very simple. Do you know a lot of processed food? Visit another way to classify the foods. Yeah, it's the same Atkins paleo diet because Stadium actually came before Harkins, even though I didn't gain much popularity back then. Paleo Atkins and LCHF low carb high fat daisy ideas. You cut down on the carbs, especially the simple carbs. I mean a white sugar, and totally possible. Can you eat a lot of fat? 80% of your energy. I mean if you go by the really old strikes keto tired, I think you should actually have more than 90%. I don't remember if it's more than 93%, but they found out that you can gain similar resource with less fat, and if you go up, you know, 1 and I need 90% fat. That kinda makes you being quiet. I mean you get a lot of more choices one when you cut down to need something to send, but the thing is you should get them. You can get these Alex used to measure the blood sugar next time, can also measure ketones. Can you play one of those? Because a lot of people think they are doing keto when there's not really any ketones in the blood. Speaker 1, intermediate nuclear strike weapons. Speaker 0, shows in the strike price on purpose. Well, we know he did it, but what if the reason was because your grandfather was gay and that was a boyfriend and they got an argument? He was going to tell some, she was like, now only gradually through the What are you all never gonna say anything, and that was the real thing. I like this. The past I wasn't there, I mean I wouldn't even. I thought about point. The story goes dead like undercover Casey and Strikers Hugo sitting parks at like known gay parks, gay people boxing and where they hang out, and wider do they came avenues like, hey man, I'm trying to be your friend, and he sat next to and we got to talking, and so this is where they would like you, or they would like click shoes or some s. To let him know like a dude, I mean I'm down with it, but tough, and you like put his hand on his back or something, and then that was the movie that was passing like that, physically gay, like you were guilty of being physically gay in public. Any custom? Bro is walking back to the van, the Padu again, having a good chat with Overborn as well. See if we can come over it, flying tornadoes something any. He says if you look up in the sky, was going to try and go over the top so I can have a look at the field rugby. You have to be careful because of police helicopters. He says I'm a military mate, how to move out the way, you gotta go. Fair enough, I can understand. I didn't understand, you know I mean, but you not if I tell the flying to off it's got to go in. Realizing booking.com intensity, and I didn't realize it military crafted jurisdiction or sky, but obviously doing on strike when you think about it logically. Yeah, for the most part by ATC if they are flying in controlled airspace like the nice guys in the States. How to get authorization from HTC to enter the light New York and everything prioritized. We missed you want around, but me and Donna was listening to this Norwegian, I can't remember airport it was to. Probably won't be bothered if I was running the wire, but play me on lightning strikes cause it's a big lightning arrestor. Say yeah, it's a big attraction for, isn't it, Hammersmith? And I've got my stuff now, I can easily safely unplug. Really volume 12 units required, direct drives, opening times of devastation. Anyway, unplugging it, just trying to get rid of the static on my lap blanket. Lightning we have given week, I don't think you really still a chance without shit. Jenny was Sky, will it remember it? Where right now, proper word on YouTube where the guys just goes, Ariel is outside, he's out somewhere, portable sounds like on the rock somewhere. I was the storm going off, some properties that put away, but walking across the PL plugged put me around with me, but it's probably still there mate, not got struck curly woolly dick mate, I can't pig's tail, the original one's getting so many different copies of it. Now I know where I got the somebody get me the coax, it's 1922 09 speaker, it strikes 19 hours, 45 minutes, and 32 seconds speaker, a lot social intelligible weather. On the other hand, November the strike, investment so bad at all levels are an inevitable about an invaluable election, never done any takeover been done in is also very similar mentality. Close of 15 hours, 19 minutes, and 10 seconds speaker, consideration, tell final employer was interesting to which and the striker was not speak for 23 hours, 12 minutes, and 57 seconds speaker. Landscape as a whole lot less money seen at Monsignor striker Simon minus money for an honorarian was the North Country after 8 years or so when parents are his 80th all afternoon and evening stroller at Homelands under holiday. Matter of fact, better when you first time here you asked to name types of clouds and you couldn't do that, and that's partially could you want to try this time, maybe have a second chance as an order has arrived in America to make you lose would be one big dick. Hello, no I love you wouldn't want to be playing with the cloud calling a moon on it because it would strike you with a lightning bolt. What it with your queen can't say that you're going to get it. And did you say cumulus? No you're wrong. Could you say in German I'm rushing? Maybe just and closer to it's supposed to be transporter, and see how much you can give this up and put them up on the screen so you can read it and it's pronounced it well. I did good one thing up talking to you Harriet. Royal whatever F up marky girl jealous be there my friend. Yes that's nice you talking you to give you a break. I'll knock you down so you can talk about it later. And I just rang you Maryland with a cat man alarm 56-year-old. I don't know the OYMYO no one. I want to hear this. S is not going to develop a new personality like that and all of a sudden developed on to say here you see what I'm saying, how can I see what you're saying, how can I see words 88 I can't see what you say and I can't hear what you say, how can I see what you say? You see what I'm saying, you know what I mean. So now I'm bored like my job is to entertain you like what the throwback Lego like Casper. Do you want your pussy again? I'm sure that's going to be really entertainment. Put the S on TV so everybody can watch the F1 race. Live once but you can't keep doing this. Yeah keep coming into she put all of us some new house which is going to do anyway. Yeah that's what for strike I got to chill with. Therefore sorry about that anyway, you know what I mean. Tell him about Casper doing you up your ass and I look forward to continuing to reminding me because believe it or not for a Courtney is part of me culture, but I'm giving up for Lent. Okay my name is 10 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds speaker. 2 documents autographs that worked with the strike clause end item and doesn't get much funnier than that. 10 hours, 34 minutes, and 57 seconds. Speaker, bit of a strike was Loma CT1 and Seoul. No hope 15 hours, 25 minutes, and 40 seconds. Speaker, move to lower crude, Joe close strike and you're on the corner 22 hours, 48 minutes, and 47 seconds. Unrecognized. Few other transgressions are below that. Strike 0 hours, 40 minutes, and 29 seconds. Speaker, Canadian bacon 9 and 3 strikes and the Canadian bacon and cheese and arson after you and Raw's 10 hours, 24 minutes, and 49 seconds. Speaker, I am not one strike you when you for a keyless doctoral 11 hours, 23 minutes, and 27 seconds. Speaker, it's a preemptive strike. You need to provide the whole banana proof everything that happened, because if you come 5:30 some circumstantial that's not worth somebody else's life. Not here, not anywhere. The row has changed. You're guilty. That's the way it is now. People taking out, most of them during wartime and the fog of war, in mass numbers. Huge strike cell. Take 30 guys in a night. Our house target. How many of those guys are organic? Bad information doesn't tell you what they have. Right, I have. You are not on the same side. If you please do it. If you make me, I'm going to get life in prison and you have too. Me and nobody. I don't think people generally understand how it works, that picks and chooses select facts, and that's just another arm of useless one-sided government against the people. Your credit prosecuting attorney don't care whether he's guilty or not. Case that makes somebody. That's how you become partners. Donut there to help you or to defend you. It's all about the dollar now. We're how many chalk lines. The price is currently showing Eastern opening. They're trading at about 67% lower than what they opened. Lego look right now, but I believe you're wrong. I go by, and you can go by opening and closing. Either you have to go on the common market day because that's what regulates the prices over here on the gas pump. They don't go by minute. 2 minutes ago by in a day. Okay, wanna be wrong. It up pass it in the last day. 12 it went up in the last day, so you totally wrong on that. Robbie show me where dropped 5%. No, that was a week ago. The drone strike. You're confusing what the command is selling for what the actual commodity is selling for, and right now it's time for 60 to 90 sets for $62.90. That's up quite a bit. Up $1, sorry, for dollars, but it's still alive. We have when things are at 40 books about. We do really. It is the highest right now in the last 3 months, so will affect her gasoline prices, and the price of gasoline locally right now is up at 11%. Increase is going to be going up to 425 per 600 people per thousand. Is that what you said? 655 people per 100,000, the highest per capita in prison. And right, in that might be true. I just think they need to log people out of prison in the States, like no major, but like a lot of cannabis people in prison. Cannabis people in prison, number one. Number two, they let out people last year. They let out rapist, robbers, attempt murders. Go read up with Los Angeles let out last year. And what happened when they let him out? To the people be good people and get jobs. Now they were back out robbing again, cutting people up. You got to look what happens when you let these crazy people out. Does law use the 3 strike 3 principle? No, they threw that out because there was too many people that have been put away for repetitious. No, do you have a 3D? Just don't use 3 strike here. You could have 1 attempt murder, 1 robbery and burglary and still be out on the street in 6 months and get probation on it. Should the 3 strike rule is one of the bed of roses that come up within an reminder standing just letting it all go. They did the 3 strike in 1983 and 1985, and they had too many people that were going to jail for because they are constantly offended. So if they have attempted murder, robbery, and then they go to steal a candy bar, that counted as a 3rd strike, and people said no way, we're not doing this no more, so they threw that out and they just letting people go free. Did you guys read today about the huge mega donor for the Democratic Party? And back today, dry coughs after overdose by buying from Asdarid House. Sounds like a real Methurbaka Red Bottoms. You heard of him? Sounds like he doesn't give it back. My apologies, I can go all day long. 65-year-old millionaire, one of the biggest supporters of the Democratic Party, running a drug down, and one sounds like a classy gentleman. Things aren't always what they seem, and often people with the most perfect looking of lives can be the most flawed people. Okay, visible while you walking around, hurt tattoos on your hips like a bit, and tires totally worth it on my boyfriends. What are the statues? Please tell me. Wiring to want to pay my bills. I want to F trailer horror films for sale. Alarm messing about. You guys, I have nobody. Emily on. Alright, I'm done with man. Well, there's not answering. Your Florida is down with men, or man are you on about the pennies? That's true, but the boyfriends part is naturally you there. What's going on here? Next song X, send me a picture and I'll meet you when you get here. My picture's on my profile. Briley Hill. How are you guys doing tonight? Okay, I'll ring you. Contact with Chris. I'm going to get a job with man. Spell super request sometime this week. Around Chile, can you stop being so please request where are you going? I'm playing a match or match on your contact request like in lightning strikes a tree. Man, yo guys, how you doing? Are you doing this one and what happened to him about that? Man, yeah, I don't talk to university lecturer. British Airways passengers today following a 48-hour pilot strike yesterday. England came from behind to beat Kosovo 53 on a Euro 2020 qualifiers last night in Southampton. That is worried about their defence. They were sleeping. There is such basic errors really that you have to learn from them. Quarter of us had apparently started our Christmas shopping by the end of last month. That's according to the job site Retail Choice. Can you tell me something funny? Radio, I am from the island of Grenada, West Indies. Yep, the Sky News Centre at 7-figure shows the number of child grooming cases recorded by police have risen by 1/3 in 12 months in England and Wales. The NSPCC Instagram accounted for 1 in 3 cases in the UK. Irregular phrases from the past 2 months going to I'm not in this Walsall. Cinderella, Manda and Oriental Cone Neil sound like I know. Dimension volume level event wiring call me maybe lyrics more about whatever you want the hell you know. More vitamin C found in region. Rainfall totals likely to exceed 300 millimeters by next weekend. Winds of 18 kilometers an hour could also strike the region, which is particularly popular with holidaymakers. And that concludes our story today. Thank you for listening. As Miss K on Sussex Downs Radio Link feeling well. 9B NSPCC went to speed up, bring in a law which means tech giants have a duty of care towards users. 7,500 adventures of online grooming have been recorded in England and Wales in the past 2 years. In the face, and Barack was murdered by someone he'd been speaking to online. Bad and bougie occasion, or anybody might want to play online. Number 1 and 2, count on Brexit. Tom Watson want another referendum before trying to get into power. Relaxing first is understood to women who are dual British Australian citizens have been detained in Iran. The Times newspaper says they are being held in the same prison as British terrain. In the Gary Ratcliffe reporter Charlotte Lomas has more detail on the women travelling around Asia. Metropolitan Police Deputy Assistant Commissioner. People break the law about flying drones. They are committing criminal activity. We will be arresting people. We will be enforcing the law rigorously, and we will not accept or tolerate behaviour that is intended on distracting or closing the airport. Been charged with murder after the death of his baby son was rescued from a river in Greater Manchester. Zach Echo, who's 22, issue in court later accused of killing 11-month-old that Ali Bennett. Echo, will it be warm again to breaking the law over Brexit by the Speaker of the House of Commons? Preventing a no deal must be obeyed wholly. Non-starter period 2019. In a parliamentary democracy, there's no reason to the new agreement can be done by mid-October. The Prime Minister must legally ask for an extension if he can't get MP4 package deal at the 19th of next month. Cancelling 102 flight to have another planned strike by pilot. Tens of thousands of passengers are expected to be affected 2 weeks today, all day long, drinking alcohol, and they seem to get the benefit money. In poor people you know in the Kathmandu in wheelchairs also got breathing problems. All the high sights bands tough but can't get nothing to get the money. Stop, you know. Anything to do with there was in the Addis or something, another company with subsidiary companies. I think you know, just in the Midlands, you know, CD's doctors. You know where my brother went before I went to see this medical doctor. Can you bend your fingers? Can you bend your fingers in my arms? Yeah, but my feet swell up like the button Benny fingers. And me, and are you fit enough? You can go to work, understand, you know. And his wife who lives with Ennis, she sees every day. They are not with him every single day, so they don't know what they like doing and help you know. Absolutely agree with that statement. Lloyds to this, a lot of the troubles that are going on, it started way back when Harold Wilson was common, and I remember those days during the strike, the miners' strike, and that, and you know, all the power cuts and all that. The country was in shambles. It's been like that since. It hasn't had any decent leadership since for Wilson came, and no price either. Piano teeth, I think you're right, you need a new party, but no matter who you get in your, I realize some, it's the civil service, overhuman and overpopulated civil service guns the country, the ministers, but the civil services forever they use the ministers as puppets to do their bidding. Ministers don't do their jobs sometimes by the wrong people. They set them up TV, or they do whatever they need to do because they are their primary focus is the wrong jobs in their pen peerage and knighthoods and all the proxy. So your number, it's the civil service to causes a lot of this drama, and the ministers that speak. And by the way, a lot of the speeches you hear from ministers are written by the civil service, the permanent secretaries, and they are under behind the minister strings a lot effort to prevent a no deal Brexit that resulted in him being from the party and barred from standing as a Conservative the next election after school. A rising star in the Tories, the wee side, but he's certainly wanted to become leader of any hopes, of course, nullify pretty quickly because he was the only Conservative MP who has publicly supported the idea of another referendum. The world's largest oil processing facility in Saudi Arabia and the strikes carried out by Yemen Houthi rebels have cooled huge fires all sorts of being impacted. The US Osama bin Laden's son Hamza, it was a high-ranking member of Al-Qaeda, has been killed. The White House solid gold toilet, but we were around 5 million inches stolen from Blenheim Palace. Please believe a group of thieves is responsible for the sex. Norwich of Scotland, Manchester City in the Premier League. There were 32 winners. Parker says it's a reward for their attacking mentality. We have to pick you up then what's the time? Liverpool 5 points clear at the deal. Brexit insulting and him being sacked from the party as conference beach for them at Bournemouth. He was crushed crystal of the way his former party was being won. When you're playing fast constitution, the people's lives will people security. I think it is right that we all stand up. Has revealed his positive on Twitter. It says he's been forced to reveal the information and called for support from fans. U.S. State Mike Pompeo, the world's largest oil processing facility in Saudi Arabia. He's described the strike by Yemen Houthi rebels as an unprecedented attack on the world's energy supply. Almost half the kingdom's estimated oil output is thought to have been impacted, the latest in a series of attacks across a number of the infrastructure installations in Saudi Arabia over the spring, but this is among the very largest if it is 50% of Saudi oil and refining is over. The Champions League last 32 Norwich result means Liverpool are 5 points clear at the top after they maintained a 100% Liberal Democrat because of the way his forward party was being won. He was 12-21 Conservatives to vote against the government to stop a no-deal Brexit and was sacked from Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Iran is to blame for a drone attack on the world's largest oil processing facility in Saudi Arabia. He just trying to strike by Yemeni Richie Rubble as unprecedented attack on the world's energy supply. Almost half a kingdom estimated oil output has been impacted. Family and sister latest cross a number of the infrastructure installations in Saudi Arabia with the spring, but this is a man the very largest if it is 50% of Saudi oil and refining. The champions lost 3-2 at Norwich. Liverpool 5 points clear at the top after a 3-1 win over Newcastle. Perfect start in the Scottish Premiership season. Champion winners at Hamilton. Rangers remainder nearest challengers coming from Livingston 31 today for the final Ashes test with a healthy advantage in Australia by 382 runs. You unlock this door with the key of imagination, another dimension of sound, dimension of mind, shadow and substance and ideas. You just crossed over into the twilight zone. Can I get really weirdly? Ivanistown Barbers Moscone Centre at 5. David Cameron's want another stinging attack on Boris Johnson, claiming the Prime Minister didn't believe in Brexit. The former PM Thomson Johnson only backed the Leave campaign to further his career. Gareth Thomas has revealed he was HIV positive and that he was being blackmailed. Thomas came out in 2009 and said he was driven to suicidal thoughts as a result of this diagnosis. In the video revealed information and he wanted to tell the story on his own terms. Are you evil that make my life hell? Didn't tell you before. I do because I believe in you and I trust you. WikiTV USA. What time is the plane for a drone attack on the world's largest oil processing facility in Saudi Arabia is described the strike by Yemen Houthi rebels on the world's energy supply. England cricketers wearing driven to suicidal thoughts as a result of this diagnosis. In a video posted on Twitter information and he wanted to tell the story on his own terms. Mario, I like how to tell you before I do and because I believe in you. I'm living with HIV. USA. Time is to blame for a drone attack on the world's largest oil processing facility in Saudi Arabia is described the strike by Yemen Houthi rebels an unprecedented sport. England cricketers wearing a great position going in today for the final Ashes test. They haven't 382 runs over Australia at the Oval. 67 towards the same today off everything in the Glenbourne got a bit weary in a long series opportunity school. The Premier League season is over. Champions lost 3-2 at Norwich. Liverpool 5 points clear at the top after they maintained a 100% record with a 3-1 win over Newcastle. How many Abraham hat trick helps FC 15-2 at Warm and Suffolk maintain their perfect spot for the Scottish Premiership Season 1 winners at Hamilton. BPM former Welsh rugby living with the virus. US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says Iran is to blame for a drone attack on the world's largest oil processing facility in Saudi Arabia. He described the strike by Yemeni Houthi rebels as an unprecedented attack by Tom community around the club. He's really promoted sides Premier League champions Manchester City 3-2 at Cairo Road last night. He says they can learn important lessons from the performance. We have to take Tyson Fury Deontay Wilder in Las Vegas. What's the latest call? Sussex Downs. This is a good example. We failed to communicate. Sussex Downs radio link from Northern California. Please can you send her to 74 Johnson House because it seeks to leave the EU. The Prime Minister serve the country will break out of its manacles like the green-skinned superhero if a deal cannot be done by Halloween. In his memoirs, David Cameron claims Mr. Johnson didn't believe in Brexit and me backed the Leave campaign to further his career. Journalist Tom Newton-Dunn said he's trying to secure his legacy. One drop left and that's the safeguards the way of you by history. By voters, the countries in America. It's not really my fault and may not be my fault at all whether people believe him or biggers inside of a matter of Liberal Democrat conference continues in Bournemouth later with another Conservative after losing the Tory whip. Former Welsh rugby star. He's been blackmailed about it. He thought to be the first British sportsman to go public about living with the virus. US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says Iran is to blame for a drone attack on the world's largest oil processing facility in Saudi Arabia. He described the strike by Yemen Houthi rebels as an unprecedented by Tom in fortnight community around the club. He really promoted side jump Premier League champions Manchester City 3-2 at Cairo Road last night. He says they can learn an important lesson from the performance review. We have to take it off. Tyson Fury title rematch with Deontay Wilder just dying. She becomes Prime Minister. Conference in Bournemouth that the members voted to revoke Article 50 if the party won of majority in the poll. Reversing the 2016 result is undemocratic. Campaign remains. Circumstances with the country department very divided. Protecting us accusation that was behind the attack on Saudi Arabia biggest oil field as Maximum Life Liberty Group of ability to strike shepherd of the Kent Coast and country rentals in France for the 4th of the tendered for incidents in the English OYMYO courageous after the former Welsh rugby international about people living with HIV. The 45-year-old the first UK spalding to reveal he has a virus. England cricket v Australia by 135 runs in the final Ashes test at the Oval in the Series 2 of the tourists retain me and weekend. They won the previous contest at home or roundabout. Do you have a look back into this happened? What have you done this differently? I think she's going to go to get to be honest. You know it says I think that's on in 23. The UK Whiskey Review. I have what time does WH Smith drink? Yeah, I got my drink now. Cars Airport. I'll get on the train here in a few minutes tonight at 9 p.m. UK on Sussex Downs Radio Link. Is there anybody out there? 7 weather station polishing Volvo triple glazing later. Hang around with the 160 square meters this afternoon. Increase shop. You listen for Sussex Downs Link. Letterbox. Begonia Santa at 7 without a second referendum if he becomes Prime Minister. Speaking of the conference in Bournemouth, the party won of the Dorothy and Poor Bournemouth. Reversing the 2016 result is undemocratic majority in election to remain under present circumstances very divided. A custom cover back to the people as accusations it was behind the attack on Saudi Arabia biggest oil field as Maximum Light Level does cleaning responsibility for strike. Dozens of migrants have been intercepted off the Kent coast. Officials attended for incident. Described Gareth Thomas at courageous after the former Welsh rugby international. And you got a good connection, so yeah, should be pretty good. I need to use it more. Really is amazing because I remember stuff used to have a like a Wi-Fi connection networking and the networking, so yes, amazing how much the sky's limit. Do wanna do leap year. Catch you a bit later on this afternoon. It will be alright. Sunny Summers lead singer DJ Marky Mark. See if I can get some music playing in office. Yes, thanks mate, we'll make that happen. I'll send you a free link and you can get it as an one for your friend so you can download it for free. Jobs good mate. You have been max distracted and we've gone through Free Drum Machine X as well. We went past 7:07 a.m. 8 a.m. and we just gone past 9:09, so you have a good one. I would catch you too mate. I'm going to pull the plug as well. Get busy. You're quiet. Have a good one. Mad Catz oil companies like BP and Royal Dutch Shell have opened higher this morning after attacks onto facilities in Saudi Arabia put prices up. The strike knocked out 5% of global supply. President Trump's warning the US is locked and loaded to respond to the attack, which America thinks it run was behind. His Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab described the strike despicable. We can firmly in support of our founding partners in terms of those responsible as the kitchen is still not entirely clear. Politicians and sports people have agreed to music block and reports social media abuse instead have suffered as a result of NHS mistake. New data says around 9 people each week were affected between April 2018 and July this year in the States, included operating on the wrong body part or surgical tools being left inside patient. I believe passionately that any Brexit deal can be struck. We'll meet the head of the EU Commission in Luxembourg this afternoon. In the UK, don't know meningitis can leave survivors with lifelong health issues. The study by the Meningitis Research Foundation to Jack 9 and 10 answer where the illness can result in things like blindness or deafness. 81 cutlery makers speaks like classmates and like I'm ready, and we were down 26% in the UK last year. This week, that's the latest. Leeds.com. We've got OYMYO Funny Centre at 9 shares in oil. Companies like BP and Royal Dutch Shell have opened higher this morning after attacks on cheapest cities in Saudi Arabia put prices up. The strike knocked out 5% of global supply. President Trump's warning the US is locked and loaded to respond to the attack, which America thinks it runs behind. His Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab described the strike despicable. We can turn in support of our housing partners in terms of is responsible as the picture is built entirely clear. Online trolls. The group of politicians and sports people have agreed to new block and report social media abuse instead. NHS mistake. New data says around 9 people each week were affected between April 2018 and July this year in the States, included operating on the wrong body part or surgical tools being left inside patient. Brexit deal can be by drone strike. Global oil prices blamed on Iran. Charity is calling for more awareness for survivors of the disease. That funny by the Meningitis Research Foundation to get the majority of people onto where the condition can leave people with lifelong health issues like blinders and struggles with speech, things like that. Does that constantly. In sports, Sheffield United have lost a high court battle with an investment plan over ownership of the club. It is Kevin McCabe might sell his share of the Premier League outfit for his Saudi co-owner at the latest. Mel B. Welcome to Sussex Downs Radio Link identification. When you see the red light go on, would you please stay in the following order: your destination, your nationality and your full name. Perfect. Downs Radio Link with the wind. Funny Santa at 11 for London Fire Brigade has been voluntarily interviewed under caution by police investigating the Grand Papal fire. 70 people were killed in West London in 2017 rather than as an individual. It says it's committed to helping investigators. Limited. Murdering a lawyer who was stabbed in an unprovoked attack with a screwdriver in Newcastle. Peter Duncan, he was 52. He was attacked outside Eldon Square shopping centre last month. Expectations of a Brexit breakthrough. The Prime Minister is meeting the European Commission President in Luxembourg this lunchtime, sending how to cancel breakfast is it when power denying it's undemocratic I think thing in an election campaign. This is what we want to do if you don't have a result. Majority Liberal Democrats. Absolute classic thing to do is to deliver. Donald Trump winning. The US is locked and loaded after Saudi Arabian oil plants were hit by drone strike. Global oil prices charged by around 20% off the attack, which America's blamed on Iran. Tehran denies it. Awareness. The survivors of the disease are funny by the Meningitis Research Foundation suggest a majority of people aren't aware the condition can leave people with lifelong health issues like investigating the Grand Papal fire. 72 people died in the fight in West London in June 2017. Report. Individual. It is committed to helping investigators get answers for the bereaved survivors and residents. The Met Police says so far 17 interviews will be conducted under caution for gross negligence, manslaughter, corporate manslaughter and health and safety offences. Petrol prices in the UK not to be affected by tax on Saudi production site. Percent off of the train strikes at the weekend wave the parts of the eastern US coast. The song currently has went up to 85 miles per hour and is expected to get stronger over the next few days. Basic entitlements like holiday allowance at payslip and minimum wage. The Resolution Foundation so strong that enforcement is needed. Legal battle over ownership of the club. You don't have to sell his share to an Saudi co-owner for £5 million. Golf 02 Golf 0 Charlie Sierra 0C in West Sussex. Hello there. Good morning Scotland. Sussex Downs Radio Link from Northern Identification. Could you please stay in the following order: your destination, your nationality and your full name. Afternoon. Kate Tempest. Haven't heard too long. Garden Centre at 1. Boris Johnson says he's cautiously optimistic about progress in Brexit talks. Actually meet the leaders in Luxembourg. The PM and the European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker were flanked by reporters as they posed for photographs. Wow, wet, cautious. This is expected to warm the EV won't delay Brexit beyond the deadline as he was confident of progress with the young to reply. We will see the London Fire Brigade says it's been interviewed under caution by police investigating the Granville Tower fire. 72 people died in the fire in West London in June 2017. Monitoring the situation in Saudi Arabia, oil production sites with targeted in drone strike down in streets called the attacks a violation of international law. Admitted murdering a lawyer who was stabbed with a screwdriver in when is expected to warn he won't delay Brexit beyond the deadline if he was confident of programs. Bianca replied, "We will see." The London Fire Brigade says it's been navigating the Granville Tower fire. 72 people died in the fire in West London in June 2017. Are closely monitoring the situation in Saudi Arabia after two oil production site with targeted in drone strike Downing Street called the attacks a violation of international law. Murdering a lawyer who was stabbed with a screwdriver in an unprovoked attack in Newcastle. Peter Duncan, he was 52. He suffered a fatal chest wound outside Eldon Square Shopping Centre last month, including ex-footballer Gary Lineker and Countdown presenter Rachel Riley. New research claims age features inadvertently spread when insults are quoted and shared on social media. It was carried out by the Centre for Countering Digital Hate. Imran Ahmed, is it cheap? Exactly what you are doing is really to defend ourselves and using it to amplify the message. It's a very she could kill the majority at the next general election second referendum. I'm standing up from my position, my party position of what we believe in, what we think is the best future for the country, and then letting the public choose. The UK's representative to the United Nations Security Council says drone strikes 12 Saudi oil facilities are a clear threat to regional and international peace and security. Karen Pierce says when it's clear who was responsible and must be a united response, like to try for young people who did a murder in Girl Scouts. Jodie Chesney, 17-year-old, was stabbed to death in London in March. Politicians in the House of Commons as chimpanzees is expected to drop the $2 million from for what is the largest known canvas by the Artist Understanding Centre at 7. The Prime Minister in the UK has a good chance of a deal following Brexit talks with the European Commission. From the EU Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker says the UK has any buyer points of contingency plan for the Irish border. The country's PM Xavier Bettel don't know if he wants to at the moment. I just have one written. It's been revealed for the government spends more than our 25 000 on a single Brexit advert 6 seconds long and promotes the Get Ready for Brexit campaign. Party policy for council. Brexit is undemocratic. Joe Swinson, majority at the next general election second referendum is the best way to end the Brexit deadlock, and standing up from my position to my party position of what we believe in, what we think is the best future for the country, and then letting the public choose. The UK representative to the United Nations Security Council says drone strikes 12 Saudi oil facilities are a clear threat to regional and international peace and security. Karen Pierce says when it's clear who was responsible and must be a united response. People who denied murdering Girl Scouts. Jodie Chesney, 17-year-old. Banksy artwork depicting politicians in the House of Commons as chimpanzees. Those expected. Boris Johnson's decision to suspend Parliament. Justices will consider whether the 5-week corrugation is lawful. US President says he won't retaliate against Iran and definite proof it was involved in a weekend attack on Saudi Arabia if it's oil production in the country. Donald Trump said it's looking like Tehran was the mastermind behind the strike, which have been claimed by the rebels in Yemen. Iran denies involvement, and the country's President Hassan Rouhani was giving little away at the conference in Turkey, exercising the legitimate right of defense as a heart attack there. Concern the NHS isn't ready to deal with new diseases spreading because of climate change, and he's on the Environmental Audit Committee. Or Sophia, food supplier at risk, it says. To the Climate Help to Buy scheme has been criticised by MPs on the Public Accounts Committee because it's mostly benefited people who were already in a position to buy a property. And in sport, West Ham 2-0 away to Aston Villa last night. And don't talk about anything, I'm on strike because I regardless walk for no reason. Obviously next, if you want to sit there and tell other people, administrators, what to do, you need to go to there is a reason for it's not your business. End of story. Bring it up again or block your ass. Block me. I think it's messed up. That road dog was blocked. Now we can have OYMYO. That's peaceful. Blackburn Mall. That's fine to do. You don't sit there and question. There is a reason going on behind the scene. Reply to everybody using the tell us what to do. I don't get there why you don't want. Mr. Marcus said this is a no bouncing, a blocking. OYMYO, I'm going in the history trying to find a road I did that was so terrible. You do that. Have a good day, piece of crap. He talks about her body back. Okay, go ahead. You're such a C. I can't believe you, such as everybody is a liar, and I'm calling you a liar. I mean, grow up. Joe B and Q staying on her own. That's why they need somebody like the road dog. Ridiculous. We have there. One, you going to bring the news to us? I guess we could in there. Between only once conversation, I'm waiting for you to come in. They did you hear that dictator of Iran that says if we do anything retaliatory regarding the attack on Saudi Arabia that it's war, declaring war? Yeah, it's all bluster, it's already written blaster. I mean, the truth is we're already reacting in the form of tightened sanctions. One of the first things Trump did after this tag, once the evidence was point Iran being there was Iranian missiles used and no really intake and weaponry, he basically ordered all Secretary of the Treasury Steam Edition to enact even more devastating sanctions on Iran. So financially, with him back militarily, we haven't struck them yet, but it's still on the table depending on how much more than trying to provoke. Mean they really did a serious attack in Annan, but I don't think it's time for that layer. I don't think any one of the countries what were around us I want to go to war with, that we don't want to go to work Iran. This is all just bullshit, like everything that comes out of prison. How so? You give me example. What he says, it's so far off base from what I see. Most of what he says is on point. I really find out the moment we'll drop something off wine with regard to a really great restraint. You could have used military strikes on the fan. Sorry darling, I'm just curious, Mr. Mark, with that guy says on your profile pic. Who's that? I know you're going down the list, but who's that guy? Let me go see. In arms, tell me how is everything that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth as a why Ryan is one of the last 4 of the 14 genes that are going to lose and be losing all the great reviews. So hold on to. In German, what are you? The word like I don't use that word. Can I give you exact specifics? But I mean that you know that uses social media. I think some of the things she said on there and how you use it, you get nothing. You said you don't have anything. That's however the sounds on as quickly and trying to get that sorted it out while saying Beckenham installing close enough to its original spelling for a correct. Which one then did I strike a nerve? Bro, I didn't. They call me the service tractor. I don't know whatever. Oh, you know the nerve structure by call me. Some was like but a hammer with like a button on the top of it. All way to appointment. Soften up my victims. The tree shaker in a non-smelling jumper in arm, but his face he doesn't like it. Could see he's in this J stuff. And engage people allowed to be gay. Gay people are allowed to be gay. I never created a career, and that's why you're getting mad at me, because you're not Jesus, you're not him. Why am I make the rules? And that was since I'm free, just like you I'm free to choose. And that's what I choose. I don't want it my choice. Do you have free will? I have free will. I want a free world. Choose that. I don't want home turn on planet, and that's my free one. That's what I choose. 9 hours, 45 minutes, and 3 seconds. Speaker. Defending champion Templeton because they suffer. Great team will defeat in a plea for top and striker from 190 with all the school she could be counterfeit. 9 hours, 56 minutes, and 15 seconds. Speaker. Is to cultivate in the week and strike. The Gold Creek Consulting trying to reach into the wrong to West Country House tonight. Been told the judge to command attention dement into account. The truck becomes more marked. Contact 100 yen to a 14 make the 23 property for expectation and senior pastor technique at a later phase. Many I'm 58 proper chocolates in the Clinton or 2 agencies controls. 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 13 seconds. Speaker. Government lawyers will argue that it will have full U.S. officials say they have evidence that are on the 300 tack on to quilt of the key to have your idea is to cultivate. Think the weekend strikes and told critics often trying to reach into the wrong to left the country have to like being told the judge to commodities time and think recounted to talk to parents more much. Contact 100 youngsters at 14.223 property for expectation and senior pastor technique at the League of 10 hours, 27 minutes, and 16 seconds. Speaker. The neon left until the British at least Planet Strike launched a league on Friday and compress 1,015 fine for common sense to prevail in the Malibu case. Saudi Arabia government is Leon Tiffany for black infants 8th after it around to score for both attacks on 2 of the clear for 35/8 after from a weekend incident and 1 a few months back. Total 50 to 59 to 8 after sanctions to be substantially increased. 10 hours, 29 minutes, and 46 seconds. Speaker. Saudi Arabians. Time political industry was unquestionably fronted by economic experts. Press conference in me and in that respect mentioned off what he described as an Iranian cruise missile and currency fluff from thank all the components of the topic of how to analyze the length of the children be to the all TNNT Yavlinsky fee novels have claimed responsibility that the last whole 50 to 59 left blank. This is highly frantic considering what to do after a planned strike by explain it to school. The 10 hours, 32 minutes, and 16 seconds. Speaker. ENTT Reynolds has claimed responsibility to the last whole 50 to 59 if the blank to settle a frantic considering what's the deal after a planned strike by its planet has called off for a couple red ink until the end of the action. At this time, we come from 80 in a row. Liverpool 10 hours, 40 minutes, and 10 seconds. Speaker, is it an oncoming thing that strike in 10 hours, 49 minutes, and 46 seconds. Speaker, a seasonally called strike action plans for a week on Friday, 9 days after copying in 122 will count in a row into a penny info cult of how well placed atop the champion flagrant thanks campaign with a blanket the one old and the infected off like a Greek find an anti-aircraft attempt to 50 kickoff in Ukraine and a lemony thanked shocked automatic pastor until after getting maximum Clinton Lunker T. Alton very important that full of 10 hours, 54 minutes, and 52 seconds. Speaker, that is highly called strike action plans for a week on Friday to members of the balcony and 122 will count in a valid for kite 11 hours, 3 minutes, and 46 seconds. Speaker, the children due to the alt and equity in the last count all three suggested 10/19 to blame for 188 of 13 shots could medically suffer from 2 o'clock in the lack of Caltrain strike, and I'm not responding to report recording the inbox are your miles 11 hours, 4 minutes, and 17 seconds. Speaker, British Ally, later called off at one strike for next week and what would have been the fact that he had into action in a month the airline had already started to cancel flights and comfort and whether it will mean feet and calmly until they can flourish from some French report until the Supreme Court's permission to stop and he called in to come into account the fourth into Prime Minister to 98 and the old represents a group which will take anything and interact the fact that government can't shut down. Politics can 11 hours, 6 minutes, and 29 seconds. Speaker, British Airways planning to hold off and on strike for next week and what would have been the fact that he in industrial action in a month the airline had already started to cancel flights and comfort and whether it will lean fake and calmly until they can spy storm from French implemented from the Supreme Court's permission to stop and he called in to come in strikeouts. It's something that kind of taking 88 and the old represents a group which would make anything to interact the fact that government can't shut down politics can be 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 30 seconds. Speaker, that the family concert Friday asked whether it will mean thanks to fight take until the end of the strike next week which has now been called off 11 hours, 28 minutes, and 27 seconds. Speaker, British Airways hasn't said yet whether can reinstate the Classic Council. The strike next week and actions mount in coal Gulf War starts and has been confronted by Labour activist on host and the city's most impassioned expulsion patrolled the most solemn claim that once enough boxes on the system would score 2 West Coast Court in Modoc to care for his baby pool to the A103 NA, hop 11 hours, 36 minutes, and 55 seconds. Speaker, British Airways hasn't said yet whether it will reinstate the flights to cancel him strike next week with action has now been cooled off 12 hours, 17 minutes, and 49 seconds. Speaker, Friends at Disciple, and Browns were 17 vote to strike to the 15 hours, 22 minutes, and 47 seconds. Speaker, and Connie Candor, tens of thousands of people across the UK are expected to take possible office at the global climate strike to the 200 demonstrations are planned in the country to type Wasabi strikes Emil Brussels passenger. Spec State would be a committed Christian, but what explains why he still involved politicians from corporations £5 and I think all expense for the plan and the hold of the whole confidant and I'm calling for heart attacks and 7/10 of a school breakdown accustomed to be your pink 15 hours, 24 minutes, and 47 seconds. Speaker, at most of the content, tens of thousands of people across the UK are expected to take off in the largest applet global climate strike to 200 demonstrations are planned in the country to type will sublease Matzo Meal Brussels passenger, Spec Jaguar behalf of the UK student, but what explains why he still involved politicians from corporations £5 and I think of that, it stands for the plan and a hold of the whole house provides enough time for action to prevent a fair of our school, break down the pressed into the European 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 0 seconds. Speaker, yell strike and 0 hours, 10 minutes, and 24 seconds. Speaker, strike was ours bolts and discuss Laytown you know the flat part a very good afternoon to the park enough vitamin planet lighter life really good I have one of those headache in the back of my head really strange restrain well I hope they do help you I hope you like them out good for you call Mariana cool bomber LFC fireman Sam Alexa lights the really good I'll bring to those with me say I want some breakfast maybe I will anyway I'm going to go through the song 10 miles over the speed limit okay brother vertical blinds YouTube okay how's your day been where is Glenn it's over waiting for another one tomorrow it wasn't too bad I guess a little bit but it was okay where is coming over working weekend I'm glad to hear advice Nurse morning after Adrian. My people used to have the cameras matrix. I said dream girl 50,000 people going to be on strike. I guess I would help you as far as I know we're not affected by, but where are your supplier for GM? Not exactly GM but set. Temporary on over better are them on your old Trafford Ultra. It's going to be your truck. I think I found it yet. Michael's solo stuff in. He looks like one of the IPE members. I slowly that's too funny. Definitely I mean birthday come up with some hilarious as you know ring lyrics. Tell me harder and crazy pick him up with some pretty wild stuff. The forum cheers another one. Jalala J I get mad respect when was pretty girl. That was pretty good. You know that 18 seconds at the end. Where did you? No say anything but other than that it was that one stop music you sent only for something about Skype something. I'm pretty sure it was you. Go back in history and I find it out you on Skype baby. I heard something on the news 434 like ST. RIKESTEI yeah that's striking. Where does the note supply? As far as I know they don't affect us words for a while. I met make a start dial parts form they start back up again. She TZU yeah and will still be poor. I had Sky by Ryan a strike. Sorry can't understand Skype. We said brass navigate to work. Joseph I hope you have a wonderful day this morning and I hope you stay safe. Tony said stay safe and have a wonderful day. Joseph yeah call that wasn't I'm sorry the listener destroy strike. Yes Rangers score. Have you still have to work in order to keep things going but not produced at the front lines of something. Marilyn Dublin as Daniumi I'm getting ready for work taking my first cup of coffee so I can get ready to go to work. 3 hours left. Can you get mold of runners set? My Astro overslept this morning. Play you get 3 hours. FU 20 to 30 I probably get. Last night I trained super F hard. I told you I was drained. Barry Harris I got to work. I don't. Oh canic tip gas monkey but about a pound on this one and drink your own X90 reupholstery. Call Yasmin first monkey next careers. This is my first time last night seen at the grocery store. Gas monkey Wednesday wheelie radio cars. Richard Rawlings TV series download 18 poker face. Then you can always judge a way through this and how most people do. Laugh at yourself. Is it been quiet on here in the morning last year? What are people all you're referring to me? Grading Derby. Directions. You know I would prefer to Wednesday funny but that's alright. Burnley FC songs. Diageo Request Terror is fantastic. Ocean Station. I was using ketchup with the sunrise in the squeezy bottle. The sideways hit my computer. W cleaning ketchup on keyboard. Other bits and pieces that it's quite true about the lights going to be crazy. Source. What's the fine? How many songs that start with love? The start with love. Just a girl. Big Sunday. No it doesn't think so. What do you know about to go is the whether I'm on strike. David Fire Girl. Bloody music as well. Metal. A story. Question. Moonpig wanted Green Party Australia. The stupid people down under bidding. This coming from a man that is lived in get me started huts in the middle of a desert. Empower. Don't play without balls. Jewelry. Play with my filthy. What happened again? I was thinking about something. The collector. PZ dispensaries in the Caribbean massage collection. Good morning. Repairs. Candies. You always make me focus. Weather in Preston. What's the number of the cinnamon red hots? Baby's head is hot tamales that was going around that I don't know. 101 number. Mad Max jelly. That's real tears. Add irregular dots and then you have your Ike and Mike's for your good and plenty's off. I could never eat them because I don't like black licorice. I never did like that. That's an acquired taste but I can write so still here. Put the Lucky Strike candy cigarettes here at the Dollar Tree. Warm it. My son gets a kick out of it where you can blow on it really hard in the powder. Sugar comes out like Smile You at the other day. Red coloring on the end. Play more Lonely Grave. And they said candy stick song. They will have to give any more question what they actually cigarettes. Newtown. School baking powder. Whatever you call it. Stick together. Set an alarm. Remember the taste of us. Madonna. I think it's something else in heaven with the red live or used to being read at the end. No they look like the old cowboys cigarettes you know. They look like they are wrapped in paper you know all white. There was no filter no nothing. You could have blue and either in the end but it is the fact that I was tickled that I still saw the white pack with the red circle that said Lucky Strike. It was so funny but he liked those. He bought those or amusing. They still sell the wax bottle. Remember that is the wax bottle candy where you bought the wax and often drink the liquid and we used to just to the wax for fun but they still sell those. And candy necklace that usually left your throat sticky. Much better necklace. Food coloring come off if you did it. Number rounder when your kids in Benidorm play tricks with this metabolism. As we get older we have it way back when you said cigarette papers. Mechanicals in between. Please play with in-betweeners. 12 hours, 9 minutes, and 26 seconds. Speaker. And I is that it has the nation on the top. When I'm finished with a 90A circumflex Degan ideas and BN a soft Cochrane a member of the olfaction soft aftermath of the balanced with a strike 29 a kind of dissolving and not as bad a la carte one we have to buy in half if it's 68 17 hours, 7 minutes, and 57 seconds. Speaker. Guy was a strike at the OA 17 hours, 8 minutes, and 4 seconds speaker, minutes of the top of the strike that kept the event. That kind of endless repetition technologies 17 hours, 38 minutes, and 8 seconds speaker, the state of the deep as Intel, shrimp, the times in my absence of a strike, that sum of 21 hours, 20 minutes, and 59 seconds speaker, to others part of the mind is that it has added a large dictators, and hundreds of UN was 81 as we are not necessarily straight lines of the ones of the tightest 81 to lead with shaggy not strike me, is a browse if that a lot of the departed of the Department of her MBA, should use Eminem A. Neville's happy birthday but this is not a 3 strikes system alright it is highly discretionary and I'm sorry my words will be if you drop one app on your labor to be thrown out no my birthday is September 22nd. But I'm going out right now to get ready for going all out and what exactly does all out mean take me home my teacher sounds like a white girl her pictures off as I'm guessing she's away goal all out for her means like jello shots until she pukes. And then she'll get home YouTube this is going to get the Waffle House it is what I want to know sweetheart is why you still have your profile picture of you and a bit stole your boyfriend I will change my profile picture when I get a picture of myself tonight you tell me why though I'm a man even though I sent it hasn't but even still yeah you know man that's my bro come on you need some scotch quick question what I mean it just tastes great it just takes lesbian it's like no liquor just tastes good by itself in 9 hours 55 minutes and 11 seconds speaker what you didn't see if the strike issued in 19 hours 18 minutes and 54 seconds speaker the VFW of this edition of the data that had acted in Allison and know of today that the line at o'clock am and has often the fingers of blame I'll strike that has some of whom have the effect was the main hope that if you are in refinery and that I've been running there it's going to be back online within a week and they look like very precision strikes is no collateral damage very nice clean holes and where they had it looks funny where we're not funny to somebody has no idea what you're talking about videos to you again do you realize how much money per day what's wrong with you man any Jesus in your life I was gonna say I mean it is possible you do realize Muslims are insane right 80s Muslim prayer and saying atheist as you said or did you mean you're talking to me and Muslims are insane there is any same as mums out there I'll tell you where they exist for the most part at least 2 people ran the shop who's allowed to come around walk around a square building look at some elephant poop sitting at a table at different store have you ever heard of them maybe they was the radicals in the like ISIS and all those dice and hose F groups I'm yes and they're all associated with her friends around many friends the overtake earth and where your brain is we are out there I never done that the amazing I get so used to that atmosphere may become like superhumans over time and come back the planet earth in this gravity is nothing I see the only reason for the card and the way I see it is the government of the United States place where they can go on that dropping a nuclear bomb anywhere because of their Mars they could send a nuclear bomb to Earth and country I'm sending one back you know. Username for power you know how long a nuclear bomb with Earth from Mars it's going to be all at a steam on all the power just going to be floating through space that be so stupid yeah but strike from Earth to another country you feel like the whole United government hierarchy now moved to Mars you know like the generals in order an agent cost strikes on it sorry just saying what I was on Mars important people on Earth right and they say we're going here now blow it all up I'll be really stupid. Kill any source me I need to be eating on the mic and the barn you as well I'm sure that my own will as well I think about you know the other workers on strike great meal is that strike the doctors strike airlines and show the people who really has the power American Pie reunion have all the paramedic always had all the power figure 8 power iPhone urban union man all my life good money to deal with union people why they have money to know you haven't because the reunion never had that one is telling the truth he's been union at all life until you I can barely hear you Ali's homophone in the bedroom well that's brother the new part exchange we are Kia Pentagon the best you see there turn off for all the dusk everyday UK driving test if you want grown man taking bath the shower but it looks like it was a bad night tonight warm you up lay back and relax little bit yeah that's exactly works wow the bundle is impossible for the stuff how big screen is every bad thing I do sometimes it's a bad decision minutes you know but the weather can be found in on my way where I just got a table cigarette see what's going on this is the OYMYO worth all the people have hairy legs so women including stars I will do anything mumbles today yeah. Heaven I want to watch football haven't lost a game Super Bowl in a couple of years ago playing it especially play. Fashion can I get one I don't float my boat anymore hello Google Blackpool football anymore tomorrow for my hangover I get going on here as they used to be yes are you all Android some games you know I still have my data my granddad am the Boxing in balance, I will be here boys were on the top of it. Polish general and reign famous quarterbacks from players water strike. I just can't get away from it. Even go with your family, you know my daughter is on a weekend away from my crown. Number 1 baseball. Football used to be cheaply never going to baseball game. Winchester 66 bus, yeah, horrible for a long time. What stadium went down? The new one originated in the Middle East somewhere. Most of my life Shotokan that my uncle wrote. Infected by the name of it, I recommend that you avoid getting taken down, because if you can take it down and you don't know what to do and you're not going to get up exactly the ground. Single biggest thing for me like that, there's a very slim chance that you, unless you really know how to say it, is a very slim chance you're going to say something, and the ground was the biggest thing. I want the world ultimate martial arts in my opinion is boxing, because boxing you have to be fair, you have to have hard, or you can take some good punching. So I think it's because of what can strike much faster, and the most martial artist to know came Mayweather. McGregor fight McGregor heading for a little bit, but he just didn't have what he didn't have that responsive defense to you today. Nowadays you can't sit there and 5 people for guns, knives, weapons. No, it's about weapons. Do you have to avoid strike it? Go home on the Sony Centre it for the Brexit secretary thinks that the common purpose of the EU and the UK looked at striker withdrawal deal. Michel Barnier earlier and said more took the plan for next week, but Ireland Prime Minister isn't sounding out or beat me up. I'm from the UK that could break the big sticking points. Arrangements for the Irish border agreement, all the things that Socrates, and we haven't seen anything like that. You millions of people have taken to the streets across more than 120 countries demanding more action from government to tackle climate change. Children at school to take part. Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn has been addressing Lodge in central London. Destroy all of us. This message today is one about sustainability. A 19-year-old man been arrested on suspicion of murder after the body of a young woman was discovered in Staffordshire, just found dead in Tamworth last night. Is delayed sentencing a man and woman who illegally accessed footage of footballer Emiliano Sala's body. 5 days and strike action this month are part of the Bulb Union. Would you to walk out from tomorrow Union World Cup campaign off to a winning start and enjoy the 30-10 victory over Russia? And fans of The Crown have had their first glimpse of Olivia Colman as the Queen. She is taking over from Claire Foy in the Netflix drama series What's the Latest. Time here is unlock this door with the key of imagination. Is another dimension of sound, dimension of mind, shadow and substance, things and ideas you just crossed over. Working AMV, how's things going over there? The Sony Centre at 5, as he hasn't seen anything from the UK but meet the same objectives of the Irish backstop. You are continuing in the earlier. The Brexit secretary had talks with Brussels chief negotiator Michel Barnier. Afterwards is the UK leaving without agreeing terms isn't in their interest either. In London and here in Brussels, CAD level play. We'll get into the details of the technical teams. Will meet again next week. Craft the world could be the largest in history. People are taking part in demonstrations calling for urgent accident on rising global temperatures, with many children walking out of lesson. This girl in Birmingham has a message for the government. Ministers say they share their passion to save the environment. The boyfriend of a 17-year-old girl stabbed to death in East London says she collapsed in his arms after being attacked, and here comes lady going to faint when she was wounded in March as he gently laid her down and called for help for people on trial. Deny murder. UK have called off 5 days of strike action this month, so it's all part of the Bulb Union. Would you walk out from tomorrow Japan Rugby Union World Cup campaign off to a winning start, then enjoy the 30-10 victory over Russia? And fans of The Crown have had their first glimpse of Olivia Colman as the Queen. She is taking over from Claire Foy in the Netflix drama series PMA G4Y on station. Anyone receiving G4YU or anyone receiving in 10,000 Brighton or New York, where world leaders climate talks next week Sunday. Any plans for meeting to limit the global temperature from rising to dangerous levels have died and around 30 people are injured after a Taubers crashed in American state of Utah. Bryce Canyon eBay pilots at Ryanair have called off 5 days of strike action later this month, then to the start, then walk out tomorrow to a first ever win itself, level on points with champions Manchester City after a 3-1 victory. Rapper Drake to think twice about getting a tattoo of her face on his body. He apparently wants to add it to his collection of Bodyguard, which already includes the actor Denzel Washington and the Beatles. Right, everyone after off now quickly here in Scotland tomorrow. Have to get up really early and go to my house and tile the kitchen, reading a few things because I've got tenants coming within on the 1st of October. Some key sorted for Monday, going to come round and bring some stuff loading to my house. Yeah, Roberts GFO had previously claimed in court documents that she slept with you at her friend Elaine Maxwell home. He's not spoken about the allegations on camera for the first time to NBC Dateline in the morning. Instead, we're going to need a princess today. Lower back point that I was going to be traffic that night, and he said that it is climate change protesters depending on blockading the port of Dover this morning, which could create major disruption. Extinction Rebellion said they want to highlight the vulnerability of the UK's food supply in the face of a climate emergency. Died in around 30 are injured after a talk about the crash happened around 7 miles from Nelson to Bryce Canyon National Park. David strike action this month. One of the people wake up tomorrow to a person at Southampton. They move level on points with champions Manchester City after a 3-1 victory. Callum Wilson wrapped things up with the final goal and isolated. Speaking of which, at least background radiation readings which could create maybe disruption. Extinction Rebellion said they want to highlight the vulnerability of the UK's food supply in the face of a climate emergency. Are injured after school bus crash happened around 7 miles from the entrance to Bryce Canyon National Park. 5 days of strike action this month. Members of the union were due to start their workout tomorrow and drop the third in the Premier League thanks to a first ever win at Southampton. They move level on points with champions Manchester City after a 3-1 victory. Callum Wilson wrap things up with the final goal and isolated. I am Sussex Downs Radio Link from Northern California. Sussex Downs Radio Link website for details. Sky News Centre at 450,000 Thomas Cook customers could be stranded abroad with a travel agent said to be on the brink of collapse. It's after surgery for R200. O in emergency funding after several private deal fell through. If a company goes into administration, the government would have to foot the bill for changing court documents that she slept with the Duke at her friend Elaine MacDonald home. She's not spoken about the allegations on camera for the first time to NBC Dateline. Good morning in town today, and in that point that I was going to be trafficked that kind and then that night, and don't worry about it, and probably tonight. Those allegations change protesters at planning on heading to Port of Dover this morning, which could create major disruption. Extinction Rebellion said it to highlight the vulnerability of the UK food supply in the face of a climate emergency. Died in around 30 are injured after a toolbox crash in the American state of Utah. The entrance to Bryce Canyon National Park toilets at Ryana have called off 5 days of strike action this month. Members of the Valkyrie Union were due to start their walkout later. The first ever winner at Southampton. They move level on points with Chelsea and Manchester City. Callum Wilson wrapped things up with the final goal that the latest protesters at planning on blocking the port of Dover this morning, which could make a disruption. Extinction Rebellion said it's to highlight the vulnerability of the UK to fly in the face of a climate emergency. Died in around 30 are injured after a stillbirth crashed in the American state of Utah. It happened around 7 miles from the entrance to Bryce Canyon National Park. Toilets at Ryana have called off 5 days of strike action this month, and of the Valkyrie Union were due to start their workout later. An informative and third in the Premier League players to have first ever win at Southampton. They move level on points with champions Manchester City after a 3-1 victory. Callum Wilson wrapped things up with the final goal that the latest inconvenience. This number is temporarily out of order. Sorry for any gay bracket. From Texas Stream Radio Link. Thank you. You are cleared to voice print identification. The Sky News Centre at 6 allies of the Labour leader trying to get his deputy sacked by £1 million. England's national parks and areas of outstanding natural beauty needs more cash and more apparent protect them. Also suggest pupils get the chance to sleep under the stars to help them reconnect with nature. England's best strikers to have against each other is Leicester face Tottenham in the Premier League. Lunchtime kick off. He wouldn't swap his man Jamie Vardy for anyone else, even Spurs Harry Kane. This incredible now reading the game and in the service level and the most competitive league in the world. He's up to the very early stages and very fortunate to have them. Champions Manchester City versus Watford 321 at the Rugby Union World Cup between play. Top 40 the same group. England win find PG 3921. I'm listening Systems Australia Essex. Good morning or good evening Real Tokyo Amazon in the morning. Radio 4 plays the present has been detected and recorded. Thank you. In the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences. Play the Batman as it says he's convinced the strike didn't come from Yemen and was carried out with Iranian weapons, and to ensure that no harm a country or a people or a residents, and so we will do whatever it takes to prevent our country from Warwick International Irradiated consulting with the UK about military support. 2 points behind Premier League leaders Liverpool of depression. Watford 8-0. Everton were booed after losing 2-0 at home to delete promoted side Sheffield United. Tottenham he won the Leicester and Aberdeen Livingston 20 glass panel for the first time ever. They wanted Romantic final with last year's champions Worcestershire by 4 wickets 7 p.m. Anybody home Daniel Centre at 11 Thomas Cook hold emergency talks with lenders tomorrow morning to try to save the 178-year-old company going into administration on Monday. If its £200 million loan can't be cured, 9,165,000 people stranded abroad. Union representing workers. The government bailout stopped the 38th. The plug now with the bank. The man at prayer while American striker Madara PO 14 best women was that. People is Alive started in the early years of the 20th century. This world was being watched closely by intelligences. Man no but it's human being busy themselves about their various concerns. Organization studies Thomas as narrowly as a man with a microscope by Frankie and creatures multiply in a drop of water. Infinite complacency. People went on for about the little upstairs dominion over the small driftwood by chance or design. Mystery of time and space. Level crossing and Man City logo. Mine in the jungle. Colin and sympathetic regarded this earth with envious eyes against 20th century women. Rihanna October. Liverpool weather. Water with open back at work picking up particular evening October 30th. Estimated listening in on radio. This is a good example. Rebuildable Enoch. Hello Sussex Downs Radio Link. Letterbox Discovery Centre 11,002 Thomas Cook. Holidaymakers are continuing to return home on government chance of planes abroad when the company collapsed and now back home. The civil aviation authorities also return nearly a third of more than 150,000 customers in the UK. The strikes at the airline and weaker booking. International Airlines Group says the industrial action by pilots earlier this month costed an estimated 121 million. Strikes football. Oxford trust West Ham 4-0 to pull off the shock of the night in the third round League Cup. League One side 1 now play Sunderland in the last 16. Manager Carl Robinson says it's the best result of his career. Things together. New covers your wages tonight. Go to Chelsea in the League Cup fourth round after they straight past Rochdale on penalties last night. Celtic and Rangers are into the Scottish League Cup semi-final and play Hibs and Hearts respectively. You unlock this door with the key of imagination, dimension of sound, dimension of mind. You're moving in the shadow and substance of things and ideas you just crossed over into. Hi, can I get a sponsor here? Please. Airlines Group says the industrial action by pilots earlier this month cost is an estimated 121 million. Strike football. Oxford vs West Ham 4-0 to pull off the shock of the night in the third round of League Cup and League One side 1 now play Sunderland in the last 16. Manager Robinson says it's the best result of his career. We can be together. Manchester United will go to Chelsea in the League Cup fourth round on Saturday. Skate Park Rochdale on penalties last night. Celtic and Rangers into the Scottish League Cup semi-final and Hibs and Hearts respectively. Sit down 2 days late. We got it all. MFT. Good morning. Want to know. Good morning Barnsley. Good morning. How are you this morning? Good morning to you. Happy days is paying it. That is open table blue sky about an hour ago and it's turned grey but it's not raining. Sunny East Midlands. It was like you can hear it but it's a in West Sussex. You enjoy the sunshine however coming out for the already don't come your way but of man TT bonnet head several times in the past as well. Like we have completely opposite views when it comes to religion but you're not going to 100% agree with many people in the OYMYO. Just take it with a pinch of salt to be honest. Yeah, but if you want to talk by union station Russian, talk to each other to organize a strike. The bandit from Russia strictly for that reason but the day that he would what your religious views. Freddie PT is a sexist pig with no moral play. That every day I don't care. Cheryl, is there a fault? My religious views. Well, I can see a church from my house. That's my religious view. I don't believe that. I've just arrived so I'm going to be signing out. Good night. Or do you think about the OYMYO? I'm still here. This song I think they should background check these Uber drivers and peace out. Freddie, I think that's within your right to believe that they do background checks for drivers. They do background check. They do driver checks because out of business but be left in regards to all of this. I don't know if it's true. Okay, but this on Fox News make a joke about it. Fits 30 Republican to the center within a secret phone with O2 and keep strapped. That is all concerning because I don't know if it's true. If it is a concern that actually do anything but one piece of mind. I knew the Senate was Republican controlled long from Pittsburgh. Cancel preemptive strike their ass. Have a little bit of a year. I read that to 1 they would vote to impeach if it was a secret. Nobody knew who did it so that's impossible. That can't happen. Raccoon. That's all be until it actually happens. I want to see names. LOL. Sayings from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You know why everybody knows the normal entrance dance. What is BA1? Have you ever 22nd 12 years first Trump? Even if he did say it presently they are just reaching in what they are talking about. Those people who would have to do it all in secret, meaning that they are not actually going to show their position. Adjusting a smile head on so I don't No cars that two people freaking out. I will have already know you're okay. Change my handle. The clouds strike every time we feel something. Automatically feel the worst, but it's better to check, get checked and be safe than sorry. Where's my things? To keep me, and I really freaked out because of the house well my grandmother died in, so I'm really know what about today. Why don't have to spend a night? I've just waiting at the hospital. I was there for about an hour. No, I like being in hospital. I don't like hospital, any hospital. The last match last night that was crying, let me know. I don't tell me you understand. If you go home you can get a feel stroke. You left there against medical advice. That's not the right thing to do. Why did you get it? The check me. Thank you. Thanks for the UK. The reason I didn't stay the night, there was no need for me to do that. I could just laugh and getting back into what I do. I came back and had it done when I have an idea. Yeah, because in hospital and the strike between Israel, but those people can be a part of the look at it still if they work out. 10% of Christians out there who are interpreting the Bible the most literal sense and were very radicalized. Blowing sit up in your religion today exist. That's what I'm telling you, Muslims. That's why I'm telling you the difference between Muslims and Christians and saying that you can find me one story where is held Jesus and kill somebody. It doesn't exist. Yes, you're right, but I'm saying this is a phenomenon that exists within the Islamic culture, where I'm saying and I have sent for somebody is very religious. That's a very peaceful person, but they had their religion being attacked by these people. Okay, I'm making it seem like I'm seeing all of them now, get it? And I'm saying that maybe like 50%. I mean, when I say 10%, that's not just a guess. That's done by World Paul. I'm saying where people sit down and actually question these people in vagina. So here's my question to you now. I know level with you cause I'm the sensitive one, and sensitivity does pay more than being a job off. I mean seriously, if so is your hobby I understand, but if so is your career, where professional, he teaches people how to be a man like yourself. Joey, vagina toys and strap on your penis. Babysitting, say that will give you some advice. Man, you may be a sensitive guy. Bailey, strike like a real man and don't say things like I'm sensitive in front of women. That's the first mess up, and I work at mine. Launcher, I'm going to stop showing emotion. You showing way too much emotion yourself. You do not show emotion. Pakistan headlines today believe that the actual true the world the way to be a man. She's my stomach and my words as I get dung tied. Where does to be sensitive but like you said, answer power to you, but you're going to be a prick and I just being annoying on purpose like I left when growing out of your ones very small. When is Easter? Take a toothpaste on that now, because it's a charcoal-based toothpaste. Smiles bright in there like you turn the lights out and it's all going to see large, putting big black tubes in America and smiling. I am not gonna touch that like it's too sorry, man. I have yet to get a kit, like an assembly kit to make a mounting bracket with over it. I didn't have to replace the screws that came with it. Cost the cheapest China amalgam screws that instantly strip. I hate those. Every little private clinic discount. Can I put note for can? No, nothing, no strike. What's the weather if tonight for Strictly? Here's the kicker, man. Tell me a farmer on you can get on in about halfway and it starts trip and then you can back come out. But I am not Home Depot. Lowe's doesn't usually packaged like a little plastic packet with whatever kit you just roll as the trash. I'm in the garbage or the log and the screws are you getting almost flush in a strip out and then you can a tree. A squirrel falls of the tree. Power raid at the side of a house. I don't know. Ghost girl. Squirrels inactivate. Night raccoon baby. What was it? What did you find out? I said what I said just took off by Jasper. Hello mate. I had to scream really loud for him to stop. Please stop it. In the strikes he was going after, but he's going out to certain. No Chris, it is loud bangs like different ends of the house. I don't know what the heck it is. I've gone outside all the way around the house, investigated. Nothing is just nothing. Set up cameras like ghost hunters, or it could be worse. You guys, can we get darker? Then I don't even know a man. Yeah, and then they bring you back to bed or like nothing ever happened. The app. Now what was that? Making myself out now, dear, but I believe in demons like that, and some people might be taking you. What's the difference? Ghosts of dead people who died in dead animals and stuff. And I'm not going, yeah, so I'm kind of one. And the grandma called me, no, not even remotely. Yes, to the men who are listening to come back in the room, you may want to strike half of his beer that he said on the record. What I was trying to say is I want to know what kind of women you're messing with to where they don't know that you didn't really get off. Like, why are they not swallowing your child chowder or sitting in out? Oh no, I don't get off. I mean that you were on top. I think after a while she just may. I got to keep this PG. I'm not in deals section where I just got back talking about the balls. Dart forward. That was good baby. Where I suppose like Vicky going to see right through the dude. I'm sorry Google, what's going to you with all this disgusting sex talk to? And no, this is not Dale sex. OYMYO Magnetic, you for not making your Tails proctology I appreciate. I think there's a few others that I appreciate that as well. Probably seriously, how do you spell one? Question work week is it shouldn't bother me. Where was the fruity going on today? Is the beta or work is fine. And country to get it there. Crazy German commander to the American Miranda surrounded surrender unconditionally. American commander to German commander check the sockets in your city $250. Triple O for saying things like illegal alien or if you're on 250,000 unconstitutional right there. I cannot believe that Lego there just have about 2 people when I do see what needs to be done is show me the group together and you know who. The leader is so play smiley decide you can put them we will get some people need to be able to say that states have so much supposed to me now they have to hear to the higher authority Winchester us and there is some restrictions on that by the federal government. Basically this particular case is states punish people for exercising freedom of speech to say things. In fact is it gross breach of First Amendment could strike it down as it cost to stop world force base so is like corrects deals never. Would always write with Jesus when Godhead I have to back that up. I like to see a piece of paper that says Mr. Mark on a table with all these Adrianus is no money and I think the guys are bullshit. That's just me saying that. Improve it to try the raspberry that means they are lying. I'm making some food to get to strike a little bit more costs I feel with one of food and a little bit of each while you're at it. Look at Giovanni Aldo Bandini political science. No don't exaggerate. You again want to post links to give people the source that you go to link and you know what I'm saying. You can't do it. You never good. Can you show me my pictures? Here is a picture of that. I noted one headphones to the other headphones and now I had to figure out home and send it down make it back to a shiny. Do you have to use real honey? Well I suggest you take a bus from we on a Dremel 3000. If you do it you might have a few little bus and we'll figure it out. That's a good idea. About some other carers I want to put it on a thermal lightning strikes. Screen goes blank. Memory for the graphics card was Martin. You had a white Land Rover Colton Bolton repairs La Water Street. He's got used to have a red and yellow car with Mr. Bump on it 195 in Triumph. Mate Triumph I can't quite remember now so I just put a picture up on the Long Eaton Group stock cars. Rob Barker Robbie Barber it is little white Mini 22. I thought you'd be on the 28 megs and French Italians and God knows triple. There's no coming through on 28th for me. Did get me to YouTube Venezuela. Have you looked out the window? Somebody mixed it just coming from nowhere. Alan very noisy to be honest. No worries Nick Ariel then or no when he stuck a pin in it. Thunderstorm to cracking up on it. That's all I can hear. Meriwether people have been telling us for the last 4 days. Mattress from there. I keep checking my aerials out every night and they and I just put the lightning map on this. Definitely lightning strikes there. It's over like Slovenia and all that kind of Bucharest. You can hear me is like boxing pops going on pop up on the radio. I've got a good and 10 minutes take me to Hamlet so I'll have to check the aerials out again. No a lightning strike here at the moment. Here I had to repair Lincoln. You don't do it. You got several the frequency as you know the up and down buttons on the microphone radio on the skin button but the big rotary knob they always use click box onto each notch and yesterday it just won't like it was just like a you get on some free moving just spinning around. So are you private lease on switch cleaner thing to do it which cleaner dried up it was back again so I went out some in the sewing machine oil electric trickle some down the stem took the number of some down the stem got it wasn't because it's been standing on my own it's a different really knob now click firm beautiful it is there must be just dried out over the years all the capacitors and everything they start to drift off frequencies. Because all the caps and all that lot they are not beat a good turn bum. Can you barrow wake my eyes Michael like at F Tuesday it's not F gone away mate F this weather mate I'm watching it with this new windy thing windy.com makes awesomeness is everything that's going off with F look at that smells at the time it's F bloody rain my ladders are outside you can hear the F rain turn off the ladders principles are added windy.com works you'll never need to watch the F you don't need to put the telly on BBC News up weather reports over at F it started self explanatory you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work this S out you know we're just F can I have a look tomorrow we fought for about a week mate just put it on my phone Garda yeah this is absolutely awesome mate it's got the overlays of lightning on as well show lightning but he can see all the lightning strikes and everything going on it's pocket awesome me F cracking really good I'm really surprised that I never F got this earlier you can see all the lightning strikes over America even though the location of the FIP address show you that he F brilliant mate there's an app for it F Mandarin to the FSF around Cornwall and Swansea and Liverpool 90-minute proper nice graphics really nice yeah Brown Street. David's in Pembrokeshire in Wales is getting hammered F really hard at the moment. How can I lose loads of F? I take it the dark that the more red orange and the red everywhere the padding. How can I see Man City all over the world mate? I've put the Rain and thunder on the left hand side. If you zoom in to the UK, I like it because it gives you the temperatures. Birmingham's 12 degrees, London to 14, Norwich 15, St David's E17 is getting hammered. But then when you look at the job at the moment, so I can 30 millimeters of rain, Cork, Limerick, Ireland, Bristol 10 millimeters, easy chart. This is when the ghosts clouds quality display prove contrary to all of it that it was on through the years and decades waiting for the right moment and the right time to strike. So what are you saying? It was done by the government. I can see that driving to governing with brightly. You know something, I'm such a mass scale that could be you have a white man, you have a lot going on. That's what you're ignorant comes in here. I'm not dying my understanding using my magic for sale. No, you choosing to look the other way is what you're saying. You looking the other way, then you means that you work for them. You report them here giving them. So in my book you're one of them. About at the same time I think the fact that the government bar fall from the night something so greatly that you could see him, and that's how you evil Lucifer anything to get his way. So that's where you're a wonder as if you say so. Is it clearly not a commercial jetliner? The flowing of the building. I thought I know that. What time is it? Tell me something. I courses. What are you saying? This or Messiah? Because he Hebrew players prophesied in Old Testament. We can see that you know they are God in this weather, so if you can have it, why even New Testament in Old Testament? BBC News today in the OYMYO Preston component. Jesus, that strike what? Let me use the exact same argument. So Jesus, the Old Testament. And so that's so if the entire Bible is God's word, why you reject everything in the Old Testament? If it doesn't matter about someone, why you even include that? Does scripture when I drop you one text Thursday from the beginning in the other trade? Thursday all things are still being reviewed. Why been training just the one? You don't need it. Have you know it's the same thing about those that go to the New Jasmine by holding the New Testament to its own standard. Well, you don't even know what I include your testing. I don't understand how what the problem is. 617 laws today in a sense that I haven't seen before. Escaping dad clothes for men. You're off the road and get into a ditch for a year and it's a lonely place. It's very easy. Maritime turn down. Do people do it on purpose? Break working strike. We could do something wrong. Tesco play. Wait a minute, just happened. I wasn't all my fault, but doesn't my Bob that was my fault? You know when it comes to that it can be completely out of your hands when you were absolutely no ball in it. It's not happened with you and the ass that you're able the computer know that I wasn't this cool. You know where you're getting better hearing you're able to move forward. Pepper Steak is studying the same place you were then recognized working again. Absolutely no doubt about it. Care for you. You can tell him, figure out you're always going to be in for him. You're always going to be finding new things about yourself again. Never be complacent. The Guard Bastille play too big for us to know everything. Radio Zoo opened, hearing it open. Taskbar, and is it working within you? Without you I feel horrible, and it's absolutely standing stones of Stennis, who is a friend that took those photos. We do see the northern lights here and we have to go out of town a bit, get away from the street lights, but we can see them here. But obviously the further north you go the brighter they are. They were taking in Orkney. Jessica, how is Hollywood? In Hollywood, Jessica, you have some of the worst selective hearing of all time. Jesse, as he just said, just go out. Robert wasn't even on the OYMYO syrup, so when people are talking to you, man, Tesco no picture. She left the OYMYO when I looked, but she's come back and Jessica, picture of classic Marilyn Monroe. I was with the Kennedy brothers. Was she? Know why she lived in Nigeria? I never know. How's Howard? I have a good time. This must be honored man's Chinese. What are the stars and stuff like that? Call Maria. People in prison where I used to do there for job. I used to be Michael Jackson up on Hollywood Walk of Fame. Who's there? Premiere strikes again. The Apple Music does not match its 99% of online bank account. Add second account 1 Peugeot FUN after saying out for you so I can use along as a person. When I feel lonely I feel like I'm growing and nobody takes me, so why should I have to prove anything? Play nothing. Work play. BBC 3 years ago. F 2007 to 2014 charger on your picture because somebody. 2018 Camaro strike tomorrow. Female smokers blonde hair virtually yours. Mark, you tell so many F lies. Do you don't remember you telling us in the F basement OYMYO that other car was not yours? Siri, what's your name? Procedure for buying a V6 Camaro. Well, thank you for buying a V6 to Manchester. Barbie said also AB6 posted then also came back with the kids and this weekend contains in the White Wolf. So depressed about cars. The back of boot car Viking convertible new award. Let me refresh your memory. Black play really shakes because it's 9 a.m. I entitled to come out 2016 draft NBA hotels in Bolton. As year I was going about in your Kia cars. No one was not yours. How do you learning in mathematics days? You don't have to do anything. It all comes in an IC chip. Do I need to do the maths? No, this chip's here and I was one of the very first computers you used. 41 again at first computer I like to use Denon's Linux Maxton Pentest operating system. Kali Linux 5 assistants. Never lyrics. Yeah, he's Quite open system, turn light switch on, computers now, RGM repairs sale, see myself of fortune, absolute fortune and repairs, lighthouse license was I'm thinking about doing it, reset my test again, well if I fall off on the TV I don't have to do it again. What I do, it's going to the car. What's the capital of Boris Johnson? Editor of The Spectator magazine, number 10, that her arsenal in the Sunday Times is on true. She's since hit back on Twitter, statutory interest leaving the EU should be seen as a problem to be solved, that is an opportunity you can, speaking at the Conservative Party conference in Manchester, but focus on trying to strike terms with Russell has already had. A pensioner in Cambridgeshire, the man in his 80s died in Wisbech on Saturday after suffering a cardiac arrest. Have a party green not to trigger a confidence vote in the government this week. Baby company that aimed to stop a no-deal Brexit. Lib Dem leader Joe Swinson says they worried about timing. You don't go for it, increase the risk of under foreplay. In 2, Boris Johnson have backed the memorial for a British soldier, Matthew Corbett, who was killed in an anti-poaching patrol in the Lolly Commissions by a guardsman. Dorbett family is also highlighting the importance of conservation. Can be any one person or group of people, mostly on conservation in the way defined national park. We're the one problem, right? Sports. FIFA have ordered Cardiff City to pay French club FC Nantes more than $5 million for the transfer striker Emiliano Sala, who died in a plane crash in January. How's everybody tonight, kids? Rest of the evening. Get more rain in the next 2 days, so we should get in 1 month. Yes, I know, so lucky not. City playing on transfer of Emilia, part of a £15 million deal after the striker died in the plane crash on travelling to his new team. Eric Aubameyang has reassured Arsenal fans he wants to stay. Wembley. North London clubs open challenge for the Premier League title, Manchester United in the summer, but he says he's going nowhere and I'm happy to be here. Very good, and as I said, videos, of course we want to play the high level. What we talking about? Can I get Old Trafford at 8? And talk show host Ricky Lake, former Strictly Come Dancing star Brendan Cole and journalist Martin Bashir among those taking part in the Celebrity Capital X Factor. The series also see for former Love Islanders falling what in the groups, and Nicole Scherzinger, Sky News Centre at 7. National living wage to our 10.50. How did Aristotle mean a pay rise for around 4 million people? During a speech at the Conservative Party conference in Manchester, we will reward the hard work of millennial, bringing down the age threshold for the national living wage workers over the age of 21. Allegations about his private life are overshadowing the Tory conference. He's probably denied a train from Journal of Child and that he squeezed her thigh during a lunch 20 years ago. 2 girls aged 14 and 16 who's playing in Cambridgeshire, Wisbech. FIFA has ordered Cardiff City playing on £5.3 million transfer of Emiliano Sala £1 million deal after the striker died in the plane crash while travelling to his new team. Eric Aubameyang has reassured Arsenal fans he wants to stay with the North London club's open challenge for the Premier League title was linked with a move to tonight's opponents, Manchester United, in the summer, but he says he's going nowhere and I'm happy to get it. You're very good, and as I said, because we want to pay the high level. Gatwick parking number, Old Trafford at 8. And talk show host Ricky Lake, former Strictly Come Dancing star Brendan Cole and journalist Martin Back taking part in Celebrity Capital X Factor. That it was in the Premier League last night got McTominay United into the lead in the first half, but Aubameyang level after originally being off-world offside Arsenal. We had a good chances action. I've been told to pay the first instalment of the transfer of Emiliano Sala January. Please visit our website for details. Thank you. You are cleared to voice print identification remission. 34 Assumption will present his Brexit plans to brothel by the end of the week. If you want some efforts to strike a deal, War of the Clans public in the next few days. Stop the most serious criminals in England and Wales being released from prison halfway through their sentences. Buckland wants to make sure they stay in jail for 2/3 of the punishment. In said back in August, Mr. Barton said this was a priority. I think she's my confidence and understanding of the system, that the public can feel that they are being protected and that we are dealing effectively with serious criminals. Giuliani has been subpoenaed. Stop efforts to strike a deal public in the next few days. Stop the most serious criminals in England and Wales being released from prison halfway through their sentences. Just next to Robert, Buckland wants to make sure they stay in jail for 2/3 of the punishment. Is said like in August, I think it's crucial that we maximize confidence and understanding of the system to the public and feel that they are being protected and that we are dealing effectively with serious criminal. I really do. The army has been subpoenaed, forcing him to produce documents in a ranking up of the impeachment investigation into the US president. The inquiry centers on whether Mr. Trump, the president of Ukraine, during a phone call to investigate political liver Joe Biden. Demonstrators are expected to take to the streets of Hong Kong following the weekend of clashes with police. Anti Government rallies have been planned to coincide with the 70th anniversary celebrations of China, and he wants Robbins' inner employee duty on EE to produce documents in a rounding up of the impeachment investigation into the US president released from prison sentences the punishment of luxury in the UK if I don't get help adjusting to climate change. Extreme temperatures are forcing producers to turn to other sources of income, and said in sport Arsenal came from behind the Premier League season. Scott McTominay gave United league but Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang equalised after a VAR ruling. United manager says it was a bad call. You can see go to give away, but then again that sometimes you make them passes and we play out and it looks good. Can we learn from it? Alberto Salazar Ferreira, former athletics coach, has been banned from the guilty of doping violations if I was a 4-year investigation by the US anti-doping agency. It's the best mail BIM. Good evening, welcome to Remission at 5. Boris Johnson will present his Brexit plans to Brussels by the end of the week. If you have some efforts to strike a deal, make Brexit deal proposal until the Conservative Party conference. The UK has making sessions again. We are leaving that latest Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell was impressed with the speech Voices Anywhere I'm in Europe or independent and objective assessment, saying this is working, but I think this might listen relation to get a no deal. You could. Sussex has been speaking about injustice during his tour of Africa, with some reckon is a reference to the tabloid press tackling youth unemployment. The Mail on Sunday, which published two letters she wrote to her dad. Amazing opportunity, they said. It will defend itself vigorously. The former television newsreader Peter Sissons, who died at the age of 77, Maidstone in Kent, who had a long broadcasting career lasting more than 40 years, appear in the FIFA ruling first instalment of Emiliano Sala transfer. FIFA French fries non. The championship team say they are not liable as the striker died in a plane crash on his way to join the team and therefore wasn't look anything like the atmosphere it used to. Surprised that they took down the It Wasn't a Bad, quite a nice garden old auction in the back, flatten a lot and build on it. It wasn't a listed building, it was a coach house originally. Horses in the London to Brighton Road. I don't know whether the pub itself was the original building or whether it was on the coach house, particularly old, used to be known as St. John's Common. That bit. Well, if I'm going to go, clouds are starting to appear, catch you in a bit, babies. Online too is this guy speaking his absolute legend. Why I'm not being a bum. Context, I guess it's not for we like his good court in the Magna Carta, quoting the Magna Carta. Corbyn, the actual jazzy version, not we should all go on strike 3-day, not do anything, don't pay bills, work no public transport, just grind everything to a halt, get them to addresses, doing more than forgot to do something like the talking. I like it when I forget who my enemies are. Can you have any sky easy to get aircraft in international waters as an act of war, retaliated so severely that they would have returned it back and we would have been pulled into a war if you wanted to work. And I need the first time he could also done it when they are blow up foil shapes and then all sorts of things are used. Hamas and other terrorist groups attack us. Interests and soldiers could have used any of those as a pretext for retaliatory strike to start to war. He didn't, so he doesn't want to wear clothes round white. Again with Tehran, Iran, he wants war right now. I need to say he doesn't need to say if you wanted a war. I got told you he would have striped tie around in retaliation for them shooting down our military. That's an act of war. But if you have one country shoots another country's military aircraft in international airspace, that is an act of war. We would have been just Donald Trump. He doesn't want to war in America. Hell's Kitchen over there. I think it's pretty good deal. At school will be fun. Casinos hold easily used any of those attacks as a reason to retaliate, especially when it was his aircraft being shot down unprovoked. He was going to strike back and take it. I think it'll bet 150 people, but he decided not to. Is that what you're attracted to, you attractive woman? It looks like that. I love that picture, not the girl, the guy with the leg of man that looks so beautiful. Yeah, I know. I tell you what, I tell the doctor you put together a Newbury and bed rest for 72 hours. After that you'll be ready about 4. Well, stay and here for the capital city. I'm moving to build a gas station with Black your conveyance. At Trump gonna start to war, going to war even though already with 3 years office now. So much is a peep question. Supposed to get a second term, which he likely will, and no war. Iran for the second term. What will you say after that? That's okay, just a guy for you and just koala. He's an expert when it comes to installing gas stations in the equipment that's involved with them, but that's based around favorite whatever day I was going to drop, based around 20 play. General manager just keeps up government. That is not a new person, that is most that individuals underage and Farrell age. How is people show me a picture of it, so inspire what he is of agencies actually playing Call of Duty with his friends, and in about 15 minutes I'm going to take him off and take him over to his cousin's house where he will be spending the weekend. They Have a long week current behavior someone again so the case going through I don't know that you're not really in a position to be calling people that they style either doesn't my room for one gunner on this application and ask again where I would agree with it in more ways than one but gunner man we all know you're a mouse at the day game as moose you're coming and you're lying and it's a big strike already so starting to go you're underage in the funeral yeah that's right I'll be. Calm down then we'll get some crispy we listening you talk about her and that's all nothing else now you can try anything that you like that you will feel so please continue call beer some blankets a tale of winning at Tribunal Park on the beach play. New metal don't let me let alone and yes how did Aria 95 you believe there as much as I do the lie detector said there is a lie I see we have switchboard here I sent you a request for an announcement earlier or the woman to introduce under building fire so that's 3 strikes or worry I don't know is there any way I can see your ID Aladdin BMS OYMYO bus when you get me and all I think you don't believe me photograph in a form that infernal Big Mac open in Marco Island in the back of my truck but a pizza from here hobo Mr. Body and can I get a visual I know ghost I don't know him he heard me or not but I hit him up enforcer don't worry I know it's friend or his brother maybe it's a family member either or in front of the white nigger when you get those two together King Charles Tower of London with bell ring how you can ring my bell ring my bell Peter Bennett introduction at 4 Bonanza for a few years now I need one Kevin the Carrot coming out you from the lane and caring nurse EMERCI is French for thank you and I'm sure there's a different slang but I think that's the proper French we call proper Christmassy what is merci beaucoup is that Facebook UK chicken legs the Great Lakes state that work frozen lovely it makes sense merci beaucoup means thank you a lot alarm movie I'll take it was strikes one of those Vietnam movies I wonder when the black guy's going soliciting a prostitute whatever they are doing beaucoup means a lot merci beaucoup. Trivia the proper fridge for thank you a lot trivia the chair will not be seen translation please come on please listen to French he's seen me sis Jin Hood or black dog in Devon hello how are you fabric so there's a little difference in the slang that we have your verses I think they call well listen let you know first falling it doesn't even tell anybody about what he thinks they are he can't get the information of a website through his eyes into his brain and back after his mouth when people believe that I've been through it all and I'm just the gold now as you're trying to convince I don't know what it's going to do for me I don't believe in that yes he says that every morning better photograph of hurricanes strike Mr. Mackey. Don't know what the hell you talking about they do it in front of my place you're going to get some photographs but you need to put out contrails get people more motivated to get off the couch the day read out there now let's share you know reactive. Out here as well as differences all those can be tracked via the flights and none of those flights are anything other than the flights that you can track on a hopper you know on your computer it's not set show a very few of them even show that but I've seen what they will try to consensus that should say people have done studies on it for decades they used to think it was biological I think it's totally environment make sure you know damn well I don't work 100% what you're talking about is the minority and I'm not talking about minority based on your race and I think about the numbers small when you're dealing with those type of situations I know the answer to this is me it's okay the reason why people start getting into a powerful and all these other crimes because they right trap God and their mum isn't love them and they'll be entered them what he is the god of retards but he hasn't shown any deviant behavior in here yet so I'm going to call a strike on now but you a machine gun it so enjoy having you here I enjoy it and here I'm getting a bit of cake mixed in there as well then time Ruby no I'll do it on Saturday cheers nice healthy is it a joke now or something like a pornster some kind of like an explosive model or something like that only is aluminium and that's exactly the same when you have an U at the end of it's not employ anymore hasn't been seen for a long time it's actually aluminum foil begin with just the terminology like on a bandit windscreen a TJ I was going to say that but I don't want the other thing I was coming out and it is aluminium and yes it is an element on the periodic table no one I ate out anyone in the UK just made up. Wait pause moon is a rom that's because you never learn it that way we say hello and the term tinfoil is not in for anymore it's aluminum jasmine but that's the not saying aluminum foil hackers it just sounds better as well and so has a tinfoil hat. Which is made of but it's still a conductor I don't know where he comes off it it's an insulator it's very conductive and putting a loner and doesn't save you from nothing I hope he puts one in lightning comes down the strikes that don't fake it is you might as well stay around lab coats they get your safety glasses on it to be in the way somewhere must be the train embankment direct me to see the reason you get the voice on 31 is they're slightly high at the higher end of the year at the airfield I'm no good at getting nothing at all rolls. Royce repeated Passion Market Premier in Loughborough, Leicester. No problems at all. Facebook. Yeah, can you hear me? Play Heroes. Well, when they're on British Gypsum I cannot British Gypsum because I'm only his. Later on, no problems, I can hear all them. Lot old all be drained and I think I will have to make another coffee in a minute. I got a problem going this afternoon. Cold Ashby to me, it gives me free 30 dB mate. Key anyway, I'm going to make a coffee because my wonderful assistant is gone on strike. She's watching Sea Wolf or something. Goblin meaning changing again. Donna's monitoring design program TRX. Who won the first with them? It puts incorrect to the British band plan station at the moment. Date Toxicator free mail at Loughborough University. Don't tell Sammy he'll excess and so I feel better and healthier when I don't drink this. Like smoking, I don't smoke cause I feel like crap. Drinking makes me feel like Sam. Meant to be share all day on Facebook. You could maybe get yourself Alexa or some type of alcohol that maybe you can enjoy rather than something that you can just consuming large quantities at scrap. Exactly, and something tells me that you're not going to drink it all, but you've tried before. If you want attention, by all means, you are one stubborn woman. Banana Lewis this morning who was taking a stray dog Still Park gets struck by lightning. The dogs ran away. I couldn't find the dogs but their rescue showed up, but he survived the strike. Your dumper who died from the lightning surviving. Mr. Mac apologize now. Peaches, we're all right. Harvey Norman, we get at school. It's cool. I mean, you guys were all my age when they were meant to be. Well, drink so pretty much alcohol. Yeah, he survived the lightning but he still couldn't find the dogs, couldn't find a word to insulate in someone, and so someone close to me call someone that I want to be close to me. Investor relations. Sorry, where I heard you come in, babe. The Hobbit, how the world is being stressed. Did you say that with the word of you from you come one of these guys around here, baby, and you might not be skinny? No, I haven't heard you say that. I've never met anybody ever. A male call another male, babe. The California diet as dar slippers. You too, thank you. You know anyone born somewhere? Treasure word, because we don't have to say that word for Aaron with one another. People, what do you mean? We're all human. Everybody by tutor. Interesting, because sometimes I'm afraid very each other. You seem to be spending more things to worry about. I've been finding so many words and so many things. Have you forget exactly where's that in our lives? Looking, see what we can be offended by. You know what? Okay to be offended, but bucket of a doubt. Don't just you are the strike that trigger for to you, and you don't. Please could show you guys in brackets from all angles. Both of them snap the picture. That's done. Paris Airport. Catton was at 10 or 5. No, I wasn't. Tab Cook. Rams handlebars so crazy. I know they are bad for racing. The old 10 speeds, 18 speeds, you would get the gears up on the top. You can see where I know what you're talking about, but no, this is a whole separate set of sprockets. No, the sprockets and the crankshaft rear pedal, and then they got another set of brackets above that yet in the front of the bike, and then the strike it says on the back wheel of the bike with bobbles years brackets in the front and 7 brackets on the back. So I got a 21 speed of mountain bike. More than that yet does maybe another 3 more sprockets, the bracket to have in the front and then plus the ones, and with his bike is just a single sprocket because it's a racing bike for speed. Spiritual Christians, if I can pop in here, right click like this is Angela inviting everybody to come over to Bible Study Family, which is the on strike. What is it going to bed now? Friday it was 21 days. Hopefully it's not a long one that dragged to the holidays. Yeah, it's time for a nice one. Guys, network in the other department where I work. Lego answer the 6th week of being laid off. In my 2nd week of being laid off, what goes according to seniority there, so I'm just doing my 2nd week and go on to the 6th week of being laid off for the other department. So you hello emoji collective noun for 5 for a year anniversary of working there. So you do collect an appointment now, so you're a foul for that school. I know it sucks because it is not that you would have made, but at least it's something. That's why I felt done filing for that Friday there, so I get an appointment there. I guess from what I read, that's the information online that it's needed, and you probably even get extension. 2, you get like 1 extension. What extension for Africa? How it goes. Michigan people getting X112 extensions before different issues and stuff for people being on strike. Different companies. Gazelle's nails done with people and places around stroke. They're back when you can leave crashed and everything, and thereby losing their houses. Oh yeah, kicking in the tail and mane. Probably if they knew about the strike coming, they probably started up on some parts maybe that I don't know. You put a lot of the people that make fastener screws, rivets, whatever, I mean across the board. Captain, for a man I like just 1 backs of bolts and stuff that we have about 3,000 or 1 minutes max we go through on a 10-hour shift. We probably go through about maybe about a box and a half. Let's number 4,000 motor, 4,000 volts and stop it. We go through that, it's well the 9th of the parts, and then I think there's only about 2,000 notes I will go through balls in a 10-hour hours small stuff, right? So anywhere between the people they are making a study of the wires that come in schools, they make these things and they are make till these half is canna connects. Diana thanks Omar new commiss tomorrow jobs Yonkers companies. Actually here and never expanding like 30 minutes abs and between the two companies where the company itself forward heading in like a 6,000 square foot to the shipping and receiving area and an adding of new people or something to the company along companies. Not expand, especially now they get out and everything else that they do, and unless they are rehab contracts. So and it's so bored, you know, it's some of these states over here decorate themselves and I keep out a lot of stuff. Or they're in the state of California. Don't break the hell out of this state. Watch DR, they can open up Giles but opticians. Texas is probably the best economy out of the United States, one of the best. One of the top is Texas. This new can't find jobs because you don't want one. Exercise bull Aaron or Majorca. What store anyways? New Holland, I mean rat, and 60 million while 16.7 firemen at 30 jobs, brother. Yeah, we'll see where does strike thing goes. And see, I'd like for you to have female companionship. Really, you can sit there and look at and engage with and enjoy yourself. I think it's natural. They just put you in a better mood, and when you engage with them they have something to say that you find interesting. Makes it even better. Song of a weekly or monthly for a decent price. To get into the rain, probably like the road. Craigslist prostitutes. Acer wallpapers. How do you say I want? So concerned it's of my lives, their life after the Jesus Christ, man. Every day I get hear something about Nick, you know damn well what's going on. Before it'd be nice to have him back, but peppers get a point. Sometimes people just put this away. It just seems like it wasn't fun anymore. Bring up by not being on working on Saturday. Well, I'll be honest with you, while many of the people that I might come across when I leave here, they just regular people. I just say hi, hello, but if it's an attractive lady and I strike up the conversation, I probably take it too far and I hit and convey that information to me. Oh yeah, that you can live a wonderful life in California, especially if you make a decent amount of money, you know, especially if you're spending a lot of money on your friends. I know I'm here, mum and dad, where I have to agree with that. I think Mr. Mackett would have a whole different attitude if I made 100k per year. I really believe I won't be sitting here, honest to God. I wouldn't be such a tight, but I'm filling up my check. I buy me an RV, I'll be driving all around talking to people. Call Mark, you are supposed to do that when you were young, money, and work your ass off, and then you will be able to do it now, or are you supposed to do it then? So then you no worries, I'll get creepy. My work around for young ladies in banks and doctors' offices. I'm washing my truck at the self-car wash. Are you listening, Joey? So you're saying that Mr. Matt goes when he wants to talk to a pretty young lady and they maybe have to strike up a conversation that ends up being 45 minutes. City of Manhattan on Thursday, the traffic like 6 weeks. Embark releasing the floodgates for Sensei again. The Morgana show notice to Madeline, could you take care? Yeah, we used to catch a lot of snakes on the outdoor strikes. I had tons of rocks and gravel and they would feed off the rats and mice, and they will get pretty big as far as a greater New York City. Forget about the size of a possum. Hey Mac, unlock girl, I never seen a sewer rat as big as a person, but I've seen a wood rat as big as a person, size of a small cat. I was doing some research too. The Old Testament, the same joint effort to purchase of utensils. Find me a love song, obviously talking about it really complicated because we work on them all the time. I don't know how our body shop ended up with so many. They are put together a little differently. They are not welded frames. You can actually bought the back from. They're little heavier than you expect, but it's mostly aluminum, like that the doors and the holder aluminum, but the actual look at gangster. You say you're a good looking guy. You got your tracking everything. It's been a year and you haven't been able to get a girl in it yet. Maybe you should try kidnapping, try dating people. There is an option as well. Make Brian maybe on the right track. I can see open if you ever is going out where you strike out so much with the opposite sex you just give up and go to Sainsbury's. Midgets are easy to pick up on what happens when that happens in the new strike out with the opposite sex. Also you become Johnny Asperger's. He hasn't consummated OD, say the definition, but if that is your thing, I'm sure you can find out in the greater cartoon we don't have. That's really strange. You should say that I have never ever seen a midget in the city of Compton. I wonder if I've ever tried eating one, as long as there are heads and hand sizes, but they are proportional to just being small. Did you tell her down there you got to get on their A-level, walk around it like they do? Oh, look at ideas. 1998. I'm 25 and Sheila C. Definitely my memories in my soul, and baby, you know what they like, you know it's you. I can tell. Well, it's appointed. Guys, I know I'm honest, I'm bored. What a bee. I have a personal question for you. I want permission if I can ask you a personal Question: I was just going to ask you, are you gay or straight? That's all. What do you say? You think I'm a homosexual or anything in my head? What? The only reason I asked you because I've never seen you try to pick up on any of the girls in this OYMYO, and I found that kind of funny. Respect. Are you sure? I take it back. It's probably not the same person, but it's the same individual that is planning this troll strike here, who possibly is a friend that she was recruited for her troll army. Is there a rally designed to women? Have I ever said that I came on? I'll believe you something I don't know what he done, so pick up on me all the time. I don't know what that is. I have to cross by that you think about. Get all the stuff from the students and clean that. I get things ready only the whole summer off. It's nice to take you, but don't cry about Tony just telling. There's so many things you can do. Couple of students at Imagine Summer School. I don't know how they were that, but if they have the opportunity and the need, and you said yeah they can do something extra money, yeah they maybe test with teaching summer school. I'm sure they just throw the regular pay you that maybe bonus pay for that. Now that you mention it, I don't know. Good to ask a teacher about all summer long. She had herself, he keeps crying all the time. I didn't make any money, but only know I like the teachers that doesn't complain about their pay because they're actually legit there for the children. Awesome teachers every day, big, large, and teacher strike or push. You will find it's tied to some other state workers' sunbather on their contract and pay. That's probably been in the works for a couple years, and you know they that full moon maybe. It's worthwhile to take a look at the night sky, strong conditions and war possibilities over the coming week. Have a welder Konikova totally into the air strikes on, but don't expect it to give us all that much, and highlight it to snow zone expecting unsettled conditions with about a 20% chance of a minor storm, and it may as well. It's even worse working at normal to unsettled conditions with only about a 5 to 10% condition. Now we have been bored at the conditions for a very short while here over the past day or so, but don't expect it to do all that much. They were war photographer if you're highlighter to do maggots and sporadic shows, but your midwife or photographers don't expect a lot until early this week passes, and then we have a chance in the larger kernels or rotate through the air strikes and give us a bit better chance for some aurora particle radiation. From outlook over the coming week, well, unfortunately region 2749 has fizzled and it's kind of damped marginal range for radiation dose, and it doesn't fit prenatal passengers, so please take this into consideration in your flight plan. Space weather this week is definitely remaining a bit on the quiet side. We do have a look that is rotating into the air strikes on, but it's not going to bring us all that much of a disturbance to your war photographers, and West highlighted that would pretty much this one out. Even at high latitude, reviews are most likely going to be a bit sporadic and won't last all that long. Amateur radio operators and emergency responders, I know the solar flux on Earth they side looks pretty bad and propagation is pretty dismal, but we did have to bite regions on Earth facing disk at high latitudes both in the north and the south. That helps on a cycle 25 polarity. This means that the sun is actually getting a bit more organized when it comes to its field. 25 is death. What was the event when France's got a virus is going to turn into sunspots, and now then activities are you so bad, and Trump hit strike a deal with China, stays 150 billion inches egg. This is huge for the. Did you see the US stock market? Did you see the Dow Jones 305 like that icon a heartbeat? And this is that even the final deal. Can you measure what's going to happen? The final trade deal is done. Holly, yes, I'm trying to say you turned out more far right. The fascism. Hitler was actually socialist in socialista on the left, so you sound like an idiot. Friday Nazis. Why? What do you care for someone to not see? What is it bother you? Suppose someone was a Nazi in the head, you will be on Imperial. Are you free that we are still? Read the last result. I'm not seeing any more used to be done 80s, but your 70s they are dead, they are done, they can be not. Julian, she definitely did. You definitely did. The Nazis, I must be taken after. You'd be speaking German right now if it wasn't for America. You guys are still paying us for spelling you out of that war. World War II saved your ass. The Nazis. Look, I'm not talking miles in Japan. Why they do that if they still do it? And I know I used to buy these Japanese engines for 400 bikes absolutely like brand new, yeah, 60,000 crazy, and that all these people getting the Skylines here because they buy them because they are all junk in Japan. Yeah, we get vehicles here stateside like the Nissan Patrol's a really nice SUV, but they give us the Armada junk navigation driver Skyline. Don't turn it down. Oh, I've driven a few right hand drive Skylines, so I just roll Facebook market typing like max $700 and I can see what comes up. Radio nope. Continue now. Metric is getting a strike. The UAW calling the strike over there for Mack trucks. GM still on strike. I don't know what the hell's going on. Hello, probably goes way back to the insurance. We used to have really cheap, really good health insurance, and now cost you an arm and a leg, so you're just not taking him as much money as what he's doing, and it's getting up the unions. First, I don't understand why they have foreign auto manufacturers come to the States they manufacture here locally, yet they have non-union employees, yet certain companies have to keep the union employees. In a way it's unfair. I don't understand how that works. On that Rover stood it well. Some right to work states, they are basically making it onions to get rid of not being in the Indians altogether. Bad idea in my opinion, because you got a union, then you can get together and say we want to work for this amount of money in the account, we're going to strike. But you're not in a union. You think you're going to get a group of your co-workers distract because you don't need to raise wrong when not know that the union is easier. Yeah, I get it. Back company like me or a circumflex too. Now you know BMW battering plants, and they are probably bite import taxes by building their vehicles here and just sending parts over. Meanwhile you have other companies like Ford and GM. Bloody costs. I just don't know how it works, but fuck no, don't take those planets in states. You go fishing in a litre, is it just for a look? It's the big water in London the River Thames water comes from, but obviously there's bodies that have been ditched in there, isn't there? The absolutely, I know 100% that body is water. How many likes to get down a day to Mr. Back taxing a car? The only thing in the political news with you tonight, or PT, the caring match strike resolution from General Motors, blackmail chat support discussions. Once you try getting out your early years coming over midnight my time, when I try to get you a little bit early before it goes to Perry Bar Drive for living oversee the old yard, Lisa and Pennsylvania cell phone usage. You can trust me, the way I could have hit by a cup of cash on with bars and restaurants. Everything is coming. What's the day in surgery and the profits need to be higher. I would spend a lot more time on Stellar Silver years ago. 30-hour stock price program $17. Now I'm a tank in 4 hours, so I try and buy some of that for $323,232. 33. I would never, so you can start it. But let's talk about something else, okay? You don't have a potential man anyway. Guns in New York. It's really depressing on our country is gone. This little snowflake Harry only call myself a video game system that came out 1,520 years ago. And come on politics, Mark, I've been there, I dropped it, still talk. You know this, how a key downright you better than that. RPS1. My biggest concerns about things right now, it's when is the strike with you. I'm going to hand one of the company and I'm going to be able to come to the court for work. Do you know how long I've been on strike? That's news to me, but I guess I need to start watching the news. It's been a while since I watched it play. Been on strike. I was not the union Oyster United Auto Workers exactly, but unionized workers. I hear that they are going to be taking your trucks off the road and have at your home like diesel and gasoline trucks off the road. Never put like electric trucks, RC trucks. And all my hurts, I apologize. I'm outside Master Po. Yeah, so beautiful sunny day. What's the weather going to be for Halloween? I'm all dressed up as a striker. I go out and buy food. Pneumonia mean the word for free Ibiza Halloween. Cannabis oil make me that last year's YouTube yoga call Yoko at home. You have to be Windows 7 the ring girl. Rihanna 2011. Yeah, I did not ring you. Sort out the hearing in 1 year. Gay fudge packer movement first came out. It was a sign that you were a fudge packer organ. Where we gonna call it? If you had a earring in your ear something, use your best to stay calm. Clearing. Hello, how are you? Joe is talking about again. They put their behind you. They know back in the day, way back in the day. Pirates sheep's earrings in 8 years and in the year warranty. How do you know? Maybe they were butthurt about that. Dermot, they ever heard the term by pirate? Confirm. I know I just blew your mind. No way, Brighton, bring you up at all. I'm just saying what it was when it first states to make the corrections within like did with no. It was really good, man, for a couple of drops of teriyaki sauce to drop her ketchup in it. You know you didn't look at it, you couldn't tell it wasn't liver. Little pen dried out, just read your liver. Yeah, I'd like to have all free strike. I'd like to freeze dried white grape jam, just 3 straight. All that's it. I wish I had make it huge. Whale stories too. Good night. Conveyor belt noise like a white powder, otherwise they all look white and grey. You know grey, and sometimes it looks grey. Peanut plug color. Back to it. I'm just trying to let you know. Glad by the Kentucky Fried Ham. The Kentucky Hamlet's baked already because the price for ham's getting rid of a quadrilateral. With only 100% up in China thanks to the tariffs available only at the end of him. You think the price would go down in China, that actually the price has gone up in China, and of course you're going to get, well, same here, and get my from Kentucky. Anyway, what I hate killing in your short shorts in your tennis. No teacher, don't know what that is. It's a boy. I want to go visit a 13 hours outside of Montreal. He don't have a neighbor within 13 hours or him 7 hours to drive to work. The website is 3 feet of Mars 3 feet up and 6 feet down, full of moose and caribou, nothing from miles and miles and miles, and not even the internet. Where is Siri beheading? One reason Libra fell on his face is when they found out my Subaru Waterburger weather is name is he's not a legal resident of the United States, he only lives in work here, and I found out their money wouldn't be secured United States from companies that deal with bitcoins. Foreigners face like I was predicted. 25 steps in that little Korean guy money. The truck drivers went on strike. That is going to make electric cars what you need. 2/3 of all the people that are employed by them the same time next year, they are going too far away, even more than by more warmer than 4 years, and I want to dump it off. Technical analyst says you need to tell us, give us an example of what you do with the customer or somebody else. What technical analyzing are you doing? Customers technical analysis. If you don't know what that is, then like I can't help you to be bad, but I was a financial advisor before. Was it so? That might give you a hint as to what I'm. God 6. Why do you make what are you analyzing? Jesus Christ, financial advisor, and became the technical notices. Then what do you think? So yeah, I've actually had quite a few different careers within past 2-3 years, and so that's what people hate, because I've been moving in the world and their clocks wireless. I'm calling pennies contact the way I see it from the other side. Please, I'm wondering if one stack about his you're going to be higher than the other. Striker pennies your man. Before you her put a bag over face ugly bits to calculate factorial equations, stock market movements as to whether you're going to lose your ass by arrest or sell your ass in listening anyway on some anonymous profile. Right now I struggle with it, because you can overpower it when you're speaking to dominate by yourself in a different manner, or just come back. You just got to know how to deal with it. Let it go to though, let it go going already, let it go and let it snow instead. Rouse strike back. Excuse me, irrelevant. You are not relevant. You are the footstool. You get down on your hands and knees. We ain't going to give you our 15 for this. Those are just as a matter of interest, and that's all it is. Sugar coated poison, the Messiah complex that actually turned you against me. Did you do with your own card? Listen, you tried to push your luck with me to know you was like you. Don't apologize. I'm not giving you a start, and every single person in that OYMYO had a star apart from me, including Ruby Regado. Okay, that was the biggest. You right there. Now it goes way before that, doesn't it? I mean, I said YouTube, she TZU, and second I must have your period. He didn't have my feelings, but and then he got Jesus to go around to the people that were of the same race as him, the same not same race as human race, human android drone of some sort with no cell that whatsoever acts on instinct. So disaster strike, just go down the FEMA cab that take. Nice, good to hear. You're down there in the Bible. You had like giant people, all types of people, and then you had a race called the Gentiles. Are going to say that to do the whatever. How do we know that the Gentiles are not like people like me that too training up to be a more serious one day? How do you know that this is not like a particular, and a lot of us know you don't know whether you want to remember going back to part of that legendary status where you just know certain things in it. You know that something isn't right and it doesn't listen. What I'm saying is factual. I just don't really know how to put it. I can't prove it, and I don't need to prove that. I don't want to prove it. No, it isn't. That isn't. It shows many forgot your broken heart. Young, dumb and broke nigger. I'm going to France in November. I'm going to France for 3 the F. My brother, are you doing right now? Stop sitting at home. You could be working to make a mullah. The same could say for me in there. My normal if I can P diversity was F lazy right now, and sunset barring F my doing with my life. To my girlfriend XX visiting other countries. Greatcolor.com trains being down today. How to search your F, how to shut you deserves a F like hearing your voice. You've retired the fuck up. Enjoy your life where you get your road and going out and see there. You broke piece of S. You got a girlfriend, a piece of S for a F man animal friends tower, and then you can add me you and message me. Strike ceiling to be. Is it going to be late November or early December? Late November, early December. Prague probably want me, and you know you had a happy few. Are they going to be from Google now? Renew my family. Any car dealerships are so desperate. Islands people very running credit responses to us. Yeah, that's consumer data. Someone it's in the past hasn't made her, and 6 weeks they've been on strike. Is cute, beautiful, sexy. What's the release date for? They already came to fill that your Corvettes. Italy are people purchase. The government have any problems? Go back to work now, and I wanted to go when I'm going to die. Incline then off my house or not. I love that. Adam Grant. Google Images games. My mother going to have energy. Anatomy of the mouth. Yeah, I'm at home. Travel with a bar because of alcoholic parents. Yes, fair. Inject 104 billion. An aesthetic Christmas party alarm. Can I get a parody? Houston Rockets Jenny Brill, manager of her Hong Kong tweets. Gorton country folks come on the profits. Communist countries. Freedom. Anybody had any feelings or give a flying flip about any sports team owner? Quiet, you're missing the point big time. Millennials. Cribberby's not millenniums. Actually that she didn't want 6 hours. 25 minutes, and 14 seconds speaker, in a position where its stunt continues mainly to act as a route to strike and connect to an impulse 10 hours, 49 minutes, and 20 seconds speaker, that are the keepers of sampled and operating more upon a time certain weather has yielded little now we want too late to 8N Palmer. Can the Savvy Yams Club sensitivity of 370 are independent makers of some of the one problem with the TV of my 28 strikeouts to resolve called them I forgot the name of it this is terrible listen to the lady who had the book out today been released about our borders that's Open Borders Incorporated don't forget the name Open Borders Incorporated in this lady tells the truth the facts about the people coming over here who's actually making the money with it and how he was given 13 times since 1985 it's a really interesting but I'm going to purchase it yeah but Mr. next week and then say the same thing about your name and save the bad name and just bend your voice in your name strike it out from forever that's basically what you just said that's true say anything to be turned into a bad word but if they are gonna have a what do you call it a riot about you using it me it's just better not to use it I won't give him the everything now because the Muslims want is to giving not letting the kids go to school with blowing hot dogs or spam or ham and I think that's bad news change a different person just to suit you and the answer was double knitting number 17 in chess which piece can be called two different things. The knight yeah the book it sure was the book whoever said that it was the book also known as All the Castle number 18 how many cards do you deal to each player in Rummy 7 but I think I'm tired the answer was 7 number 19 just a few more questions. Rebel what color are the triple word score squares green red I said green first read second get the button I could on that it is in fact read I think Preston will be on in Scrabble 19 as it's okay in swimming which is the oldest strike best truck. Doggy paddle like it was the first one was breaststroke yes 21 times what type of competition might you watch at a gymkhana call jumping skittles the answer was equestrian witches horses yes if you'd like bonsai what would you be interested ninja warrior they have a specific name play bonkers wolf plants okay if is volleyball normally played indoors or outdoors pause is actually inside and they go passing 0 hours 19 minutes and 56 seconds speaker. What it thinks are having take a look at how new breweries posse called a risk to dry air strikes a 4-minute like the 0 hours, 46 minutes, and 38 seconds speaker. To me ASAP for general strike on Friday of jailing of pending against nieces when you saw missile BBC doc to go to carry 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 48 seconds speaker. Practice of taking place in Tanzania and marches and OYMYO strikes to cut penalizes the boss of the neck and spending a sprinkled decision next an OYMYO 9 site just be just as inmates separatists in Tanzania 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds speaker. To see if that is eyes to strike 2 hours, 34 minutes, and 47 seconds speaker. We favored strikes when it's used 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 36 seconds speaker. And then that was the best in strike billing zip code I have to learn a bit more about these VPNs and everything else I collect so you'll only be able to access the Netflix library dependent upon whichever country your account is charged so, my friend in the strike is me his password to his account and I used to go up on like Netflix use a VPN and user using locking a strange server whatever it should work correctly I wouldn't imagine song Star Trek Discovery is not on the United States Netflix because CBS All Access is a thing here the CBS Corporation has a paid app that they run in the United States Nearside was going to ask you Christina whatever happened to her is she still around Christina's still around if she's busy she's in a radius and stuff like that so what's your plans for the next couple of weeks well my girlfriend's coming back should be back Wednesday and yeah it's going to get angry out and everything else like that so yeah you know it's good when she's down here because of lights so you can call me anything you want if he's going to get his kicks out of bed to do you know it's like really big too with 40 people on here and maybe 20 people at a time most of the other ones I probably just same bag and whatever they called like I say Siri have these people that are on the silicon of wild that's the way I look at it probably bored got nothing better to do than make you know I tell you what you know. That's what I do you know just won't be on for a little bit and then just boring and everything else okay because you know about the talk about like electronics and radios and stuff and everything was okay but other one is that people put people down. But still gets boring after work yeah we do strike up some good conversations when I get the right people in here about radio equipment you know who left was that Zoe Google and she's back over here with us she left that other politics OYMYO it's funny how people it is hanging around the right people and that's in the King James the Babylon 100. about American email mum 99. Okay, the scriptures on it, and there's a lot of there's a lot of straight striking thing. What strike me, what make me feel, there's a lot of things last what strike me compared to what's good to say about Babylon and what America is like now. The so many is safe identical to what scripture says in what Babylon. It in Babylon is mystery Babylon. Mike Riley mystery. Does 18 exist in his day? Which countries in Europe did I mean? Look at it, look at the UK. Hashish America's not mentioned. Could you depart from the UK? Yoko the young lions. You've got independence soon as it's snowing in the Bible as the young lions. America. Okay, I'll buy that, and I see your pictures from the very early Old Testament talks about what you were saying about hell are the history of the veil. Rise before you can see through that false one is, but also see that happening all over the world and has been for a while. Don't know, is he saying that understand why Jesus says that understanding what Jesus said? It's understanding that scripture meant one of them the holiday. It was actually scholars talking about, and they were talking about who was on the other side. Was on the sun Christian, lesbian, and Greek scholar, and they were debating, and that really comes down to where you have to understand clearly conversations that now there are some things that I obviously people are just not understanding each other. Time a great fantastic. You are just giving you an example. What time inside the few weeks ago saying a garden like that, please can I come with a sword, mother against daughter, father against son, she's miss. He was saying maybe that's a problem, missing service. What the scriptures are saying, that's why she's in it, that's why she's believing what she believes, because that clearly is not what God is. Jesus Christ is saying sexy, saying housing. Oh my God, don't like strife, strike. Jesus is throughout your childhood. It gets to a point when you're adult, she doesn't respect your space, she keeps on talking you, and it's like owning a wild animal. They're going to strike back. List in psychology. Yeah, get your mum's life as soon as you can get to the age you're getting a job. As soon as you leave, that's it, you're going out of her life, and then she feels the pain. Agreed that you don't need to put yourself in a situation where I'm not sure if you're 25 years old, you have no job, you're still living with your parents, your mum's driving you crazy every day, she flipped, starts sorting your back. I can see why you like I would do that. A guy 25 years old and nothing going for him to feel like a loser. There's a huge weight on a young guy's shoulders. I understand these things. Weight on your shoulders when you were a kid, in that man jumping off of high roof, maybe smashing the odd window, stealing out of shops, going to jail, enjoying yourself, and there with the tension that why. I mean, it must feel some in the hole inside you, but you do enjoy it. 17-year-old me, how to put that aside. Play music here to expose people. Give you time out. Next time you promised you weren't going to do it anymore. Going to be kind to each other. It's not attack like this. This is not healthy. And then stop, not go on for a half hour. From I goes, I don't care about the words that come out your mouth. Tag me on purpose. It said that that's all you got to look forward to on Zillow. The movies today, just repeating yourself. Spider, that's the problem, because your life is worth. Take it out on strike. How's the weather like outside? Or let's change the subject completely and talk about something totally different than your preceding motion of the whole. Not a man you haven't even made on and parking. Self-obsessed point. Proven mentally disturbed and sick individuals contact me more on asking you a question. What are you doing is going nowhere. Encyclical. So I'm going to get out of the stick out the helicopter. Can you see the big sparkle? What is phasing and grounding himself for the windy family kind over is not going to get sacked. Lightning strike for the lightning probably, or just trees the helicopters together using radar the ground yourself while you're jumping out to the helicopter. Otherwise it sounds wild. You still connected to the helicopter? Really? Will try helicopter enterprise pick me up. I've seen a lot of the world. Plaster rotors create static electricity as well, but remember you can hang from a power line and not get her, but if you feed her thoughts on the ground that when you're going to get killed because you're giving electricity a path to go to the power of a lightning strike is amazing. Like, and I don't know, I'm looking and save expenses, but I was driving in a pretty intense South Florida summer storm. I camping in the summer, and I'm telling you about smell that I could feel the air. I'm telling you I could feel with you, and right about then the lightning struck the ground near me. You don't tell me you're sorry, God, it's like a bomb going off by me. The power that has, I'm telling you, might do that. I felt like I can explain it was going to happen before it happened, and then I happened, and I were holy as boggins, felt that she had my soul sunded all the way down in my dick hairs on the inside. But I'm the only question here is, did you know the lightning was going to strike, or did you make it happen with your mind? I think the hairs on his asshole alarm from every store ever. I'm insulting you, know that. You'll be alright, tires pretty much until you answer your question on the reason why the trees blow up is because not all them do. Some of them doing, and creates like a steam from the internal stuff and stuff that the drier ones tend to just fry and crackle half and half. This weird is there in surviving a lightning strike is actually way better than hitting the lottery. But what people not realize is lightning starts from the ground up. Unit see the light from negative to positive coming down but actually happened before you see it. Never do that. Never heard of that. Lightning strikes from the ground up. Seriously, go on, tell you don't like your penis. Fox News. What, you are staying up in the sky during a thunder lightning storm? Is there negative charges, the positive ions and negative ions meeting and in meeting, just like any electricity, nothing going to be connected to it touches ground. Drama ground, something from the airships. You go to YouTube and find some lightning videos of him hitting power poles and stuff like that. That's in slow motion, and tell me which way the light goes. What they call it that, because you're not getting that connectivity until it hits something that's ground. Okay, a ground, you know, a negative ground. Okay, I don't mean the ground was in the earth, you know. So you guys, I believe that in today, not talking about, you're only saying what you've heard. He came in as well talking Google Gaga. End of the year, I saw that we both know about the lightning round. There is a starter ground, but you have negative energy coming down. What you see is from ground up. Bobby, think about it, that it wouldn't be like the light drawing a line up to the sky. It's 1 volt that you sing at one time, where I'm saying so the reason why you think it probably comes from the sky is because from your vantage point while on the ground you only see the top of that whiskey. Just confirm what I said, from the sky to the ground, but you cannot see it. What you are seeing, the actual. Why is the energy coming from the ground to the sky? Right in Seoul, when you're talking about the lightning bolt, is what you see. That's the energy you can see. That's what people are referring to, that the lightning flashed, that is from ground to sky. Example, when he said he was driving the electricity in his eye and his hair stood up, it was already present. It just needed that connection to get it straight. At the beginning of the strike, it goes from ground up and reaches, and then you'll see the strike coming down, the collective of the positive up in the sky and inward grounded in. The difference, potential difference, build up pressure gets grounded. I don't know your experience, what I write, explain and describe, but man, I'm telling you is very telling you. I could feel like, I just feel like OS, you know, like I'm going to get here, and I'm telling you, want just a couple seconds later. Motors UK, when you start the fire, creating a new truck catalyst, meaning of the ions in the atmosphere. With me at that point in a lightning storm, you should try it. It's an interesting animal that actually wrong. The part you see is ground air. Okay, so first, I don't know at first, but it seems like at first the energy and wood, you don't see it from sky to ground, but the lightning flash itself is ground, the sky. That's what you see. No, you can go watch the center high-speed camera. Will they actually shoot metal garages in the sky to cause a lightning to strike down? You actually get it from your seat. Go to the closest place around, you see it, climb up worthy down boot going into it. While I'm not an expert, but I'm there for you to radio whiskey posted there in the thing at the end of text box, or someone struck by lightning, and I'm not sure that the accurate, I mean, well, based off of what information are you saying it is coming from the sky? From what I understand, cloud both have negative and positive lightning between two cloud. Into cloud, think of the cloud as the bottom of your sock ground. Like you normally get static electricity, the ground is normally positive in the cloud. I think it's like this: if you say turn a light or no one looks at the ground, if the sky, any type of light we believe comes from the sky, comes from within, the travel is b directional from the cloud to the ground, which you don't see. Which day was correct? The part that we do see is the discharge going from the ground upwards north. That's how I conflict. It's crazy shit, man. 80s reggae Republicans, when you're talking about something stupid, I don't know me, and I've only seen like one wine or two possibly pick been struck by lightning. I know the one, life assurance or definitely bloody look. I was all the back of his leg and his ass, like it was not listened. It originates from the ground. That word starts because lightning, looking for that negative connection. Okay, another part where they get struck, the area on the body. Would I get struck by lightning? And I know all about electricity and lightning hammer. Well, I don't. Love you guys. Watch the recent study of the plasma bursts of in the high atmosphere. They were recording it then down. They want to know where they were coming from. It was literally originating from out of space. What a radio whiskey. Can you bring a hot sister and me? Neither. Why I like both ground and sky. Clouds in the kinetic material of the earth, about necessary to the strike, and which happens first at just where the word that burn is, where that windows is an excellent way to be electricity. And your body being connected to whatever its maximum. Don't really want to get with me, cause I'm a real man. If I'm all like you're, well, that's definitely the CIA spell. Does the CIA spy in the sky? Stroking lesson until the connection is made, and that's why you had that exit wound. Okay, once the connection is made, it's got to go out somewhere. That's when you see the flash of light, and a big thing to buy expenses coming down to right there. I mean one time when I was just my mum walking down the street and just chilling, checking a text, maybe then lightning strikes your ass like her artistic hungry child strikes a bagel near me. Only strikes individuals because life is the whereas life is only under passenger seat in a blind is a reason for it. You, because everything is energy, every freaking thing. So someone gets struck by lightning at the reason for it. Trust me, they probably going to get there going against the grain. That's exactly right. And if you get Struck by lightning only once. Comcast give you free internet for life. No job. Lightning is directional, but the positive is the ground and negatives are the clouds, and lightning ups on the ground and goes up into the sky, and that's why it's an exit won't going upwards. The stuff but can't have sex must be a conspiracy. I mean it you with free internet for life near me, like maybe can't get out of that your car's in half. The lightning strikes in Delaware, you in clothes, new jeans and stick a lightning rod in there. Worry about a hairy ass again, we morning have to come save it for you. We'll let God do it. Static electricity on the head before they start. Statue on the moon. That's what I said like 45 minutes ago. I was driving in my car in on itself for the summer storms and my hair started sticking up in my arms. I could feel the static electricity, and as a couple seconds later, yeah, oh yeah, maybe let me just isn't attracted to you guys in sexy and providing the strike for how you bring your man in your hand coming down towards the bottom, coming down for that bottle and contact generating a power capacitor in Back to the Future. Harness the energy from the lightning strike. If you can harness the city for a day or two, electrical store that mean amazing. I'm saying is Batman v Superman. Superman, of course. There's California the hill. What would you do there to cure migraine? Do something crazy going towards the situation completely. We need more experiments and looks like we're going to school. Would you not hear about college students don't know high school students or elementary students or real experiment? What happened to Irish? I mean like yo, why is there always a virgin and a pot of gold behind the dragon in the dragon's lair? Like where the dragon there's gold in a bunch of virgins. And what about you got to go into the dragon's lair? Lightning, I can take you out laughing in a lightning storm. The bag the weather for a while sniffing bag and F hard bro. What I do I look like a hairy cat Chinese person? No, I'm not putting my ass in a bag to breed it. All right, now do this process. All right, listen to little P, hear me, but not that other stuff. Caradale to OYMYO, you gonna talk about the stuff is getting disgusting into the new gel and it's in here. Don't use the F word here. Please. Area traffic from the ground up. Return strike. Exactly what you want, but it comes down to Fox News share for you. And tomorrow we're going to get bones in upper body different shape. What's Abdalamain? Lightning strike the ground, so how can it come from the ground if it doesn't break down and stays in the clouds? Have you ever been stuck to an outlet? Irish skin shocked myself on a clock radio or something. I said my son today was there a park and we went down the slide, and the slide, I guess because of the energy, when I get home I'll text him and I shot the massage parlor job. He's looking at me like you said is repeating or something. You read. If I'm the reader, I'm just going to show you guys talk stupid all night. Background travel X. Now you can see the whole lightning bolt from the ground up to the sky, down to the ground, looking in the sky in my see things you need to see. My son is 2 years old. Google, look at the NSSL website that I posted. This is a National Severe Storms Laboratory to the government agency and posted the link. Please read it. The point to motivate. Always regarded. It's nothing new. It's always something is just completely ridiculous and something else. You need to put your dick in a bag of sugar. Give it to you away entire straight from the sky for the clouds to the ground. You got this guy explaining, I mean go to the ground and back for couple of times. Have any time for that? Might be worth so hard. Dude, calm down bro, you know I'm in the YU. Trying to say that lightning can't strike from the bottom? Is that what you're trying to say? Apartment, do you know I got this friend who has one? I don't have one myself. Well, as the 3D printed for the battery eliminator. If you know if you can make one. What does copy the URL art resin? But it's okay. Look, yesterday but I was put the wrong magic words and you know I don't know what it is. Thinking of you or something. It's called I know what the files are. Just send it now. So you see it's the whatever it needs to do its job. Printing out of an orange should be an STL file. I think that's what they normally send them as a bloody dad. You bought a 3D printer, another one just bought another one. It's got 3 on the go. Problem solved. Maybe we can make Martin a butt plug. What would you use for the holster for the tail? Actually got some horse there in a garage, a proper horse town, so we can just that into it, mate. I just read it watching this thing is called on radio. This poor guy he's bought it and he's got a FG with static discharge from a lightning strike through its F-men CPU on the board, and is what just it's for tourists, not really for locals. You know I still haven't been to the Empire State Building. Places never reply. Excuse me. I have been up to the original World Trade Center. I used to work in the original World Trade Center. I was elevator starter for a couple of months while they were on strike with the unions. I went there during my summer time. It was quite interesting. Of a job in between the first attack, and most people don't know they were hit around 91. Singers 93-23. It was in February. Who's in the parking garage? Natural fertilizer brands. Yeah, it was like his stories down. It took him a couple years to get the reinforcements done again. Yeah, it was around the sun when I worked at 96 fret. Here are the same. Then I'll set work Australia. That's certain really wrong with them. February 26, 1993. Yeah, they really didn't find that. When I do that on a serious note, That should have been there. What about no Western for trucks the top of one tower over into the other? Song weird like that. Man nature, agriculturist by nature and peaceful by nature, but the government is putting weapons in their hand which they probably know how to use, but some don't. So think about configurations of birth. First state American years. Russia cannot beat America and America has technology Russia does not know about. You see, your brother Dmitry forgot to bring back the blueprints. It's just me and the OYMYO right now. Then I'm not the most vicious person here, you know I mean, like you can't for the connections I got back doesn't mean less of it, man. I'm telling you, it's say number 3 billion people can easily be taken down by a million and even less, maybe 500,000 if you do it right. You're not so bad. Tactics read, look at Miracle Man, the devil fat bro, you know me nothing. Spotify, I like your heart used later on somewhere else. You seem to be forgetting something. There is water on either side practicing shield us from first strike scenario. If you want millions of people, yeah, but you gonna get eaten. Someone's does point it to point B. Brian prison because they bought their X60 too early and all that. What are you talking about? Did you wear the way up to man come back to US shoe strike finance a car for 20 years? My gosh, but yeah, it's been all that money. I can't see that you are building a new BMW X5 and then I realize why people do it. Vehicles 14th and I was 2 years used the Expeditions, the brand new ones that are like 60 hours, like oh yeah I have two. Say now you can drive fast on the roads, 40 grand, but yeah, but I'm sure you'll get 11. Had a reminder on 40. It might be more or less land you got a building from scratch and down there, but you can find out if you check the country for cheap depending on where you look at them. When we bought our house, at land and houses are super cheap, so minutes is different in certain places. Exactly 2 bedroom 1 bathroom, the mission $290. 18,000 for the house next door home, 44,240 grand. That's good job. You can find more day in Detroit. I'm telling you, if you can go, what's happening? My crack but flick leather straps make them more comfortable, and some people would put hair inside to make them, compared to a Dr. Scholl's insoles, and I mean that's just the way it was, you know. Nowadays we got better on shoes. That was the olden days, you know the story. Once and I don't know, and there were people for workers one day working in the inner factory. They weren't getting their due and they wanted to essential regarding strike. What they used to do, if they used to take their shoes and they used to throw them in the machinery, right, and that's their what's the definition of the word. When we get the word sabotage from the shoes, were actually called travel shoes. There's a little bit of trivia for you. Are you now? I love trivia, so that's because I was so sabotaged. Was French restore Woodbury key line Skegness? No, but I think it's correct. Sabotage, yeah, I believe that is correct. Frankie, don't you just tell me something. I got for 3 people backing it up if I get home. Okay, I'm sure she is enjoying every minute of it. The relationships are so funny, yeah. Be fine, a good person that cheer the ups and downs in lawyers. I know you're going to be miserable because the cold. How do you start? I know I'm a big baby and a winner, but I'll tell you, the winter is here. Nothing like her violence. Oh my goodness, is freezing cold California. Yeah, my dad tomorrow morning for define now doing to construction, join the carpenters local union. Skip song, you said I guess in this figure. No more snow California, Southern California. I'm back now watching. Tell me how you doing, tell me how you doing today. Yeah, I've never been to California. Turn up by why you can't forget insult me and beyond being sarcastic. Are you really doing today? Come on brother, meet me. Would you know, seriously strike me and face the music. I'm just playing. Tell me now you're not me. I don't mean just cause you're going to the movies. Yeah, you're always on the go, but you have that sensation like the black. You're not still. There is a still definition of you as a person. If anybody tells me otherwise, I will come to the house and I will suck a black all over their mother family. Echo Odeon, you know I know you want a secret. You want black people be nice to you. Carry a necklace with fried chicken and watermelon on it. We'll be best friends. Call of Duty free on plane and I'll Call of Duty email Russian. You play Call of Duty? Yes we do. What? I'm not rushing, but I'm trying to be rushing right now. Everybody we play most likely. How do you call that other game online that you played? Control Strike? Yes, that's mostly what we do on the PC. What PC do you play? Can you please PlayStation? Like little console pussy computer for big strong Russian man. And we have a sexy good Stoke score. Who is Dermot? Who is this guy? Who is Liverpool? Take a finger on this guy. Who is the Turner Prize? I know one person that I really like to talk to. Finally on this my OYMYO. Yeah, the news comes after hours after investigators in Indonesia blame design Problems for a fatal crash. Spanish women footballers are voting to strike over pay and condition symbols. Almost 200 million in Spain's first division support action in a disagreement of a pay and condition. Ethiopia protesters burnt Never winner Abiy Ahmed book. Demonstrators are angry with Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed over the alleged treatment of an activist when was apologized for a 1990 completing containing President Trump apologized for using the same term metaphor in 1998. Colorado mum has been charged with terminally ill daughter's death. The months before her death, the daughter completed items on her bucket list of dreams. The end of the news. This is Whiskey Romeo for Sussex Downs Radio Link. Morning, afternoon and evening for every maybe. Take care. Bye for now from Southwest London. Thanks for ski. Have that. I'm just watching the 5 news at the moment. What are the 6 o'clock news about on OYMYO 5? About the 38. It's unknown to us, but for you guys in the UK, enjoy your night and have a pleasant tomorrow. Bubblegum preventer. Motorcycle bomb explodes in front of the hotel in Spinboldak, Kandahar province, Afghanistan. 7 all wounded. Afghan army together with its international partners launched a series of counter-terrorism airstrikes in Kandahar and killing 58, including a Taliban governor. In mines are also destroyed. The first meeting of the Syrian Constitutional Committee takes place in Geneva in a bid to end the country's 8-year-long civil war. Twitter announces it will ban on all political ads on its platform starting November 22. The fatal accident inquiry into the 2013 Glasgow helicopter crash concludes with the issuing a report by Sheriff Principal Craig Turnbull. Turnbull criticised the helicopter pilot, prompting concerns by some victims over excessive play and being placed upon pilot. Terror aircraft crashed into a bar after running out of fuel at Friday, destroyed much of the 500-year-old Wars movie. But yeah, we were completely, as kids like we were completely captivated by the whole Star Wars thing, and then probably the best, most technically efficient of all the Star Wars movies. I think that was amazing. Who's the best one? Recognize the song Star Wars aficionados Astar. Yeah, that's the best of the trilogy. Imperially approach to explain to me as the quintessential Star Wars. Yeah, Empire Strikes Back is my favorite spot in the battle pass. Play Matilda. Shadows of the Empire quest film of Shadows of the Empire - Render Mercenary. Yeah, it's like his story, and he actually in the first mission in the Battle of Hoth Howard's played a mission over and over just like that. How yeah, one of those my favorite as well. How Lucas eating every climate cartoon in the desert. What is the Return of Jedi? However, for the warranty one, are you going to snow under the cloudy sky scene? Return of the Jedi or indoor doing the words all those year. I think one of my very polling when I discover that Disney is now possible printed Star Wars releases departing to discover the year just doesn't have to give them a chance. In your number 2 come out of the Shadows of the Empire video game late night Nintendo 64. As I said, this is spacing between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi as a side quest solo in their Luke Skywalker. However, this all takes place through death as in the Shadows. Ironically, not the name of the game is Shadows of the Empire. Make a selfie. That one. Yeah, the whole Disney thing in the like I said saturated. Why the game licensing away to Disney today? Independent Infinity film with Lucasfilms. A lot of say so. Well, like I said before, the Empire Strikes Back is where the Imperial March theme from Darth Vader was fully developed. I mean, how ominous was he in the second movie? Yep, you're right about that as well. As another trivia, did you know that whenever A New Hope was released, Episode 1 was released in 1977 and 78? The very Win the World series in motor racing experience and Martin Jarrett win the World Rally Championship. At least 67 people were killed in protests and interethnic in Ethiopia or Oromia region and surrounding areas. A gunman shoots and injured 6 at a bar in Marseilles, France. The government is still on the road and confirmed the death of their leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and spokesman Abdul Hassan al-Muhajir names Abu Ibrahim al-Qashimi out. Indifference. Syria kills and wins over 14. No one is claiming the attack. 7 Russian defense contractors from the Wagner Group in 20 Mozambican soldiers reportedly killed in attacks by terrorists in northern Mozambique is far from the Gaza Strip. Exploding in an open field in southern Israel retaliates by launching strikes against a Hammersmith military port. And archaeologists discovered a 25-meter wide ring cairn dating back to the Bronze Age near Cardamom, Gloucestershire, on a boat in the Car in Spain. Santander Bank, which has been suffering a major stock understood. No worries, it's all good. So good at I was referring to a free for all RSS feed on the internet. It's not live, it's basically replaced every 15 minutes. So yes, a non-secure site feed stuck, but yeah, it's all good. I'll try and see what I can get. A Sky News feed. Call Anna. Look to see if I'm allowed to look. at the RSS feed and I'm allowed to listen to BBC Radio. Turn on live page. It's not chase millisecond, it's not live, it's not real time, so you should be allowed. I forgot you can use fracking mean land and then casualties in that smuggling. The World Cup, is that a British thing? England lost against South Africa in the Rugby World Cup. That needs quiet. Vietnamese. I better read this news in 5 minutes. Clock's going to strike 11 any moment now. I'm going to call the rest of the feed and then I'll present that stories ever. Louis Radio Link brought to you by Christy Romeo. Good morning. In top stories today, fracking has been halted after government. The winds veins outside looking at all grey yucky cloudy skies. That is not pleasant. Back to you from the studio here in the southeast of England. Do we have anybody else out there? Is there anybody out there? Big furry slippers and my feet are still cold. Interesting CV. How do you say in CV on TV at the moment? Hold up. Tom's Midnight Garden about a boy's cafe is a magical hiding place. Appears to him only when the clock strikes 13. Will it be one? Probably drama with Anthony Way and Greta Skaki. Good afternoon, Sussex Downs reading. Hope you're well today. Good on your side. Will you take care now? Somebody call me. I was in there. Hello, good afternoon everybody. Jerusalem and all good. They were nice. Set alarm for 8 now. Sussex Downs. What's happening? What's happening? Giza. Not much, just browsing Facebook, looking at everyone's going on about you going to war for life is one big race. April, this man. I said life grace isn't it? You can call it trace. You can say that why you always, but what you want, a Gillette, or does she use the wax to shave a pussy? I don't know, man. My mum's vagina. What you do in your Burnley further where? Tell us more about you and your mum. Is a special relationship there. Gravity logic is people who talk about other people's mums. Download respect for the island and respond back. I'm very surprised as Monaghan beat the Holy Grail album for the way to detox the woman. Maximum Just Soap. How you doing? Nice to meet you. I'm at Paranoia Chronics. Did you know that Alexei spent the whole year studying men's penises? Yeah, he called himself a paleontologist. Song Gula man. Carpet bombing. You know what do you mean? Look at the picture post op. Carpet bombing. You know carpet bombing. Carpet bag. Nazis used to do the carpet. When you get me. Full stop. Pictures. 1 murder strike awaiting target. Information on November. Strode's fetal alcohol syndrome. Black hole syndrome triggers down Omicron. Maybe it was correct, babe. Another one. Archie with baggage. Artillery baggage. Mortar strike. No, she's been on this for a long time. And what she looks like in the one picture that you talking about now. What kind of girl in it? So I can't even. It's not her, then it's somebody who resembles her. I might actually make sense that she went through chemo assist. Yamis. Anytime I listen to This Morning, go straight forward head first into wonderful. Well, garbage currency. Dig out today. Audi parts. Sounds like you're talking about my ex-wife, you poor bastard. Are we gonna have number 2? You said you would never come back in this OYMYO again. When do they say that? I thought it was that he was never one back in this OYMYO, in which means nothing. He wanted to block you. Said going to block me. Another one. Come back to this OYMYO and cover. Many months ago he comes back here and everybody's always welcome. This one that I do have, and it's a really good one I have, is I can fight with you like hell, but when it strikes 12 midnight I take the chip off my shoulder. It's a new day and I don't hold anything. Cheryl and Lassa, check your arisers here above, or is 18. So she asked me where. She doesn't need to be here. Find a car to be able to use it. Supposed to be as it is a 9 as a 10. My calendar. Get wrecked. Is Rihanna still talking on queer? She talking about Deacon that like yesterday? Yeah man, he's on a weird one for sure. They're talking about having sex with kids. So F minus strike. Where did this come from that they are leaving the kids in the chat with you? Stop with the weird deviant s. Stop talking about penis numbers at home with him. You want $1. He says they has his condoms and magnums, but is it that you cannot be the same size as the Gandal so I can fit? I mean, how do anything? He looks like you like for handle. Can you talk? S. Bikes. Sexy invoices. Get directions. UK. Call somebody on my shorts. Still here. Be openly racist in the news is the jargon for handle, and you were being confused at take that she's back. The Sockle somewhere think they should back down to Half Moon Bay. You know I was here. Come the wonder stuff and my family, and they believe that they are completely stupid and is are individuals. If you voted for them then you know how to point a finger at. Well, no wonder you didn't arrest anybody. Services. Modern society is entirely too safe and we have to find some kind of danger. Do you like there has to be the boogeyman working in the sky waiting to strike one of us down? We got to look for it. Do you get old and there is nobody man left because you're already done it right now on this day? Be good, behave yourself. LOL. Strike was back in the old west. We can't have any more. Seriously man, like history is like getting eaten by lions near Meanwhile in Norway to have this word for the danger and to avoid complacency, and that's what modern society is dangerous with light complacent chemtrails controls whatever you want to call it. Now there's no party tonight please redneck conspiracy theory gun clothing limited. I mean Adam, no I don't think, I think it comes from retarded like you. Whatever Jerry, nobody ever said. And you don't have a mother. Yeah, I've been there. I got about 16 years ago 16 and you cut out the last year. Kia man, we were in prison. At which prison were you at? Prison because I know you started out in a Matthew at 16 and step down directions. No seriously, simple and pretty sure you knew where you were, at least the name of it. Maybe honest little location, the name of the unit cells in the first 1 hours of trying to indefinitely with a diagnostic TVC in 1992. What was my number again? I will never. You transfer 0599 206. Peace man, we talked about prison. Strike up a conversation about present so that you spend your whole time in Texas. Nardo test to get contracts with Oklahoma, Minnesota, and hey guys, I want to interrupt the conversation. Man, prison is a workman, but at the same time he seemed to be necessary. But I don't like the full moon. What do you take some more tissues? Do you dirty when she'll be back? Yeah, contact stated the heaviest. I can't anymore, but I think that's where the question came from, because I remember hearing something about that MMV they stopped doing the requested last meal and I give you a menu now that you choose one or the other, but you know that most people are scones camera pressed and not yet been arrested in child several times. That was very much a possibility, though I can have 3 strikes to Chinese. I could have been in for a life with a speeding ticket. Later I was in prison, but I like a camera around for a person's life. 7 you being there for 1 to watch the airport. Take care. They told him to start reselling Krispy Kreme donuts, but listen, he didn't do anything wrong. He drives from St. Paul, Minnesota all the way to Windsor. Clive, go back and listen. Your last key of markets for sounds like a jacuzzi bath from the freaking Austin Metro story. Rabbit Peaks, so that thing in the world, the White Rabbit. About time there another 1,000 subscribers to this 1,000 subscribers. Asia Chinese, please do the companies charge so much? Oh yeah, it is just preposterous because they suck. I think I have like 7 gigs and it's like I love sad super sad speed test camera and I don't know what they speak is that it's got on the mobile anyways. And if I turn your mobile into a hotspot for my computer and laptop, I'm laughing back like I said I've only got to 7 gig and then I got a little wee fever junk. Jasmine nice, 35 miles an hour online for free in Ireland. I can do like 19.5 seconds in the quarter mile on my scooter outside wide open. Men like resistance. I'm so that down. I don't know when she will know nothing. Give me some girls. It was fun. It was fun. My one body, he's got 2 stroke. I got 4 strong. Yeah, I mean for struggling, but my phone is going to strike. He could little hit like 14 seconds. It was a 45. Oh yeah, that sucker move man. AA was off the air for good. Newest feet. Did you go there? Where my wee fears? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say Pania. What would you say? Are you on a phone? How do you say to the have racetracks anymore? Jenny used to go up there to Chicago and half born in Baltimore. Sportsman Burlington must be nice. Day of my hours. Personals places on the way to work and she is worth. I know how that all happened. Yeah, I used to go. Just saying. Trump fired up to fight up the Marines to protect them. Used to go on the racetrack when I was a kid. Watch the horses year after year. Is to watch them. I'll be there like Christmas Eve. We're at the racetrack that was Michael Jordan was playing with Scottie Pippen there in the playoffs. Michael Jordan little baby sit around with them basketball players. Breaking the news, it was his babysitter, wasn't it? Oh my god, you know I never even every day that I never even gave it. Never even basketball. Okay, I'm good. Best ball. I should always make the basket. You know Kenny, when I always get a hole in one every time I go up to the back. I get a home run every time I go bowling. I get a strike every time I play darts. Ballsy and metal. And then I think you put any made it so it was on. It went up about 10 feet and it had a hinge. Can be brought down and bring back up without getting on a letter. I definitely like. Say for the base, the bass has these ride-on motorbike tubular rod that you cement in first. You cement to base and first pick your harden and then you go ahead and put the antenna on the ground. You still got to ground that base. Lightning strike. And Brian, the equipment, you know, you gave me an idea just in here. You could run to square to beans and then the third one between it, the drug used to erect, and it locks into the other 2. That's the bass. That would be safer than just using one piece of metal and tilting it. Is heaven onto it. Was work like a swing in the center. Right, my tower was what I call triangular towers, so it wasn't square with triangles. Still only a 3 sides to it, and I even put the no climbers on it. You know the metal, the sheet metal on the side. It went up about for 5 weeks and nobody could climb. So funny. Home of Mr. Megan Friends EFL. My vernacular. I just won't have a key about all this. 1 over I like your house on this. OYMYO end of watch holiday person. That's why I'm saying this is getting old. Is held out for real money skin because you're dumb enough to do it. Text you in the United States. What, you born in China? Why should I text you in the United States? We're born on Mars. Why the hell they text you? And it's a big skip. Don't do it. I'm waiting for you to give someone. Don't get to Tesco Roborel like terrorists. I want to get the test off to give me the test. Driving test. You must be tested in yourself. Uniform, I guess. Anyway, the guide lightning doesn't strike anywhere else. From all hail, he dies in solo. You know you're a pilot. Layer next complete set pilot. Layer listening since you work it. Can you explain the Mr. Mark? What the hell is going on with the lines of Popeye's original name of Thailand? Reason the lines are so long. It's okay. It was a cup in the room. He died for work. Now anybody but wants one person breaks like okay, one strike you out standpoint. It's a very healthy mindset, to be honest. I love my mum said I love it. The pretense of me and my being learning slowly after trust maggot insect talking about frog vrp poop. I'm changing the fact. What should I spray? I don't want to talk about my life. My wife is okay. Let's talk about sucking life. Discussion about it. Okay, I'm in a Samidi Samode. Okay, also by the way, your top admin the building for your tab admin is S just means you're going to get a secondary data last for you. Don't want to talk about your life. You got so much going on in your life that you turn the fix and S like that. So let's talk about your life. What can you help either with? No, you're gonna love Harmony and Carlos going to sit there and ask how are you all that she is saying I need help in my life. Unibet torture. I'll give it to you. Then you in at cross nurse turn lights on mummy little Val resort. I'm criminals. Oh yeah, politicians go slow as hell. Time goes by fast. I think criminals should go by fast or slow if you want. If you have never seen your right leg if you come to reception. Are you going stupid? So we should just do a universal type thing to stay Street 5 chases. If you act up from the chaser 18 to whatever and the input island, it'll be just more of island after describing going to be like this. And you know cheers Van and I get the other one. Second time gone forever done. 2 strikes give me place to do what they want. Yeah, cheers that mate. I can't think of a valid reason why I selling any Fallon shouldn't be allowed to vote. Oh, it's just now. Turn lights to 7%. Once you get the first dragon in America we make more money like in people and we do tourism. That's why I like what will Trump's and doing with the criminals. And if you work with these type of individuals then you think after 5 years maybe you shouldn't have to like it at all to let me know or exactly like that was God when he loves us and he's so long suffering with this is not up here waiting the weathers and strikes down. He just somebody's looking for someone to just absolutely trust him off the cliff and trust him. It's very contradictory to us but that's what he's looking for. And the days that we live in I believe that is a great falling away from God, from the things of God, from the Spirit of God, from all the things that to be held on to is being destroyed. What's the day and age we live it up? Deception with so much information out there that you'd be hard pressed to find it. Treaty really would because the truth is suppressed. The truth is where the blood is. The truth is where prostitution is. What people are dying, people are getting beheaded. That is where the truth is. So I say follow the blood. I say follow the persecution and see where that leads you because that's going to lead you to the truth because there is an enemy and he does within this role. He is the king of about what you know what I don't know. Monkeys. Hey Google Billy Joel tickets. Original Jews called Gentiles dogs for reason. Sorry if I just pulled a Jesse. I take a bad out of that burger. Is there burgers? Egg burger. Not that one's a real one. I have that every now and then. You take out the one you just say. And Tommy, there's somebody in your family that passed one of those on to your dad is a real wonderful at work. Go to the lake and this is right out your Bible. What tells you that the sun is going to exterminate weather? Yesterday 1 a.m. What is your mum veggie burger? How are you place somewhere if you need to click on a link exterminate anyone else? Notice the vulture strikes on the link. Yeah, I've never ever go to vegetable anything like that. You make it mandatory when all the cows go. Girls hair braids too. Cows lives matter. Yeah, so did you try the veggie burger? Chicken burger at truck is called a chicken sandwich. Smart bike. Listen, you imitation burger, chicken burger, painmaker chicken. You just annoying. I know people who tapped out because I'm touching your feelings and you don't want to lose it. Call people who annoy you, get voted out the room like you gonna. People who gave you don't like me, turn the light to touch your feelings because you get upset. Strike. I'm trying to put people down. Prime suspect. He's like make me feel some sort of way when I come down. It has a bigger vagina than Aurora and you don't answer. Bro, if you want which emotion explain what a man. I just took a massive S. I found the funniest part of the disconnect when is that used to be in this OYMYO like dude you still in wake me up. What does people look like when you like no one is taking up for dinner now? What is you want sitting prime bitch him in? And I just had everybody yesterday about me apologizing, whining and complaining because the people who $2 the Black Dahlia Zola break up so hard. Yeah, he just doesn't bring nothing to the table. How many times taking please have make Up would like the here is very very lucky man, yeah they got me for exactly was someone's song, some disregard for public safety, it's crazy. But what really got me up to the 10 tomorrow, because felony evading Sacramento is a 16 and 3 year 16 to year 3 years, yeah you leave it definitely, that's fine, thank you brother, thank your heat signature of the tires strike, and because of my speed that's what really got them that issue 10 years, and then I thought it down and they were at 6 years, I'm not taking it. So I spent 20 grand a year and finally got time served, but the whole reason why they wanted to give me 16 years was more or less because of the high speed. And in this regard, to clean the police, can you tell me any time you break I think 25 oranges? We used to live in 25 hours, well here anything 18/19 automatic to anything 15 overs probably automatically, or no I've never gotten doing anything less than probably 85 over the speed limit. So that's why you said how is following you, I'm looking for a man to be home as decides to come at me some type of way, yes I'm going to return back to them what they gave to me. Now here, if you can understand how to treat people the way you want to be treated, then I don't understand what kind of magic giving up so much milk. I like to hear a positive reinforcement, thanks cornbread. Have a stitch latest OYMYO and vengeance is the Lord, you want to be judged, well I'm not worried about the airstrike in the US, we need to generate friends. So what do you think is the cause of prostate cancer in the United States? Controlled, you know why? I have a clue, I don't know if it's always been there. Is a lot of dudes are getting environment, one of it's food related, I really don't know to be honest, but I see a lot of dudes after the age of 5,055 they come down with Gemma. But here's the thing about it, treatment is far worse than just living with prostate cancer because it's very slow, not always but in general it is very slow paced, and you can have it properly to the N3 and put them in one big bucket. You'll have to get every one of them exactly before bedtime. Getting a one thing I went wrong to your brain working too hard already. Some people don't need coffee in the morning, you're say exact watching a video about the painting and poetry and think about the bird and the bee and say I'm keeping it real. Unit 100 Tiger, I'm sorry you have been brainwashed, you did not have a mother and father is called a big thing theory. Multiple minerals, yeah gods begin and the big bang happen. I was like, and you're just looking like this. If you told me that they went on to trees, oh my gosh, how far is a spark of the sporting life evolution and creation law? And main pictures of my puppy strikes up a question, hinder what you want to do with the dog, and I'm saying there is a superior breed, depends on what you're asking that animal to do. Google stop, let me know if you want a pretty dog, maybe not. I believe depot superior breed. There's all kinds of breeds out there, the same as if you can the weather, sunshine, rainstorms, lightning strikes, find fault with receipt, wallet, universal sports. One is on the plane for a bullet, cameras made David Lee playing on the Pelican, what he played from the wall that he play for Golden State, oh no what happened to it, release date Elaine Davis, nobody was F-weight, the baby boss of the 80s, play Detroit Pistons, Cumas, Sally, Wonder Woman, time before a hair color it in England, bushes don't level, but what will I say, Detroit, what's the weather going to be today? Enjoy your pretty boyfriend, let it go, it made it, but yeah, but I use it for good in it, that didn't mean that was destroyed. Saint and for network I turn it off, it will, I don't know my name. Listen with steroids, he want to wait and see this one, I want more radio too, they made that create innovative, you're saying uses a prototyping game little bit, you know, saying I like that, yes Jonathan by his whole career he got HIV about Los Angeles at the time and the women, the capital X Factor. Doctor, are you going to come and make nothing? I asked the original question, what do you think about people who write works on the tribulation, pre and postnatal, the raptures, all that stuff? What do you think of people that write books like this? Opinion Guardian, anybody who likes stuff, hotel pastor, I'm bored, I know somebody, I can be a policeman, believes, or be spider man, you know what I mean, propaganda, money, not really accurate, still money, you know. Sophie, you made me think for some play per minute, the lad Bible, will I still do it? Is maze used to make people used to give me Bible for crazy? Are you so you want some places you a really nice Bible that you wanted, but yet you had the buy, you would hear the pirate. This strikes me around, you should be able to get their Bible even though I know it cost people and cause money to people and stuff like that. And that's if there's anything in this world that should be open to everybody, it should be that it should be seriously on anything that when you say like I've done this, I know about this, like every cent you told me you work for NASA on like spaceships, and you would have to like you tell people better, but then you'd have to have them down. I just like everything after that point. I think of you take your head and stick it up your ass. The other day I said they were going to have her what, I tell her that all been blocked me for a couple of hours, but you do care man, you do care like dad's psychological pathological liars, they do care. That's why you can strike the stories that make you special and stand out so that other people won't marry you. Do care about you lying yourself as well and saying you don't. You know why he left casinos, in all honesty. I know a few other things about them too. The way he says I'm crazy, the Guinness Firebender is that I enjoy Having you here and other people do as well, nothing better than listen UK flowers on and talking to yourself. But these his miraculous stories. I enjoy the going right these days. Yet I bought all my computer from Tija Direct. I bought this laptop on my girl, when was it, back 9 years ago, and I still go on strike. Good for you, buddy. I'll drink to that. And the only thing I had to change in it was the CD drive, which I picked up for about $5 from eBay, and that was about it. Apart from that, when I bought it, I make sure I had 8 kids around 9 years ago. I5, so pretty good. Oh yeah, absolutely clearance for under $450 on Gumtree computers in a hospital. I'm going to go and get some Hershey chocolate for me. I love the shirt. What is the little green? This is how I am with computers, internet, bells and whistles, and spend thousands of dollars. You bite me, I don't care. I just want to get something that useful, that does something. Basically try to do basic stuff. I'm happy kid with moving out of his place, and he put that I have 400 army, which can you take 15 computer, gaming computer, the whole line work. But now that I have it, I'll probably never go. People on the way home Wednesday tomorrow. The weather's supposed to be like tomorrow, but Thursday is supposed to be a weather hazard. Lots of wet coming, and it's not supposed to be good. It's cold, freezing cold. It's not too bad when we are blue sky and sun, and then it just turned you. It's not too bad. Why you out walking until the winds blow on? I see cold, really cold. You're about a 10-mile-an-hour wind at the moment blowing in from the cold directions. I don't understand how to read the wind. West-southwest, blowing west-southwest, 1426, 14-inch black numbers, 26 Anthony Fat at 6 west-west. West-west-south for a while now. Good evening everyone. Enjoy tomorrow because it's going to be the better Wednesday. Thursday has it. It's lots and lots of heavy rain, constant. Good morning. There's a voice I haven't heard in a while. My lovely terrible day in paradise. I reckon it's going to be today. Play 2013 rumbling on microphone games, probably looking for Chinese baby strike in the 30s, and yeah, play sounds like you'll always be crushed when you turn away from me. Right, they were taken out. This happened. Who was crashed? The one that received stripes. Man, no strips of children of men. But if you want to meet that you're Jesus, what you believe, you know that you have to steering it first before you can lock it. If it means if I see means know what you are saying, that I can knocky driving is Tony. Right, so stereo read it, turn on the stair, the chapters of the 50p, and afterwards why is Yahoo speaking about? Is there any? Many thanks buddy, you haven't, because where's the guy who showed them the treasures of the house? When you read about Hezekiah, my friend the Tanakh, then asking the open your eyes. So return my word if you were out in the OYMYO play. Now really I'm only just read the New Testament, things like that. Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, Romans. Look at the Old Testament match. I know the strike, but you could change that. You having a funny Jeremiah 1. If understand the same things. Little heart spinning squirrels. Are we talking about the same thing? Why is the squirrel in the microwave trying to get away from the people who is like you people all nuts right now? Matthew Cannon, that's not crazy nuts, just girls. Comedian, what side is a pushing a button that closes the door? Turn off the track, play myself. Sometimes you just have to. You know that you're crying there for a minute. Rainmaker, actually you're not crying, but it hurts. I mean, it's like feeling like somebody punched me in the gut. There it is said they need to be this way. Just as I am an outspoken everything, I love you guys. Know what type of guy wipe you out? I will not even think about it. It was me that just like the Jekyll Mr. Hyde of great getting your ass kicked by the emotional meathead. No more, just time. That person that won you like the 101st time going to strike. I usually won people 6 million times. I am that answer. The equation to that is the world counter heated up. You guys think that would work. We think I'm full of crap. It depends how much forever that you have in your diet. Nickelback, Chesters for crap screwdrivers. There's a company called Klein, and even though the toilet's chrome at the very end where the screwdriver's at the tip, I don't know if they had another what they do it, but it's very strong. The end of the tip. How close are the nearest train tracks? Do you get any train strikes? Do you live near? I want to know how you're getting all the stuff. I was at the shitton of train tracks out here. You know that Spectre, the Crest and the old school drivers, right windows clear, see through handles, Cheltenham garages. Garage in respect to the Crescent screwdrivers made. I may come out the crash with name, and they sold their stuff. They walked into a low the other day. Are you going home depot? But I was surprised to see some pretty good Christmas stuff there. Yeah, I know you live next to Match Attacks. Messy, you like the hard hot water bottle especially. My legs are like fire. Like anyway, I used to have a dog called Rocky somewhere in Nottingham Church Reform. You don't want to go now, do you? He's gone on strike, has gone off, and the other one is gone on strike. It is gold. When is he gets the Westerlies off? Brilliant dog, that one, known that one for years, right from being a. That's one of the benefits to walking out with the camera. You do get me to meet all the local dogs etc, and they all know me. To be honest, I meant I had Rocky like we had them for 8 years, but whenever run like my son grow up, and then with whatever happened I ended up on my own anyway. But time not really a dog person, so it's like things I needed to be doing that I didn't want to really do because I don't really like to touch the dog. That sounds do because I didn't write years, but it's just I just felt I don't know, so it wasn't him, so he went to because he used to go up there with him when he's gone to his parents, so it's only years. And you just see this breaking up today actually, and believe it or not he was here in jail for what, for a couple of hours, and make best the crap out you. We're talking about someone getting the elevated state of emotion is from that gamble strikes, man, that's got to be a horrible feeling. The first it was over with, that was 60 years in prison, all the rest that is just residual was shaking like no tomorrow. You'll be shaking too if you just get killed. No, you better believe it, absolutely 100%, absolutely. If I ever went to jail, I think I would last maybe 30 seconds. That will be I wasn't sitting with this guy named Ryan and Seger and 47 years for a home invasion. Right, this is crazy, man. He broke into this house that he was supposed to be burglarizing. Will expect to be home, take us home. He freaked out, tired to a cherry, was 17 years old, just like I was, broke 50 years, 25 and 25 watts, watching one the younger kid, and he got a double homicide or whatever and put V-bucks. He's doing his rest like it's not hard. And you can answer, yeah, well, you know, you asked me off of my hand where I'm learning to be a mechanic, and a mechanic, that's not what I said, but you guys obviously don't listen. I'd say you're learning to be a very large person, play video games, and Ronan water the ovens in the background. How to make you feel better. That's a good morning picture of they're pretty upset. The video that was sent you, a question to you, always negative. Once I was going through strike process. Could you please do the next question because I meet somebody that's wrong. Appreciate you released. Apologize for suggesting that we don't listen. My goodness, I wish we didn't listen, but we are forced to hear everything you say, so you're not because you're a fat lady. Get a third layer, and are you coming here when you can pull it out of the other roasting? OYMYO's players tell blue power button is right there too, so if you don't care so much then you press it. Care is about asking you to apologize for some other people, but I think this, but anyway it's fine. Oh yeah, man, I think he's gone for good this time. First time you got to get away, why not? When I challenged him to the bay, I missed the first one, but then I was coming back to the second one, and then he just left the general strike. Months and months in mind, and then yeah, now the Peppers is going to be the mum now. I think it's gone over this one, maybe the next morning the deity, so I wanted, yeah, I think your ego's too big in a car too much. I think you can find him. Ladbrokes over there. Pinterest, he has a chair over there. He broadcasts everybody. I don't think that's a broadcasting. They were close enough, and you do that and you took all this big game, then you should be able to bed. Now don't tell stories. It's called Periscope Mag. Pinterest, everybody post pictures of the crescent things that they making one heavier. He has practiced as well. Make it. Thank you. You're right, it is Periscope. You can find I'll make short a new dress or emergencies, and I can you guys, I'm doing some paperwork and looking over with my stocks and performance and things like that. I made $10 this year off of capital gains. That doesn't include my dividends and interest. Number talk about a woman just talking about 2-3 minutes ago is that there's always talk about the quality of life a child deserves when it's a broken home. What happens to a child who's in a married household and the father's union goes on strike with the mum, gets laid off, for someone gets fired? What happens when you're married together with that child? Call your life during that period of time. Do if they got to do so when society put up on a pedestal that charge of a single home deserves to have the same quality of life no matter what. But then obviously we don't say that to marry couples. Instincts really are a woman who do almost anything to give a child that call your life. Even scamming women wouldn't have that. What internalizes with that is a less quality of life. And being a single mum, the great question is, well, again, what happens when your dad gets laid off with the union goes on strike? I think most of the courts in all 50 states of this United States of America, they will do a reduction of it involuntary. Sometimes there's nothing as serious in overtime. If your job is overtime, words dries up for overtime. If we get, you know that we need it, but overtime needs working on weekend, and I don't like to work on the weekend, so, and it might want one of my guys are out working, I'm still working because you know about it now, and it will tell you really get reference from your last beyond the gate. So answer my question, do more research that because the transport system allegedly is to ensure the child has the same failure life as at warmer. Dad will stay together, so if mum works at McDonald's and dad works at Burger King and you're lucky enough to get minimum wage, I think they take home pay. Between the carrier strike group, Russia calls for chest building between United States and North Korea. Work experience remarks in Berlin crisis to United States courier Ryan Emirates legends $8.8 billion to buy 787 Dreamliners from Boeing expert maker election security Australia fire chief urges residents to evacuate. You will not survive. We remain to decide as the next step after Netanyahu meet fails. India attacks Iranian targets in Syria. Do you know service members killed in Afghan chopper crash? AMA calls for ban on all these cigarettes and vaping products. Amnesty International 106 people killed. A Mediterranean protest. Can you deliver it? High Street considered normal in the normal direction because nobody ever even apart asked the question to be hurt over anybody. Then you know cast away out here glacier water because we're all be passed away. Whose foxes Euro misses come back from that long shopping trip? How many days have you been away? Just popping to the local 2 columns. Amazon is here. Express feelings for you, Emma. Please do not talk about Jenny's vagina. Something about a meat locker cannot be spoken of. You F weirdo. But back to you. If you want to know how it will strike, just put chicken in the oven. Sorry, I give you a call. Complex changes in timer. One more time. I will make everybody F Mr. Watson Apostle. OK, signed chicken bun. No, it wasn't. I thought you better say you were going to put the chicken before you put it in the oven. Therefore, Natasha, Pakistan cricket live 30/12. There's my end said they make an army inside a nursery. I'm sorry, I don't speak monkey. Best man deadly. You F break your arm. Yeah, definitely I can't eat the chicken. No problem. Maker F I'm in. Checking. So sorry, Natasha. Plastering lightning over there. Using a service terms of a fostering Mr. Lightning over there. But we're back to it. I was just getting there, Fox. I'm sure you were checking before, right? Can you strain the F? Have you, Joseph? North Korea. The girls really strike out with the opposite sex. Wires at my endoscope. Don't let me play a dull cue. Park if you want to go out or not. Any part of materialistic lipstick. French black gel. I'm hearing you know I like it. Joseph the prequel. What's your name? Do you have a really bad potty mouth like a sailor? Same here. You were coming up and lady no response to that one. Ignore list. You had no response from that one. Was the president. That was not only that being said again. Get your marriage and getting a magnet bar. I think you need to shut your mouth. Just I don't think you'll be getting internal pilot. Will it be cursed or diabetes? Heavy metal poisoning your poison you choose. Bonnie just said it was because I was able to hear some. Joseph Banks and 7 best interest only in Iscorthy. Richard Otton green jello. Yeah, do you think what? Can a hard mix in a freezing with cake in a sports park for the Park Royal Stoke next? Let me do it. No, I don't. Bust a steak. Sickness in a hyena on parade. Someone give me this advice. 94. That's a good song. I cut myself listening to Mazzy Star yesterday. My beautiful Sunday. Can I share something with you? You have to see the trouble with me first. Thank you, Sarah. This I forgot what I was going to say. If you're listening, I have some hope for gonorrhea, and that is due 3 years. Gundam ending about 8 years. Negative and negative person. I speak to Angela brother program. What are you saying? I just calling me now. Have you heard of waiting here with your sword forward to white? Have you ever thought about wearing heelys to work? What fast and efficient double high. This is a playground. There's no playgrounds that can strike him. What did the search timer? Too very dangerous. You are so various. You need your own shell. Listen base, you're going to die of a heart attack. You really need to relax like that. Pay for your welfare. You know why you feel that about me? Because that's how you feel. Come love with me. Does he like Jewish? Is it like today or two? If you could have a man's Johnson, we can get a vagina. Who presented? It's not really a vagina. It does Johnson foot inside out. So now it's my vagina. Well, I don't care about you, but he would not be either. So straight through Silverman fancied you. Call me and you was with him and he grabs you and doesn't let go. What would you do? I am not Henry III. Strike it down. So what would you say to me? Is like 7 days lane pensioners to just let you know what to do. Please don't go. Chronic seed needs somebody to impregnate. She's chronic sealant. I don't talk about me like that. I never mentioned. I didn't even respond to you when you come me. Will you change about really chronic seed? Now you can go and you can actually buy take if you want one. Really required yet color minuto in the history of Kemet. I don't forget everyone to try that horrible one is let someone just vomited on her like better hurry up and get Florida man. You go to right s the best Mexican and like I said anybody comes out here I things when I'm sleepwalking. Why is that there? Some weird s there's anybody know why you tell me all these shorts are sleep swimming but they sleep swimming play. I hate sleepwalking but you know sleep swimming is a whole different story all the time and I remember doing it no sleep at all. The same thing about this weekend. The water in 4 hours now is now the isolate the valves in the heart. Strongest animals. I can close off the bells now. Tomorrow tube strike. Alberts have a form of communication expansion English. All the birds could communicate with each other around the world, that they are just got on the same. I'm sorry about that, that's not quite what I mean when he's full stress in his mouth only to his brain and not necessarily entail that was somewhere else something nice to my bastard that most people probably down now due to technological advancements. We actually enter into a very slight sleep state when watching television. Yeah, I don't know about going away, but I too an amateur wildlife photographer. Israel has vowed to investigate civilian death claims in connection with the Gaza conflict. Israel has said it is a fascinating claims in an airstrike that killed 8 members of one family in Gaza. The BBC's Luke Jones was on board the 19.5-hour flight conducted by Qantas in connection with Project Sunrise from London to Sydney. Flight landed uneventfully with no reports problems. Beginner's Guide to Impeached BBC Co-UK. BBC reporters break down the key points as the impeachment inquiry goes public. That's the end of the news. Whiskey Romeo for Sussex Downs Radio Link. I wish you all a beautiful morning, afternoon and evening whatever you may be from the studios in New Delhi. It's bye-bye for now. Hi there, insistence really whether I'm pretty. Okay, what about you? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning everyone. Hello Maddie, hello in spoken. What are you doing? I'm listening. Good morning Jamie. Scare here, there and everywhere at the moment. Time, places named everybody. What's the temperature? Link. Politician and erasure turn on. The movie has 2 words in his name. One of the things. What is the second name? Brexit with just slightly differently by 2 letters. Solve this riddle to figure out what film is Warburton's search for Donald Narugby may not be suitable for How Far I'll Go video. I was familiar already with the site it was all stood on, and there's some very suggested links to click on. And inside number 9 is Sussex Downs real name. International News Acura Radio. Good morning. In top stories for my UK consulate worker Simon Cheng said that he was tortured in China. The man who was the 10th of August 30th was blindfolded and beaten for his part in Hong Kong protests that are taking place now. Play the stories. Israel has hit dozens of Iranian and Syrian targets and military says that the strikes inside Syria are in response to rates that were fired by Iranian forces. The White House has attacked witness who heard an inquiry. Bob Nerrill. That be like saying that Harrogate food is equivalent to that of Walmart. Soon in some aspects it is price why your food at Walmart. A sad world we live in. Beast and retail park situation. Game on such manufacturers and say this is what to do is together with a thread count of 2 and 22. Can you go to Mercier Island? Yeah, that's why my phone that most strikeouts over in big stores like that, usually the one that you find out close within a few thread count of the states. Right now order Subway 507 Redcar Target.com, and it's sold by Walmart that one of their own companies play songs by Storm Souls. Oh no, I don't think I'll buy my clothes at One Word. I notice wash and dry in a couple times and opening you already there 2 holes in them. If you buy yellow leather shirt, ask you for 5 years. The clothing jeans that I have a home about a warmer 7 years ago. Golden hello. Am I buy a fuel injector for my automobile from One Word? I mean, like for instance if you look at the tire, the same for us to talk about your silhouette. Sippy. Anybody got anything in the news? You did it this time. Hearing what time is my master sign? Everybody running Riverdale. OYMYO. Well, let me thank you. I appreciate that. I came back. Stupid is as stupid as you know. Only get jealous over there. Barter 7 Alex Bolt. Yeah, sometimes that's good because you know he has Canterbury girl you likes to be lady used to be look at me, and maybe it's good to let other people key up and be a part of the OYMYO than just one person that's broadcasting. I like who I'm looking at the list right now. Nike Uptown Funky Up Synthetic CDO Strike Eagle Photos playing both sides of the Perfection Soda. Oh yeah, just Sealy Peterson. To be honest with you, I haven't talked to any of these people. I don't know who they are. You know, I've seen your Leanne in 3 OYMYOs, but I've never once ever heard her. Exactly. Hammersmith stabbing. You know, everybody is welcome in this OYMYO burger. I think was Tesla has written out that didn't know. There you go. You don't want to. I would love to have it. So if you don't know, you are fine, and I should like a religious exemption UK ever for 4 years. That's why I didn't find it funny, but I don't like very because of socialism or the Prime Minister's more offices not just present to find money and then have a question about what should we use the fine money for? Everyone who goes out the vote to decide what they want to go to Monastir Ministry of Cost of having the fines frozen. How do I want this money? And Spanish. Okay, get Obama really F up because he thought that everybody could help everybody, but he was a visionary. He wanted peace. He tried so hard during his time to promote peace, but he got the sack because we're quiet peaceful strike. My friend, 3rd grade, from the boys coming to take your lunch money. You said when I get back and crack that makes nosebleed. Guarantee you'll be coming tomorrow. I'll give you the money. The American race, how we done it. We're better to be doing anything that help us take it back 20 years, and it seriously made us a problem in the world stage. I am white men at work, really yeah, but I think he's a wonderful Christmas, not because of his attitude but for what he does. He stuff first president at standed up to China and said, hey, you're charging a people a big tariff for products going in your country, yet we take your products with no tariff. Or is that fair? Is that's not fair? All milk products going to Canada are being doubled in price, yet we take their products and we don't double nothing. Yeah, but at the same time, for a leg people, and even like looking at it like this, because from what airport is he doesn't care about any one of different people in poverty strike. Me as a human being, God, you must be listen to see anything that dude is more frustrating out in stop in the B list than just say what you hear and only let's go to the Paris Climate Agreement that he backed out of. One, and here you turn the volume. Please terminal, are you up to buy? You pop up the volume, you should hire mobile. You this is said, forget the old dance and do them disc dancing disc. He goes, he can hear me, please come to me. He could not hear me stealing, understand my request. About hello and hello and hello, it's okay man, I mean you know maybe lie, you need to wake me, be the last to know. When was TLC from town? Matthew, okay, are you doing it wrong? You have to say yesterday news senator, he was part of the Obama administration, became the bad recently addressed daddy plastic that they kill like 200 times and rose from dead and kill, getting rose from the dead and kill again. I mean it's getting killed so many times in the airstrikes in special ops for operation whenever in us still lives. And no, he did to come down somewhere, dogs kissing down. Focus was the military, the American McCain in the background, electric kettle with one boy she met, glorify God from God our Father. And after you call Christine, because I'm thinking about is the town of no one. You know I don't think you're talking about time. Oh dear, and will I be able to see John and Module, because I'm still sort of Canada round and just getting ready for my day, one day ahead. Victory Sheeran does that beautiful, very impressive architecture. Understated, but I like that. A lot of people like that. The spirals and stuffing in fancy pants, what have you, licensed stuff is like normal buildings go. Those are beautiful. I'm not saying I didn't take you from take that. What's today these days is not typical or standard anymore. I mean if you look at the house today, it's mostly is that they don't have this extra charity, only have street lights, straight line, and it's like if there is something special is just stand on the pillars. The bus strike, play the Killers, you know every detail turn pillar, but that cost a lot of money. So when they make let's see houses these days or apartments, what are the little like hello a point, this personal catch up with no point of this is coming salvation. You interrupt my reading of the word again, I will really get by when now my kitchen. I really don't like when people are interrupted when a reading of God's word is being done. What's the words? And you will find out hope is what makes you in there. You have it, you're in error if you have that hope, and if you listen you will hear that. So that nurse again, since that's where you brought it back in hope of eternal, that's why promise where the world began manifested his word through preaching is committed unto me according to the command of God our Saviour. To Titus my own sign, the common grace, mercy and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ our Saviour. For this left IV increase that the shouldest set in order the things that are wanting. 18 elders in every city I had appoint any be blameless, the husband of one wife, children a riot or unruly, for a bishop must be blameless. Right there as dust or dove down. Maxine angry, not given to wine, no striker. The 1980s, the Empire Strikes Back there. 1983, The Return of the Jedi, in one of them by the famine. I've seen the original 3, everything else I don't know. When I don't care about you, but I really like you. This was the first movie, I'm sorry about that. Star Wars The Phantom Menace, and then the second one was Star Wars Attack of the Clones and Star Wars Revenge of the Sith and Star Wars A New Hope, Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, Star Wars Water, little bit The Force Awakens, Samsung S10+1, but there was only one Rogue One, Star Wars Story, then a Star Wars The Last Jedi, then Solo, a Star Wars Story. The Rise of Skywalker is the newest movie coming out. People actually watched or goes to the movies start after the third one. Just watch those movies. I go to the movie theater, buy KMC and wear costumes, type of cars play. You, oh my god, what I want to go see a Rogue One. It was on my car. These people literally wore Halford's West lightsabers ML2 like let me see it for a second. You know where, tell me a go. That's it. Show us more of your background. Freeway, I need some C2C Raiders. Shut up, you laugh. You don't let him tell you to shut up. Where you at? Holly Willoughby has made my phone help. Who killed it, man? Kurt, so nice for you to visit us. Is the chapel in quiet mode right now? Phone, people's phone. What is behind you? Teeth, sensitive teeth. Togi, more on the Gap on YouTube. Did you hear the tin roof doing? I'm camping pitch. I'll be careful. Nice me. Lightning not strike you once but twice. Care of Faraday cage yourself. How nice. It's too bad you couldn't find one to go with you. Right, you know everything. Wait, camping for motorhomes, Newton Lane, your life. Well, that's why I tried to tell you the use Craigslist before you go. Don't worry about it anyway. Is Overriding, do you plan on getting another girlfriend? Century shut up. Starting back line towards me, the curse I still have to say, if that be Mac, if that be for that, unmute Digi Murdoch, that's your punishment. Better get started. Airline strike in Sydney and they used to fight people, that's what I was working. Hotel a reply, and people from all over the world just to be pilots. Just say the airline could be brutally honest with you, I wasn't born in the earlier, not a problem then anyway. So what happened was the person destroyed, went on for a couple of weeks, realize I took it on the top of my head, said enough is enough in the newspaper and put up all the jobs. He says, well, these jobs are going to be available if he's only people on strike and not going to come back to work, and he listed all the jobs, and the next day everyone who came back to work. No, I haven't heard about any of that, to be honest. See what we got. Closings in New York. Here, New York State, you're going to get what? 18 inches of snow by tomorrow. Remind me, whereabouts in New York State are you? Like, you don't give me exact address. Of course I don't. Like, how far from Manhattan? A couple of hours. Not me. Okay, so I will talk. Hang on. His Buffalo, upstate New. I'm over here and Sydney to see AC/DC just before Brian Johnson was the band concert. Why can't I? Saw in, I was really close to the front and she was brilliant with any Linux, but they called the Eurythmics at the time. I wanted to go and see Phil Collins' absolute shadow of what used to be some of the notes in the song that look like everything is everything. Got to dodgy back but layer posters online when she wanted a Pink concert and she said it was unbelievable, the acrobatics of this lady. I wish to see that. Yeah, because I work very close to the entertainment center Darling Harbour and I saw like a concert. I don't know if you're old enough to know who Alison Moyet is. Okay, I will not remember the Qantas pilot strike because I wasn't born yet, but all of my favorite music seems to have come out when I receive a very young or even before I was born. It's not my favorite album of all time, came out 4 years before I was born. Some of my favorite bands came from the UK. Shriek back then. I've been a work in that criteria management. It is still hard me at his work doesn't agree that politicians see Bilius where is safe to at least if you live in Ireland. That's Rep Oscar Isle of Wight, the Sheppey Island airports in London, anywhere in the forest. I'll be happy. Just let me pull a bit shower. I'll just sleeping bag. Can you get fed up without your technology around you? I can tell you that now within 24 hours no technology around you after you'll be alright. I mean, I don't watch TV alone, do social media for anything. I'm on his Instagram when I'm on that flight. 2 minutes overtime, no time off my new server. I won't miss technology. What's that time being missed? Been off the grid. I wear the blackout. The other day is blackout with literally gutted when is having power cuts. Winter 70s 80s. Somebody went on strike at the miners, went on strike for the power station, or the power station workers went on strike. Is that a city a few hours every night with the candle? I can't type too many people that more people than I do during your job and drink the daytime. Do you have the same type of conversations with people on the street that you have in this room? Basically yeah, but we can see people in this room. You know, I have a bit of fun with your butt, but I couldn't belittle anybody or anything else like that. Absolutely right. Like, I'm a person. If I see a bedroom with a bedroom tax, what service were you in there? And then we start up a conversation. Yeah, but I don't think it reaches some of the person on the sea. I probably won't do that. You're probably outgoing. I probably, how you doing, what are you looking for? All I believe that's over and that I was going to strike up conversations, talk about the wife, their husband, where they live and what kind of car they have in a store. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not talking in the store. I'll do that briefly while I'm hoping it, because my job is to do my job. I don't get paid to be a social club, if you know what clip, but you won't get any other information from them. And when you look at the real names, you found out that the actors, all of them there, just actors exactly in the crisis act. To start making YouTube videos about these crisis actors. They have shut down Man United against strikes against. Make a video and have the words crisis actors in the tail. No, believe you, cause that's another follow. Believe you have those videos been talking down by you too, or I mean that you have people that came out and say, hey listen, here is all the information on this person, that say after, have you heard of them again? No, because they YouTube getting shut down. So that is true. I want you to take down a video so they don't have any music videos. The copyright is not breaking any rules, so why are the videos getting taken down? Truth, that's one of the truths that I believe actors lying to. Okay, so the guy who had that video that was talking about his pulled it down, but I've typed YouTube, I've typed exposed retard. Did you get fire? Shut up. Hey young world, where all the world is yours. Hey young world, the world is your young well the world. Do you have any further? Since this OYMYO has been passed over to the new owner Hereford Bulls, not the first, not the second. Part 3, may you show him strength and give him wisdom so they will put you out. Where are my bubbles? Actor turn hairy ball. Sack not the first, not the second, but the third. Give him wisdom on his OYMYO Mikey. Make amendments, new ways, and treat everybody with respect. Now as 30th, that's a Scottish name. Tent for rent. Mame Perry Sirius Botech Bobby. He's his royal right. Handman. Maybe strikers with wisdom might not like his personality too much, but he's quite intelligent person. Questions and he knows exactly what he's talking about. He's got a supercomputer in front of his face and see what he does. He researches. So you and me having a subject on cars to research about time he gets on. He knows all the answers. You know I never on the railway. Minimum 450 hour 450 a day. Everyday scout for work. United to quote you not to do any of that. It's all just on the books. Working for a company 8 till 49 till 5. Who'd even consider being alliance terminate job? A lot of people leaving now exist. Yeah, but that's it. Here's a 5-year apprenticeship. Say nothing is easy. Nothing as easy as a 5FT apprentice. Never so it should be. It takes 5 years to learn the job. Learn how to do the job, just not the technical. The job city. That kind of experience. Watching a documentary on the night train drivers work and how do you do the job. Doesn't like me, I have to go sleep on time. You can't smoke or drink with mess up your schedule. Any medicine as well. The train drivers, the old stick together, remain united and never be trying to scroll over. One time we tried to get rid of the pinner driver either end of the train. The transporter driver in the middle of the train. Drivers went on strike. Sat now obviously only need half the amount of drivers on the trains. You can give a baby and its entertainment Bobby Brown and keep them themselves. Stop saying pacifier, pacifier. I mean the dummy. The pacifier replaces the nipple of the mother. The little baby's a sassy. What is one personal also teaches us introduced into artificial. Stop the mad gods. Where I had my children always was living. It was hard work. Horror official staff strike to beginners. We always get next. I will go all the way to George Washington. Go away to the guy who go to beginning of the baby. When we throw something in a baby's mouth the size of nipple, which is natural, you told the official now, so it's the first day's induction or official stuff plus size clothing. Okay, alright, stop talking about a pacifier. Listen, you've been getting calls for about the during the time you'll be talking and you haven't picked up any passengers. Are you making money? Don't anyway. Okay, I'll switch it up about how I believe that people that are labeled retarded or slow are actually the smart ones. Strikes when they are born. My daughter done, and you know she still got meningitis. Are you going to get it? You need the hospital without limitations, but there are some that you can to get back after several years instead. Does Ned Stark die? I mean, I don't know that it's optional that you have to do it. Get your kiddies in the station still, but you actually don't have to get them done if you look into it. I don't think it's a bit cold, but I don't know what would happen if you put him in his place. I probably would not be doing with them, so you can tell your social worker. Okay, if something happens at some new over, let me double check. No need to Google anything on my head. I don't think you have them different, so I don't see why we have 3 sets. Paulo Dybala, meningitis, measles, all them. Isn't the text you again? Children have had meningitis. Pablo actually having memorization, son, and then you get the excuse of it was a different one. It was a different meningitis. Different ones is the bad one. There, go drink your coffee and leave me alone. So you know he does his saying. Goes to the coffee house in your chairs with his friends. Not 1 hour later does the wind start picking up and the thundering. It's worse and worse. Finally I thunderbolt strikes down, and I know that's why it was. The ground was shaking. It scared the S out of me so bad I ripped the cord from the wall and I hid under the covers going like, oh please for the love of God don't kill me. One of the trees actually, you know Phil, when it happened, how old were you when you lift the socket like the battery? Anyways, like I don't know, can you resolve? Also probably better around the same time around. It's probably 11 something. They're also between 5 and 7 years old. I will take any at a time. My shoes at that age, but that's still already enough to no better though. Well, I was the most normal kid, to be quite frank. I mean, when I was that age was really concerned. My dad is I used to actually beat my head against the wall. Yo, mean that the person saying standing you too, so you can get for like 2 minutes execute to finished, but then again they're nothing. Yeah, but nobody wants to listen. Hopefully with the method for the 2 minutes world typically set it 1 minute, although some of the most productive stuff without hurting seems to have been when it was set low. A minute seems to be the ultimate compromise that everyone can at least live with. Where I was fixing the door when there is someone said that there were people there tonight. First thing that came to mind was wait a minute, there I was doing double taps to weaken this strike on it. Have you said fixing? I know you from here. He has a very fast advisor, very fast internet connection, and that gives you much better start getting the button, and he has no problem taking it. Manager then annoying. I mean, I have great connection to, but everybody else and I had a problem with that button constant. I mean, I'm full of shenanigans, but come on, we all do such a thing. What's this roasting OYMYO about? Jenny wrote OYMYO, well it's really got to roast a chicken or two. The gods have roasting paranoid and chili powder. Tasha, how does one roast? I don't know how to roast. Define roasting Rochdale AFC. Where is my new type of person? What if you dressed? Where is baby Austin walking stick? When is late dinner and next playing next game? A look at Samo the woman beater. Yeah mate, I don't trust. I guess there's difference. Cheese rolling. Oh god, I must leave here. Express feelings for you. Please do not talk about journeys. Vagina. Something about a meat locker cannot be spoken. Have you F weirdo? But back to you. If you want to know how it will strike, just put chicken in the oven. Later complex welfare. Chicken in the oven. I thought you meant to say you were going to F the chicken before you put it in the oven there fox, but back to it then attaches to the top. OYMYO Matthew Burchell. I'm sorry I don't speak monkey. If you want to know what wonderful night like I said that your friend about that just when he talks about it or when you see it, just can I like turn your head and yig a little bit and don't say anything. Strike global offensive. High show my devices division. Talk about all about the Bass Dad escape lounge. Hey, I don't want that sexy like a black man, that girl black zenith. I love man. I may only be like the way that I'm trying to keep going on here. Brakes not working. My alarm song. That's alright. Battle K. Where are my messages? Because he said he was going to bed really, but it came back to every XX. That's alright, that's okay. Wherever at Rarity Drug Addict at midday. Every time you come in I will bring Gary and here Gary. I can't get him to come in your mouth. I'm honestly surprised. Tell him that I do midpoint formulas better. I will pass it on to pass that on. Reply different name. Then I never heard you say that again. There was like it was kryptonite. The mark way worse than the hacksaw. You suck over. They should be completely exempt. Getting donated tons of money myself and then I donate to other places. You doing tonight taxes from that they like. It's for like this guy donated his house to the cafe that they rang. They charge nobody nothing. That goes it cost me $2. Triple O a day. You're not taking the money to make profit, to taking the money to give it back out to the needy people that are tax free and freight. Yes, that's a problem with you. Show me 100 by the way, but again that's a separate issue. An onion, you know that strike and shut everything down and destroy all the major cities around the country. Yes, go union. Communism. Republican because that makes it complain about paying child support and 5-6 figures. Give me a break and you're broke. Doesn't make much sense. Go union, get a put here. You're more than everything he says. Makes a lot of things stupid. Clown. Shoes, underwear, a ceiling fan, carpet, pieces of chicken, fries, burger. To get on app store called mute this or a piece in the nearest bin. Very lives or downstairs. You calling the trash pack. Welcome army. No unions help bring wages up so people can help stabilize the middle class. Perfect. Mark Singer. Not without sin, but it is a caravan. I know it's cities in ruin. I would workers let them retired 50 making our 100 a year picking up trash. The person who pays the taxes doesn't make that much money a year. It's striking when things need to get done. Wiki. Where are these companies? Just working a person that you sick so you hurt yourself because we did this. You go away afraid. This why thank you mean do I think you need to go get a bag for me. My world is green guy as well as a day. My word for the day is Tiffany, and Tiffany changed my life. World you everyday stupid. Yeah, unions. So you don't need unions in the Stone Age. People strike the signs on Facebook. Work via McDonald's for $15 an hour because everybody, whether they're a hard worker or most union members, lazy, make the same amount and kinda racist. So when you generalize like 7-Eleven sloppy general person. And I've what I heard about this kid that went up to his teacher because it was teacher day or something, teacher appreciation week or something like that. His teacher was African American, gave her a watermelon for a gift and killed in Logan XL. BBC like watermelon. Are you kidding? Is the only people that racist thing. Watermelons can be racist as well. I don't know, it could be racist. Yes, it's 100 movement melanated. Okay, search up the watermelon that traces it's the mare that it's Maynard that it's given to. You would say it might give you a black person, someone I don't like, you give you watermelon, then it racist. If it's like, hey, I want a watermelon, I heard that you're welcome the end day and strike person. Yeah, it's not to be racist. I mean, you had a watermelon, a white guy play watermelon. Why? Watermelons, it's like black people like watermelons. Consideration. Yes, it's a stereotype. What's tomorrow's date? Search YouTube. Pink hat in Jersey City, New Jersey in the US, and deadly gun battle has killed 6 people including 2 gunmen who the mayor said targeted a kosher supermarket. The buyer has returned a grease jackets to Olivia Newton-John after an auction and give the leather jacket back to Olivia Newton-John after buying it for her for $243. Triple O in Bougainville referendum. Second place. The Papua New Guinea region is voted overwhelmingly for independence. Vote was non-binding, but the PNG region could now become a sovereign country. The United Nations is unable to confirm in writing in the Saudi Arabia all attacks said that Iran was involved in September strolling missile strikes, something that it didn't. Rise. Pop star Ed Sheeran has been named the artist of the decade in quotes. Singer has amassed a combined run of 12 number 1 Singles and albums between 2010 and 2019. Technology news: the world's first fully electric commercial flight is taking off. The fully electric seaplane flight has been hailed by operators, but it will be by the end of the day. I can't tell that to leave. There is loads more in Ireland that looks like it might be blowing north up towards Scotland. Yes, I just stood in the north of the country. Midlands is up in Scotland. Phoebe, careful, sun mass to red patches for rappers. Maryport, Keswick, Whitehaven, Penrith, spreading across country to name but a few across the country. What is jumpers on today? If you're outside, make sure you covered up and got a raincoat on, a coat on. Good morning. Latest news in the UK and around the world. Proof what's going on in the news this morning. It wasn't snow to smash Britain. Polar blast. Alice Cooper shamed over Brexit. This is what happens when you tell. Apparently she told someone. To Anna Soubry, husband shamed over her Brexit. Lightning strikes almost killed 12 mission. Apparently thousands of artifacts discovered at a Circumflex 12,500 sighting. Connector cups. Let's go back to that very first report on the tweet about the weather and see what we're in for. What houses have geared up for that, got basements and all sorts of it, like where is seen and not really used to it, man. June 1st to December 1st is Atlantic hurricane season. Telephone have nothing to worry about that. A tornado on the other hand can hit any day of the year, any time of the year they happen. Summer, spring, winter, fall on the ground, dead leaves first, it doesn't matter. I can't wait, it's warm, just whatever. How much is a hurricane? Tornadoes strike up in the plains and I don't middle part of America, Texas, places like that when it's like literally nothing. Patience, that's alright. Level ground. Emma Hardy, tornado works like tsunami, can keep going and going and going. In the men's room. Yeah, I'd love to have a Toyota. In UK, earthquake 6 months ago, wake me up at 4 in the morning. First time ever, you know, when someone slammed the door. X10 tornado. Politicians play little. Earthquakes by spot for on the Richter scale, but it was on the western part of the United Kingdom. Thing is about when was it this idiot to be, you know, strike to get a pay rise. That pay rise, so happy they get back to work a week later. They have another strike because they want another pay rise until the pay rise I had a week ago, and then I'll get that paper. They're always on strike. It's like their nature is to culture. That's the problem with this, is that the Labour Party anti-Semitic and things upset that community, which represents a large population of Britain, so they just take them out for the parties that the Tories, and I think that's took a very hard hit on them too. And I want to be friends narrative. Okay, so if we going from right to lucky, start right, so we going from like extreme the brave top ends of them. So starting from the right we have UKIP and the Brexit party together. After that you'll have the Conservative Party, and then going across that you get the middle line, then they are going towards more to the other side of the Labour, and then after Labour you would have the Liberal, the world. So your English professors get sick when they hear it. Yes, I'm much more comfortable walking without shoes in. If you were doing a lot more off-road in your removals to read tabs and putting some lamb spikes, plastic or metal, and a bit more acquiring. Told you bought all. The weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. I have no place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Videos of fat lady singing Silent Night. Alex Law, the B&M Ilford, take me. Okay, sorry, no more. You both can sing. The mood strikes you, jump right now, don't worry about it please, by all means. All the cannons, or they both say we're, so I don't want to fight in the trenches no more. I want to go over the sea with the germs. Can you let me know I'm too young to die. I want to go over the sea a bit more. That's good. You got a name for participation. Yeah, that I learnt that from my grandfather, but like I said, I have no business singing. I can appreciate what you say. You will have to find me singing sitting on our laps, and we could actually feel pressured me and pushed down on it, and I'm like, I'm barely touching this bag, and my wife like piano. And I know my wife now. I want mine. You know how little I was touching that day. I don't know. People believe what they want to believe in. Dinner. No, I told you guys. I said used to be no gauge on many years ago. Yeah, when you go into the basement is some freaky stuff down there. Things that happen here. I told you. I suspect will gay lay down area wall, finding lights, boring some kind of structure. Silver strike set an alarm forever. Did something bad, and Hannah going in a basement again. The me now and the Christian, and having that experience, it helped me stay grounded in my belief with God, because I literally felt like was really holding hands with demons, meaning it was such a real experience to me that I know there is something beyond what we see, another something on the other side. So it just helps me, you know, keep focused on was over there and now. But there's no interesting, because I'm not saying anyone is saying as I'm just going to make a statement. Eczema. A UK used all testing at anime both car like saying you can use the Empire Strikes Back and talking about Star Wars movies got a call so just don't get what you got to say in 40 seconds. Are you going to be common half past 40 seconds? Call Diane. Anyway, it goes both ways. You do come with that quite often, so it's not just change temperature need to take guard. Believe can you sing 6 Christians and 188 but they're Christians and they try to find the ball and series the 80s. When is the last time you saw the baby people scream yellow tennis ball army tennis? Yeah, I agree, they are 5 minutes and then she's going to get 5 minutes and then they go back and forward for the time. I can't have a debate with you people because you can't stand up to the mystic dog. You can complete that one of you and Tommy. We don't care about your communist social to be there most of the time, taking care of children and families or individuals that come across the need whenever that may be, which again is a human level P. You're not serving your country people, an area where you're specifically taking training members of the microasment and or anybody who is injured other than you know that would be serving country. I think you know using that terminologies are the interests of the country human side. Okay, Siri saying now no, they favor the rescue part of a dead penis, so I can ems. I work closely with law enforcement and there is the occasion that I will get called in for that, so what time? Talking about one way of serving my country is being a medical have the opportunity. It's easier for me to get on with the task force that would deal with the context in anything like that sound like a strike on a house or McCartney's serving warrants and whatnot along the border. I would have the opportunity to be on a possibly, but considering the members taxpayers finance global insurance code that we both rescue our countries in the world economy and protect bad that's made by speculators let themselves 5 strikes you're out. Interventionism began in earnest in 1995 can go out using Mexico as exemplar, the International Monetary Fund in Ireland, every kind of sweet challenge country weather for the next experiment. What's a blusher? Success triangular wave, insolvent banks, swimming crime, double digit inflation and a reporting PayPal. Literally a hotly debated violation of free market principles have now become standard practice. The short the economies of countries probation entry rescue the other speculators despite striking out every time. Policymakers persist in their strategy, watching over the losses, cousin with near promised success this time in Britain with a stick of global unrest and possible where Isabella money is withheld. Nothing succeeds like failure. Timberland free market years have extended their expertise to the private sector. 0.3865.1, a number that just seems terrified, but Chrome has become the infinity version. I know that version of running anymore. Next time I'll look at that version screen the number will be different. They have to go out again. VAR was on to something seem like a product of a digital marketing agency and another actor KG that styled the names instead of black spots, ab testing them against horse and hound around to see which terrified in tablets more underground strike. Farrington, a mobile alliance with the best small convenience store in a century. No, I don't wanna the Empire. You can tell things are on a downward trajectory as soon as they started work on Star. Maybe they have done better on Indoor if they call it Death Star X10 cupcakes in America. In Nace Island, take media Turkey developer product manager Southport person. And what's tough do you can follow him on the Medium application. Thanks for following Victorian on the application 2.02. Actually discuss what is being here just out become a millionaire. Play the public defender door. Why please I need to read it. That he was exactly what he knows well. If he was Smiley would I get a criminal lawyer, said he. Gets a immigration lawyer. What's with that for unofficial representative vote? You not respond to these. Stop responding to stupid dude. The lawyer you have, is he advertised for criminal or is he advertised for immigration? Just answer yes or no. I don't know. He's a lawyer. That's another question. You can just what you said. You said I just hired a badass for I don't know anything about him. Is my dad's lawyer? I don't know its background. He's in the agriculture department. You not answering very many quarter of law and you're harassing. Speak to the person or answer any questions. Strikers the hearsay and speculation and it's his father's the divorce lawyer. Like I talk to you, please abstain from badgering, he said. And proven witness a store. I have a device no one else, just you can, because I believe that every Christian out here believe. Don't I? Do not the human against that. How much is Euro against Jesus and for Jesus because he's proved himself to me, where it's up to you obviously, but I don't hear you for that. Reuse of things against who saved me. I had to take his strikes in Ireland. It's not that I want to be mean to you, it's not that I want to come against you because you're different or what you're saying is different. It's because I love Jesus and because he saved me and he proved himself to me like the God of the Old Testament, as someone say, because I do believe in the guardian, then Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, the God I love I do. Bye. We have differences on the outside. I don't want you to dislike me because of what I believe, but I can't help that, and I don't want to just like you because of what you believe, and I can help their dislike is the dislike NZ beliefs. So just as much as you believe he's not the Messiah, I do, and if you can just would agree that that's what the Bible teaches. Faith comes down hearing by the word God. No, I didn't switch up. They're still the same people. Well, you're false convert or destroyed out rejecting Christ, that you're still rejecting Christ, and I would like to know how a person like me that comes from where I come from, life completely changed around, and there I love what I'm doing. This is the last thing. Are there people who come up with I'm on the ground just like you hear about? I would tell a religious person off your beast. I hated people that had joy. The happier you were, the more faking disgusting to me, where I could not stand a happy person. Oh, I couldn't stand, because I didn't know what it was. What is that you have? What is the joystick trying to love me now? And the person that wants to give the love, Paul Hayden Christensen. So you're not alone. You're not long out of people that hate religious people. So you happy one. So you guys know me long enough to have do I strike you as a happy person? Yep, you to make sure that whether it's yours or someone else's, it's not being consumed, should be thrown away. 3 years like your coffee strike today. I don't know what that means, but depending on what it means, media pussy cream sugar in it. I prefer it. I prefer black. No, my car. She had a conversation with me when they are saying it's so funny down here with me. Just because I put the cream around you heard what they called bubble guts for the itis. Scary people having a coffee, but every time I drink coffee, anytime I never drink coffee, just have to get used to them. Are you addicted to somebody just to put too much coffee then, and it is way too strong for you? Are drinking coffee how much you actually eat it? Click the cream and sugar in her, and you do realize she taken away the taste of the coffee, right? I like my coffee with just a little bit extreme. Tastes better when you put milk in it. No talking about you. Not yet. I don't think I've seen it yet. I seen it, but I never got around to buying it. Cost Saturday. Do snow has already begun to fall across parts of the northeast, including Yorkshire Dales, County Durham. Snowfall across Monday. I'm with Christmas less than 10 days away now. Suggestions: UK Macy's snowy conditions have seen Ladbrokes / the odds of a white Christmas twice this week. Bookmakers' decision. Mr. Partridge added it is too early to say about Christmas. It will be clearer around 7 days before, but weather is too unpredictable at the moment. Office's current position is that the chance of a white Christmas is slim, with temperatures expected to remain above average. You go, love you. Studies the end of this. I cannot bring you any more information at the moment. You'll see what I mean. You mean what? When? What did you say about what? Boris Johnson, Donald Trump. Okay, with the weather I can tell you unfortunately it looks like there is one dead after dangerous long-tracking tornado strikes Louisiana. Large and dangerous tornado prompted a rare tornado emergency warning, in which other storms are to the southeast of where I am. Surprisingly, that's very much to the west. At least that's from the pictures you've posted, and people wonder why I actually tried to convince my ex-husband to move my children to Europe. We're going to put up with other here. Listen to everybody at the moment, bringing you as many updates as possible on the In the States First report, and has a picture with the Texas tornado. Looks like a bomb has gone off. How many people were injured when a tornado hits Franklin as storms batter the southern US? Texas tornado lifts woman bathed outside a tornado lifted out of her home. What else have you got? A storm. Man City squad right open us. Stan, know that you're okay bringing this to you. I have to spend Strawberry saying that a 59-year-old woman death of dangerous driving. Tracking tornado strikes Louisiana. Slew of August's warnings were in effect across Louisiana and Mississippi by midday Monday as a violent outbreak of severe weather united across the region. Situation for tomorrow morning to evening, basically a huge band of it coming over. Sorry, okay, I am extremely sorry. I've not done weather report match today, made a mess of it this morning, so I'm going to try again. UK forecast: Arctic blast in Whitney, 2 months of snow. New cats alarm: Britain will be better by 2 months of snow showers. That asthmatic blast sweep across the UK. According to the latest forecast, the bitter cold snap is set to strike as northeasterly winds bring weather systems across the UK. January expects northern parts of UK to be hit currently with snow showers. Parts of UK will not escape the wintry conditions as unsettled conditions bring miles and cold snaps into the new year. December and January are likely to be find me by westerly winds bringing changeable weather and generally mild temperatures, especially to the south. Less confidence in the forecast for January for December, but the single point mostly to a continuation of the west to northwest early type January. Something just in a still photograph in print is not the same like seeing something in the video that just hit a whole different way. Call around somebody's Neck that was going to be yeah they made the documentary on Netflix. Woman responsible wasn't she called evil genius. Was it this whole time I thought the robbery happened in Pennsylvania? I don't know why I guess formation. Because I watched a documentary on Hulu. Pennsylvania, Arizona. Sorry whether you'd like it or not, Gap Man. I'm so sorry that you disagree with me anyway. Bag at best laser measure before. I'm not saying urine it didn't happen, but the documentary they are talking about was in Pennsylvania. Well, that's the case then I'm wrong. Judas Priest, pink eye, second strike. The street sky is about me. I feel the way I feel, so he's never going to change my opinion. I wish I was the first person that don't golf on, like a toilet or something. Like I wish I was the first person to society of Chinese people of me now clean, and especially if their kids have a chance to do well in education, they won't leave everything for their kids to do this year, to excel at, and if they do something wrong they really feel them unmercifully for it. Yes, you are my baby baseball player everywhere, so turned it on. Strike Alton Helpers Community for Parker real winner. Yeah, Rothbury killer anyway. See, what was I going to say? Shame on you, like not a good sport to there still, but see dust in the air. Why you have to push your children to excel? You don't want him to grow up to be a potato like dust in there. That's correct. Knights move on and forget about him, so I had to do 2020 elbow hobo f-ho. I'm back. It's been a long time. Amnesia. Yeah, I would say Dustin's been with us before. It's been about a year. Give you opportunity to get in here. Tell us how you doing. Don't let anybody. Is this the fake fireman? Yes, it's customers. A fireman placed or a good guy. Is it later? The very clever on the next while, like compared to your people from any other countries. No import or export. The country's on strike. That is good. Yeah, talking about the French. What is the thing called again? The people, the yellow vests, German protesters, fairies protesting against the government. LOL. Carry the same gay Paris, French Quarter, Pullman, Citroën and Peugeot. Nice looking cars. Electrics nice. Why they work? I'll be perfect one day and the following day it's like everything's broke. Everything just goes together. It's little what that one electrical issue and it's like the whole electrics and just come kaput. Liam, you go to the doctors, didn't leave a like stomach missing, you got like HIV and you lift up. Dude moved up and down the road on two wheels, crabbing, traveling like how not reliable, like you're traveling in a motorway and chill and it just stops. You'll have to ring up a or an RCA leads in the back of the amplifier. Do get you some pumping. No mate, you got it. Involvement. Military wives. No, I do know what I'm talking about. You're the drug expert. We are basically equipped with military tanks, missiles, models, strike artillery, baggage. So we are more serious than cocktails. Is heroin. I do plant poppy seeds. Maybe I could. Who's gonna win in a fight? You could do whatever you want. Who's gonna win the fight? Taliban versus Mexican. Not. They're not mixing. MS 13. Good Lord, Co is not fighting with you. Can people turn off light? Taliban, come on, crazy. Yeah, it does is consumes drugs. Finishing with 13. Blocked. You mad? They haven't got my army equipment. Yeah, ex-Mexican Ferraris and now they have the wrong shift going on. Taliban would destroy a Mexican cartel, Italian mafia, Russian mafia together. Man board power bar. Where is Naya? Yeah, all the tale of me and you had to do with strap ons to themselves and themselves up and punch the other people, which is completely retired because they are really wanted himself. And you're watching the news too much, man. By few covered by she was building that. I had an old Indian found in some parts but worth the money and just put it down to him. 70s custom front end news years ago. Butcher Hill House TV was just right down the road from us there. Now what's your name? Butcher TV. I think work teacher, one of the biggest insurance companies. Good part of that. Even then delete. He's older than me, age 50. I don't know why I thought it was closed. A teacher, a gym teacher, English teacher, something out on my wife. I didn't strike me as something over. Remember, as far as the answer, he said, it's all good, man, baby. He has his own insurance adjuster. Can't we note he saw his own? And what's he doing now? Business set up for parties like extravagant. Unfortunately, so is an event organizer or an event. If you talk to WhatsApp yet, give my employer. Yeah, here in the night. I don't even use the profile privately. They want to get rid of a bunch of, but he didn't hear about it. So Indiana Rose nails Stafford Danny Rose. No, I'll get them to erect all the time. They did ask me what I'd be dragon. Which dragon? My third leg. Pump it up. You've got to pump it up, don't you? Okay, let's say your signal song's minding your business. The mood should strike her. All she's got to do is hit the button a few times and she could have a way with you, right? But for it to go down, you have there, left upper left. Yeah, they must have a hit and let the air out, right? If we can help you, Melissa. What is maybe one of your toughest surgeries you've ever had to go through? One that probably you would not want to do. Oh, that would be brain. You don't let the air out for it to go down. What if I was going to say obstruction? Now that I can actually be pretty damn nasty and dirty if I'm right. Are you finished? Why can you not control it up and down with an app on Your phone may become on buddy derby match how say it is pumped into her whatever is mechanically made a rat you know how does it know you know what makes it go down this because no true crime streets of LA the map on that game is bigger than GTA V map like 3/4 times bigger that's crazy how far away is Bangladesh from the UK what is the neighbouring country made I wouldn't mind going to the pole looks really good really nice is the cheap as well go India compared to Bangladesh you can buy a lot of supposed to be doing something to the American people on Christmas what do you mean what's a surprise that's just like her people scared of nukes well not Korea has of the special surprise for me for the gift come on I'm just trying to get someone tomorrow now that's Christmas year I heard it layer its supersonic ballistic missile with a nuclear warhead in its skegness with the balloons for my one side light from well I'm going into the city tomorrow the next day. United something happened yeah well Siri I suggest you get back to Australia as soon as possible get your ass back here Park Rocky I don't know man strike America why when I'm looking women's statement date outright said that can be implied that you know we'll get it and also you know which if that's true being received correctly the next sounds exactly what the detractors are claiming you know are cool because of the present at me should be next in line but I hope that's just you know or crafted does strike me hard though that if one of the only charges come up with one of the two in the article's impeachment that they voted on is contempt of Congress because of Trump not cooperating with them and now this document has been red flag voted on it is now House that she represents going to move it for it doesn't that make her guilty of being is there some rule I'm not aware of that politicians must be guilty of a crime that they accuse other people of because it seems like that's always the case antibiotics work other side is always wrong but if you do what other side does you would just see not doing your job so I speak and how it works doing the dab going about food so will motivate me to cook weather for all the usual to get your turkey and your stuffing your mashed potatoes with cranberry sauce and your green bean casserole and lots of gravy and some bread or whatever in a fork and a knife and a mouth what did you just say I'll be careful you're going to get turkey and wild up over here mentioned in turkey what are the ingredients for the fork I think of spaghetti tonight that's going to be my dick I swear every time I watch can't see spend every time they strike that's the noise I hear I would have been booted out of this OYMYO please his rentals or they change the hours of 10 to 12 as with his rent Siri hey Siri fish swimming around in the water right now the inhibitor of the net you don't use a net if you can go down use a punch hey princess where you've been to the other OYMYO come on princess Bobby UK princess God bless he's too busy flushing a fish Harry Heston that worry just go ahead and flash OYMYO about the legislative session the 1977 to 1979 a circumflex 100 for last time the Democrats had a supermajority in the Senate I misunderstood it but to agree or disagree or challenge that fact so what you doing for Christmas PT how's your Christmas dinner girl somebody has sent his phone number and Kieran Salisbury Christmas where are you sorry just curious don't know why I can't get the key and it just has too much paganism involved Christmas Day in the Catholic Church when do pagans into the religion by taking your sat on the SETI now your celebration Christ Jesus was born in October-November but why December 25th was chosen because it was right by the winter solstice pagan celebration sucker suck my dick and one of the moderators please provide the guy from speaking at this really what he's going to say fairy strikes again it's another one you guys can hear what's going on behind the scenes don't be concerned with stories badges and who says why what will handle that is under control way give me an honest going to deliver 16 ballistic missile return to Tasha's Air Hotel North Korea D Jesus North Korea strikes America good Christmas present a salami bagel so you know Kim Jong-un browses a Christmas present why are we taking it so negatively it could be in 1000 yeah flowers and candy from there he wants to take it I mean it's Friday the things we shouldn't be thinking negative this man hung out with Dennis Rodman I would be okay with rather than being invested in North Korea no joke that's right rather than as an ambassador to the United States to Korea D&D God destroy American legend American at the Dominican Republic especially rubble on top of the other heads baby Jesus let kangaroos get full of bull testosterone from an experiment that a dirty Aussie named Everlast commits on himself and let them leave him repeatedly with the giant kangaroo penis as a man amen Callum thank you what I'll be in hairy ball sack for mentioning Cyberflex in OpenOYMYO I was using the V get the hell out of you another word for attract either I'm not even into wait Star Wars is that right how's my computer maintenance hours and minutes in Star Trek I mean that's about the person, but I've only ever seen the very first time. Right, I know they are completely waterpark, but for some reason they're really for me the first one. I think it actually might have the number to The Empire Strikes Back, so it's yeah I do remember, so that I did enjoy at time, just not some people. Absolutely, that's true. Okay, sometimes yeah I did. They already come out with you the new Star Wars people take him up today pendle today temperature, yeah maybe, so that's another thing I haven't done something yeah. And then you typically get my son person with an afro Yossi and S, yeah I'm pretty sure I have experienced both. I definitely know that the kids had happened to me before I do supermarkets in this guy. Young girls with my god they were screaming at the top of the ones I request. I can't guarantee Chicago, I'll tell you what, I'll even tell you this, I hope mining Midway is acceptable, so girl don't worry, transportation I'm sure at the sun's going down. Again my shoulders are getting cold, time to head home. Yes, 675 of their beach up ahead. I'm still about 2 hours away. Which water would it be? Chassis only, no downloads, is very fragile, that rules out the west coast. All the coats that would make sense, that's what I was going to say. I was going to tell her that scene is in the bathroom. Look up at 5, it's time for water aerobics, underwater aerobics. I'm tired, you don't have a choice, I'll be a strike against you instrument led, just take it. This is what I call a waste of the American taxpayer. The best beef jerky, this is not a waste. What do you looking outside in St. Helens City? Yes, I'm still curious about dinner, that because I heard you I thought you were in Denver on Christmas, but I'm a bit mistaken. The black heels for the pan for gold is a big fence at the picture of Blade being wiped. It was always a black comic book Blade, why you just can't do it. It's Harry and you have to leave it alone the way it is. And yes, I've had the box that you yeah what's go with you call a Star Wars fan, you better key of the name the best character in Star Wars. I'm talking about from the New Hope all the way to The Empire Strikes Back. Who's the best? James Bond is a number for an agent, so there's no reason I've emailed her, because again, and he's not the same person. Isn't many James Bond a woman can take over that 007 and the next 100 BMW 06 BML. Just this time it's a 0007 is a female. Exactly 4007 dies in the field than Star Wars. Salacious crumb. So I went to see a heart checkup there. This retired just like you should not be a black. Sorry Mary, talk about this months ago. It was so soft original, so it is all retarded. So you're my favorite salacious crumb. India in the Crew 1978 on TV. Do you like Christmas? Give 2 facts about James Bond 007. Hi, I hope you had everything's okay. These people need to be beat up, sheet out of heavy fines, ship and back to Mexico. Straight people up, positivity, don't be racist. Black people, yeah, if we get together over and straighten up we can make California beautiful place. Let's try on football people with shiny black skin. Banana in the work calendar in United Kingdom with bans for saying the word colored because it offends people of all racial multi-ethnic ethnicity over the word is right. So black colored, sand colored. About my god, I can't believe how much we're like. You're not going to believe what I'm gonna tell you, but they went to the newspaper in the police blotter that shows all the people that rob places. In the description was male black, male black, male black, so they made them remove the word black. Type in nationality. Isn't that a bunch of B because of the strike? Positive EDLE. Maybe after I get a good looking girl that changed my attitude about blacks, but till then they're entire. And I know you back photos. Could I get anybody on his OYMYO? Nobody here but us chickens. Yeah, well, that I think we strike up a conversation. A lot of people buy a parable. Captain Spock, eat air, seat my shirt, shut up, go away, courtesy call. Hey baby, don't be shy, we've been out for a while. Wow, looks like 5 other politics OYMYOs now and everybody else is created. Which one is that? The Mac Attack OYMYO idea WhatsApp. But I guess this isn't the OYMYO at acting. I have to go find the other 344 that happened. I wish you were the rocks. A couple of invites from other OYMYOs. When was Josh, Billy, politics, some other forgetting that as soon as you did it shut it down. I would know. Only way I'm gonna get off in here. Hello Jim, how are you doing today? Oh yeah, there is politics, the next generation politics, i.e. politics, so many politics. Jesus Christ, I think you're really trying to copy the politics show. Yeah, I can see that everybody wants to PDF reader in the politics OYMYO, but it's confusing. So did you have a good Mexicans? Democrats call them the Mexicans. Why, what do you actually help play Mexicans knocking out South American? Strike against America period. If you actually live in that country and deal with the tournament to do it, won't have. You don't want to bring that in your country. You don't want that. You don't want to devalue your hourly rate of the people who live in your country to help somebody else. It's like cutting your finger of the feed yourself. It's stupid. You wouldn't do that cause you disabling itself. Homeless out. Look, are you good person? Human smuggling play. Here I come over here and they don't come over. Like I said, I love you and I actually work next to people speak Spanish to them. No, because that's where you live. Depends on the regional live. They are coming over here and they do not deserve, they do not belong, and then they should not come here period. When they come Over here all they do is sit there and take away more about jobs in our price ranges. They are pieces of S in an article get revealed on the news network would say. To be honest with you, the Yellowstone one is scary. Hundreds of earthquakes every day. Little one's a big one. This song everyone knows now. The end is nigh. We've got some hot breaking news. The Chinese national has been arrested at a Florida naval base, been charged with trespassing, photographing defense installations. See you when you get in the bed with the Chinese bushfires in Australia still raging. Talk to me on a cold winter's day. There's nothing. The fire is gone by climbing. What a boring bastard. I did a quick strike that another half an hour and then came back into town, and what happens with fire making gets smoke. US Embassy in Baghdad in 2017, 26 people dead. The Met Office. Let me just update you on that, and a lot of calls that just become generally unwell or require our services throughout the night and during the day. Extra staff around or extra paramedics put on shift for the period of 7 on New Year's Eve until whatever time on New Stretch. But no hands against me and the power of darkness. Dental play him and let him and brought him into the high priest's beautiful poem for Father. The fire in the midst of the hall and down together. Peter said on a Monday maybe he'll be said by the fire, and earnestly looked upon him and said this man was also with him, and he denied him, saying, Woman, I know it's not. Turn off the little while. Another song also of them the space of 1 hour after, confidently saying this fellow also was with him years ago. Man, I know not what thou sayest. And immediately when he gets back the Lord turned and looked upon Peter. Peter, remember the word of the Lord our God said unto him before the cock-a-me price computer went out. Literally remember. Tell Jesus mocked him and smoking and blindfolded him, strike him on the face and ask him sing. That's no please speak play against it. Was the elders of the people and the chief priests and the scribes came together. Pendle counsel the Christific and volume up. I also before the king and his brother. Where is Bassa in the presence of the king, and skin that in the face of great. Then is it been said on BV the pheasant to strike West Dale. Know what to do in the end. There are with my neighbours song, beer and wine. A word spoken is like apples of gold in pictures of silver, as an earring of bone and an ornament of bangle. So as in I'm in a billionaire. Snow in the summer hours. So is a beautiful message. Business sofas with himself bounce and wind without rain. Long bearing is a princess reading, and a sore tongue so much as a sufficient remedy, which are based from my neighbours. LSCB where are you? And Siri false witness against his neighbour. Any sort and a sharp and unbeatable man in time of trouble is a broken tooth and a fallout boy. Take it away. A garden in cold weather and as vinegar upon my tree. Sing a song to an heavy bar. Enemy be angry. Hungry, sorry, hungry. What is the wind? Drive a fairway. Rain continents is better to dwell with a brown one in a while. Is who is for F. Good morning or good afternoon. Sleep after. Been so glad I'm just waking up. Merry Christmas. What you had to say, and I don't give a F about anything you do or anything that you're about doing, because you're going to lie about me and I can stick up for you anymore, and that I've quit a long time ago. Because if you don't recognize when someone is called you, everybody else lie about me to people. Anybody is a FC mobile women. F things that I don't do that then you will never catch me doing it. Was F control song. Lima set alarm for yourself. It's costing you more to lie about me than it is me. Anything stop you getting about me? Why? Because I'm sticking up for myself. Chicken and sticking. It says a secular holiday. This is fun. Secular holiday. Celebrate December 23rd as an alternative to the pressures and commercialism of Christmas season. Originally created by Daniel O'Keefe, the centered pop culture when it was made the focus of a 9 Seinfeld episode. The strike play keeps on. O'Keefe wrote, it's just a call from there because you're lying about me, and that's what I'm going to continue to do, is stick up for myself. Quit lying about me and I'll quit F sticking up for myself for some stupid. I'm done with you, man. Heathrow strike is messing with the OYMYO settings. Dumbest, nobody can get in there. What's the weather and around downtown time is so you can withdraw from the secular, but you can withdraw from society. I don't know that it's a very sad surprise. So they create their own group of people, their own nation. Absolute moron. Birmingham. F mother, did I get to F first button? F you, man, until the rest of F day if I want about that again. The people behind sign for the real Jewish. Yeah, everything is reminding me of the 3 frogs spirits. 3 spirits, Christianity, the Jewish, and I would say Muslim, but even you're a F idiot. It's a shame. You know, I see how much you lie about me when it's F. Continue with vitamin and just dropped play 1, putting together an offer. I just called to say 250 grams radiators. Yeah, I mean, I'm asking you feel so it's all good morning fabulous. The moon, you can probably pick up a striker. Maybe 350,000, yes, $5. 200 naked California, that would be a millionaire maker. Repeat the deal. Go anywhere near California just because snowflakes and the gun laws to be always by the same. In New York to Jamaica holidays interest and so unexpectedly discuss. Finish what I need to finish. Remind me in an hour. I will walk back up to the age of the property and safety garage. Tell you're not smoking, you're popping. Google call mum this morning has a car full of cats like sitting on it area by a rear window. They're all over the front seat on staying in her shoulders. I'm not trying to be smart as silver and I could be wrong. I usually am more on people that come back to me and make me feel happy, but time taking you there. Possibly are we doing Dynasty? It's Eve before Christmas Eve. Unity with God. Who's out there good when the clock strikes 12 Southern England from 12 a.m. on Saturday until noon on Sunday? Google Batman suit to cover it. White Christmas vector to strike UK cancellation. I saw it this morning. Let me see clearly and see if I can find it while I have googled it to get a bit of reports that way. England with the towns and villages flooded. England with the possibility studies of the third degree distance poems have been flooded. Villages left on the water of the parts of England were scandal used by persistent rain. The Environment Agency has issued 78 flood warnings for the South, the Midlands, the East and for Yorkshire, meaning immediate action is needed. The River Medway in Kent burst its banks and there is severe flooding in East Sussex Gardens with damage when a tornado hit Surrey on Saturday. Travellers embarking on the Christmas getaway have been advised to check their routes in advance. The Medway has flooded towns and villages including Maidstone, Yalding tested Alfriston, East Sussex cars in the afternoon. And good evening to Sussex Downs Radio. World News for today from the BBC and the National Population Register database. Agreed protest after weeks of demonstrations over citizenship law. Correct Muslim unplug internet. What's the global internet work and its citizens are from some foreign services. William Byers in the planes play tired and facing a man. Uber co-founder Travis Kalanick company ties steps down from the board saying he wants to focus on other pursuits. Russia's reluctant teen activist mum's house arrest changed my life. Being a teenager isn't easy when you're standing in for your political activist mother recalls ambassador to Zambia after rights row set the two men sentenced to 15 years in prison. France strike famous face. Christmas travelers' room begin nearly 3 weeks ago continue to hit French train services hard. Standby for another announcement as we roll into a new year and we decided to start trying our New Year's resolutions. Everyone to think about our actions landing out of them. You lucky man, lucky monk, Jackie Monk, I think you heard your name. News today. Turn the languages. What a privilege. Thank you very much indeed. Deeply touching, definitely humbling and deeply touching. Thank you, Jay. Always been a good friend of mine and yes, respect you, so thank you. So when the clock strikes, did by in the UK as well as in the US and many other countries, I am going to be in the air. I am going to be in the air when the clock strikes midnight. 20/20 train station. So yes, you're absolutely right. Why are you going to be in the sky? Lost. Very interesting, and maybe you might know. You won't be delayed approaching. Funny jokes. Chessington, in what time zone you're in? Off Atlantic, HTC or TNT? Very good question. That this can be interpreted in many ways, you know, depending on what when is midnight at the time Atlantic that is. For absolutely sure I'm going to be in the middle of the Atlantic when the clock strikes 12 at that particular time zone. Now when the clock strikes 12 in the US, I am definitely going to be flying over the UK or Ireland, either one of the two. So that's how I've worked out when the clock strikes 12 in the UK I'm just going to be passing over. It depends on my flight path, but I'll keep a track of where that is, and I realized that information back to you. I don't expect to be connecting to Fee from the plane, but I'll let you know when I get on the ground in Amsterdam. How will let you know? I will let you know. But a good question ever, and here's a bit of a running joke I had. The schedule is quite a few people. Are you going to be so? What's your opinion that you're going to be here? Are you going to be circle? Have you circumnavigated the globe already, and how did you do it? Did you go from equator, equator or digital round in circles? And that comment is for Ola. It's a weird thing, but let them. That idea has been very prominent in the last, so I've seen her a bit of an increase, and especially in my local area. Like, okay, so let them definitely have a point. This case they were expecting some snow in the next week or so. Lovely, yeah. Whiskey Romeo, if you're still left right now, got home. I was looking at the site for a first Leicester, and it definitely says New Year's Day, Wednesday the 1st of January, no service. So there's no service at all. Received no service on first group for your Leicester. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, taxes must be doing well. I think most people stay. So is that like your service, or I suppose it was because you caught it was quite easily received. Yeah, I think the service is reduced to a Sunday. Julia, timetable has not been a problem, but the only issue was the service. Reading Southwestern Railway definitely operating a produce service. That is because of our anti-dust every single that. Whiskey Romeo, thanks for that. Yeah, I did hear something on the news a day or so back. I'm on the railways are considering strike action. Yes, yeah, UK 244 receipt. Absolutely accurate. Give me a laser. I'm 15 hours, 20 minutes, and 54 seconds. Speaker 878 and a friend's apartment is cleaner. Acts as an asp to strike some downturn for him to return to place. 16 hours, 34 minutes, and 41 seconds. Speaker So what's the story's a local strike shortstops abortion right to worry 18 hours, 6 minutes, and 16 seconds speaker, out of the constant roster after happy that the mean time and striked that amount of students have helped lay in 19 hours, 11 minutes, and 27 seconds speaker, is a certain what would it be up against a fault goal while you are not looked to, it's as if air strikes over at 20 hours, 15 minutes, and 29 seconds speaker, and those who put the state of time to strike since the city chose a proposal has slipped has come to that of any influence of food 21 hours, 52 minutes, and 23 seconds speaker. Down strike if you get having no toxicity too much mercury from the root of mouth and tendons rolled in a straight from the war was brought from the top 22 hours, 8 minutes, and 33 seconds speaker, Saito for 89. Stories recall think about everything you were in supporting you know you've really got been in Java and snowy stories the strike me as revenues are still might restore its Star Alliance there are 22 hours, 39 minutes, and 28 seconds speaker, that he says he called the 1st January's a plan to be a pitiable the clock strikes midnight mistrust ignite 22 hours, 40 minutes, and 30 seconds speaker, he is to strike last call to see is to pull the plug and if Mr. T and she may have none 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 5 seconds speaker, the provision up like the sidewalk into that was in the decree toxic destiny obligate the touching thank each and of the least always been a good friend of mine and that he has a move that to 3 mark sharp much respect to 7.2 if the excerpt from the blood when the cops likes to play in the UK solicited us of any of the country's plight of data being the act for lot of going to be in the air when the clock strikes midnight if the 22 in transition Sunday is a handsomely right to 23, 50. 12 speaker, that damage a question that not escaped this can be checked and in many wines from the 19th annual block times of these big A circumflex 3 to be mid-Atlantic bodies were absolutely sure of the middle of the Atlantic half of the clock strikes 12 at 2. Time set off the Windows clock strikes 12 in the view last year all I have decimated the flight of the UK the audit on one of the 25 on the side of software that helps when the clock strikes 12 in the UK if I'm just to be the policy debate of how it depends on what type of the 0 hours, 53 minutes, and 31 seconds speaker, I haven't thought of Champagne strike Constantine's friends and worked in Haiti it's a little advice 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 24 seconds speaker, in the mountainous and famed lose the send button to facts and those who have consumed them if strike action 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 37 seconds speaker. But using GPS in older 2 on the Outlook strike and a GPS as a distraction will be 98 season visual distraction is spent laurel that in a dealer are elk and distractions well you know there is an individuals and the things that he can hear smoke scent both of them may be construed as distractions the box that half of pepper spray supply information to the drop in order to make an informed decision won't let we need to go 18 hours, 41 minutes, and 11 seconds speaker. 8 us about some name wrong on the CD type of declining on in the year 9 strikeouts 19 hours, 28 minutes, and 13 seconds speaker, didn't do that to now allow no strike some things happen in America is why you not, people were found about 19 hours, 43 minutes, and 13 seconds speaker, the UN and do some of the students have missed one text and the BS. Sandisk is that the MN as handles comes strike a blow against on Comoct of P's Paja and have some US officials have of IOC of the dollar has an NS and one of Vibsus must have N and Olsen some SS divisions of MSN White House and the dozens of 22, 23 14 speaker, well that a midnight strike that dodges, down response reaction everything so 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 55 seconds speaker, with it and he's like it's like called strike since the data is like one people bought your 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 44 seconds speaker, or your strike and if you solve it within minutes and put it on YouTube you get millions of you that type of S now I can bring something like that played in the background they have got that ones like you talking about their loved ones will take. A coin in there beside you get the coin keyhole where I seen a lot of dough I used the white shark is mostly Japanese people doing challenges you got to do it under a minute hurry up this afternoon shut up it's never going down order by going down too. Why you always name the day OYMYO's used to be able to more people right now come back over let me know Rachel Ballinger all these people want to do all this stuff take me to Dennis card down Zoopla can you get me after 2012 to 2018 I think to find. Dinosaur this week deals that must have been closed earthquakes home strikes near Puerto Rico girls and see I had a large soda I still got 3 probably hurt for thank you take it don't worry you 70 yeah okay no problem when I'm working. around it, but since I are targeting, you know when you get in targeted and it comes out her a warning noise, heard it a few times, it doesn't even have control of the domain name brand of the stupid useless people like why need them. Question to you. That play that hairband music, do you have a mother most of the day that's not heard about it? That's bad company. I don't know if you know anything about music that's back at me, that's not at 7 or my bedtime, but I'm trying to grow my hair. I like your style, I love your style, I'm trying to grow now. Wasn't running slowly music, play the band free before they are bad company. Oh my god, I owe you something. No great job, no good job, then I was free. Yes, Paul Rogers free, great job, did nice. Can you give me a rest, man? Knives, as you've probably heard all the other crap right now. Boring crap is the boring crap out. Lower Darwin Bowling Club, Iranian military leader looks like airstrike the general. Somali nigger dead Mullingar. Yes, it's past your bedtime. Ticket master 17 miles, I better a shot. 17 miles gigahertz, 23 miles is limit on a normal. The radio 23 miles, about what he can get. You have to go single sharp point to point. Yeah, I've got the repeaters for the US Customs in association with the Diseases Customs, Department of Defense and the Army, the Navy, the airport, or the other ones frequencies, but the device is in Big Brother house. When I say in vigorous, it's open to anybody that can now basically turn it on, and it's a security key on route to white people from United States of America, and black people will take this country bergen, really burning African American males from inner cities. This is politics, child, my friend. This is not actors class. You might check it over at Proctology. I got some serious news, some very seriously, as I want to talk to people about. This is really serious. Missile strikes in bad day over this embassy Raman December CM, but I got even more important news for Mac. Why wait till is more people you want, but I want you guys to knew you were going to give me this be about reloading. I knew it before. I was like that picture. Good for you, man. United we loan, you can reload. Great Hong Kong Metro, free to take them when they make it. We can get the supplies to reload. Wow, you got pennies, barnacles. Something tells me that's probably not the most experience when it comes to metallurgy, shaving it, that sort of thing. Whippersnapper universe, will you go believe in what you want to believe? That's a yes, that's a is a world renowned metal adjuster, whatever the hell you would call that person. You know, just say that he can get all the supplies that he wants. Jesus Christ, good luck fighting your civil war with a few ragtag band and reloading in your basement. That's what I'm trying to say. On top of that, I mean this, would you guys believe, how can I put this, you know, it's all people who are fighting the war. You think people fighting our war go against us? That's the question. Yes, I do strike fear into the heart of a man. How much OYMYO called Ben just now? What's the OYMYO called? When was the OYMYO called? On who's and the OYMYO? What's going on that OYMYO? I've got it on my list. Yeah, well, you two F American pussies, you going to fight back about F mad? What are on your hands? Finish Friday players, what are you talking about? Well, you've seen that the attack probably a bit too early from your F don't feel good health. The main Iranian military commander overnight. It's a nice drone strike with 3 rockets. Iron Man, why use parking heat food? I don't get this. It was since I've been on here you've been talking garbage, man, eating people. What's wrong with you when it's like you got anything better to do? What the earth? Military destruction. Pendle news, Mr. Chronic, wrap yourself up as a huggy as far as you mate was the nappy ripper, and then prove you will be able to watch sugar coated poison. That's my advice to you, man. Are you on about you go and name be able to do so? You're just I always spinning, child. I mean, this is a complex problem which could have profound implications for SMC. No, this guy cheeky monkey box, he wants to get his own people, is leading his own people to the slaughterhouse. Man, upset you. What would you like me to do? Rip off your adult nappy as such? What do you know about me? Yeah, maybe so. I'm not disputing that at all, not at all, but really, if you're thinking about other people in the world, you have to think of the bigger picture. You have to use your brain. My God, you know, this is not just a one-on-one. This is not a couple of people standing in there in the street with their 6-gun. How many did we kill when we are texted? They are really in our bases, part of the United States military embassies for going to strike back. It's well known that he was going to have before they get it. No bed, no blood in their hands when they want to fight them. Just a pissing contest, man. They want to rip each other's head off. That's the sad world we live in. That doesn't make sense that you're not living by yourself. I have a Christmas tree. What Christmas tree is actually not a Christian religion, of the pagan tradition adopted by Christians. So how do you want it? I'm not getting, you know, calling me the rebel flag guy. Wave the Union flag. Winning out of breath message there, and then he went to pop the old bear. I thought it was long time in the making. Obvious, and Nick, thank you for that. Was good at times. Spiders chasing me at work. Here you get some of your coffee and they kill the Iranian commander, like the lead commander, an airstrike or something. Retaliate. I guess I'll wait and see. Oh, don't worry, I will make it that way. Yeah, I mean for you I'm India, you say. Then obviously I was horrible to get killed, but the issue Is it money in Afghanistan? We went to war with Iran, but that's not going to be fun. It's not their face when they realize America's allies with Israel, who is around enemy Israel for Wilfried wearing any Trump leggings. We do it because yes, reason is Lebanon. Why isn't the government providing jobs, education for these people? I don't understand. It's outside the Arabia Dubai. They are people unqualified, that's the thing, or they don't get a chance because they are not related to originally to be in that position. No, I meant to survive in a Middle Eastern country. You have to be like, you have to start your own business. There is no factory, there is no jobs available. Alexa, start timer. Actions taken after the strike with from the US on the Iranian oil. Hello, my name is in people. It's just probably getting ready for something, or anything can happen when scaring me. The wrestling attack. Teen White come out from Rangers Wrestling as S. Now I know what is not like back in the days. But now it's just Puller Wes Murdoch, you leader, you know. Don't tell me watching pro wrestling, what's that about? How does that work? Mobile PWC, Kenny Warm Your Girls WWF, and when he came in they ruined it. Time talking about 2005/2006. He gives so many commands, but think about how many miles is actually died because I am living the radical revolution. You killed the Rockies and the Americans are not more better than him. I mean, you got killed by rockets. Two more better's not a word. Jesus is Trump reacts to the strike from yesterday, yet American flag heard that it was tearing at the shortcut target American bases in the GCC countries in the Gulf region. I guess time will tell. They don't do something stupid, attack Israel soon. They attacked American base in Israel state. That would be the end of your van. I guess time will tell. China and Russia back him up. China, Russia not going on a war for a van. That's impossible. I'm glad we didn't agree with his actions. He would have done the same thing. We've not to work this out of two. Is there militant like Hezbollah, these etc. Even during the Cold War he never attacked embassy where, well, I'm taking them. This is a stupid thing you're saying. The benefits of targeting civilians that works for based on Bakers. No, I've noticed fictionist Bradbury, he wrote the manual for the Chicago police officers and ethics, and that's where he made a lot of money and beer and very then wrote Star Trek. His brother John and Mary live here in San Antonio and went dressed in his eldest son was the one the OYMYO's pictures on 9/11, and if you look at manual that was pretty during 9/11. Bill Street, David's Roddenberry. Next song I'm talking about Bram Stoker. Teen know who he was then. 19 Laura Alicia Red. Oh, that will be historian. Man came from the apes. Play the morning chronic. CW up to where is crack. CD just had some dinner menu. Yes, only work improved. Slender. Ever have a good night last night to get drunk? Where I came on here, man, or drunken where I'm driving right now as I'm talking to you. I'm drunk and code freezing here, 20 degrees inside. Strike old man, dry cold when it's cold and the humidity is low. London, London, why do you call yourself what time? One more time, is it return you'll rule the world? Well, people, you know, well, that's the only thing you got to worry about. That fight traditional civilians. Family wouldn't bomb in the home when the homeland start of World War. I think about an embassy you won't get back at work. A different bombing. I'm not sure I would not be talking to my heart. Just have to wait and see. We don't have enough troops over there right now to do a full-on invasion with me more than this on the ground. What we got, wait and see if they come on homeland solo. Yes, there will be a war. Oh, yes it will be. Did you watch the video then? The first invaded Afghanistan was crazy, thanks, and it was not traffic like we could do all that would bring it go there effort. Yeah, we can use the big drone right now. I guarantee you this is much it is. They're talking around, or we're going to strike back. This shaking in their boots. If they've never dealt with the president like this before, who's not gonna sit back and take the crap to say, you know what, bring it, you want it, you got it in 21 hours, 16 minutes, and 23 seconds. Speaker, vacuum and video and see what the landfill strike 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 51 seconds. Speaker, a good idea matter, as strike teams are called. Java thread parcels is to carry out calls Friday 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 31 seconds. Speaker, end the strike at 5 hours, 0 minutes, and 38 seconds. Speaker, because it's a bad rap, it's a strike you put 8 hours, 31 minutes, and 54 seconds. Speaker, at a given that Alan, could you give you a ladle into every half of the PLO? Check the 2, Moscow, and then cut DNS the close of the TV off the debt and does not modify that in the death of his inbox of the US Amos at NBLUN food. I've done it this one off so you will be disappointed. Does have to shoot. I can live together. We CNN strikes to do a man, and so can read my alley people that had the time, and you know collateral damage. You can say whatever you know. If you want to strike, strike hard as possible. $2 trillion. Swear by far the best military. If you really want to go there, Iran just pretending to have no problem, no hesitation. Bro, Iran this list. Our true problem is Russia and China. Bro, Iran a zero archery problem. 3.4 million Muslims in south of country right now or two problem that even 1/3 of those people, which I guarantee they are people willing to attack as my friend, they gave up operating, they saw what the United Girl made it to the country, they don't worry more problems brown. They're done, they've been the feeling bro who killed themselves and kill everybody as people buying. I will reward them when they get to heaven for dying in battle, for sacrificing themselves. So I just got you a fight, that's true man. See the tactics, so they pretended they love you, they like you, they are friends with you, brothers with you, and then suddenly turn out with you in real life reviews because I'm a good guy like that. Imagine this Streets 11 came over to America and they needed someone like James Comey of the SBC. It doesn't matter because it will never happen when reality we're in, not feature the password in present times. What's important is time right now. Strike that fair, walk that's fair, also like that you know you have military still one of our guys the Ned War, but if we kill one of the guys, the good guys, okay, because we killed one of the guys but it's one of our guys, are the bed D log. If they want to go to it they can, they have a war bro. The US is lying about down from no pussy it around bro. No, if a war breaks out the US caused it. Assassination, what caused the war in World War I started because you listen to me. Again I said Google's to strike one of our military installations, billions strike on military and they know the reaper, but are you not worried that they might kill civilians to retaliate? Mercedes like this, no, heard it banned and stocking, it's no good song remix. Why did the bastard, my loaded bastard anyway? Now what? Don't let that ruin your experience watching it today, cause you're watching the classic, the original. Christina Soler, so real was very interesting. The testing is about play. You need to get on the horses and support from someone, and he's yours. I think it would be bunnies yawning. It says something, you know who, you're in the middle of your bed to have a barrel and he was born and died. You watch it, you pick it up, you go like that. Sad it doesn't look reindeer. Hello Matthew, anyway I'll be home very nice. So this is Christmas any, what's the game? Back to the United belated. Google, what is a wonderful word? Cried, where am I? No, I cried in the Maddie Casey striker. Ice cream and Tom Hanks lost Wilson. The see me too dude, I drive myself one ready, get me, touches me, has to be within myself like a normal movie. But when is the story that can actually be some music? I'm like it's in California, different places like that where if they haven't cut the cut-off or cleared that all the debris, you know, and there's lightning strike, it starts a fire, or somebody was having an order on a campground and forgot to put out a fire that start to fire as well, and that stuff goes up like really quick. Usually veteran California places like that you'll see really bad fires like that. So yeah, we've had our experiences with that, mean that personally, but I've heard about the water fires like that, and it's always so. It's a shame because Lara animals get displaced and home get diamonds and beautiful wildlife kit play burnt and stuff like that because somebody was worried. Sometimes it's somebody who forgot to put a fire up from a campground or something. Sometimes it is someone doing for money. As you know, it sounds really sad and horrible. Many people don't even believe to be possible, but yes it is, because I first noticed how do you times bush tires, louth fires of and frog. Breaking news history. The base in Kenya was just a tag. The antibiotics was just type in Kenya, so American soldiers pray for Kenyan forces. It was just trying to make a friend use of the same people they were firing at. Play which other girls strike. This is why text people pick you up because their speakerphone. What time is it? Therefore as we speak, flipping kidding me man. Hopefully someone can say a prayer for servicemen and women, their families. Dear God, please comfort families of servicemen and women and the servicemen and women. I'll be there, lots of lives being severely injured, horrific attack. Dear God, please from evil, in Jesus' name we pray, amen. Matthew and the Atlas, common people praying. Where the second thought, I thought Kenya was one of the last been converted to Islam, is now mostly Islamic as well. Me and he took over like a locust storm of something. What is the boring? When I was a kid Kanye was Islamic, he never saw us Elsa and Kenya. No, oh my God, this is word Islam brings all the people in the world. What's your name? JD. And when I got lot of SMU, I won't ask you to stop. Alright cool man, keep convincing yourself there. Are you still laughing? Bad guys. Before you know, all jokes aside, China and Iran the major targets in New York and Los Angeles. Think about that. Once in a while this would be one of the targets, and in a California something was to go down, and how serious the situation really is. It's very serious. Uno Sutton 7 PL to reach every single. Careful you stay quiet. Dangerous. Well, you know Los Angeles is always a target because we have the most population sitting right in a small circle. They don't do some silly over here. Homeland Security which hasn't stepped up the red flag, though they are still acting like nothing is no big deal. Burger, so many eyes on the right now, it's quite insane. The video the next we doing their precise strike when I took him out, that's it was insane. Yeah, but you couldn't make us. They sent 2 missiles per vehicle and spray break. Load onto the plane. What the hell? Yeah, it really depends on who they were showing. It could have just been like a support the vision. They were going to say mother has been beaten up on you. If you can get a sympathetic and emotional about some Joe Sugg, make fun of your mum or your waiter, you know you're not ready for work. Dribble to me to somebody doing something, smoking weed, break it down completely. I have no sympathy at all. These people I don't like now. Oh yeah, I should say that. But no training days with people that are actually serving at home. Thank you. Handle it like that one still in World War II. Condor, I can't right now. Where's the Jersey cars in the war? Good morning. Don't know. The people keep saying that he's doing that. He was trying to start a war. He was the first one to strike. It was just reacting to the strike over in Vietnam. The catalog all the people that got killed by children, men, women. Take pictures and sound. What's your name? American Russia. Recite you. I apologize, and that we've gotten ourselves into, and I think the too quite slow and follow George W. Bush was a mistake. I genuinely do. Drinking whiskey has been responsible for the killing of British soldiers during the Iraq campaign. Still goes on. I actually have more points. What is something to do like a record tweeds you find a truth to be rude? The Iranian could strike back in a very unpleasant place. Some of the strength of the 1930s and 1940s always been a bit of a tricky area. What you need in a Middle East, mate, take a bit of Dopman politics of short sharp shock treatment of some of their from nuclear weapons facilities like the Israelis done about 10 years ago. I think it's called We're Around has got their nuclear sites. Take them out. That's all you need to do. Nick, is never are you going room to room playing that same clip? I think I heard that in proctology few minutes ago. Same clip as live radio station. Ignoramuses over there didn't want to hear it. In original, a woodpecker is a running mate. I don't think you have to be 35 in order to change to the office of vice president, but you do have to be 35 in order to be president, so that would process quite a few constitutional issues with Bernie Crookton. She had to become president. Release only 3,500. I'll drink to that. Very good point. They were very good point. 35 arms somebody that doesn't need two criteria. She's 30 years old. She was born in 1989 is first. What you are saying, I don't think that she has that pretty of a face. Gorgeous to me. She looks like a donkey on Shrek. That really, but she's not that pretty, and I don't get it. Does a better sleep when she's small, but I really would. He doesn't like. Actually, I have to go for because I would love to see you and bring it back. Hey guys, what do you think about the running strike with their few Americans? Yeah, but exactly right. Wow, behold the thing to go through all sorts of words. Always a terrible thing, don't get me wrong, but thank you. Your differences in actual Benghazi, nobody did s about it. Up their word for tomorrow. There was a terrible situation. She handled it, and I honestly believe that Iran firing incident 10th. Didn't Trump administration say that Benghazi was because of a video? I always should happen. I'm not saying that this is a splitting image of Benghazi. That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm saying is that if Americans were killed in this missile strike, we don't know yet. I hope there weren't any killed, but if they were killed, this could be the defining moment of Trump's presidency. How do you mean that his defining moment of his presidency? I got angry. This is the final moment a week with me. And if he does not hit back hard, and you know what, our group was there, but I don't think this is going to be the defining moment of his presidency. His presidency has brought all the numbers up and down. You look at the numbers, and we have to see how it plays out. If this develops into an all-out war in this for December, the employed, the pharmacist called in the doctor's appointment on, or whatever it might be, just changing the dog's water, assured the seats you let me actually got a pharmacist available. I spoke to the pharmacist, and she was not for this, obviously something else, and she was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I just went to the out of hours pharmacy, switch the hospital use, and explain the situation, and giving me some but was of you, and I said that secure it, just keep warm, drink copious amounts of tea and warm liquids. So that's what I should do for the next 24 hours. Hopefully I can get back into work tomorrow night. My ex would say a hot toddy, but that would be just any excuse for having a drink of whiskey. My ex-wife would have drank the bottle, so it didn't matter. Yeah, he knocked just those down the process. It's nearly 8:00. A bit of sit on the side to see if anybody's registering. Roger, I'm just having a look. OYMYO give you just wait and see. Dr. Finlay's case book. That song strikes to say about work.